Bonte's on his way in. Don't worry. I won't hold you hostage for too long. It's the Morning Roast, Joe Shasky. Yesterday, San Francisco Giants, big win over the Twinkies. Love those new Twins uniforms, by the way. I didn't at first, but they're really growing on me. I like their entire set of unis. We'll get to the Giants at some point because, I mean, they're on fire right now. How about my man, Lamont Wade? Wow! Unbelievable. But yesterday, like, the timeline, whether it's Instagram, whether it's Twitter, whether it's your buddy chat, was all about the 49ers. Football is king. So I do want to start here. I love the 49ers. I know you know this. And I go way back with this team. And right now, obviously, there's a lot of quarterback stuff going on. Brock Purdy was amazing last year. Brock Purdy went down at the end of last year. You know, Jimmy Garoppolo had moments, and he was amazing at times. He went down last year. Trey Lance hasn't been amazing. Has maybe amazing upside, potential, but he's gone down. He's gotten hurt. I think the 49ers and injuries are kind of synonymous at this point, right? Over the last decade, I think everybody's nauseated with how many injuries there have been. And I just want to start here with the quarterback thing. Obviously, Trey's reworked his mechanics, and some of you have seen the videos. I've seen some of the videos. I don't know. I feel like everything the guy does in practice, you know, Trey Lance, that is kind of a moot point until it's live bullets. Can he see the field? Can he throw to the right guy? Can he deliver it accurately? I don't know. I don't know if we're going to learn a whole lot. It looks better. I'm happy. I'm optimistic. But I don't know if we can learn a whole lot. And I don't think we can learn a whole lot about Sam Darnold. Like, whatever. We'll find out. To me, the biggest news that I heard, and Joe, I'd like you to play the cut here in a second. The biggest thing that I heard was from Kyle Shanahan. And I got PTSD.
God knows. And it's all estimates. So,
And basically he was discussing Brock Purdy and the timetable and when he may or may not come back. Listen to what Kyle Shanahan said here, and it made me cringe because I just don't understand what we're doing here.
Only God knows, and it's all estimates, so it depends what quote people have got from me, but we're hoping for week 1, and I feel pretty optimistic about that. That's what we're hoping for. He'll be ready to play in week 1, and usually that doesn't mean that's the day he comes back. Usually you got to come before that to make that goal, and that's kind of the goal we're hoping for, and don't have any reason to think differently.
All right, now, it did not sound like to me they're trying to rush him in any way, right? And I'm sure that there's internal pressure from Brock Purdy wanting to get back out onto the field. I acknowledge that. And I'm just sure the way the nature of the elite athlete is you want to be out there and you want to be 100%. And I'm not calling the 49ers reckless. I'm not at all right? I'm just saying, can we pump the brakes a little? And what I mean is this. If you believe in Brock Purdy, if you think he's that dude, what's the rush? Health, stability, confidence in the elbow is the number one priority.
Only God knows.
The number one priority. This is not his ankle, okay? This isn't a broken fibula. This isn't even a torn ACL, where we've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of data points of people who have suffered the same injury that we can point to and say, here's what a good rehab looks like. Here's what a bad rehab looks like. Here's how you should navigate the rehab process. This is something that only one other guy, Jake Delhomme, and another guy in Nick Mullins, and the procedure is very specific to Nick Mullins, have gone through in the history of quarterbacking. So can we at least acknowledge this is kind of a unique, rare injury? Hi, Bonte.
I just want to listen to you talk quarterbacks.
Well, I want to go down
OTAs.
the way. All right. So my point being is, like, we are in uncharted territory at some point. We're talking about an injury that not a lot of quarterbacks have suffered, number one. And number two, this is his moneymaker. The elbow. No, yes, the brain, I would say, is the number one tool for a quarterback. Second, it might be the arm. You could say the feet. Okay, I'll listen to that. The arm's right there. This is your moneymaker. All right? There's a reason pitchers, baseball players, are so cautious and are so conservative when it comes to these timetables. Now, I understand the mechanics of throwing a football and a baseball, very, very different, blah, 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 blah. But we have hundreds of data points of guys who have come back with shoulder tightness, forearm tightness, elbow tightness, and returned too early, only to say, darn it, I've re-injured myself or I've made it worse.
Jake Delhomme mean anything?
Well, I mean,
we had Jake Delhomme on talking about the elbow, and he came back and had a good year. I think with technology and medicine and everything's happening, guys do come back quicker. I mean, Bryce Harper, I know he's not a pitcher. He came back fairly quick from that injury.
He's playing first base. He's not
he
even
is playing first base, but still, the fact that he's hitting bombs.
But not everybody's Adrian Peterson, who can return 5 months later from an ACL.
What if Brock is that guy?
Maybe.
What if Brock is that guy?
But here's what I would say, and this is where I get the PTSD. And I'm going to go back in the way back machine, all right? The Niners have had a spotty injury history in the last decade. But me.
Especially with Shanahan.
Me, OG Niner fan, when I'm hearing this Brock Purdy thing, let me take you back in time, okay? This is an article printed by ESPN.com, 2008, September 10th. Alex Smith, his season is over with another shoulder injury. The high-priced quarterback's short career might be finished as well. This is the article from September of 2008.
That Alex Smith may be finished.
Here's what happened. The 49ers put Smith on injury reserve with a broken bone in his right shoulder. The top pick in 2005 will require more surgery on the joint that limited him to 7 games last season. Coach Mike Nolan improbably claimed to know very little about the injury that ended his former franchise quarterback's 4th campaign before he even played a regular season. I'll give you the short gist of it. Alex hurt his shoulder the year prior. He tried to rush back. They brought in other quarterbacks. He felt he needed to compete in camp because JT O'Sullivan started to earn a lot of equity with players, with coaching staff. He goes out there. He thought he was 100%. That almost ended Alex Smith's career. And I don't even know if Alex is that good. So excuse me for having PTSD when I see the Alex Smith thing play out the way it did. And then I'm looking at this quarterback situation and I'm saying, look, Brock put great tape out last year. He shouldn't feel the need to rush back. I get it. Guys can lose their jobs to injuries. I understand all that. And you don't want to give other people opportunities. But health is the number one thing for Brock. And I'm not saying that they're being reckless. I'm just saying, I'd like to see them be overly conservative, overly cautious.
Can I hear the Shanahan cut again? I heard you go to it. I didn't hear it, though. Can I hear that?
Only God knows, and it's all estimates, so it depends what quote people have got from me, but we're hoping for week 1, and I feel pretty optimistic about that. That's what we're hoping for. He'll be ready to play in week 1, and usually that doesn't mean that's the day he comes back. Usually you got to come before that to make that goal, and that's kind of the goal we're hoping for, and don't have any reason to think differently.
So David Lombardi joined us yesterday from The Athletic, and David Lombardi corrected me and made sure to correct me and made sure to put this out there. Brock Purdy's the leader in the clubhouse to start. He's the leader in the clubhouse to start, which gives the Niners wiggle room on not to name their starter. It gives them a hedge. It gives them a hedge to say, you know what? We don't necessarily have to go to Brock Purdy. We think Brock Purdy has earned equity. We think Brock Purdy has played really well. If he was healthy, he'd probably come in starting. He's the leader of the clubhouse, but it gives them wiggle room to hedge their bet in case Trey Lance or Sam Darnold comes out here and balls out. And then you could slow play Brock Purdy. I don't think they're going to put Brock Purdy in a position to rush him back. A 7th-round draft pick, they may not. Or they could say, you know what, the hell with it, Brock, you ready to go? We're going to play you because we have to make a decision on whether or not we want to pay you long term. That may be the move there for the 49ers. So if you're Shanahan and John Lynch, I think you're the best of both worlds. You say, I got Trey Darnold, who can go. And I believe they could be comparable, if not better, than what Brock Purdy did last year. We selected Trey Lance number 3 overall because at one point we believed he could be the best quarterback in that draft class and take us to another level. Sam Darnold, reclamation project, has all the talent in the world, hasn't put it all together. I'm Kyle Shanahan. My ego's so big, I believe I could fix this guy and I could get the best out of him and still win football games. So maybe Brock is feeling the heat, said, I need to come back and compete. See, I need to rush back because I'm not sure I'm going to get my job back. If you're Shanahan, you're saying, I got the best of everything. Trey has to prove himself. Darnold has to prove himself. And if Brock Purdy wants to go get paid, because he can go get paid, he has to come back and ball out, and he may have to rush back. So if you're Shanahan, you're sitting back saying, I'm Gucci.
So I'm just curious. I know, like, with the franchise quarterbacks, when you get in season, there's this, like, got to come back as fast as you can. Wear a splint. Do this, do that. Like, if this were Drew Brees in his prime, would New Orleans be conservative?
I think Drew Brees would try to come back for week one.
Okay. You think?
Aaron Rodgers would try to come back for week one. Peyton Manning would try to come back for week one.
Wouldn't the organization also, with an more established player than Brock, and I know the situations are different, you don't think that they would kind of put the seatbelt in place to protect the individual from going too fast?
Not in pro football.
You don't think?
It's the NFL.
Really?
It's the NFL. We're trying to win games. We're trying to sell tickets. We're trying to sell jerseys. Trying to sell popcorn. This guy at 80% gives us a better chance to win, and our backup, we're going to play him.
See, I disagree. I think if Patrick Mahomes had this kind of an elbow injury, the amount of money that they've invested in him, knowing who he is, I think that they would.
Hasn't Mahomes come back from some serious injuries?
Some knee injuries, but it's not his elbow.
But knee stuff. I mean, think about his ankle last year.
Oh, yeah, it was bad.
That ankle was terrible.
Bonte, it's not
the elbow. You couldn't move.
The elbow.
But it's the ankle. You can't even move. You're a sitting duck.
How many
you don't have that mobility. So you're asking me, well, a quarterback, we've seen a plethora of examples of players coming back quickly when they shouldn't come back. The organizations in the NFL, Shasky, think about it. These guys play with concussions. This is why concussion protocols put in place, because the organization doesn't protect the player. Player safety is a myth.
They also put their guys, like, for example, Peyton Manning, when he had the neck surgery, like, they weren't going to allow him to come back for medical reasons, so they don't get sued.
But he came back week one of the next year, and he still wasn't ready.
I know.
They still threw his ass out there.
I know, but he was also 38 years old, right? So he's at a different point in his career. This guy's 23.
He was 38 when he came back with the Colt. You're talking about the Broncos injury?
When he was,
okay, yeah, but he had the neck injury. And he had a fusion. Yeah, he had a fusion, and he came back week one, and he struggled for like the first 6 weeks.
My point is this. He's a 23-year-old man. He put great tape out last year. We all love him. His teammates love him. That tape isn't going away. He will get his opportunities. I think moving forward.
There's no guarantee he gets his job back.
I didn't say that. I said he'll get his opportunities, and they will. On this team, you will. I would operate, and I would tell him, dude, you have a spot on this team. I get it. I know you want to push yourself. I just worry. This is the same organization that greenlit Javon Kinlaw's knee for the draft process, and it hasn't been right for 5 years.
Listen, you brought up Alex Smith.
I have PTSD from that.
Forget that. Alex Smith was playing the best football of his career in 2012. Best football of his career. Lit it up on Monday Night Football. What was the highest quarterback rating, whatever it was? I mean, he destroyed the Arizona Cardinals on Monday Night Football.
Michael Crabtree.
He got hurt and never got his job back.
Yeah.
If you're a fringe quarterback who's not that Mahomes, that Rodgers, that top echelon quarterback, there's no guarantee you get your job back. And that's why I think Brock Purdy is pushing this situation. It's not the 49ers per se.
I didn't say it was him.
I think it's Brock Purdy.
You think
and
it's
you know
him?
what? Absolutely. And I think the organization, they're cool with it. This is the NFL. These are gladiators, man. What have we been arguing about for the last 15 years when it comes to these players? Guys, that guy has a concussion. Wait, why is he back in the game? Why is he back in the game? He's obviously, discombobulated.
But you have to protect
guys
them from
want to play. But organizations don't do that well.
I know. I acknowledge that.
And I'm not saying the 49ers aren't.
I acknowledge that.
But Brock Purdy hasn't done enough to submit himself as a top 10 quarterback. Hell, Chris Sims, who I don't really buy into his quarterback rankings, he had Brock Purdy one spot ahead of Sam Darnold. That tells you everything to know about how the league, some of the league members, although Chris Sims, I kind of laugh at those rankings. Brock Purdy's not a Mahomes. He's not a Jalen Hurts. He's not a Dak Prescott. So Brock Purdy can't afford to miss so much time. He doesn't come back till week 6, and if Trey Lance is 5-1.
Or Sam Darnold.
I'm betting my money on Trey.
Okay.
That's just who I am. Again, I don't care who plays quarterback. I still lean Trey. That's that. If one of those guys are 5-1 and they are rolling, and you know this organization listens to the fan base. You know they listen to the Sports Talk Radio Voice. Oh, they do.
You think?
Oh, I know. They know the hot quarterback. We can't go away from this guy. He's rolling right now. I can't go ahead and throw Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy ain't Mahomes.
I know everything.
He ain't Tom Brady.
That's not what I'm saying. I just think I think for all parties involved, it's best to take a cautious approach. So I put this out on Twitter yesterday, and the responses were insane. If the Niners clear him, he's good to go. He should just go. And then the one guy who's actually in the medical field, and of course he hasn't seen the body and he hasn't looked at the x-rays, but Dr. Nirav Pandya, who's on with Willard and Dibbs, tweeted at me, because of how rare this is in the NFL, the most important thing is a cautious, wait and see approach. That's the way he would subscribe. Now, again, he's not the NFL doctor. We're all guessing.
Right.
I'm just telling you my feeling as a Niner fan, where it's I really like Brock. I like Darnold in terms of okay, let's see what happens. I've always loved Trey Lance, and I'm excited to see what the future holds there. Obviously, may the best man win. But if you really, really, really like Brock, which I think a lot of Niner fans do, him being healthy long-term should be priority one.
They don't care. I'm telling you right now, if the Niners start 2-2, they start 1-3, and Brock Purdy's out there throwing, and there's going to be that pressure. Brock, hurry up and get back and save the season. Hurry up and get back and play quarterback for us. Hurry up, Brock. We were undefeated when you played. We need you.
What if
there
you're
would
Jimmy,
be pressure.
What if you're Jimmy G today? And I'm not saying Jimmy G didn't want to play. He did. How many times do you think Jimmy G played injured? I mean, the whole ankle thing in 2020 where him and the coach weren't on the same page about the severity of the ankle injury and the communication back and forth.
And why did he play? Because he felt like he was slipping his grip on the starting job and his grip on his long-term future, his long-term money was slipping away.
How did that help him today?
He got paid by the Raiders. He showed toughness.
How much did he get paid
I think he showed toughness in terms of other teams are look at Jimmy play through injuries. Hell, look at what he did in 2021.
I know.
The thumb, the shoulder.
Yeah.
The guy was compromised. I'll give him that. Now, he made some terrible decisions, but think about how Jimmy played. Not only did he play for an opportunity to go to the Super Bowl, he played for his boys, but he also played saying, boy, if I don't play and Trey Lance, after winning the Houston game, gets this team into the playoffs and goes on a little mini run, I for sure am done in San Francisco. Because I don't think Jimmy really wanted to leave San Francisco. He wanted to stay with his team because he gave him the best situation, the best positioning to win a Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm just looking at this organization's history when it comes to these injuries, and I'm not faulting them because I think it's really difficult. The game's violent, number one, but I think it's really difficult. But Raheem Mostert, D. Ford, Quan Alexander. I mean, I could point to a litany of guys who they've greenlit and have come back only to either re-injure themselves in the same injury or were never right to begin with.
That's pro football.
I know,
football.
But this is your quarterback,
That's
and this
pro
is his
football.
arm. This is his moneymaker.
Hey, listen, man, the Niners got to win games. Shanahan saying, I'm in year 7. I got to win the big one. I got to find a way to win games.
At all?
Me? Listen, man.
That does not just remove the winning portion. If you're
Worried
in
about
Brock
what?
Purdy's camp, you're not worried at all a little about the body?
Of course I am, but I also understand I was the last pick of the draft.
Yeah.
I have to get paid.
That's a good point.
I have to get paid. I have to ball out to get a long-term contract and get a stable paycheck. That's what's going on here. And Trey Lance is still there. Sam Darnold is still there. I don't come back and hurry up and play
That's a
well.
good point.
I'm not getting my job back.
That's a good point.
So that's why Brock Purdy's rushing it and Shanahan sitting back saying, hey, if it comes back week 1.
I don't even know if they're rushing it. I just wish they would
Purdy
be.
is.
I just wish they'd all be more just patient on this. And again, I'm talking. That's all I'm doing is talking.
But his patience may cost him his starting job.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It may start up It just may. All right, this segment was brought to you by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Got a lot of fun today. I heard you tease the Giants. Giants are red hot right now. I think Camilo Duvall is becoming one of the premier closers in all of baseball. No joke. Watching this guy over the last week and a half, guy's lights out. I don't care about some of the control. He's shutting it down, and he's getting the save, and the Giants are getting wins. Conforto. I'm telling you, we had this discussion the other day. I'm not trading the guy. If he's hitting like this and we're in the mix for a wild card spot, I'm not trading him. He's got to stay. I like what Michael Conforto's doing, so we'll get into that. Celtics, hoops, everything going on the table here on the Morning Arrow. So that'd be sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Only God knows.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore.
Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph Curry. Saw you on Inside the NBA last night. Steph Curry, Inside the NBA, got a nice little shout out from Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Stephen Curry. Look, he racks up awards no matter what. This award's probably a little more special for him. He wins the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar Social Justice Champion Award for his work in the community, the Eat, Play, Learn Foundation with him and Aisha Curry. It's a really great honor. Stephen Curry, you know what he does for the community, so that's pretty cool to see. Steph Curry winning the 2022-23 Kareem Abdul-Jabbar Social Justice Champion Award. As we heard from Steph Curry there, the rejoin. Had some basketball yesterday. We're talking Brock Purdy, whether or not he's going to force himself back and try to rush back into the situation here. I mean, not your quarterback, man. I knew it when I was kind of watching the videos. A couple people, man, did you see Trey's throwing motion? Do you see Trey's throwing motion? Oh, man, it looks good. I said, dude, it's shorts, it's jerseys. Not going to go crazy. Let's see what training camp happens. When the live bullets are flying, that's when we assess the quarterbacks. I'm not going to go crazy over OTAs. Nobody's ever won a starting job due to OTAs.
I'm sure somebody has.
You got to wear the pads.
Well, I mean,
that's what separates the real football players.
But it might start there.
You might, okay, this guy looked good in OTAs.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see how it carries over for training camp. But you ain't winning no job. You may put yourself on the radar.
For sure. Sure.
Nothing's happening. Shanahan's not going to come out there.
No, stuff's happening.
He's not going to come out there. You know, Trey Lance, OTA's first day, story motion fixed. He looks like a new man. That's our day one starter. You imagine that? What if Shanahan did do that?
I mean, with this team, anything's possible. Well, they are the Kings, though. Wouldn't you agree? Like, as big as the Warriors are, as big as the Giants have been over the years, the Niners just putting on uniforms and getting on a field just exploded yesterday, did it not?
I mean, NFL is king. There's no doubt. NFL, you can put out their schedule release show, and it's dominating. It's just something about the league. I want to play this off from Shanahan real quick because I do want to get into Giants. I want to get into some of the NBA stuff. We saw the Celtics extend the series yesterday. I think that could become interesting with Miami. Unless you listen to Charles Barkley. Charles Barkley said the Celtics are winning Game 5 no matter what, and he's just trying to rush to get to a DraftKings account. He's putting all his money on the Celtics for Game 5. Anyway, I don't even know if you could bet as an analyst. That's Charles Barkley, though. Here's Shanahan. I want to play this because I didn't hear it. I just see the caption. And it says, Darnold's veteran presence. Sam Darnold's veteran presence, Shasky. I just want to hear it. Could I hear it? Let's play it.
I mean, I met Sam just when he came out of college, just interviewing him at Indy. Then he seemed like he had a veteran presence. I mean, just the way he carries himself, I think, whether he's in a football building or whoever his peers are off the field. And he seems almost like the same guy I met 4 years ago. So he is a little bit more of a veteran, being in a couple places. But Sam's come in here with, to me, being the same guy he's always been. That's why he's had such a good reputation. And he's coming here acting like he's learning everything from scratch, which he is, and trying to act like a rookie in that way because it is all new to him. He doesn't want to make any assumptions. And he's been awesome in phase 1 and phase 2, trying to just do techniques he's not used to and things like that. And it's been cool that he put the work in those 2 phases, that he's been able to use some of it here in these last 2 practices.
What do you make of Sam Darnold and his veteran presence in this locker room, Shasky?
Can we admit that Shanahan has favorites? We all do. I mean, everyone does.
There's no doubt.
I've been coaching forever. I have favorites. And there are players that aren't even that good that I consider to be better than they are because they listen and, you know, they're respectful and they want to learn and they want to get better. And so you're going to give them different roles because you like them. Like, that's how coaching works. All right.
God knows.
He is the new Tevin Coleman, though. Because he had a man crush on Tevin Coleman, which made no sense to me whatsoever.
Well, Tevin Coleman, you guys just remember what he did in 2019.
Stop it.
Tevin Coleman was better than what you guys thought. He ran 400 yards against the Minnesota Vikings in a body bag game. Tevin Coleman was better. Yeah. He was better than what you guys got.
Thank God they suited him up in that NFC Championship game instead of a third quarterback.
Nah, I mean.
Thank God. You know, those 2 special team punt gunner spots, they were so important because he's such an elite gunner.
Sam Darnold looked explosive against Carolina that season. Oh, my God.
Speaking of third quarterback, you're allowed to have one now.
I know.
Rule changes.
I know.
And also the kickoffs.
Dumbest rule ever.
Also the kickoffs.
Just suit one up.
And also the kickoffs.
What do you think of that? After the Niners draft and invest in a kicker to kick the ball into the end zone, now everyone's going out to the 25?
If you fair catch it around the 5 to 7 to 3 to 2.
the 1, the half-yard line, fair catch, get it at
I hate
25.
that.
Honestly,
Just get rid of
I would just
kickoff.
get rid of it at this point.
What's
Just
the
take
point?
the ball at the 25. You score a touchdown, take the ball at the 25. Like, honestly, if you're not going to allow all the hittings, that's where all the concussions come. They say the majority of or I guess proportionately, the majority of the concussions come from those types of plays.
Right.
I actually wouldn't be mad if we did punt formation on kickoffs.
Wouldn't be bad. That wouldn't be bad. No, look at Tevin COVID. I forgot he was a Niner last year, by the way. Remember that?
Oh, I remember because I said, why is he suiting up?
Yeah, well, he made a great play. Remember that?
Oh, did he?
He made a couple great plays against Carolina. You remember that? He made a couple great catches.
Yeah, catch on the sideline. I'm talking about the NFC Championship game.
I didn't see it.
He was the one that got whipped, I believe, into Nick Bosa.
Oh, yeah.
Remember? On the sideline, it almost blew Nick Bosa's
I forgot
knee
he
out.
suited up that game.
Yeah, look at you.
Forgot
Yeah.
he suited up
I
that
was
game.
so mad he was suiting up.
22 carries, 105 yards against Minnesota, 4.8 yards a carry.
Wow.
This is the day you went crazy.
Emilio Campos is hitting us up on YouTube here saying, can you go back to YouTube walking out alive of Santa Clara when you anointed Trey Lance the starter after practice?
Well, he should have been a starter that year. It should have been.
Why was that different than OTAs, though, for these people that maybe are unaware of what happens?
Well, it was the first time we saw Trey, and it was training camp. Although they were wearing shorts, it was still, the intensity was up. The intensity's up. You're going to get
11 on
starters.
11s.
You're going to get starters. And so the intensity was up. Actually, they wore pads that day.
Yes, they did.
They wore pads that day.
Yes.
So that's a big difference.
Yes.
It's
it was
a huge
11 on 11.
difference.
It was full contact.
Yeah, no doubt. No, that's a huge difference. So people are not going to forget that, and we're not going to forget that. So what's his name? Campos? Who'd you say on
Emilio
YouTube?
Campos.
Emilio Campos.
The only Emilio I recognize is Emilio Estevez.
Yeah, shout out Mighty Ducks.
Quack.
Shout out Martin Sheen.
Quack.
Shout out Charlie Sheen.
So what were you going to say to him?
Emilio Campos. You better hope Trey Lance don't ball out. Because that video will resurface. That video will resurface real quick. Because I took Uber in the car. The Batmobile's been getting it tuned up. I want to pick it up today. And so I knew I was in for a long day with the Uber driver. He missed the first 2 lights, slammed on the brakes and said, dear God, I just wanted to go to Starbucks. Forget the Starbucks, just get on the freeway.
Well, I knew it was going to be a long day because we have an all-staff meeting.
Oh.
You know what I did, though, on behalf of the station? I texted the boss something. I think we all need like a couple of days off here. I think we're all mentally fatigued. Isn't everybody in life?
Why would I be
looking
mentally
forward
fatigued?
We're all looking forward to an extra couple days off.
Why? Are you? Speak for yourself.
We all are. Life.
Speak for yourself.
It's the beginning of summer.
Why are you mentally exhausted?
It's just everything. The Warriors season was emotionally draining.
All right, we're a week over a week since their season ended. We've had 2 weekends off. 2 weekends off. I feel rejuvenated.
My weekends aren't off. I'm busy.
I'm busy too, but I'm rejuvenated.
Okay.
Well, actually, I'm busy, but I'm chilling. I'm chilling with the family.
You know,
Busy
you're
with the
right. You're
family.
bringing your A game.
So I mean, the Giants are rolling.
Oh, they're awesome.
We got Warriors off season. We just had the Warriors Summit, which was a slam dunk. I've heard from so many people.
I heard from a lot of people about
It was unbelievable, and I think we need to do a State of the Union. We talked about it yesterday. When the Niner season's over, we do a Niner Summit.
Yep.
We do a Giants Summit.
I love it.
Not a Giants Summit. You may not get all 7 guys partaking in that, but
We can do an A's one. We could all go to Vegas.
I like that.
Sounds like that's going to happen, huh?
Probably.
Good. Just get the damn game down.
There are a couple people that I follow that I had to mute because the amount of retweeting, and believe me, I'm one to it takes one to know one, but the amount of retweeting about stuff coming out of Las Vegas, I'm like now I've hit the point where
You're mentally fatigued about everything.
just that I am. Yeah.
You're mentally fatigued about
I mean,
everything.
I can't even imagine being
Maybe
an
you
A's
just
fan.
need 2 days off.
That thing has been thrown in your face for what, 15 years?
We're
Like
getting
the stadium
Memorial
talk?
Day. We're getting Memorial Day off.
It's still not enough.
Jesus.
The Europeans get like 6 straight weeks of vacation.
Well, I know. In Paris, when I was out there, they shut it down, and they were done for a month. Nobody works. Maybe just go to Europe for a month. I mean, geez, you're mentally
Only God
fatigued.
knows.
We're just getting started, baby. But
We had All-Star practice
yesterday.
yesterday.
Where I was going.
First All-Star practice yesterday. We got a nice little team.
So maybe stop coaching.
We need.
Maybe
Well,
take
no,
some
I have to
coaching
give
days
back to.
off.
Part of being
You coach
a center.
15 teams.
Yeah, well, I have to give back to the kids, man. That's what I'm trying to do.
Well, I give back to the kids too, but I ain't
Can you
coaching
come out
15
and
damn
umpire?
kids.
Can you umpire one of our scrimmages?
No, I need to be mentally refreshed. I'm mentally fatigued, Shasky.
People want to see you. The kids want to see you.
Well,
They want to see the guy who's on pre and post for the Warriors. I'm dead serious.
You give me some days. You give me the schedule, and I'll come out. Got no problem with that.
Thursday, West Sunset, 5 o'clock.
This Thursday?
Yeah.
Let me check my Palm Pilot.
Only God knows.
Let me check my Palm Pilot. Actually, no, we can't do it. We got the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame induction this week.
It's all right.
Thursday.
Maybe the week after.
The week after,
I would love for you to come out and at least just check out practice.
I will come out.
These kids want to see you.
I will come out. So no Brody Brazil on the board heroes. I get Brody in here. I don't know if Brody can talk 40.
That's your teammate.
That is my team. I like Brody. I'm a Brody fan.
Where is that studio that he broadcasts out of for his YouTube channel? Is that at home?
I think that's his home studio.
It's a home setup.
It's
It's
a
an
good setup.
incredible setup.
I need a setup like that.
I know.
All right, so I want to come back. I want to talk about my Uber ride today. I want to because you're railroaded that. I was going to ask a question.
We didn't have enough time for that full story.
Did you start talking about mentally fatigue and I need a break and this and that? We've had a break.
Now I gotta go.
Well, you work 4 hours a day. God knows you don't partake in the chat. You disappear.
First off, yesterday, I had Little League practice for 2.5 hours. Then I had an Oak Club doubleheader afterwards.
You better break because the look Sam Lovin's giving to you right now. He was coming up in a case sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. More dirty licks for Sam Lovin. I got an Uber story to tell. That's a tease, folks.
U.S. Bank is ranked.
to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
It ain't banter, it's fraud thing.
Larry June. Who's the kid in Visalia? What was his name? Something with a J. I'll never forget him. I'll never forget him.
You're on fire this morning.
Oh, man. Well, I had a great Uber ride.
Okay.
So the Batmobile's been parked, and, Anna needed a Tesla today, so I couldn't drive the Tesla, so I had to throw $30 away on my, Boy, they spent $100 on Uber this week.
Why don't you give me a call and I'll come drive down?
Nah, it's too early. I like to wait a little bit. I like to read, get my mind working, and I got to hear your mouth at 5:30. I'm like, dude, I'm not ready for the morning roast, man. Give me till 6:05, 6:06, 6:07, whenever the hell we start. It's never accurate. 6:09, 6:08:30.
That's my fault. Sorry. Pre-game show runs a little long sometimes.
Hey, well, Langford used to milk that baby. He'd be looking at us saying, yeah, I'm going till 6:02. Sue me. Anyway, the segment is sponsored by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. So, Shasha, let me ask you, because we're going to do some fun things. We got Pandora's Box coming up. We got Giant stuff. And looking at Jaylen Brown yesterday, I was watching it very closely after that Willard trade proposal. Jaylen Brown, 7-16, 17 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals. Isn't that Andrew Wiggins all over again? It's Andrew Wiggins, right? 1 of 5 from 3. Andrew Wiggins makes 109. Jaylen Brown's going to try to make $300 million. I'm good off that trade proposal. Anyway, Uber. You're an Uber driver. Would you prefer him to drive fast, drive slow, speed through the yellow lights?
Quietly. That's what I want. Because I was in an Uber recently where the guy was playing like dooch, 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 dooch music, and I had a massive headache. I had to go down, pick Michelle up, and then drive back down. This is when we went to one of the Warrior games. And I had a massive headache. So I don't care if it's fast or slow. Just don't play music. I'd rather it be silent.
All right, so today, the driver did speak a little of English, but he was playing the Latin channel. So I was hearing the salsa and everything, and I'm just like, God. And you can on the Uber app request quiet. Well, they don't listen. Half of them don't listen.
Oh, I didn't even know you could request quiet.
Yeah, you could be like, peaceful, quiet, don't talk to me.
Huh.
So.
Well, that's rude. I mean, not like.
It is rude. I don't usually do that.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, you've got to have this long conversation, but, yeah, I mean, hey, how you doing? Thank you for the ride. You can at least do that. I can imagine being dead silent in the Uber.
So I get in the car at 5:30. It takes 20 minutes to get here from my house. And I was like, okay, I'm going to run to Starbucks, get a cup of coffee. Had the Uber driver drop me off, get a cup of coffee, get him something. Mm-hmm. Well, the first 2 lights, he slammed on the brakes and didn't push it, while other cars zoomed past.
Surprised you didn't have a police escort, but keep going, King.
Yeah, I mean, see, don't do that. Don't do that. You're gonna really tick me off. I'm in a good mood. So he missed the first 2 lights. I said, you know what? Just skip the Starbucks. Just go straight to the freeway. And I knew it was going to be a long ride when the Uber driver decides not to drive in the far right lane. Put that lane right next to him, and he's driving about 63 miles per hour on that straightaway on 101.
At 5-something in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's too slow.
And then he got off at 7th Street.
No.
We took 3rd Street, and we stopped at every single light. And it's like, you can't even say anything. So just I don't know if he knows me. I don't know if
Did you tell him that the king doesn't stop for red lights?
I told him I didn't say anything. I just put on my earbuds and said, you know what? I'm just going to walk in a little late this
Typically,
morning.
People pay homage. They give me full sets of golf clubs. Red lights turn into green lights.
Look, hold on. We all get gifts here at 95.7 The Game. And shout out to Scott for the golf clubs. I used them yesterday at the golf spot. I mean, I can't believe what Scott did. I honestly, that one made me want to cry.
Yeah.
And, I'm just trying to be a Bonte Hill, not a king. I'm not a king. I hate it. I hate that you guys post this stuff. Because, look, unlike your pal from Visalia, whatever it is, who's sitting in his mom's basement, jacket off, waiting on hold for 40 minutes.
Oh,
the guy,
Jesus.
listen. Wow. I know who named me the king. I don't name myself things. And I think it was a joke. Hey, just call me the king of the Bay. What the hell? Because you guys were all trying to anoint me or something. And then Shasky keeps it going. So it ain't me. I don't, hey, king. No. Bonte, I'm here to tell you, T. Morant was partying in Salt Lake City. So I don't know what the hell that was. So Scott, I'm very happy. Scott, shout out to Scott. I mean, it made me feel special. But Uber, do you want Uber drivers to be faster or slower? I need an Uber driver who's willing to run through a red light. Damn it, that's my type of driver. We got things to go to. And if you're an Uber driver, because I did drive for Uber at one point in my life, before all this happened. Before all this happened, I was driving for Uber. Okay. And I was waking up at 4 in the morning giving those airport rides. And I know there were some passengers
so for Uber, you woke up at 4 in the morning, but not for this show? Keep going.
Not for this show. No, because you had to get that money. The airport runs, baby. You get the airport runs $70 a pop.
They are crucial.
That was back in 2013.
Yeah.
Now the game has changed, right? The game has changed in Uber. But I need my driver to be like, I got places to be. I need to get you out of my car. I need to go pick up somebody else. And I need to go get this money. Go run through a red light if you need to. I'm cool with it. I can't have a slow Uber driver. It just sets a bad tone. And then on top of that, you're playing your music and not even asking me whether or not this is acceptable. Because if you're an Uber driver, you got to ask. Hey, would you mind if I listen to Sports Talk Radio? Would you mind if I listen to this? There would be some people, no, can you just turn off the radio? That's fine. Come on, man. Go, 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 go. So I'm asking you.
I would like it. Like, I don't want headache music. I really don't want it. And I don't want the over-the-top cologne-y smell that you get in some of the Uber drivers. You know, like where there's like too much perfume or too much cologne or anything. I have a sensitive nose, so I can get a headache very quickly from things like that. I'm pretty chill in Uber rides. Yeah. Like, you'll get a 5-star from me if you just get me to my spot that I need to be.
Right. On time?
I'm very lenient.
On time?
Well, yeah, because I also am cutting slack.
Yeah, I wonder what the Comcast business text line thinks. So if we want to give a call, do you want a faster Uber or slow Uber drive? I mean, guys just chilling, going to speed limit. Who drives the speed limit? It says 60 miles per hour. I'm going 74. It says 75. I'm going 90.
Boy,
it says 50, I go 65. That's what we do.
You're the Brock Purdy of Uber passengers.
Absolutely.
You know, hey, the timetable said week 4. You're trying to speed it up. Get there by week 1.
That's what gets me going. And then you don't even take 280, because I like that 280. When you drive 280 and you start hitting the little dips, you know, you get around Ventura Hill, you start dipping, right? You're dipping. You're like, oh, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it.
Yeah.
And then slowly, the skyscrapers in San Francisco start to creep
that's
in
my
the
favorite
background.
part.
And I'm like, okay, we bopping.
And then I'm playing Cameron. This is my city.
See, there you go. Now you're feeling me. And then you get off 280, and you got that one last dip before you get to Berry Street. Whoosh! You get that dip, and you're on the Embarcadero. There's Oracle Park. Tell you, it ain't nothing like that. It's nothing like that. But then my Uber driver decided, I'm going to go one-on-one and get off at 7th Street. That sets a bad tone, Chasky.
I do, from time to time, tell the Uber driver, no. Do not listen to the Uber direction map. Let me steer you in the direction. Yeah. It depends if they're receptive. Like, I don't want to be the backseat driver, but there are times where I'm like, no, do not take that. Take this.
Yeah. I apologize. Kids are listening this morning. I'll clean it up. Wow. By the way, and they say good morning to all the pole dancers, ballet dancers.
I love
Teachers,
it.
students,
I mean, we're just so off the rails. Do you want to do Pandora's box?
Let's do Pandora's box. Love it, yes. Lovett's freaking out back there. He is.
Why don't you read the legal?
We had a long conversation. Like, Lovett's about to kill us, dude. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. The cologne smell is the worst in the car.
Thank you.
Oh, my God.
Thank you.
The fake cologne.
Thank you.
It's like, where'd you buy this from, dude? Crispy Crunchy Chicken? What are you doing? what
Axe body spray.
Well, no, I'm just not a big cologne guy in general. Like, I will at certain events, like, you know, a wedding or something. Like, I'll put a little bit here and there.
Yeah.
There's nothing like over the top cologne smell. To me, it gives me a headache, and it's because maybe I have a sensitive smelling. I don't know, but I also know that my allergies kick up left and right. So maybe it's just me.
Yeah, no doubt. The fake cologne. Yeah, I'm not a big cologne guy either. Eddie gets mad at me because she buys these colognes. And
They're very expensive.
Yeah, they are. Well, I wouldn't know that.
No, cologne is expensive in general.
Really?
Yeah, and I've never
Good
finished
cologne.
a cologne.
Good cologne is, yes.
Is Chanel considered good cologne?
I think that's a brand name, yeah. I'm a Dolce & Gabbana light blue kind of guy. That's about 70.
I got the Dolce & Gabbana light blue.
Yeah, it's about $75. It's good, though.
You guys have multiple?
I got that.
You guys have multiple colognes?
Yeah.
No, I just go. That's my go-to.
Okay.
I'm like you,
I
Joe.
got
I
like
have
4
one.
colognes.
Yeah, I only have one.
I got the Dolce & Gabbana
I don't
in the
even know
car.
what brand it is.
I got the Dolce in the car. I got actually it's Versace in the car. I got the Dolce at the house with the Chanel.
Yeah. Okay.
So you got.
I got to say, actually, I have two. I have Lacoste as well. Lacoste has some
You
good
guys
cologne.
put it on the wrists, then to the underneath the.
Yeah, I do.
Oh,
neck,
so you're
and
all
then
over.
I do wrist. Yeah, I kind of do all over.
Because I don't even really know the proper way. I go straight to the wrist and then kind of with the wrist.
I've done.
go?
Yeah, go ahead. Shaq.
I've done the wrist. I don't usually do the neck, but I'll get
Just
on
a
the
little,
wrist.
like a little under the neck. No.
Two ones on the chest, upper and neck
Okay,
area.
so you go upper chest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Love it. Look how excited he is to talk about this.
Love
Go
it. You're a
ahead, Lubman.
fancy lad. Let's
You know,
hear it.
I love cologne talk. Give me all day
Well, he's the
long.
single guy at the show, so this is interesting for me.
True.
What's the go-to?
It actually matters what I put on. That's probably why I'm still single.
Wow.
That was the saddest sentence ever. Loveman, I love you, dude.
Do you use your Axe body spray, Lubman? Is that what's going on all over you?
No, not since I turned into my 20s. I grew out of that. Move on to Old Spice.
Yeah, I remember I was on the Axe for a long time.
Really?
A long time. I thought it was the stuff.
Dude, the
Axe body spray has its purposes. I'll say that,
its
and I will
purpose.
leave it at that.
Double piss to chesty. Brian Scheckler.
All right, let's do Pandora's box.
All right,
Read
you
the
are
legal.
listening.
All right.
Want me to read the legal first?
Go.
You're listening to
Quickly.
95.7 Game, KGMG, FM, and SG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. I guess keeping cologne in the car isn't good. It loses its quality, according to 650. All
right.
Podcast Business Text Line.
Do me a favor right now. I want you to click down on all your screens. Click down on all your screens. I don't want you looking at anything.
Lubman, come in.
Hurry up, Lubman.
Lubman, come in. See what's on my screen.
All right.
Take the mouses
and we're
away.
gonna start here. Now, we're also doing some fun stuff right now with Music Quiz. And this is basically like
Yeah.
Music Quiz.
Shout out to Volley.
Yeah, this is exactly like Music Quiz. So you can play this game at home, but we're going to play it with Bonte here, where I'm going to play a song, and he has to either guess the name of the song and the artist. That's what we're going to try to do here, all right? The
Yep.
name of the song and the artist. And I try to keep it super simple and easy. So let's start off with the first one. Hit me, Joe Spadoni.
Oh, this is that fake reggae band, huh? Sublime, huh? That's what this is?
Sublime?
Or isn't that the fake reggae band you guys played a month ago? Last time we did
This
Pandora's
was
Box?
released in 1976.
Oh, 76.
Sublime is not fake reggae.
No.
They have reggae influence.
Okay.
Got it. All right.
It's the 5th studio album, all right, for this particular band.
Bob Marley and the Wailers?
All right, why don't you slow down?
I'm kidding.
Why
I
don't
was
you
saying, can I get that one back? I was
All right,
kidding.
All right.
I was kidding. Jeez, Louise.
It's an American rock band. All right. It's a type of animal.
Type of animal.
Do you know the name of the song?
I don't know the name of the
Well,
song.
listen to it coming up here. You've never heard this song?
Oh, Hotel California. It's a famous song. It is a famous song. I have heard about this. Hotel California. But I thought it was like made in the 90s.
No.
I thought it was made in the 90s.
No.
Type of animal. The snakes. No.
Not the snakes.
The leopards.
The symbol of our great nation, Vonta.
The Eagles.
Yes.
The Eagles.
Yes.
Didn't something happen with the Eagles a few years ago?
I don't know about
Did
that.
a band member die?
I think so. Yes, that's what it was.
Eagles.
This is probably one of the most famous songs in their catalog. This is a classic. When you hear it, it's hard not to feel nostalgic.
Yeah, it's.
You're not feeling this?
I'm not getting those vibes. Nostalgic about what? What am I supposed
Isn't
to feel
this not a
nostalgic
great
about?
American song?
It's one of the greatest songs, I think, in American
Oh my God.
rock
Thank you.
history. Yes,
Hotel California.
it's one of the most. Yes, it's one of the
Monte,
biggest ones
diversify your
ever.
portfolio, bud.
No,
And by the way, R.I.P. Glenn Fry, who was
There you go,
the
Glenn
singer,
Fry.
songwriter, and guitarist for the band. 2016, he passed.
2016. I remember that. I remember I was working at another station when that happened.
Okay, let's go to song 2. Hit me, Spadoni.
That was a great fade out. Coming out. Out. More money, more problems. Biggie Smalls and them remixed the song.
No, that's why I picked it. Do you know the original?
I said Biggie Smalls and them remixed this.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I said. Why did I get an
Well, because
I'm
what's the
coming
original?
out. I want the world to see. I want the world to say. World to say. Shania Twain?
That's a country singer.
Oh, I didn't know that. Damn, who is this? What year?
This is one of the queens. This is in, I think, 1980? I believe 1980 this came out.
One of the queens.
Yeah, the
Black,
queens.
white.
She's the black woman.
Motown.
Patti LaBelle?
No.
Aretha Franklin? Not Tina Turner. Who is this?
One of
my
your favorite
God.
brands is Supreme.
Yeah, the Supremes.
Okay. No, but what's the lead?
Oh, shucks. Oh,
How do you not know this?
the Supremes. The Supremes. Oh, come on, give it to me. I haven't heard this song in years.
Diana Ross?
Diana Ross. Oh, my God. I can't believe I didn't get that. Oh, my God. Wow. Black America.
Can you name one other song
Hold on, listen.
from
listen.
Diana
hold
Ross?
On, hold on.
Bonte, how
Hold
did you
on,
not
hold
know
on,
Diana
hold on,
Ross? I
hold
thought
on.
this would be in your wheelhouse.
Hold on. Black America. I apologize right now. I apologize for this misstep, this mishap. I promise I would do better, Black America. I apologize.
Can you name one other
I know,
Diana
probably
Ross
not,
song?
Probably not on the spot.
Are you
I'm not good. So
She has
here's
maybe one of the greatest duets of all time with Marvin Gaye.
I know she does. But here's my problem. Uniform numbers and names of songs I don't do well.
Or artists.
Well, apparently artists too. But names of songs I don't do well.
I'm stunned.
Whether it's Tupac, like you can be like, oh, what's the name of that song? I'm like, I know the lyrics a little bit, but I don't know the Black America. I apologize. I got to do better. I feel embarrassed.
Bonte.
I feel embarrassed.
Not accepted.
I feel embarrassed.
I love you, and I put this in there thinking that you would know this.
I knew it was Diana Ross.
No, you didn't know it was Diana Ross.
I knew it. No, I heard this song in so long. Wow, that's such a great song.
Born in Detroit. All right,
This may derail me for the rest of the show.
What music is your wheelhouse?
Listen. I may need low management after this show.
That's what I'm saying. All right, third one now. Look. If you want to play a game similar to this at home, all right.
Volley.
This is essentially music quiz, right? It's the same thing.
Music quiz.
Yeah, just scream it into your smart speaker, and you could play this
What is
at
YouTube
home
saying right
with
now?
your family. All right.
Is YouTube cooking me right now?
I think everyone's cooking you
Comcast
right now.
business text line is, yes.
Oh boy.
All right.
I don't even want to pull that back up.
How many more we got? One more?
I
All
don't
right,
even
give me
pull
the
that
last
back
one.
up. Black America, I apologize. Oh, they play this song all the time. What is this stupid ass song? They always play it. I hear it in every stadium. Football, basketball, baseball. People warm up to this. Here's a bass line about to kick in. So it's an American band.
Is this an American band?
What year?
The year is 1987.
Oh, boy.
And during a jam session at the band's house on the Sunset Strip, Slash and another guy, Steve Adler, were warming up, and they started to play this little melody.
It's Metallica right here?
And this is not Metallica. They're more San Francisco based.
Okay. More LA based. Creed?
It's not Creed.
I feel like I guess Creed all the time.
Oh, my God.
Who is this? I don't play this stuff.
By the way, did you guys read the article from Nick Friedel of ESPN, our friend cousin Nick?
Nickelback.
It's not Nickelback, but that's what I was
Nickelback.
bringing up. We should have had a Nickelback one, though, in hindsight, now that I'm bringing it up. Jimmy Butler loves to play Nickelback. That's probably why they lost last night to the Celtics.
Here.
Probably
Firearms
why.
and Flowers.
Guns N' Roses? So, listen. See, that's not fair.
What's not fair?
I've guessed Guns N' Roses literally every Pandora's box.
You've never, ever.
I always guess Guns N' Roses. First pin I always say is it Red Hot Chili Peppers or Guns N' Roses?
Can you name one other Guns N' Roses song?
Absolutely not. That's Guns N' Roses. Are you kidding me? Kind of some weirdos,
I thought
right?
that you would like this song, thinking of Baby Chess, Sweet Child of Mine.
Yeah. I think of Baby
What
Chess.
is your wheelhouse? If I were to say, Bonte, what's your musical wheelhouse? What would it be? Like, what era? What genre? Like, just be honest with us.
Probably be the 90s.
Of what?
Hip hop.
Okay.
Gangster rap.
Okay.
Gangster rap. maybe a little R&B in the late 90s. Now I got to see what the text line said. Listen, Diana Ross and the Supremes, I'm extremely disappointed in myself. Like, I'm actually
somewhere Bob Myers is like shaking a fist at the smart speaker right now.
Bob Myers is not listening.
Yes, he is, because the first thing he said to us when he ran into us was like, "Really, Bonte? Maroon 5?" Wow.
Listen, man, Black America. I'm pulling to Charles Barkley here. He apologized.
It's not just Black America.
Listen.
White America, Latin America, or whatever. Asian Americans, every American.
Listen, man. Listen. Charles Barkley apologized to Black America last night for losing to Black Masters or Ernie Johnson. I'm going to apologize to the whole world. I am shook right now. The swagger that I had oozing in hour number 1 is now gone. I don't know how I get up off the mat from this, but you know what? We got Dave Fleming coming up at 7:20. That will help me a little bit. I need a break. I may need to go smoke. I may need a drink or a shot. I'm a little disappointed. Disappointed myself.
Can you just apologize to all of America?
I did.
And Europe.
I apologize to the whole world.
And South America.
I apologize to the whole
China,
world.
China.
I apologize to the whole world.
And Australia.
New Zealand. Europe.
Asia, I like how you went all
Canada.
Continents and then added China in there. It's not
it's
Asia.
part of
That
Asia.
was bad. I should have said Asia. That was
we know
bad.
he didn't study his geography class. Was not his wheelhouse.
I'm looking at some of these jokes on the it's just Vontae's getting roasted.
Listen. Look, this is why I'm in sports, not rap, not music. Not
This guy will remember. He will remember a 2003 third down play against the Seahawks in Week 13, but he won't know who Guns N' Roses is or even Diana Ross.
Guns N' Roses, you got to feel me. Diana Ross and the Supremes. Listen, man. My mama, Becky Tyndall, the great Becky Tyndall, who's out there listening. I apologize, Mom, because you played that song over and over growing up. I apologize to the late, great Lorene William Tyndall, my grandmother who passed away in 2000.
You couldn't even name another Diana Ross song.
I told you I'm not good with songs.
Motown is all time.
It is all time.
All right. We got Dave Fleming coming up.
I mean, load management, Matt Dehegan, I need Thursday and Friday off. I can't go to the meeting today. Your boy's actually borderline depressed now. Legit depressed. I had a good day at the golf spot yesterday, and now I just don't even want to show my face. I don't even want to show my face
I want to
anymore.
pick your brain about that because I'm glad that you're getting into golf.
Just on the YouTube, Loveman, just kind of shade me out and just put Jaska on the rest of the show. Just fade me out. Maybe I'm just like a cartoon character talking now.
Dave Fleming on the other side.
Yeah, that's what's coming up on the game, sponsored by SC Johnson. Off.
This is Protection. Yep.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Rodfather 1978. I have not seen The Wiz. I admit, I have not seen The Wiz. Right down.
This is such a great wedding song.
Banger.
We got some weddings coming up. There was like a period where I was fatigued with weddings because, you hit like your mid to late 20s and through your 30s. It feels like every couple of weeks especially from spring to summer, is like a wedding. And now they're coming back around because all my younger cousins and stuff are starting to get married. And I'm ready for wedding season this year.
I'm not.
Speaking of that, in engagements, Stephen Langford confirmed, by the way.
Nice guy,
it is
Stephen
confirmed, and we
Langford
can speak about it in public, yes.
Thank you.
So it's okay, but Shasky did bust him out.
No, I didn't. He came up to me and he said, we got engaged.
He didn't even say that to me. I talked to him for like 10 minutes.
You're not as friends with him as I am.
I went on this podcast. You didn't.
I did a pod with the guy and you didn't even tell me.
Yeah, exactly. I was his first guest on the pod.
No.
First ever guest.
Well, that was years ago.
Have you been on the pod?
No. I'm also not the king.
I'm not the king either. I'm definitely not the king. The king is Dave Fleming. The king is Dave Fleming. And it's been a while since we talked to him. Dave Fleming's doing his thing. Giants are hot right now. PGA Championship was really good. Everything's going on for Dave Flim. Flim, how you doing, man? Let me ask you, Flim, before you even get started.
Yeah.
Diana Ross, big fan, right?
Diana Ross?
Yeah.
Heck yeah. Are you kidding me?
Well, Flim, I'm a little. My swagger's gone right now because I couldn't name a Diana Ross song, and it was an obvious song, and I feel like I let a lot of people down by not knowing the Motown great Diana Ross. So I'm a little down right now. I need you to pick me up, buddy. I need you to pick me up bad, Flim.
Now, wait a minute. You could not name a single Diana Ross song?
I'm not good when it comes to titles of songs, Dave.
No,
I'm
you're
just
not good at
good.
music.
Yeah, well, that's why I work in sports.
I mean, there ain't no mountain high enough, and there ain't no valley low enough. Come on, man.
One of the greatest duets of all time. Thank you. I literally said that, and Bonte
remember the
looked at me
Titans
with his jaw dropped. I was like,
Titans.
what?
Yeah. I'm just not good at naming songs, Flip. It's a flaw in my game. I got a big hole in my game.
There's only about 30 that are recognizable to anybody who's ever lived in this country.
Well, I love you so much.
We forgive you. I was just listening to, while I was waiting for you guys to call, I'm sitting here in my hotel room having a little cup of coffee before I head to the ballpark. I was listening to Stevie Wonder this morning.
I love it.
Man,
Hotter than the 4th of July? Bonte don't know about that. Exactly.
Talking Book, great album.
Oh, so good. Stevie.
Yeah, so good.
Stevie, when I hear Stevie and I'm blasting it when it's like a hot day, it's for the soul, Dave. You know what I mean? Like there's just something about the soul. You just feel refreshed.
Well, they don't make music like that anymore.
No, I agree with that.
They don't. It was the 50th anniversary of that album this year, and he was a true pioneer. He's still around. He's still making music.
I know.
It still sounds great.
I love it.
I do love the Shaq story with Stevie Wonder. He said he's not blind.
I don't
He
know.
went to
We're
the
not going
elevator.
down there.
It's Stevie. I'm sure you've heard that story, Flip.
I know. Dave, but I want to get into this because now that we're bringing up music that makes us feel good, when they brought up Casey Schmidt, and I'm sure there's more to it than just this, but like they bring up Casey Schmidt, and obviously there was all of this, spark during spring training where you could see some of the flashes. He goes to AAA and continues to excel. They bring him up, and clearly the hands are elite. The bat he's spraying the ball all over the place. 2 strikes, jumping on the first pitch. Doing a little bit of everything. It just feels like the entire tenor of the organization got uplifted. Am I making too much of the Casey Schmidt call-up?
Well, I don't think you are. I do think that he provided more than just now the on-field production's been great.
Unreal.
It's more than just that. It's more than just that. He did give everybody a true jolt of energy. I think you mentioned the defense, and look, his hitting has been insane so far. It's not going to stay that way. We're already seeing that, that a couple quiet games. He has some stuff to work on offensively. The Giants want him to be an aggressive hitter, so they're not trying to get him to change his style. But in the big leagues, if you swing at everything, that's not going to work long term. So we're already seeing that adjustment. Like he's going to have to learn here, and there are going to be some ups and downs since we're talking Diana Ross. There will be some peaks and valleys with Casey's offense. What will never deviate is his defensive ability. And the Giants have become a much better defensive team with him around. And frankly, it sure looks like it's only been a few games, but Pat Bailey sure looks like he's the real deal defensively too. So I think, it's a combination of, you get that sort of intangible stuff when a rookie comes up and does well and lifts everybody up, and there's smiles in the clubhouse and everybody's bouncing around. And then also just the Giants have played great defense over this stretch. It's helped their starters. It's helped their bullpen. And they're playing the best ball they've had all year.
And I want to further that up because the defense, to me, going into the year, it's like, you lose Brandon Belt. First base is going to be an adventure. No, Lamont Wade has been a pleasant surprise, and I'm really impressed by him. Oh, well, they're not going to be able to shift. So, what's the defense going to look like? No, Estrada's taking big strides forward, and Casey Schmidt, J.D. Davis look legit. And then behind the dish, Sable and Bart, they're struggling a little. You bring up Bailey. Wow, shored that up. Defensively, I was really pessimistic. They've been really good defensively the last 3 weeks.
They have. They deserve some credit for that, for addressing some of those weaknesses and having confidence that guys like David and Davis and Wade could get better. And Lamont in particular, JD, we talked a lot about him. We haven't talked as much about Lamont. Like his defense over at first base, right now the Giants are second in the big leagues in defensive runs saved from the right side of the infield. So second and first together, there's only one team that's done it better, according to that metric at least, than the Giants. And when you got a staff that is throwing a bunch of ground balls like the Giants are, it's huge. It makes a massive difference. The play Brett Wisely made the other day, not last night, but the night before, at second, we haven't seen a Giants second baseman, I don't think, in a long time make a play like that. He made it look easy. Joey Gallo had a hit, period, and he took it away. So there's more athleticism out there on the field. They're working hard individually, hard to get better. Tyro has gotten a lot better. The outfield defense has gotten better. Now, is it elite yet? It's probably not elite, but Haniger and Conforto are big upgrades, and Yaz has done a fine job when he's been healthy out there in center field.
Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, the voice of the San Francisco Giants, as they get ready to play the Twins again today. They battled yesterday. I thought Alex Cobb was really good. Look, we'll get into the hitting and Conforto and Mitch Haniger in a second here, Flem, because I do believe the Giants will hit all season. But this pitching is going to come down to them. And Alex Cobb, Kapler showing the faith in him, giving him the ball in the seventh inning. He goes 7. That was huge. But what about Camilo Duvall? I think he's becoming one of the premier closers in all of baseball. 10 saves this month. Camilo right now is dealing, man. I can't get enough of the guy in the back end of the bullpen, Flem.
Yeah, 10 saves of their 13 wins in May. He saved 10 of them. Now, that's good and bad. Like, it's good. He's doing the job. The Giants are already worried about his workload. Like, they're going to back off a little bit here and maybe not push him quite as hard. And I think the reason why is what you saw last night. They gave him the full day off the day before, and he was awesome last night. Like, his stuff was so good. If they could get that guy every time, they truly would have, if not the best reliever in the game, certainly one of the 3 or 4, if they could get. Now, to Camilo's credit, when he hasn't had that stuff this month, he's still gotten through it. And that is to his credit. Like, he is learning how to manage a game where things aren't going well. We have all watched him the last few years, and you can even remember back in the magical year of 2021 when he first came up. I mean, there were some games where it started to get wacky, and especially last year, a few got away from him where he just couldn't quite slow it down. And I think he's done an excellent job of that, but just the pure, massive stuff. And I gave Bailey credit on the telecast last night for handling him. They can't be a tougher guy to catch right now than Camilo. The way it's moving, how hard it is, every once in a while you get a scud, an old Appelt scud, and he made a huge block last night. He was totally calm and comfortable. Two of them work together really well.
Yeah, second in the big leagues right now with 13 saves. He's really pitching well, 1.99 ERA, 34 strikeouts of the season, and the whip just at 1.01. But let's go to Cobb here because Logan Webb is starting to pick it up, and hopefully his back is okay. It sounds like his back is okay, and he could possibly make that start tomorrow. But Alex Cobb quietly has been solid with this ball, and like maybe the Giants may need to add another pitcher if they want to go play in October. Well, now, but Alex Cobb, I thought yesterday, giving up those runs early, a bomb to Byron Buxton, a bomb to Michael Taylor, and then he just settles down, and next thing you know, it's like, oh wow, Alex Cobb gave us 7. What a reclamation project he's been for the Giants.
Yeah, he's had 2 great years now, and I feel great for him. He's a good dude. He's gone under the radar for most of his career. Last night, the thing that was impressive to me last night was he still is fighting that splitter. Like, this is 2 starts in a row. The splitter's been arguably one of the best pitches of any pitcher in the big leagues this year. 2 starts in a row, he has not had the real feel for it. He started to get it back, I think, late last night, but he hasn't had the total feel for it, and he proved he can still go out there and pitch effectively without one of his main weapons. And not that we needed to see that, because we know the guy's a veteran and can figure it out on the fly, but it's a little precarious right now. The Giants had all this starting pitching depth and all these, so how can they fit all these starters? And because of the struggles of a few of them, right now they have 3 guys that they're riding hard. DeSclafani, Cobb, and Webb. They're just giving them the ball and letting them go as deep into these games as they possibly can. And then they have 2 spots every turn through the rotation where they're mixing and matching. And that does get tough if those top guys don't deliver, and that's why the performance of all 3 of those has been so critical to the Giants' success.
You're talking about that splitter, and I find it interesting because, like, I'm watching Camilo Duvall, and I don't know if the broadcast is accurate with this. Sometimes it's identified as like a sinker, sometimes it's cutter. Like, what is the Duvall pitch in particular? Like, what exactly is he throwing at a 101 with all that movement? What is that pitch?
Yeah, that is the cutter. Now, the sinker's been the pitch that we knew he threw. He threw the sinker all coming up from the time he was a kid.
Okay.
So he was basically sinker slider. And the cutter is in the last year, going back to last year, but now continuing to this year. And the cutter is the one that's the super high velocity. So the triple digits pitch is almost always going to be the cutter. The sinker is like 97, 98, 99, which is obviously huge velocity for a sinker. But the cutter is the triple digits pitch, and it's a different movement. It's a different velocity, and it truly is. It is a different look for those hitters. So it's made him a better pitcher to have that.
Yeah.
I know it is a little confusing with him, but it is a different pitch.
No, because I find this interesting. I think this is kind of like the hidden stuff that I love. Like, part of Roger Craig and what made him so great was he would teach guys the splitter, and it gives guys a new lease on life. We saw it with Gosman coming here, splitter, and he was incredible, and he got a big deal. And obviously Logan Webb and his changeup, he's trying to teach it to other people. And who's the pitching guru that's kind of teaching some of these grips to these guys? Because DeSclafani's, he's righted himself as well. I think that's been one of the quiet, pleasant surprises of this early season. He looks really good right now.
Yeah, and next time you have Logan on, like let's say you have Logan on your show some morning, next time you have him on, ask him, because he's really interesting to talk to about this pitch shape and grip stuff. And he's sort of now fluent in the language of pitch analytics. And I mean, he really talks about the way that these pitchers and the Giants coaches work together to try to shape each pitch perfectly for each individual pitcher and their arm slot and their repertoire. And it just so happens that DeSclafani, Cobb, and Webb have a lot of similarities.
Yep.
So the 3 of them, I think, they're often playing off each other in terms of working on, they want a certain type of spin, sometimes you hear the word gyro spin, like the more downward spin of a slider. These guys want there's another term for it, it's not a sweeper, but they want the more horizontal break of the slider. And so I think a lot of people deserve credit. I mean, obviously the 2 Giants pitching coaches that are here, Andrew Bailey, JP Martinez, but Brian Bannister behind the scenes, is a really important part of the Giants pitching program. And Brian, we don't see him a lot. We almost never hear from him. He's around a lot, and those guys really lean hard on him. He was in his big league career, I don't know how many years he got out of not great stuff. Like, Brian never had premium big league quality stuff. And he probably pitched 5, 6, 7 major league seasons. He was a true sort of pioneer in this world as a player. And now he's kind of the Giants pitching coordinator at all levels. And he's one of the guys who's really doing a lot of this work.
Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. She joins us every single week here on the Roast, and we'll continue to do it now, especially now that the Warrior season is over. Looking at the batters here, and look, I believe the Giants are going to hit all season long. That was my thing coming into the season. They will hit. what will they get from the pitching. But now you got some guys who are back in the lineup, and guys are getting hot. And I'm looking at two guys who just came over, Michael Conforto and Mitch Haniger. It feels like Haniger is starting to turn the corner, but boy, Conforto is bringing the power, 10 home runs. I know the average isn't there, but his presence in the middle of that lineup starting to get better and better and better. Actually, he's batting 200 in the last 7 days, I should say, Flem. But he's getting better and better in that power department. I like where Haniger and Conforto are on. It gives the Giants a big, nice presence, power presence in the middle of that lineup.
Yeah, me too. I like it too. Now, it could be that with Haniger, the physical stuff, I think the Giants really envision Mitch as like an true everyday guy. One of the bonuses of Blake Sable and the way he's performed is I think it gives the Giants a little wiggle room to maybe say Haniger is like a 5-day-a-week player as opposed to a 7-day-a-week player, because you can see the difference when he's in there. And I think that, they're kind of trying to learn their new personnel. How much can we push these guys? And I think with Haniger, they are learning that, gosh, he's so good. Let's try our best to keep him on the field and not overtax, which is a good idea with everybody. But I think with Haniger in particular, the luxury of Sable is I think they're going to be able to preserve him and keep him as healthy as possible. Conforto is a guy who I think can take everyday reps. And part of that is his background. I mean, you guys probably know this, but Michael's dad was a linebacker at Penn State. And Michael grew up playing football. And when you see his body, he was much more of a football player as a kid than a baseball player. And when you see his body, that lower half, like his power comes from incredibly powerful linebacker-style legs. And, gosh, the power looks easy, doesn't it? Last night he hits a fly ball, and it just keeps going because the guy has just a massive ability to compress the ball and impact it. And I like that. I mean, I like when the Giants, the team name is the Giants. I like when the Giants have big, strong dudes. And Conforto is one of those guys. Like, he fits the bill of what the franchise from Mel Ott through Barry Bonds and Willie Mays and Willie McCovey.
Kevin Mitchell.
I mean, we've missed those guys.
Yep.
We've missed some true home run power. And the Giants have had a lot of they set an all-time franchise record 2 years ago, but without an anchor in the middle of the lineup. Conforto can be that guy.
Yeah, I'm really liking what I'm seeing. It's obvious that he has the skills. It's just he missed so much time, and so to see him kind of put it together, it's been a lot of fun. Dave, you live, eat, breathe this thing 365 when it comes to the Giants, and so you probably have a better feel for this. It just feels like, in terms of fan perception and feeling optimistic, watching the Giants, the whole organization has done a 180. I'm looking at all the minor league systems, this guy's getting elevated, and Matos looks good, and now we're seeing Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey, even though I don't even think he's even close to being ready when it comes to the bat and whatnot, but the glove is clearly there, and I'm feeling great about him. Organizationally, seeing some of these young guys come through after hearing about him for years and years and years, it just feels like the whole temperature of the team has done a 180. Do you feel that too?
Oh, for sure. I think everybody feels that. Whatever happened last year, we watched it in the big leagues where the Giants were just off a tick. They weren't a bad team. They were a 500 team, but they just weren't right. But it really happened in the minor leagues last year, and nobody could figure out why. Everybody underperformed. There were tons of injuries, and it cast a pall over everything. Because the Giants, this whole thing, all the angst from Giants fans these last few years, I think has stemmed from one decision. And that is when Farhan was hired, Farhan decided we're not tanking. We're not doing it. We're going to try to compete while we build up our farm system. But there's two parts to that. They didn't tank, and then we got 2021 out of it, which was an amazing, joyful season. But then the other part of the plan last year really went off the rails.
Yeah.
And it's back on now. And this has been the plan all along, which is to try to compete while you might have to, mix and match and use some patchwork stuff with some shorter-term free agents, but, while we build that farm system. And the Giants have been heavily criticized for that, to me, unfairly, because that's the way you do it. If you're going to do both at the same time, you're going to have to use aspects of both. But the whole thing is predicated on the minor league system doing its thing. And the guys who are here, you mentioned the names. I mean, we're going to see Luis Matos this year in the big leagues. We are.
Wow.
He's 21 years old. He's about the youngest player in AAA. He's running all over the place. He's diving and making catches in the outfield. He is a premium defensive center fielder who has flipped the switch offensively.
Will we see Kyle Harrison, Flynn?
We are going to see Kyle Harrison in the big leagues. Last night, Kyle had 4 one-hit innings with 9 strikeouts, and I think 13 swings and misses on his fastball alone in about 70 pitches. Kyle Harrison, if he's in the strike zone, is a upper-level major league quality arm. I'll give you a couple other names from minor leagues while we're talking about it. Carson Wisenhunt was the Giants' second pick last year. He is bum-garnering the minor leagues right now. Nobody can touch this guy in A-ball. He's already jumped up a level. This is his first pro season. He has hardly given up a base runner. Like, nobody can touch him. And he is on the massive fast track. Carson Wisenhunt has a plus, whatever nickname you want to give it, Bugs Bunny changeup, pick your favorite. He's got an unbelievable changeup, and minor league hitters have no chance against it. Yeah, that's not to say he's going to come up and immediately do this at the big league level, but for a guy who was drafted last year, you're going to see him sooner rather than later. And the other guy that should be on the radar, and I'm not saying it's likely that this year he will be here, but the Giants' first-round pick last year was a guy named Reggie Crawford.
Oh, yes.
He was hurt.
Saw the video yesterday,
He was running. He was coming back from Tommy John surgery as the Giants drafted him. So it's been a slow climb back. He's throwing 101 from the left side now.
Oh, my God.
And so he's in San Jose. His arm is just a massive power arm.
Is he going to stay as a pitcher?
He's going to do both for San Jose. So while you have a chance, if you're down in the South Bay and you're listening to us, go see Reggie Crawford, because I think probably a couple times a week he's going to DH or maybe even play first base. This is still an injury recovery for him, so the Giants are really going to be conservative with his pitch numbers. But I'm telling you, there's an outside chance with his talent. This guy's got major upside talent. There's a chance that if they slow play him by the end of the year, if they really needed a power arm in the bullpen, if they're in a pennant race, there's a chance you could see Reggie Crawford. So lots of good things going on in the minor leagues right now, but there's more on the way than the guys that we've seen already.
And there's good things happening at the major league level as the Giants climb back to 500. They've won the first 2 of this series. They went 2 or 3 against the Marlins. They sweep the Phillies. Things are turning around, so a big week for them. Got the Brewers after Minnesota. It'll be very interesting to see what happens when the Giants come back home. Flem, we'll always appreciate the time. We'll do it again next Tuesday. Thanks, I believe.
Dave.
We'll do it again, and we'll pick your brain about some things.
You guys will be shocked to know we're going to face Corbin Burns in Milwaukee.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like, this is unbelievable.
Of course.
Giants are facing Corbin Burns. Nobody could face the one guy more often than the Giants are facing him.
And coming off a poor performance, too.
It's unbelievable.
Coming off a poor performance. He got rocked by the Astros the other day, man, so he'll be looking for some get back. Yeah, that stinks. Maybe he's a future Giant.
Talk to you guys soon.
Dave, great info on the minors, man. Thank you so much.
Diana Ross, come on, clean it up.
Thank you.
I know, Flem. I'm terrible, man. Terrible.
I love that, man. By the way, Reggie Crawford, it's funny that he referenced that name.
There's a video came out last night.
Yeah, and my buddy Matt had sent it to my group thread, and then you sent it to the group thread as well. And so when I got off the diamond at Moscone, which was the windiest, coldest night of all time yesterday, I looked at all the missed messages, and I was like, oh, okay, Reggie Crawford, let's go. He was a UConn two-way player that they took in the first round, end of the first round, because I think it was after the 2021 season. And again, like he said, Tommy John surgery, very exciting. The Wisenhunt kid I've been seeing and hearing, I didn't know the B word, Bumgarner, would be attached to his name. I mean, you're talking about, that's high praise in this organization.
Speaking of Bumgarner, boy, he might be cooked.
I think attitude is one of his biggest problems.
Yeah, and, his velocity is dipped, work ethic. And you look at Bumgarner and say, boy, the Giants dodged a bullet, not extending him, not giving him a big-time deal. And that's where Farhad coming in, not having that attachment with Madison Bumgarner. Like, if Bobby Evans had kept the job, we love Bobby Evans. But if he had kept the job, he may give Bumgarner another 3-year, $70 million deal. And now, you look across the street, you look at the Warriors down the street, I should say, and the Draymond Green situation.
I think there's a lot of similarities.
Opted out, and Klay Thompson.
There's a lot of
Thompson in that same bucket.
Yeah.
Do you want to extend Klay and Dre? Do you want to continue to run it back as they're in their 30s? How are they going to age? What if you do give them a contract and it doesn't work out and it flames out like Bumgarner did in Arizona?
If I told you in 2015 or 2016, when he pitched the wild card game, 2017, Bumgarner would not finish his career with the Giants, would you have been surprised? Because I think I would have been surprised.
I don't think I would have been surprised. Honestly, I wouldn't. I don't think
really?
so. Yeah, I don't think I would have
Coming
been
off of that?
I don't think I would have been surprised. Nothing lasts forever. I don't think I would have been surprised.
I think I would have been very surprised.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think I was surprised either. When he moved on, and I wasn't surprised when they didn't trade him.
Well,
because it was Bochy's last. They wasn't going to get it. They missed a window to trade him.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to trade him with a year
yes.
left and some change on the deal, right?
Yes.
You get to that last year, teams are like, dude, I'm not giving you a high level prospect for a guy for 2 months of the season. And then the Giants had gotten, whether you believe it or not, they were within that wild card race. They were 4 games back, and I know there's a bunch of teams above them, but they were not going to trade Bumgarner during Bochy's last season. So now you look at it, the Golden State Warriors. You have a prime example with the Giants. I know it's a different sport, but look at how Brandon Belt aged. Look at how Brandon Crawford's aging.
Have you seen what Brandon Belt's doing right now?
Last time I checked, he was batting 180. That was like a month ago.
He's not doing anything.
Well, he's gotten worse.
Well, he's just not doing anything. So like,
he was batting like 7th or 8th.
All these people like they're gonna miss him defensively. They haven't. You heard Dave Fleming.
Yeah, they haven't missed him defensively.
You know,
they certainly haven't missed his bat. The Blue Jays are last in the AL East right now.
Which is they're probably them, the Cardinals, the Mets, some of the most disappointing teams in baseball.
Yeah, Brandon Belt. He did go 2 for 5 yesterday. He's up to 264.
Oh, great. He's still not that good.
2 home runs.
When yesterday?
10 RBIs.
No, just in general.
Oh, the season. Because they did win 20-1 against
49
the Rays.
strikeouts.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he has not been good. I thought he'd be better in that division. I thought he'd be better.
Well, I do feel like if we're, going to go full circle here, I'm not here to say that Casey Schmidt saved, Farhan's job because it's bigger than that. But it does feel like just the call-up of Casey Schmidt and him being legitimate. Not even like, he's not Julio Rodriguez. Like, Julio Rodriguez was a freaking comet, right? Like, the guy's a superstar. And he's having a down year by most people's, expectations. But, like, Casey Schmidt coming up, I just think it changes how you're viewing everything.
Well, Farhan gets a new. We're going to talk to Gabe Kapler Thursday at 9:30 here in the Morning Roast.
Which is tomorrow.
Wow. Thursday. That is tomorrow. Wow. Week's flying. And you want no management. You want days off. Thursday's tomorrow. This week's flying by. Gabe Kapler, 9:30 tomorrow here in the Morning Roast, manager of the Giants. How do we feel about him and Farhan now? Now that the team's playing better. Now, look, we're only through 48 games. A lot can change.
They're 500, though.
But they're back to 500. Now, I don't like to say, hey, they were 500 last year because, look.
They were
terrible. They had a great September.
They were, though.
You get some bad baseball teams. Whatever. We know how bad they were last year. But I'm still looking at them and I'm saying, boy, they got the youth. And they're playing their youngsters.
Mm-hmm.
They're playing their youngsters.
Remember last year when I told you that Estrada was having a really, really good year and I was really excited for him? And I'm not just saying you, I'm saying just people in general will be like, yawn. Now a year later, like, Estrada's legit.
Well, you got to see the consistency.
I agree with that.
You can't just do it one year.
As we talk about Brock Purdy.
Right. You can't just do it 1 year. You can't just do it for a few months.
But isn't he, like, I'm being honest, he's gotten significantly better defensively because he was bad defensively.
He's playing like an all-star.
He really is.
He's playing like an all-star.
He's giving me like Ray Durham vibes.
Dude, well, Ray
Durham was good. I'm talking early Ray Durham.
Early Ray Durham.
I'm talking White Sox. A's.
Well, that first year with the Giants, he was solid.
Yeah, he was hitting bombs. Then he tore his hammy.
Yeah, and he tapered off. Casey Schmidt, everything he throws chest high to first base. I mean, he's playing well.
He's a beast.
The one thing that we wanted to see as Giants fans, if you're going to strike out on Correa, if you're going to strike out on Aaron Judge, well, what about the youngsters? When is the minor leagues up? And remember, a long time, we said they wouldn't be ready until 2024. Well, it feels like the Giants have expedited the process a little bit here.
Yes.
And said, you know what? The hell with it. Because I do think Farhan internally was feeling the heat. I think he was feeling the heat.
I think
when he
so,
heard
too.
from the ownership group saying, yeah, he has another year. We're going to pick up the option. We're not guaranteeing anything. I think they felt the heat, and they got off to that slow start. And it was like, well, you know what? If we're going to lose games, if we're going to be boring, let's at least do it with our youngsters.
Yes.
And I think now they're feeling that heat, and they're saying, oh, wait. The youngsters are playing well. They don't look overwhelmed. And now they get to work out the kinks at the big league level.
You seem to be really excited about Camilo Duvall.
I am.
Why?
Because it's just, you got a guy in the ninth inning I can give the ball to and shut it down.
Yeah.
And like, I know a lot of these teams like to go closer by committee.
Yeah,
you
I don't
have
like
a set
closer
guy.
by committee.
Give me the guy.
Yeah,
and this
with
guy's
you.
getting the ball.
I'm with you.
And he's going out there. He's throwing 101 mile an hour sinker yesterday, man.
Does that like grip talk when I'm talking about how they're gripping pitches and the kinds of pitches they're throwing? Is that too goofy? Am I getting too baseball geeky?
Ask Matt Nahegan.
Well, I'm asking you. You're my partner.
Well, listen, man.
Do you kind of roll your eyes when I ask Fleming a question like that?
No.
I don't want to lose
like,
the audience.
Well, so conversations that I've had in the past.
Okay.
When I work with the voice of the Niners and we start talking about cover 2 shells and cover 3 sky, I like that stuff.
Okay.
I like the X's. I like the whiteboard talk.
Yeah.
I like the X's and
I do
O's.
too.
That's why I love Baldy.
Yes.
When you get into the A gap, B gap, C gap, D gap, and now you got 3 technique. I love that stuff. But does the casual fan understand that stuff?
I don't know.
So when we go to baseball, especially baseball, where it's a more complex sport,
it is.
Do people understand that?
I don't know.
I do.
But I like that the television now shows you because they know the repertoires of guys.
Right.
And they try to do the best they can to show you, like, oh, sinker, 96 miles an hour. 4-seam fastball, 98 miles an hour or whatever. And it's not always 100% accurate, but I like that.
And as the YouTube chat is pointing out, Duvall comes in with the ice.
Oh, dude,
he comes in with the earrings
and a new glove every time.
He's got the swag. He brings a new glove out.
He basically has like 5 different gloves because I'm a big glove guy. He is a 44 guy, or is he Marucci?
Right.
He's Marucci or 44. He's not
know.
Conventional Rawlings and Wilson. And he's got a different kind of glove. He got black. He's got an orange tan one. He's got some sweet gloves. Like, I really like his glove game.
All right, so I just like his swagger. And he goes in there and he shuts it down and throws 100 miles an hour. I love that.
Yeah.
So you got a guy.
You do love a
where I'm
heat
just
thrower,
like,
huh?
I love a flamethrower, but he's got stuff to see. It's nasty.
I know.
It's nasty. So you got a legit all-star, Camilo Duvall. A legit all-star. And I think this guy could be an all-star for many years to come.
Best closer since Brian Wilson?
Yeah, that's not a stretch. I mean,
I know Romo had moments. I didn't ever view Romo
I thought
as
you'd go best closer since Rob did. I think Duvall now is better than Brian Wilson.
Wilson was pretty freaking good.
He was good. He had a few years, no doubt.
He was pretty good, dude.
He was
gave
good.
his right arm for the organization.
I think Duvall's got better stuff than Brian Wilson. I think he's a more talented closer than Brian Wilson.
Well, Brian Wilson was fastball slider, and that was it. And it was primarily fastball. Like, when I watched him pitch, I never thought, like, oh,
yeah,
he's out thinking guys.
Yeah,
no, he's just trying to blow by you.
I like what's going on there. So I love Duvall. I love where the Giants are at, but they're playing the youngsters. What we wanted to see, okay, you're going to strike out on Aaron Judge, and the Correa situation happened, which I was never high on in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they were trying to just clear up their tracks, and Correa quietly. I didn't like the way the Giants handled it, but the deal itself, I remember I was like, I can't get Carlos Correa,
13 years for anyone.
It wasn't even
I remember
that. It
that
was just
conversation
Carlos,
that day.
Right.
We were angry about the metaphor of everything that went down, but we kept saying, I remember it because this was a conversation. We can argue about whether 13 years for any player is foolish, but how the whole thing went down was absolutely a nightmare.
Yeah, it was classless. It was a little classless. Giants had to bounce back from that. They did. They did not handle that situation well. But Carlos Correa was like, I don't know, man. We read the box score, and I remember people, argue with me, and I was just like, I don't know about that. Don't know. About that. So anyway,
I feel the most optimistic watching the Giants that I've had in a long time, and I'm starting to see things kind of turn around. I'm seeing kids really get into it.
I just happen to see some young guys with some swagger.
It's about time.
That's all I want to see. That's all I want to see. 888-957-9570. We're going to talk to John Curley special. Marty Mornhinweg. Former NFL head coach and offensive coordinator.
My man.
I love these Twinkie uniforms with the white front on the hat. I really like these Twins uniforms that they're showing from last night's game as Duvall's on the mound right now. I think he's a Marucci guy. Yeah. I think that's a black Marucci glove.
Well, he's legit. So you got an all-star Duvall. I think he's a premier closer in baseball. You got that, all right? You got Tyrell Estrada.
Yeah,
okay,
Marucci.
you got that. You got that with Tyrell Estrada. Casey Schmidt looks like a keeper. Should never go down to the minor league club ever again. Patrick Bailey, I like what I see.
The glove's legit.
Like what I see. Remember the conversation before the season? He's not going to be ready till 2024.
Well, that's
really?
I was just reading what.
No, it wasn't true. I'm just saying that was the talk. That was the talk.
No, you're right.
Well, the experts are wrong. They're wrong. He's up and he's not going back down.
Yeah, they need his defense. I've already seen more from him with the glove than Bart ever has, and I've seen some things at the plate that make me more optimistic about him long term at the plate than Bart.
Yeah, no doubt.
Bart's been just.
He has been. All right, we'll get into some hoops. We'll get into some football on the other side. It was a lot of fun talking some baseball here. Giants are rolling right now. 7-3 in their last 10. Sweep the Phillies. Went 2 out of 3 against the Marlins. Won the first 2 against the Twins. How about the Giants right now? Back to 500 at 24-24. We'll see what they do today against the Tweakies. Can they win 3 in a row against the Twins?
Hey, look, it's Memorial Day weekend coming up. Just be in the mix, right?
Be in the mix by July. I'm not going to talk playoffs quite yet.
No, I didn't mean that. I'm just saying, like, the fact that they're in the mix is a good thing.
Well, everybody's going to be in the mix. You know, they
Well,
let everybody in the
except the
playoffs
A's.
now. They let it, except the A's
They're
and
10
the
and 40.
Rockies. By the way, the A's have given up 151 runs with 2 outs. It was like the most in baseball. I was watching the A's post game last night with Stu and Brody. It's like that. They do have my guy Ruiz though. Still at bases left and right. Got me back in the fantasy race.
25th last night.
Dude,
There's a lot of Ruiz fans on this show.
I got Ruiz in the fantasy. He's a Wall Street
Do you?
hustler.
What's
He's
his
good.
first name?
Estuary Ruiz.
Estuary, yeah.
No, Sam.
Oh,
not
sorry. That
you.
I was going to say, I
Follow
know
me.
who he
He
is.
was not going to get that.
No, I was going to get it.
I think he would have gotten it.
The
Yeah.
guy who can't get a Diana Ross song.
But you got to realize that's music. This is sports.
That is on brand for Bonte to know who Estuary Ruiz is, but not
right
Diana
there.
Ross.
I mean, like the Spanish pronunciation is probably Esteuri, right?
Estuary.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Well, I had him last year when he was a Padre prospect. He got traded away, and I was waiting for him to come up. He was with the Brewers, and he barely played. So anyway,
Well,
Ruiz
it's injury
is playing
time.
well. It is injury time. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, there's a crisis in New York City. Oh my God. Aaron Rodgers concluded his second practice with the Jets yesterday and was spotted limping on the sideline. Wow. After appearing to tweak his ankle. Oh my God, crisis in New York City. Rodgers said after practice it was actually a tweak to his calf that caused him to exit practice. He assured everyone that the injury was not minor. Wait a minute, well, is this right? He assured everyone that the injury was not minor?
Oh, sorry, not serious. It's my
Not
bad.
serious. All right. I was going to say, I just want to make sure because I have checked out of Aaron Rodgers. I'll check back in with him during football season. All right. So he said he suffered in the pre-practice conditioning. It felt it was better for him to take a Veterans Day off as a precaution. When is New York City going to get sick of Aaron Rodgers? When? Week
Never.
1?
Never.
Week 5?
No.
Week 7? Week 9?
It's better than covering Zach Wilson, I'm sure.
Oh, is he still on that roster? Backup?
Z-Dub?
Hey, you know, a lot of people get on us for. I know we got a break. I know a lot of people get on us for Trey Lance in the video, but I know after the Coastal Carolina game, we both talked on the phone and said, out on Zach Wilson. Out on him.
I'll never forget watching that defense rattle him just by talking.
That was Baby Chaz was 1 day old, and I had her in my right arm. She knocked out the
That's right,
entire
we
game.
did have
Remember
like a
that?
2-hour
I was talking to you.
conversation.
And
I'll
in
never
the
forget
hospital,
that.
never. I said,
will
"This
never-
guy, he's rattled. I don't want him."
And this is why we're a successful show. We are obsessed with stupid Coastal Carolina games.
That was a great Coastal Carolina
It
BYU
was.
game. That
Are
was
they the Pirates?
amazing. I don't know what they were.
What
They
are
were
they, the Bucks?
sick. They were sick. All right, injury report brought to you by Boxer Girls in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Open phone lines, 888-957-9570. Let's open up the phone lines here, folks. 888-957-9570. Open forum, whatever the hell you want to talk about, with the exception of LeBron James coming to the Golden State Warriors. Do we even want to entertain that? I mean, honestly, LeBron to the Warriors.
The Chanticleer. That's what they are.
The Chanticleers.
Coastal Carolina Chanticleer.
All right.
LeBron James talk on the other side.
No.
Welcome to IKEA. Enjoying the spring weather?
Yeah, maybe too much. I got really excited.
What is happening? Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to everybody out there getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is happening? Plumbers, school bus drivers, contractors. Hey, good morning to the lawyers out there. Lawyers, you guys work hard. Work very, very hard. 6A to 8P. You guys are grinding. Shout out to all the lawyers out there, judges, law enforcement, CHP, everybody. Uber drivers, good morning to you as well. Thanks for the ride this morning. Good morning to all the professional dancers, the baby mamas, the baby daddies. You know, when I say professional dancers, I mean ballet, ballroom dancing, salsa, pole dancing.
Shout out to Diana Ross.
Shout out to Diana Ross and the Supremes.
If you were missing earlier, Bonte could not name a Diana Ross song. Shout out to the USPS.
Postal Service, yeah, absolutely. And good morning.
They got great gear, by the way.
They do.
I always like their gear.
Minibus drivers, I like their gear as well.
Yes.
Shout out to the cable car operators. And shout out to the Golf Spot. The Golf Spot, baby. The Bay Area's newest indoor state-of-the-art golf facility with coaching and technology designed to improve your game. It's now available for in-person lessons, hitting sessions, fittings, private events. Book a lesson or reserve a bay. Go to thegolfspotba.com.
All right, so let's...
My guys, Christian, Kev, Mike, they treated me so well yesterday.
So explain to me what happened yesterday, because I've been into golf for a long time. I was lucky enough when we were kids. This is before Harding Park got renovated. My dad sawed down a couple of old 7-irons or whatever, and me and my little brother would run around. And I didn't really get into golf until I was an adult. And then, like, it became one of those things that I realized, like, oh, wow, it's super challenging, and I absolutely love it. And the older I get, the more addicted I become to golf. So you have obviously never played at all?
Never played at all.
Have you even swung a golf club?
Never swung a club before.
So okay, so the Golf Spot hits you up.
By the way, Jonathan in the city is supposed to work. I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
We're
Where's
here
Jonathan
and they're
been?
there.
Yeah.
We're here and they're there.
Where's he
Probably
been?
working hard. Probably postal office on his ass saying, stop calling 95.7 to deliver the mail, dude. That's what probably said.
All right, so you've never, ever swung a golf club?
Never,
Not even at a Top Golf?
ever. Yeah, I did Top Golf. That counts.
I mean, you tell
Not
me.
really. I don't think it counts. That's not really golf, is it?
I mean, no, but it's swinging.
All right.
So yesterday you show up to the Golf Spot, and what is it?
I thought it was amazing.
But what is it? It's like a facility?
Yes, I just read the damn read.
Well, I know, but give me in layman's.
So it's a spot, and they have a tracking device.
It's called TrackMan.
TrackMan, which is really good. It teaches your swing, how far you hit it, how the speed, the velocity, the form. You can slow it down. You can draw at it.
Oh, wow.
I actually have videos of my swing. They
Really?
sent me an email. Videos of my swing, the first few swings, and then when I got coached up.
Okay.
The fundamentals of it. They teach you the fundamentals.
Grip.
Your spacing, grip, all that stuff. So then you got a bay where you can just go do your own thing, whether you want to have a driving range, whether you want to play at Pebble Beach, whether you just want to work on your putting. They have a 30-foot putting green in there.
Oh, really?
So this spot is cool, man. It's really cool out in Pleasant Hill. And look, man, I got to tell you, that first whack with the pitching wedge, because they had me swinging with the pitching wedge yesterday.
Yeah, it's the easiest. Well, if you're going full shots, one of the easier clubs to hit.
So pitching wedge, I'm using a pitching wedge.
How far were you hitting it?
The farthest I hit in the air was like 150.
Wow, so you bladed 150, huh?
Well, it didn't go straight. It went to the left in the bunker. I needed to bring bench
That's why we
points
call it a blader.
But you know what?
Right, Spadoni?
Dude.
Spadoni, total blade job.
Listen, man. Listen, dude. I'm in. I was there and I was sweating. I just kept hitting and hitting. And I was like, all right, I got to be back next week.
Yeah.
I got to be back. And then they got this cool hoodie, too. The
I
Golf
know.
Spot.
It's really cool.
It's really smooth, sweet. And Christian, man, that's my guy up there, man. He's all about it. We're going to do some cool things in the future.
Got to be a patient guy because you're not that athletic.
No, I'm very athletic. I'm telling you, Chaska, I would have cooked your ass in my prime. I'm telling you right now, dude. I'm tired of this. You guys want to talk when you're 40 about how great you were. You get injured getting out of bed, all right? I would have cooked your ass in my prime on the basketball court. Stop with the athletic stuff. Now, I'm a little goofy and I can't dance, but athleticism, come on, man. Let's stop. However, they did need patience because my swing was terrible. It's terrible. Terrible.
I'm happy that you're getting into it. I'm like really looking forward to the day that you and my dad can golf together.
So Scott,
my dad's fun to golf with.
Yeah, well, I don't know. So Scott,
Spadoni, you can attest to this.
Papa Shasky's great.
Is my dad not fun to golf with?
He is.
You will play better
You shoot
golf.
the S with him, shoot the breeze.
Exactly.
That's what it's all about, having a good
Root
time.
for each other.
Yeah, no, I need Papa Shasky in my life. Listen, I got the clubs now from Scott.
Uh-huh.
The San Bruno driving range is just right
Yeah,
there.
birdies and bogeys.
Birdies and bogeys.
I love that facility.
I'm going to go there and just work on my drive, but working on the form.
Yeah.
It's more so just working on the form.
Yeah,
and
the
just getting the
fundamentals.
form down
Yeah.
right. And so, keeping the arm straight, keeping the arm back. I mean, I am loving it. Golf spot, Pleasant Hill. I'm telling you, check it out. We're going to have some cool things in the future. We're working on some things to get our listeners, to get our roasters involved so they can go check out the golf spot. I want them to go check it out. We're going to maybe do some things. I'm not going to give it away yet. There's some fun things in the works with the golf spot and the morning roast and everybody here at 95.7.
To Shasky's point, it is important, Bonte, when you're first starting out to golf with the right people.
Exactly.
Golf with people you're going to have
100%.
fun with. Don't golf
It's
with people that
comfortable.
take it way too serious, that get too angry. That's not what it's about. It's about having a good time. You get away to golf to have a good time and have a release. I don't go to get mad because I shot 95. No, I don't care.
Yeah.
With the homies.
I'm with him.
No, that's right.
And one last thing as I put a punctuation mark on this bad boy. There are guys like our buddy Dylan Smith, who is a PGA coach and is amazing and hits the snot out of the ball. Those guys are few and far between. The majority of people who tee it up at a Muni or even at the exclusive country clubs, they suck. They might look the part. Most really do suck.
That's me.
So, don't be intimidated because it can be a very intimidating sport for the entry points.
Yep. No, I'm with you there.
And it's in Pleasant Hill, you said?
It's in Pleasant Hill.
All
Pleasant Hill.
People
And
wanted
guess
to
what?
know. The golf spot's in Pleasant Hill.
Guess what? And dude, there's some good things around there. Southern Comfort Kitchen. I picked up dinner for the family. Now, I didn't eat any because I'm on a soda diet, but I had to get Anna something. And those are my guys up there at Southern Comfort Kitchen.
Yeah.
By the way, we got some things in the works with them. All my family up there at Southern Comfort Kitchen. Love you guys up there. But Round Table Pizza's right next to the
Do they have buffets over there at Round Table Pizza, by the way?
They used to. That was like $10 lunch buffet.
The one at Van Ness, I used to be there
High
all the
school?
time.
Oh, yeah.
Van Ness
Salad
had
bar?
the pan pizza with the salad
So
and the
bomb.
soda, $10.99.
Yep.
Oh, my
Fresh
God.
ingredients.
Felt like I was eating like a 5-star meal.
Absolutely.
By the way, I got to shout out Sid the Kid. You know who Sid the Kid is? Sidney Reyes. Works in our sales
I
department.
thought you were going to say Sidney Crosby. Is
The
he
kid.
Sid the Kid?
Oh, yeah, Sid the Kid. Hall of Famer.
Who's
He's not
no
kid.
longer a kid?
He's not a kid no more. He's damn near 40. Sid the Kid. Sidney Reyes works in our sales department. Set this all up. She came there. She had the Gucci glasses.
Oh, the Gucci glasses.
She was Gucci.
So sales department's doing well.
I was like, damn, okay, Sid the Kid. She wasn't there hitting the pitch and wedge. She had great form.
Really?
And she crossed the finish line. Crossing the finish line, right?
I'm well aware of
You
what
were
a
aware
golf
of crossing the
swing is
finish
like,
line? Yeah, crossing the finish line where you got to complete that swing.
Cross the finish line. I haven't heard it called that, but I like that.
Yeah, I like that, Coach Kev.
Yeah.
So
I like that.
So she was out there hitting the ball. She set it all up, and I was like, wow. So we had a lot of fun yesterday. We had a lot of fun. Bonte, I got an extra hybrid putter driver if you need anything to your back.
Spadoni.
Listen, we're not there yet.
Over
we're not there
under
yet.
1 year from now for Bonte to get a Scotty Cameron putter.
Ooh. I'll go over. Sometimes if you find the right putter, it might not be Scotty Cameron, but if you find the right one, you stick with that
I
thing
agree
for
with that.
a long time.
I agree. I've
Until
had
you start
mine-
sucking heavily, it's like, it's not me, it's the putter.
Yeah.
I've had mine for 4 or 5 years. The one I had before that I had for almost 11 years. So just to give you an idea, and I've tried other putters, and I always come back to the same.
It's a weight thing, too. So, you'll find the perfect weight and the balance for you. If you're a belly putter, if you have the long putters, there's lots of different things.
So Brooks Koepka, what's the driver he uses? He uses
Srixon.
Srixon. So Srixon is going to show me some love and get me fitted for a driver and a 3-wood.
They've got beautiful irons, too.
Yeah.
The ZX7s or something like that.
And I hear in the golf world, they say getting fitted for your clubs is like getting tailored for a suit.
Absolutely. It's actually even more important than getting tailored for a suit.
Wow.
Yeah, because it can truly help the strike.
They make you feel so good about your game. It's like, I see that you're going right over left here. You got a nice little draw there. It's like, oh, thanks. I don't mean to do that, but thanks.
San Bruno driving range closed back in January. No, it didn't. I drive by it every day. I see people there hitting balls all the time.
I thought so, too.
Yeah, that's my exit to go
Crestmore.
home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There used to be a Marie Callender's over there.
Yeah. Come on,
I'm
man.
glad that you're getting into golf. I'm excited.
Yeah,
for this.
I'm excited too.
This
I'm
opens
excited.
the door
Dude,
to so many
I hit
opportunities.
one whack and it sounded so good. Now I'm not going to repeat what Sam Lubman told me over the phone about hitting a golf ball flush, or maybe I will say. We want to hear what Lubman said about it. He did say that. Love it. You want to say it?
I mean, I know he nutted that thing. I think pretty much encapsulates everything that you and I said last night when talking about the golf shot.
I didn't say it. He said it.
That thing.
Don't put that on me. Now, I
thought it was you who said it.
Well, probably. I say a lot of things. Listen, it's like hitting that bet. Spinoni would know this. Shaska, you're not a gambler. When you hit that bet, whether it's at the buzzer.
What's the biggest bet you've hit? Betting on yourself to do Warrior pre and post?
No, I didn't bet on I never thought that was coming. I didn't bet on myself. You trying to look back from
I thought I was going to get at least a smile.
No, that was just dumb. Was
praying for
bad,
one.
It's a bad joke. You're losing me here. What's the biggest bet I've hit? Gosh.
Not the number, but the actual bet itself. You don't have to give us the number if you don't feel comfortable, but like the thing itself. Because I hit a lot on a 49ers-Chiefs matchup in the Super Bowl a few years back. I hit a lot on that.
Well, I've hit like a $600 bet. It felt great.
So it paid out $600?
No, it was like $600. I bet. That's the biggest bet I made. A couple $500 bets, a couple $600 bets. I've not got to the thousands. I hope to stay away from the thousands. But a $600 bet, and you're stressed. And that's stress.
If you were to put your money on one of these scenarios playing out, which one is it? Sam Darnold wins the job?
I'm betting on Trey.
Trey Lance wins the job?
I'm betting on Trey. What's his name from earlier in YouTube? Emilio Campazzo. What was his name? Last name?
Emilio Campos was it?
Campos was the name.
Okay.
He brought back up the video we did after training camp, and everybody mocked us here at the station. Everybody mocked us in the media. Although Adam Schefter, Fortenbaugh, everybody at ESPN, when we put out the video, 3 hours later, Adam Schefter, word out of Santa Clara is Trey Lance is lighting it up. And don't be surprised. And it all came from our video. We got confirmation with that.
Well, can we also, let's call it what it is. Like, the voice of the 49ers turned to us and said, that might have been the greatest day of throwing the football at practice I've ever seen.
Yeah, no doubt.
In all my years of going to all camps, Raiders
and said that on the show on that Monday.
Yes.
The voice of the Niners.
So we're not alone in that.
So we're not alone in that. And also, we have opinions. That's what this game is all about, having opinions. So I'm riding with Trey Lance. I'm writing it down.
Dude,
I'm writing it down.
Alligator.
But that's what it was that Sam said. He goes, hitting a golf ball flush sometimes feels better than sex. I said, damn, that's how I feel with bets sometimes. That's what he said. I want to just get that out there.
It's not wrong.
It's not wrong at all. Bets or flush ball. Dude, I hit that flush pitch. I was like, ooh.
It'll change your life.
Ooh.
Yeah. You wait till you hit a good 4-iron, like a long iron. Yeah. That to me is like, a long 4-iron into the wind, slight cut, and you land it softly on the green. Nothing like that.
Yeah, I know. We need a Guru versus Bonte 9-hole match. Oh, my God.
So go back to what you were getting all gassed up.
Oh, no, Trey Lance. I'm betting on Trey Lance to start week 1. I'm betting on him.
Really?
I'm betting on him.
So the Brock Purdy news came out yesterday. Well, not news, but I guess essentially he's going to start throwing a football in the coming days.
Right.
Actually start throwing a football. He's been throwing a towel around.
Right. And Shanahan was asked if Brock Purdy will be ready for week 1.
Only God knows, and it's all estimates, so it depends what quote people have got from me, but we're hoping for week 1. And I feel pretty optimistic about that. That's what we're hoping for. He'll be ready to play in week 1, and usually that doesn't mean that's the day he comes back. Usually you got to come before that to make that goal, and that's kind of the goal we're hoping for, and don't have any reason to think differently.
Oh, man.
It's just a word salad. Shanahan is brilliant at just saying ridiculous things long-windedly. That means nothing.
Listen, when Shanahan told us we could die tomorrow, or when he told us that you guys need to watch more football, everybody's running. Look at Buffalo run their quarterback, and then Josh Allen ran one time the next game. And Shanahan,
the exact same play.
Listen, I get a kick out of Shanahan now. I like being lied to now by my coaches, by athletes. You want to lie? Just lie to put it to hell with
like
it.
Draymond Green demanding accountability and leadership from others and saying that the league doesn't have enough leaders and guys like Tristan Thompson, and then not looking in the mirror.
Did he? He did say that.
Yeah, I love him going on a campaign on his podcast talking about leadership. You want to get into that?
No. You know, 2 things I don't want to get into because I feel like I'm going hard.
What's
and my
that?
stance is this. And look, man.
I'm so fatigued with Draymond.
Draymond comes back. It may be uncomfortable for your boy on Warriors pre- and post-game show because you know Draymond listens to everything. Draymond listens to everything. He knows everything that's going on. I am just fatigued with Draymond Green. I don't want to hear him talk about enough teams don't have enough veteran presence. Well, we had a lot of veteran presence on the Golden State Warriors this year, and how did that work out?
Well, and there's a lot of veterans that are also malcontents. The other part of this is because he was talking about Tristan Thompson.
Right.
So basically, he was alluding to the fact that how does Tristan Thompson not get more opportunities, not get more playing time? Why aren't other teams coveting Tristan Thompson? And I would say this, because when my wife turns on television, you know what she says? Oh, that's the guy from the Kardashians. Yeah. People don't want to deal with distractions on the bench who aren't worth the squeeze.
Dude,
whether it's Tristan Thompson, Ryan Humphries, teams don't want to sign up for that.
Did you see the Lakers give Tristan Thompson a post-up? They posted him up and ran a play for him in an elimination game.
He played like 10 minutes, and you know what, Monte? I didn't think he was bad.
It's unbelievable. He just joined the team the last day of the regular season. But I'm a little fatigued on Draymond. He's potting, whatever. And I'm fatigued on LeBron. Like, Barkley said it perfectly. And I thought it yesterday when we were doing the show. LeBron James hijacked the Denver Nuggets. Made it all about himself, and ESPN ran with it. They showed like 5 seconds of the Nuggets celebrating, and then 90 seconds of the Lakers walking off the floor. Yeah. Show the team who just won the Western Conference. Come on, man. That's how you make your league better.
It's LeBron.
I don't care. He just got swept.
When Tom Brady lost to the Rams, okay, and at Tampa Bay, what was it, 2 years ago or whatever it was, didn't we just show that?
Well, I get it. It's Tom Brady. We did.
But it's LeBron.
They barely showed any celebration of the Denver Nuggets. They did it all day long. What is LeBron going to do? LeBron to the Warriors? LeBron coming back to the Lakers? Kyrie to the Lakers?
We literally did that with Tom Brady the week of the Super Bowl.
It's Tom Brady, though. It's Tom Brady.
They're the same to me.
It's Tom Brady, man. I get it. But I had a problem with that, too. I did have a problem with Tom Brady getting all the headlines.
Okay.
Should be about the teams playing.
I hear you.
Less narratives, more game action. Give these teams their flowers.
But it generates clicks.
Dude, Jokic may become one of the best centers in NBA history. In history.
I hear you.
He's already got 2 MVPs. Jamal Murray is maybe one of the best shooting guards in the NBA. But you want to talk about the Lakers and whether LeBron's not retiring? And God forbid him becoming I don't even want to entertain the conversation.
Well, I actually do.
I don't. I don't want
I think
LeBron
that they
James
could
to
use
go to
another
State Warriors.
playmaker in the half court, and I don't think it's the worst thing in the world.
LeBron.
I don't think it's the worst idea.
LeBron's not coming here.
Because with LeBron, you know what also comes? Foul calls.
He doesn't like going to the free throw line.
No, I'm talking about your team is a benefactor of LeBron being on there.
I just, I'm sorry, man. I can't do the LeBron to the Warriors thing. We do this all the time. We've done this. I thought there was a chance in 2013.
Yeah, now they'd be getting the Steve Finley version.
Right, yeah.
Like when the Giants got Steve Finley at the very end, and it was like 4 years late.
We said this. The Warriors are in the business to win the championships, right?
Yes.
LeBron James, you bring LeBron James to the Golden State Warriors, you win the championship?
I know this, that he will absolutely play harder game in, game out than some of the guys that they had this year. Yeah.
Are they a championship team?
I don't know.
Yeah, they're not. So what's the point? And what are you giving up for them?
Well, that's why I'm not writing it off, because if you've given him for Draymond straight up, I am taking LeBron.
Yeah, sure, the Lakers are going to trade Draymond.
No, they're not. I'm just saying, to say that I'm out on LeBron, I'd be like, well, that's foolish. Let me see what it costs.
Yeah. Oh, Draymond for LeBron straight up. Yeah, absolutely. Clay and Draymond for LeBron. I'd probably do that too.
So let's say, Bonte, you said if the Warriors acquire LeBron James, you don't believe they still will be legit title contenders.
No, I don't think they're winning the championship.
Let's say they retain Wiggins, get rid of Moody, Kuminga, Poole, and a bunch of draft picks for LeBron. You still think a starting lineup potentially of LeBron? It's
a hell of a lineup.
I don't even know how. Small ball, Wiggins off the bench.
I think you're better.
It's a hell of a lineup. But man, forget LeBron. I'm going to Will in Oakland.
Why are you so out on LeBron?
He got swept. All right? Go to Cancun.
Well, teams get swept.
Go to Cancun. Got swept.
All
right? Your team got swept, LeBron. Go away for a while. Let's celebrate the Nuggets, the Celtics, and the Heat. Your time is gone. Bye-bye. 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 You're over. You're done. The Warriors?
I feel like the NBA people that are like, oh, we talk too much LeBron. You're all going to want to talk LeBron once he retires.
Are we?
Well, we did that with Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan walked away, and there was a big void.
He's got the shoes, though.
Yeah.
And we got The Last Dance. But we didn't talk Jordan every single day. We just compare
still
players
talk Jordan.
to him. We still compare players to him.
Yeah,
we'll
I know.
compare players to LeBron.
We'll
We'll
always
compare
do that.
LeBron to everybody.
Yes.
We'll do the same thing with Steph.
Yes.
Nobody wants to sit here and have like 50-minute conversations about LeBron James coming to the Golden State Warriors.
If you're asking me if it's Poole and a bunch of youngsters for LeBron, I'm doing that deal.
Sure.
It's LeBron.
Are the Lakers doing a deal?
No, but
Yeah,
from a
exactly.
business standpoint,
Exactly. The Lakers will hang up the phone.
signing up.
The Lakers will hang up the phone and call the NBA and say, hey, they're tampering. They would try to make something up.
Unless LeBron forced with retirement and says, you guys better send me to the Warriors, in which case the Lakers will kind of have to move on from him.
Like Tom Brady getting a stake of the Raiders and maybe coming back.
It's not coming back. Stop! Don't that
Jimmy
slow
gets
head
hurt
turn
week
you did to
5.
me. Okay.
Jimmy gets hurt week 5. Tom's like, might have
Can
to
he?
come
I don't even
back.
think that's legal to own a team and play for. I don't think you can do that. So I don't know. And call for Fox Network.
Did you trade Curry for LeBron?
No.
Did you trade Curry for AD?
No.
Oh, you had to think about that one.
Well, I mean,
Oh, my God. Let's go to Will in Oakland. I'm not going to do it to you. Will in Oakland, what's happening? What's up, Will?
You guys are cracking me up today. Who needs coffee when we have you?
Oh,
Exactly.
man. Well, yeah, no
That's why
doubt.
we make the big bucks.
I just wanted to. I wanted to thank you guys. I wanted to hit on one other thing. I thank you for giving the Giants some props, man, because all these iHeart radio stations, they talk about all these other baseball teams, but they don't talk about the Giants, and I think they're really hot right now.
Agreed.
So thank you guys. I'm a big Giants fan.
Thank you.
The other thing is, I don't ever want to hear about LeBron coming to the Warriors again unless it happens, and I really don't care if it does happen. And I wouldn't give Draymond Green for LeBron James. You're bringing a bag full of garbage into a locker room. He's a prima donna.
Whoa. Will, I
Great.
love you. We're all trading Draymond Green for LeBron James. Let's be real. Go ahead, Will, finish up.
I understand, but it's just I don't want to hear about it unless it happens. You know what I mean?
No doubt.
But
I
you
feel
guys
you.
are awesome.
You know, thanks, Will. We appreciate the call. By the way, he brought up Brian Windhorst, or somebody brought up Brian Windhorst. You see Brian Windhorst go up there on national television and say, this is the most impressive sweep in NBA history.
No, I
With the
totally
Lakers.
agree.
No,
That was a
he
great
did
point
not.
from Brian Windhorst. I absolutely wholeheartedly agree.
And that's why I don't want LeBron.
No,
This was the most
he
impressive
didn't.
sweep
It
in
was.
NBA
You look at all
history.
those games, there were such narrow losses. Coin flip either way. You know what? This could have been a Lakers sweep, in fact. Brian's totally right.
He did not do that. Get me that sound.
I will.
Yeah,
on the other
get
side.
the sound on the other side. All right, we got a break for Lubman comes in here and does some bad things. What's coming up on the game sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein because resolving tax problems, Spadoni, is all that they do. Call 1-88-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT.
This is Flea for This Little Light, a podcast about falling in love.
16.
Classic Diana Ross. Classic.
Who's that with her?
That's not Marvin Gaye, is it?
No.
That sounds like Smokey Robinson? That's not Smokey, is it? Who is that?
Can you name a Smokey Robinson song?
Probably. I told you I'm terrible with names of songs.
Lionel Richie.
Lionel Richie. Saw Lionel Richie close Outside Lands. He's all over the place now. He's like having a rebirth. You know what I mean?
He's an American Idol judge, I think.
Yeah,
Luke
he's
Bryan
on like
and Katy Perry.
What is he on in the mornings? He's on in the mornings too with Ryan Seacrest. He's got some show.
Shout out Elena. Daddy loves you from the 408. She's turning 16 today. And the message needed to be told.
Elena, sweet 16. I like that. Elena, sweet 16. What is Daddy getting you for your 16th birthday? You should be in school now. School's almost over. What are you probably going into your junior year next semester? You getting a car? You getting your license? Oh, somebody said that duet was with Jeffrey Osborne.
Not that YouTube video.
All right. Just making sure.
A lot of people lining up to play golf with Monte. You were talking about the Brian Windhorst sound regarding the LA Lakers getting swept. We didn't pull that sound, did we, guys?
No, he's getting it. No, it was.
We're efforting it back here.
All right.
What are you doing today, Lubman, back there?
I don't know what Lubman does. Lubman, honestly, I feel like Lubman works before the show and after the show. During the show.
Oh, there is a lot of work happening during the show.
During the show, he's boy.
I'm all over the place during the show.
Watching Jaylen Brown last night, did you think that...
Oh, my God.
What? Why are you laughing?
Go ahead.
Well, watching Jaylen Brown last night with a fine-tooth comb, did you think about that hypothetical trade that Mark Willard bandied about?
Yeah, the trade Mark Willard stole from Colin Cowherd.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. I'm kidding.
Well, however he got it, let's just, entertain it.
I think it's a bad deal. I actually quote tweeted him just to get it out because I was thinking about the trade a lot because it took over the conversation at the summit. And I get that Andrew Wiggins missed 2 months of the season. But do we forget the postseason run Andrew Wiggins had a season? Hell, do we forget the postseason run he was having this year? He just dropped 25-7-5, got hurt. Now I get it. Jaylen Brown is a very special player. But think about it like this. Andrew Wiggins is signed for the next 4 years for $109 million. $109 million. Now, that's a lot of money. But I look at Jaylen Brown last night. He had like 16, 4, and 4, whatever it was. He was 7 to 16 from the floor, 1 to 5 from 3. Play a solid defense. I thought I was watching Andrew Wiggins. So I'm thinking to myself, Jaylen Brown's shorter than Andrew Wiggins by a couple inches. Andrew Wiggins in those finals was a better player than Jaylen Brown last season. Look, Jaylen Brown has been to the conference finals numerous times. That's the second time Andrew Wiggins had ever been in the playoffs. I remember the question marks surrounding Andrew Wiggins going into that playoff run. We don't know if he's going to get it done. He's faded since the All-Star game. I don't think you can count on him. He was your most consistent player outside of Stephen Curry.
Well, and also, if you bring in Jaylen Brown and you pay him that supermax,
that's what I'm saying.
How does Steph Curry feel about that?
I don't think Steph Curry cares. Steph Curry at one point was the 5th highest paid player on his basketball team.
Yeah, but that was years ago.
I don't get it.
I'm just asking.
I just think you just look at Jaylen Brown. Is he worth $300 million in those expectations?
That's a good question. I have a hard time because I think a lot of these guys are ridiculously, paid, and it's hard to even wrap my head around any of these numbers these days. Like, I'm just being honest. Like, the normal person, is there really a big difference between $220 million and $300 million? Like, to me, to the average guy.
It's a difference between $109 million and $300 million. And again, I was trying to explain this yesterday. Lubman and I, we had this conversation. I know a lot of people at the summit said, hell no, the Celtics wouldn't do that trade. If I'm Boston, I'm saying, well, I can have Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins for a combined $250 million, or I can have one player for $300 million. Oh, by the way, they're throwing a Jonathan Kuminga. We have no future with Malcolm Brogdon. And Malcolm Brogdon's been getting cooked. I mean, come on, man. Solid player, but I would bet on Jordan Poole's future over Malcolm Brogdon's future, who's already 30 years old. I just look at the Celtics and I'm saying, well, Jason Tatum's their number one, and he was their number one last night. Jason Tatum played great. He's their guy. Which I don't think Jaylen Brown knows. I think Jaylen Brown wants to be the guy. You're not going to be the guy in Boston. Andrew Wiggins, here's what we know about Andrew Wiggins. He has no problem being the second or third option.
Yes.
He has no problem being in the background.
I agree with that, and it's great when that's a positive thing, but there are times where you need him to assert himself more.
And we saw him assert himself in the finals, in the Western Conference Finals. We saw him assert himself in the Memphis Grizzlies series. We saw him assert himself in Denver. We saw that. We saw it with our own two eyes. So assert himself alongside Jason Tatum would be amazing for Andrew Wiggins.
I agree.
And then you get to Jordan Poole, who gets a new lease on life.
Well, I feel like he needs that. Maybe the team needs that.
Him playing off of Jason Tatum, and it could be him and Andrew Wiggins alternating, whatever it is.
He'd have a nice space.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
He'd ball out in Boston. Now, defensively, he'd have to get better. But I think he will get better with time. Is he going to be the elite defender? I don't know. But I think with time, he'll get better.
I just don't. I'm not in the, unless I'm getting some elite post player.
Right.
I'm not really moving off of Wiggins right now.
That trade does nothing for me. It feels like a lateral move. And oh, by the way, here's Jonathan Kuminga, who I think could be a really good player in this league. So that trade to me, the more and more time passes, the more and more I'm like, if I'm the Golden State Warriors, I do not propose anything like that. And if the Boston Celtics called with that deal, I'm hanging up the phone.
Well, I've seen Julius Randle's name bandied about. Do you have any interest in him?
It's okay, but he feels like an ISO player, right?
Yeah.
Feels like a guy where he gets the ball just sticks.
What position do you think he truly is?
He's a 4, but he plays offense like a 3, right?
Like a point forward.
Yeah, he chucks up a lot of threes. I'm not really interested in Julius Randle.
Yeah, I'm not either.
I'm not high on him.
Yeah. A couple years ago, I feel like there's a lot of New York hype wrapped around him, and I don't think the hype is justified.
Very good regular season player.
I'm out on him.
In the playoffs, you could scheme around him, and you could slow him down. I'm not high on Julius Randle. I'm kind of with the 408. And I don't even know if Milwaukee's even entertaining it, but I'm kind of on that Giannis or bust trade.
Do you think there's any chance of getting Lauri Markkanen out of Utah?
I don't know. Wouldn't Danny Ainge want to build around him?
I don't know what they're doing.
I don't know what they're doing either.
I'm not really sure what they're doing. But is that the kind of player that you would move off one of these guys for?
I could grab a Lauri Markkanen.
I think he would work really well with this team.
I like Lauri Markkanen a lot.
I do get worried about, an unbelievable ascension as a number one. Does that translate to him fitting in behind Steph here? Just, I think he's a really good player. I think he's sophisticated enough offensively to make it work. But are you getting kind of like the way we looked at Kevin Love, and they're very, very, very different players, but the way we looked at Kevin Love in Minnesota, I think we kind of overrated how good Kevin Love was because he was on some lesser teams throwing up ridiculous numbers. And I think once he got onto a winning team, the Cleveland Cavaliers, his role had to adjust. And I don't know. Had Kevin played with better players from the jump, I don't think he would have been a max player.
Yeah, me too. I am with you.
And I like Kevin Love as a role player. But he's not a max player.
No, he's not a max player.
And I'm looking at someone like Lauri Markkanen, and I see him more as a role player than a centerpiece max player. And maybe I'm underrating him.
Yeah, Julius Randle had the 4-year, $117 million contract extension with the Knicks. So it's by today's standards, a fair deal. But I think I need a big boy. If I'm going to move off these guys, can I get a big boy? Jaylen Brown's a nice player. He's a nice player. He really is. I get the 26 points per game. He's inconsistent at times, no doubt. He's a very good player. But as defenders, I feel like they're the same.
Okay, what about Karl Anthony Towns? A lot of people have texted me and asked me about going and getting Karl Anthony Towns. What is your opinion of that? I'm not even going to attach names to it or anything. Just Karl Anthony Towns.
He has a lot of talent, Shasky.
He's always hurt.
I don't know if I got to look that up, but can you get his head right?
What part do you have to look up?
The playing every game, the always hurt.
Well, it just feels like he's missed a lot of time, and maybe I'm wrong on that, but it feels like he does.
So Karl-Anthony Towns, pardon me, first 3 years, 82, 82, 82. Then he goes 77. Then he goes 35. Then he goes 50. Then he goes 74. Then he goes 29. So 3 of the last 4 years, he's been beat up a little bit.
I know there was some COVID stuff in there and some family stuff in there, so maybe that's an unfair remark by me.
He loves playing on the outside.
Yeah.
He loves playing on the outside. And when he checks out, he checks out.
Well, and he's another guy. You want to talk about shot selection?
Right.
Shot, discernment? Ugh.
IQ. Can you play in this offense?
If you're asking me reclamation project-wise, would I rather take Karl-Anthony Towns or Zion? I'd much rather have Zion.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. And that's what the 408 saying. Zion over Towns all damn day. Towns is a defensive liability. I agree. Towns is not good. I'm out on Towns. More I think about that, I'm out on Towns. I'm out on Porzingis. I'm out. If he can stay healthy. Well, that's been the question his entire career. Can't stay healthy.
And who does he defend?
Yeah, I'm out on Porzingis. I like the Giannis or bust train. What happens with Zion Williamson? Because I think, boy, post-presence, he's got that.
Don't you think he's on the move?
Yes.
Would you be willing to part with all the youngsters and one of your bigger pieces for Zion Williamson?
I would. I would take that
too.
chance. I would take that chance. That bigger piece would be Draymond.
You think?
I don't know.
Actually, Draymond on New Orleans isn't a bad idea.
Yeah. So I'm looking at Kristaps Porzingis, 27 years old. Rookie year, played 72 games. Did he play 65? Did he play 48? Did he didn't miss the entire season with an ACL injury? He didn't play 57. Listen to these game logs, Shasky. 57, 43, 51, 34, 17, 65. I'm not trading a lot for Kristaps Porzingis.
What's the most he's ever played?
72 his rookie 72 his rookie season, 66 his second season, 65 his just this past year.
Wow.
I'm good off Kristaps. Wow. I'm good off Kristaps. Can't do it. No. But Naz Reid, he's an unrestricted free agent.
I would love him, but how are they going to fit him in?
I would love Naz Reid. He'd probably have to be a sign and trade.
And he'd be a guy coming off the bench behind Looney?
Oh, I think you got to start Naz Reid.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. You got to start Naz Reid. I like Naz.
Can he coexist with Draymond?
I think he could. Wouldn't you?
I like him a lot. I think he's very versatile. He's the athletic big that they're looking for, a rim runner. He can do just enough offensively. I feel like he's got good feel.
Spacing?
Yeah.
How would the spacing be?
Yeah, I think it would be good. I like him, but maybe that's not enough to actually change things. Like if I had inserted him in that Anthony Davis LeBron series, you think they get through the Lakers?
He makes it tougher. I don't know if they get through the Lakers. Because Clay stepped and not shoot the three ball well.
No.
Especially
well, that's the other thing. I quietly feel like they need more shooting.
Well,
and I think that if Poole has a better year shooting, then they have some better shooting.
Well,
if Clay shoots better in that series, they have better shooting.
You know what, though? The shooting, and I get they had open looks at times. They did.
Mm-hmm.
They miss a lot of open looks, especially Clay. Steph's not guilty. He's not innocent of that as well, but part of the spacing aspect of everything felt like affected the shooting.
Yes.
Guys were in their jersey. Like, Sacramento, they gave Clay no room to breathe.
No.
It gave Steph no room to breathe. I think that the spacing is so important because you think about the Sacramento game 3 when you had the one big lineup.
Mm-hmm.
And you played a little Jermichael at times, and you had all the 4 guards, and they were cutting to the basket. And that's what gets them going. All of a sudden, they're cutting to the basket. They're hitting layups. They're hitting mid-range jumpers. And all of a sudden, the threes open up. The spacing matters. The one big lineup matters. And can you run a one big lineup with Draymond Green? Yes, you can at times, but you're super small. So they need another shooter, no doubt, but I also think they need size. They need somebody who could just get you an easy basket, Shasky. An easy basket, back to the basket, boom, boom, 1-2 dribble, bam, hook shot or something. It's just, with Jokic now not going nowhere, still got Ayton. I know Ayton has his issues, but he got the Warriors problems this year.
Yeah, I feel like he's on the move, though.
He's probably on the move.
And that's where I worry. Like, what if they
What about a guy like Zubac? He destroys the Warriors.
He does. I was thinking, like, the team that I don't want to see get Zion Williamson is the Phoenix Suns. Zion, KD, and Booker.
That's nasty.
Because they've got pieces to move this year.
That's nasty. That is nasty. Let's go to Kurt in Oakland. Kurt, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. A couple big options. Granted, one is older, is Clint Capella. And then another one, he's overseas, so we don't know how good he'd actually be, is Taco Fall, because he'd be cheap. And then one who's been awfully injured, but he's up in Portland, is Yusuf Nurkic. See what they would offer for him. Even look at Valanciunas from New Orleans. And then the other one, because we know he would rebound and block shots, but fit would be pretty bad, and hard to get, would be Rudy Gobert, even though he's a nutcase, but he does defend, and that would help everybody out.
They're not moving off of Rudy Gobert, and the last thing they're doing is bringing somebody in who punched a teammate in a huddle.
Yeah. Well,
would be quite the 1-2 punch, though. Am I right?
Oh my God! What a great call! That was hilarious. Let me run some of these ideas through you. These are some trade proposals.
I can't even touch.
These
that
feel a little more,
I can't
quote unquote, realistic than the big fish. All right.
I can't believe you said that.
I love it. How about Pascal Siakam and OG Anunoby? Does that infinitely make you better? Or does it matter what you're
giving up?
It just matters what you're giving up?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, what are you adding? What are you subtracting? That's,
What about Markelle Fultz and Wendell Carter?
Oh, my God.
That feels like we're searching.
Yeah, we're desperate.
What
is that on?
These are just random. I wrote down Trey's proposals.
No, because I saw Markelle Fultz. Somebody asked me last week in person, was like, what do you think about Markelle Fultz? I said, can he stay on the court?
No. Brandon Wright thinks that Markelle Fultz's shoulder isn't right.
Oh, my God.
I mean, come on.
I was going down the rabbit hole yesterday looking at old Warrior squads. What a bad trade that was. He was not even
bad
getting
trade.
minutes.
It's one of the worst trades of all time.
Yeah, I know. Darrell Wright's first season, and Brandon Wright was on that roster not getting run.
All right. Damn. Here's another one. Kyle Kuzma and, I don't know, one of the Morrises, maybe Wright. Would you take Kyle Kuzma? I would take Kyle Kuzma.
I like Kuzma.
I do too.
I do like Kuzma.
I think he fits.
Give me him and Darrell Wright. I'll take, not Darrell, DeLon Wright.
DeLon Wright. I agree with you.
He feels a backup point guard role. He's a defensive first guard. He's starting to hit the open three. He has really good ball handling. He puts pressure on the defense. DeLon Wright and Kyle Kuzma, for who? I don't know. But those two guys are nice. Very underrated.
I had some free agent names that I want to run by you here. So here's just some free agents that I kind of look at, and I'm like, oh, these are interesting, okay? These are random guys that I don't know what their value is, but when you're looking at like trying to bring in vet min guys, I'll run some of these names by you. I've always been a Dario Saric fan. I like his game.
Dario. I think the most underrated aspect of that finals with Milwaukee and Phoenix was Dario Saric getting hurt and tearing his ACL.
I agree.
It completely killed their
Doesn't
front
he feel
court
like
depth.
a warrior?
He's tough, man. He's
him.
tough. I like Saric.
Okay.
He's an unrestricted free agent.
So you'd be in on him?
I'd be in on Dario Saric, no doubt.
This guy played really hard. I like Torrey Craig. Would you take Torrey Craig on your team?
Depends what I have around him.
Okay.
It's a later move.
Daniel House Jr.
Too up and down for me.
Okay.
And he's too up and down.
Okay. No, that's fair enough. George Niang.
They had Niang.
You're out.
Yeah. Remember they had Niang.
For how long?
On the roster.
I don't even remember. It was like a week.
Niang was on the roster.
When?
It's like the KD years.
I don't remember that.
Yeah. George Niang got an Iowa State, right?
Yeah. Was he a
Iowa
two-way
State
player?
He was a two-way guy.
Okay. I vaguely remember that.
He was with the Warriors. He never really was on the official roster.
Okay.
He's Summer League, G League.
All right. How about Jay Crowder?
Depends. If I need a vet man, maybe.
Well, these are all guys that I don't know. I don't think they have huge markets.
Right.
That's why I'm looking at them.
I'd be in on Jay Crowder.
I would too.
I'll take Jay Crowder off the bench.
Drew Eubanks.
Yeah, I'm out on that one. Drew Eubanks. Explain to people, because I don't think a lot of people know who Drew Eubanks is.
That's
Do
why
you even know who Drew Eubanks is?
Like we're scraping the barrel here.
Do you know who
Cody
Drew Eubanks?
Zeller. Would you take one of the Zellers?
One of the Zellers playing well. Eubanks up in Portland.
I don't even think he got run this year, and they were tanking.
Dude, he could play 20 minutes a game, average 6 points and 3 rebounds. 6 points, 3 rebounds.
What are you looking at over my shoulder?
I see the hotline just roaring up. Is that Papa Shasta?
I don't know.
Did you hit him up?
I'm telling you this right now. Dario Saric is the guy I want.
Eubanks is not good. Yeah, of course it was Papa Shasky. Papa Shasky. Do we have an intro for him yet? We don't have an intro?
It should be like, trucking. Trucking. It's got to be some Grateful Dead song. What would his theme song be?
It would be something about the Eagles, right?
Because
Hotel California?
Hotel California.
Do you guys ever do this where you just go random on your playlists and stuff, and all of a sudden, "Are you ready?" DX came up, and I'm like, I think that is the greatest intro of all time.
Yeah, let me say something. That's never come up on my playlist.
Well, I have the WWE greatest hits on my.
Do you really?
Thing. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Because I get it to fire up the kids.
There's no better song. We know what the best intro song is.
Sean!
This is the best song ever.
No, it is not.
This is the best intro song ever.
You are so white.
Kurt Angle coming out there with his gold medal. Come on. Dun, 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 dun.
This is snitching music.
Dun, 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 dun.
This is winning music, Olympic gold medal music.
That's when you know you're winning championships. You come out to this, you win nothing but championships. You win nothing but tag team titles. Heavyweight titles, intercontinental championships. Kurt Angle, the one, the only, the Olympian.
Oh, it's true. It's true.
It's very true. It's very true.
Bonte would do like he does first thing in the morning. Hello, ladies. Straight Val Venus.
No, that's how you scare the ladies. Come on, man. You don't want to scare the ladies, dude. Love, but don't ever do that. I know you're out there in the dating scene. Don't ever do that. Papa Shasky, I know better.
I can't find the Toms. Good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Hey, so it would be my intro music would be Chariots of Fire.
Chariots of Fire. All right, we'll find that while you keep going.
Yeah, or Fire on the Mountain by the Dead. So, hey, look, Bonte, I saw that somebody gave you a nice set of clubs. I thought that was very generous of them.
Very generous.
And I would love to get out and hit the range with you. I think we'd have a great time. I would really be looking forward to that.
I would. Look, man, so we got a lot of people. Our boy Ralph in Coyote Creek. He wants a foursome. Rocco, he wants in. I didn't even know Rocco played golf. I didn't know Rocco knew how to spell golf.
He knows how to dress.
I bet he does.
He's got some fresh J's.
So Papa Shasky, I can't wait to play with you. Let me tell you, though. I went to Dick's Sporting Goods to buy some golf gear, and I thought, I was like, I feel like $1 million. I'm going to go buy a nice polo, some nice stretchy khakis that feel really good. Man, I was $500 light after that shopping. I only got 2 pair of pants, 2 polos, a pair of shoes, and a hat. I said, damn, is golf that expensive? I mean, they really rake you. They really take your money, man.
Yeah, if they don't get you with the clubs, they get you with the gear, that's for sure.
Damn. So we got to do a Morning Roast Invitational. That's what the streets are saying.
Yeah.
Morning Roast Invitational.
I'm down with that.
And you're hitting our first shot, Papa Shasky.
That would be a lot of fun.
That would be a lot of fun. Go ahead, Papa Shasky. It's good to hear from you, man.
So I was listening to Dave Fleming talk about the Kyle, I forget what his
Harrison.
Kyle Harrison.
Well, I saw some clips of him pitching last night. The release just looked just like Bumgarner. That slide arm release, he looked fantastic last night. I mean, it's great that they finally brought up some of these young kids. I mean, talk about giving a shot in the arm to the fans. All of a sudden, you start seeing more and more fans putting their fannies in the seats out at Oracle Park, which is fantastic, right?
Yeah.
And it's given us a little optimism, right? Now, after the Warriors season, we're let down a little bit, and I know it's hard to slide right into baseball, but by doing this, bringing up Bailey and watching Schmidt, oh my God, just to talk about a shot in the arm for everybody in the Bay Area.
What do you think of Casey Schmidt?
Oh my God, I mean, I know the heir apparent. Is he going to take over at short? Absolutely.
Yeah.
I know it's hard to watch Crawford fade away. I don't know. He got on last night. I guess when they were rallying, he came in and pinch hit. He didn't start. I mean, they got a lot of guys off the bench. Conforto's playing really good ball. You got Haniger still playing good ball. Flores coming off the bench. I mean, you got a chance with these guys. I really do think, just got to watch how he platoons these guys.
I like what I've seen from Camilo Duvall. Bonte's really high on him. He thinks he can be an all-star.
I think he, number one, he is an all-star, and I think he's one of the 5 best closers in all of baseball right now. I think his stuff is better than Brian Wilson's.
Yeah, you know what? He does have to mix up that fastball because, some of these fastball hitters, they're going to, you watch one and then you're going to hit one, right?
Right.
So he's got to slow that slider in there a little bit, and he's got to speed up his pitches. I know when he first came in a couple weeks back, Joey Bart was getting so frustrated with them because he's getting down to 2, 1, 0, and Joey's got to throw his hands up and call a timeout. And then he's got to have his guys come in and say, look, there's a little sense of urgency. You got to get in there, keep these guys off balance by throwing fast. You saw Cobb last night. I mean, he doesn't waste any time, right?
I love it. Hey, keep it real.
Ready.
Keep it real. Now that you bring this up, you were so anti-pitch clock at the beginning of the year, and you didn't watch one spring training game, and I told you, you're going to love it. Admit, you love the pitch clock.
Well, no, I'm still a traditional Joe, but I just like the way pitchers and players play fast. They can do that without the pitch clock. I'm a traditionalist, old school. I don't like the pinch hitter. Pitchers got a bat. I mean, you look how Bochy won those World Series. He was able to manage the players. The bullpen's got to come in. You got to throw 3 batters. Get that out of here.
Hey, Papa Shasky, you got to stop being like Mark Willard, and you got to evolve. You got to evolve with the sports. You got to evolve, man. Can't hang on to the past.
To do that.
You can't hang on to the past. But no, we love you, Mark Willard.
How many golf rounds are you going to play this weekend with Memorial Day weekend coming up?
Well, I'm getting ready to go down to Poplar at 10:30 today, so I'll play with my usual boys, and then I'm playing with your uncle on Saturday for his birthday.
Oh, nice.
And so retired life is looking good over here.
How's Noreen doing? More importantly, are you driving her crazy?
She's retiring soon.
She's retiring too.
She retires June 2nd.
What?
Thank God I'm working a little part time so that she can have a little time to herself for the first month of June.
Nice. Wow. And so you're still doing you're still hustling. I hear you're working a lot, and people are saying, yo, slow down, Papa
About
Shasky.
7 to 10 days a month.
All right, there you go. I like that.
He would go crazy if he didn't.
No, I get it. I'm kind of like you, Papa Shasky. I don't like sitting around. I got to do something.
Right. Got to keep myself busy. And I don't want to say it's easy money, but, I'm not busting my nut to that work. So it's a little extra money. It's nice for our vacation. We're going to Europe in August, so extra money.
European extravaganza? Where are you going to Europe?
We're going to go to Athens, and then we're going to do a 6-island cruise. We've never done a cruise. And then we're going to fly into Rome, do 3 or 4 days in Rome, take a train up to Florence one day, then take a train down to Naples. We're staying on the Amalfi Coast for a week.
What? Amalfi Coast? Oh, my God. Oh, hey, Papa Shasky, make sure we have lunch. I'll let you know all about the Amalfi, or Anna will let you know all about the Amalfi Coast. She basically booked the whole trip. But, I was down there for 5 days right there in the Amalfi Coast. It was a great time.
Sorrento.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Sorrento. Yeah. And then you go visit the island of Capri. You could do a day trip there.
Trip.
Yep.
That's on the list. We're going to go to Pompeii one day.
Yep. They got the cave, the Tunnel of Love or whatnot. You go right there. Oh, dude, it was a great time.
Spooning or what?
Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, you're going to Rome. You got to see the Colosseum. I only did one day in Rome, but Rome was awesome.
We've already got our tickets booked for the Colosseum,
the
Vatican. So we're looking good.
You better start.
Excellent travel guide. Marine's the excellent travel guide.
With all that sinning you've done, you need to be blessed by the Pope.
Dude, listen, Papa Shasky. I'm so proud of you going on this European extravaganza. It changed my life last year. I can't wait to get back out there. This is unbelievable. Right.
Well, I mean, just the history that we're going to see when we go to Parthenon in Athens, and all the stuff all the different islands we're going to go to, and then all the history in Rome. And then down the Amalfi Coast. Are you talking about history? We're going to see so much stuff. And then I understand that if we take the train up to Florence on the way, you can stop. They stop the train. You can take a picture of the Leaning Tower of Pisa. I'm talking about history when we.
No, hey, dude, when you get to the Rome Coliseum and you're in the dungeon of the Rome Coliseum, it's going to hit you. It's going to all hit you. I mean, you're going to feel about the Gladiator movie, all the history of it. I mean, it is insane.
I know. We got the tour that goes down in the catacombs, so I'm looking forward to that.
Yep, no doubt. Papa Shasky. How about Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, Sam Darnold? What's your thoughts on that?
Just don't rush them back.
Thank you.
I saw Greg Papa talk about Sam Darnold. Oh, are you kidding me? Come on.
What did you think about that, Papa? Now that you're there, what did you think about that? What do you think about that take?
I get that they want a third guy because these guys now apparently are injury prone, right? Their two good quarterbacks are injury prone, so you got to have a backup. But he's just that. He's the backup to the backup.
Well, you got to come out. We got an all-star practice one of these nights. You got to come out and check out the team.
All right, guys. Hey, you guys have a great day.
Talk to you soon.
And Bonte, we got to get up to the driving range pretty soon.
Absolutely. You know it's going to happen sooner rather than later. Papa Shasky here on the Morning Roast.
Catching strays.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG, FM, and AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app. Your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date coverage. We got another cut in there.
They said Papa Shasky brought to you by Tums.
Yeah, brought to you. We should have.
I can't find the Tums.
You know, that would be a great sponsor. I mean, Guru's been saying rats on the table for 50 years, right?
I met those guys.
Yeah, we met them. They were awesome.
Are you about Atco?
Atco. Yeah, they gave me a beanie. They were so nice.
They gave me a hoodie.
Yeah, we're going to go golfing.
Yeah, they gave me a hoodie.
Yeah.
So I'll rock their hoodie one of these days. Although Guru's getting the money. Will Guru give me a check? Give me 5%? That's a great sponsor.
Support the people who support us. If you want to have...
All right.
Atco Pest Control. You can go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs.
There it is.
And in fact, I'm actually going to utilize them because, the backyard, we put in a bunch of lawn and flower and stuff like that, flowers. And I didn't realize that certain rodents will come and eat the flowers. I thought it was just like food. No. Anything can be food.
Sasky, are you leaving crumbs in the living room?
No, this is outdoors.
You got rats in the basement?
No, do not say the R word. No. Trust me. I've got traps everywhere.
It's like Bad Boys 2, right? Remember they had all the money stashed in the basement and all the rats are eating up the money, so they called some exterminators, and Will Smith and Martin were the exterminators, and rats were just...
No, this is not arachnophobia.
Okay, all right.
Different movie.
Jeff Daniels.
It was a good one, though, wasn't it? It was a good one.
You know what? Our boy Calvin been calling us. I don't think we got to Calvin yesterday, but I'm going to get to Calvin right now in St. Louis because he wants to talk some Dubs. And I wonder if his wife is on the other line.
You did a great job at the summit, man. You did a great job at the summit. I loved it and everything else like that. Man, my boy Shasky let me down, but I'm going to tell him.
Oh, why? Whoa.
So let me go
hold on, Cal. Hold on, cool Cal. How did Shasky let you down? I thought Shasky brought his A game. You know how he brought his? You know why he brought his A game?
Man,
because the first question to me,
Shasky, my boy, but check out this idea.
All right.
I love the idea of Jay Crowder, Zion Williamson, and Dwight Howard because Jay Crowder and Zion, they can sit up here and work with Camille and everything like that because Zion got a putback that's beautiful, man. And if you can't get Dwight Howard to stay, pay Dwight Howard to come in training camp and work with Looney because everybody's fear in the league is for Looney to turn his back and put that ball in the basket. I like that idea.
So
and
Cal,
check this out right here.
Hold on, Cal. So real quick. Hold on. I want to catch up here. So Dwight Howard, Jay Crowder, Zion Williamson, and what you're giving up? I mean, Dwight Howard's a free agent, so you probably
you already know I'm giving up Draymond, man.
Yeah.
I'm giving up Draymond.
Okay, all right.
And the reason I'm telling y'all something that y'all forgot about.
Go ahead.
Draymond cussed out Steve Kerr. Do y'all remember that?
Oh yeah, we remember.
When Draymond cussed out Steve Kerr during the game.
He's cussed out Steve Kerr multiple times. That's just
during the game. It was about 4 years ago. But check out this idea. Check out this idea right here. You should love this.
Once a year.
I love the Warriors. Guys, the Warriors only lost by 3 points or less. That could be fixed. They only lost by 3 points or less. All they have to do is start running the ball to the 3-point line and stopping because you're getting everybody time to get back in position. The Warriors are good and they have enough to win. Now, get to Denver. Who Denver look like? Denver look like the Warriors out there, guys, because that's how the Warriors did that thing. We the originals. The Warriors started that type of gameplay. They look just like the Warriors. But here's my thing for Shasky. Shasky, you say you want a self-centric team. We got that. Who do you blame for them 3 years that they didn't win when Clay was out? Who do you blame for that, Shasky? Come on, man. Who you blaming for those 3 years that they look bad? And guess who was on that team? Wiggins was on that team. Draymond was on that team. Steph was on that team. Who was on that team?
Calvin.
And guess what?
Calvin.
Killer Clay
Steph
came
Curry had an
he won the
MVP
chip.
season.
Hold on. Let Cal
had
cook.
an MVP season
Cal's
and dragged
cooking.
the carcass of Kelly of Oubre all the way to the brink of the playoffs. That was one of the worst IQ teams of all time. Brad Wanamaker was playing heavy minutes for that team. Damian Lee was maybe the second or third most reliable guy on that team down the stretch.
And he got COVID, actually. So
I mean,
he missed,
come on.
He missed the last 2
Come
weeks of the
on.
season.
Look at Damian. Look at Damian Lee now. Look at Damian Lee now.
He couldn't even get
That
off the
man had
bench
like
in Game
one of
6 for the
best
Phoenix Suns, and everyone was
games in the
unavailable.
game.
Hey, Cal, let me ask you, what do you do with your day? What do you do for a living? Because we got to know you over in the
Man,
last
I
couple
look at
months.
you guys. I follow you guys. I love you guys. And guess what, man? Y'all my breakfast.
Oh, no. Well, I
Y'all
love
my
that.
breakfast.
I love that. It's 11 o'clock in St. Louis. What do you do for? Are you retired? Are you chilling? Your basketball? What do you do?
Man, basically, man, I was a Golden Glove champion, 2-time Golden Glove champion, Silver Glove champion, and everything like that. I watched Mike Tyson in Lake Placid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's the Olympic trials and everything else like that. But here's the last thing, guys.
Okay.
Y'all want to make Killer Clay a nemesis? Y'all want Clay to go to the Lakers? Because they would have been begging to have Clay put them over there what they need. Y'all want to go against Killer Clay? That's like a bad comic strip. That would be my first is Clay playing against the Warriors, because no matter what team he goes to, they're going to be over the top and they would do it. And I'm telling y'all now.
Cal. How about that, Dave? Did you watch the Lomachenko fight?
Oh, my God, man. Come on now. Come on. We know who won that fight. But I give Devin Haney his credit and stuff like that, man. But he gonna have to run that back to prove it to everybody else. Because Mayweather and them was talking about that yesterday. Yeah. He's gonna have to run it back and prove that he won that fight and everything else like that.
Yeah.
That was a great fight, man. We need more fights like that.
As a boxer, was the Draymond Green punch vicious?
Draymond Green punch affected the team, man, and the chemistry wasn't there. We know Poole can shoot, but what we really need, guys, is Steph Curry turning into a showman, man. Let's just be real.
Cal, real quick, because we got to run. Cal, we got to run real quick. How about those St. Louis Cardinals, huh?
All right. Okay, you got something on us right there, but guess what? them dads gonna have to climb the mountain too. Them dads gonna have to do something.
I'm saying the Cardinals. Right? I'm trying to give you credit.
What is the meme? Hold up, let him cook.
Hold on, Cal, you cooking right now. You cooking, Cal.
Wow.
Man.
You're microwaving oatmeal, doggy.
So we've gotten to know Calvin now over the last 3 weeks. He called out of nowhere. It's like, I found you. Remember he said how he found us? He said he randomly found us on YouTube and fell in love with us. I'm in love with him.
Okay, look, I love Calvin, but it's factually incorrect that Steph Curry was garbage the last 3 years. I mean, it's like impossible. Come on, man. He had one of the greatest individual seasons ever. Steph was so frustrated that his teammates were so whack. He threw a mouthpiece and then screamed at his teammates. We've never seen him show any emotion.
Oh, man. Cal, man.
You know when you buy your daughter like the Fisher-Price, cooking set? Yeah. That was Calvin right there letting him cook.
Hey, man. Cal's one of our real ones, man. I got to get to know this guy. He's a Golden Glove champion.
Yeah, we should have had him come meet us in Philadelphia.
What's coming up on a game sponsored by Chilton Auto Body? We'll react to Calvin's interview. We'll react to Papa Shasky's interview, his European extravaganza. And we'll try to finish the show some way. What a wacky Wednesday here on the Morning Roast.
Who needs coffee when we have you?
Have you been in a car accident?
Gomez from 102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7, playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys Bonte and Shasky right here on 95.7 The Game.
Chewy Gomez knows music. Ooh.
Diana Ross? Heck yeah. Who needs coffee when we have you?
You dance like an old white guy, too.
It's not how I dance.
Yeah, it is.
It's just how I dance when I'm sober. Get a couple pops in you. Not right now because I'm on a soda diet. And I'm just stacking up wine bottles. By the way, shout out to Juan Vino. Walnut Creek gave us all a personalized wine. Bottles. Had all our faces on it. 95.7 The Game. It was awesome.
I saw mine.
Yeah. It was all good. We got Marty Mornhinweg coming up. Forgot all about that. Damn. All right. Before Marty Mornhinweg, let's get to Dub C in San Leandro. Dub C, what's happening?
Hey.
Y'all,
what's the dude that just called about keeping, they were talking about getting rid of Draymond. He's wrong about that. I keep Draymond because Draymond started the point forward position, which Denver is copying. I think one of our coaches abandoned us and gave up the goods, so we should have copyrighted that. But that small ball with the big man bringing the ball up, that's you can't deny that. Man like Jokic, you pass the ball, he looked like Draymond with a few more inches. I'm telling y'all, that's what.
Do me a favor. You really think Jokic is modeling his game after Draymond Green? No, I can see where you're thinking the elements. Come on, dog.
Come on, Dubsy.
Are we serious?
Well, I'm not saying he's modeling Draymond. I'm saying the system is modeling Steve Kerr.
Dubsy, call us back a little bit later. Call us back.
Jokic is a unicorn.
Call us back. It's getting wacky here. Let's get back on track, folks. Let's get back on track.
Draymond hit one 4-foot fadeaway 1-footer. That's Jokic every other possession.
Yeah. Let's switch gears. Let's get, man, we haven't had this guy on
Thank
the show
God we
in a
squeezed
while.
that call in.
Let's get our guy on here, Marty Mornhinweg. We haven't talked to Marty in quite some time. And I love hearing Marty's voice. You can hear him on the 33rd Team podcast, former 49ers OC, quarterback coach in the late 90s under Steve Mariucci, former NFL head coach and offensive coordinator, of course. And our former producer, John Curley, loved Marty Mornhinweg. Loved him. Loved everything about him. I love him as well. Marty, welcome back to the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Shasky and Bonte as we talk some quarterbacks here because you know all about it. And we got quarterback controversy out here in the Bay Area. How you been, Marty?
Bonte, it's so good to be with you. I'll tell you what, there's some excitement going on down there in Santa Clara right about now with the 49ers quarterback situation. I mean, they are a team that is loaded in all aspects, and they just had, man, what has it been, 3 or 4 years where the injuries have piled up, or they've had an injury or two at really critical moments at critical positions.
So, Marty, I'm looking at Trey Lance. He's back now. New throwing motion. Let's start there. Last year, he suffered arm fatigue. He was throwing a lot. I'm not sure how a quarterback could experience arm fatigue. Maybe you could speak to that. But also, his new throwing motion. What did you think of it? How did the ball come out? Did you like his form? Did you like the way he released the football? Tell us about Trey Lance and what you saw in the videos, Marty.
Well, out of all the quarterbacks with the 49ers, this young man, Trey Lance, may be the most talented of them all. However, there's a lot of talented dudes that aren't playing in the NFL, right? So what has he done? He's been through all these significant injuries, and he's set back and he's learned a little bit. And it looks to me, he looks different, doesn't he? I mean, this man, nice wide base, some coaches call it a platform. Most of the natural passers, there's an outlier or two, but most natural passers of the football have a nice wide base with a short step. Right? That's number one. And it looks like he's done that for himself. The great Lamar Jackson.
That's the first thing I did with him. Widen the base just a little bit so you have a nice platform and with a short step, and then stay open. Some of these young quarterbacks throwing across their body too much. Why? Because when they were 10, 12, 14 years old, they wanted a little torque to get a little juice on the ball, right? And then they kept it going. Now they're fully grown, they're fully matured. Stay open, the accuracy tends to go up. And he looks different on film than I had ever remembered him. Many of these young guys are taught to stand tall in the pocket and all these type of things. No, you want to be in an athletic position. So wide base, short step, stay open, turn the thing loose, trust your training, trust your instincts, and let's see what happens with Trey Lance. Now, Purdy is the one. I mean, this guy, 8 starts, a lowly draft, the last pick in the draft. He goes 7-1, and the only loss was where he got injured. That's as a rookie. I mean, this guy's got decision making, he's got accuracy, he's got timing, and he's got a little gut instincts. Now, Darnold, what a great acquisition. John Lynch has done a fantastic job.
You like the Darnold signing, huh? You like it, huh?
Huh? Love it.
Wow.
Love it. Now, Sam Darnold, now you've got a little experience, a little competition going on down there at the facility. And what a great place for Sam Darnold to end up, right, with Kyle Shanahan and that system. Here's Sam Darnold, right, talented young man. He's had consistency issues on medium to poor teams. Well, we all know you need a pretty good team to show your stuff at the quarterback position. So that will be intriguing. This man may end up starting the first game. Who knows? This might not be may the best man win and start. It may be may the most healthy man start the season for the San Francisco 49ers.
Marty, take me through what you're looking for right now during OTAs as a head coach, as an offensive coordinator. I know when you had Steve Young at the helm, like, it's pretty obvious, like, you know, he's the starter or whatever. But when you're looking at other people and other positions for battles and things like that, like, no one's going to win a job right now. But what are you looking for? Like, progress? Is it specific things for specific guys? Like, break us down what a coach would be looking for from these quarterbacks right now.
Well, you mentioned the great Steve Young. I'll tell you, I got him, and if you remember, he was coming off 2 years of injury-riddled type of years there, and so, and then he had in 97, and then especially in 98. My goodness, did he turn it loose with some good players around him as well. But what a great player he was. I'll tell you right now, it's a learning process. Like, Sam Darnold is much different than Trey Lance, and Trey Lance is much different than Purdy. They also have Allen in there as well. So they're all different, right? So you have to have individual specific plan for each one of those quarterbacks every day. Because why? They're all in a different spot. They all think differently. They all visualize a play differently. So you've got, you first of all, you got to be in attendance, and you've got to be healthy, right? That's where the leadership comes in as well. But you're learning some terminology. Like Sam Darnold, he's learning new terminology. You're learning some new scheme, right? Mm-hmm. Kyle Shanahan and Brian Greasy. Did Brian Greasy do a fabulous job last year?
I thought he did.
Through all those quarterbacks, and they're playing at a high level. My goodness, what a great job by him. But you're learning new terminology. You're learning new schemes. Maybe a new player has had this scheme before, but Kyle and Brian look at it just a little bit differently. So you're learning that. You're learning a little philosophy, and especially situationally, and how the 49ers go about their business in each one of those situations. You're also learning about new teammates, right? And what their strengths and weaknesses are. And then you put it all together, right, towards the end of these camps, and then hopefully everybody stays healthy. Now, talking about health, I would not second guess anything that the 49ers are doing. Those injuries tend to pile up cyclically, right? You may go through a year or two where, hey, that's part of the game, And the 49ers have done a fabulous job of sort of motoring through the adversity that they've had. But this is a learning process right now. In fact, back in the day, we used to just call it passing camps or quarterback camps and a lot of learning. Very
Marty,
on the run game.
Have you ever had to kind of, because I'm looking at the Brock Purdy thing, right? And I understand that the team would like him back as fast as possible. And I'm sure the guy, Brock Purdy, wants to get in there to keep his spot, to prove he's the man. And last year wasn't just some mirage or whatever it is. But have you ever had to get in front of a guy and kind of stop him from himself because of his return to an injury and he's trying to maybe rush it a little too much? Because I just worry it's his throwing arm. It's the elbow. It's his moneymaker besides his brain. This is an important injury, and I want to make sure he's 100% healthy. Have you ever had to kind of slow a guy down?
Oh, absolutely. We're all kind of like that, right? Right. This now sort of quite possibly, there's a possibility that this has become Purdy's team, right? Well, like I said, you have to be in attendance. You have to be there because, especially at the quarterback position, there's some leadership qualities that go on to win after win after win and getting your team into the end zone time and time again, right? So yeah. Now there's probably a 2-month span. Some guys heal up really quickly. Other guys are kind of right in the middle, and other guys it might take a couple of more weeks for them for it to be reasonably safe. Right. For them to go out and perform. And I would expect that the 49ers, too early is probably worse than a little too late. So I'm sure that's probably their philosophy there.
So we got big aspirations out here, Marty. We're talking to Marty Mornhinweg. Of course, you can find him on Twitter at Marty Mornhinweg, former NFL head coach and OC. He's been great. He was a former Niner, of course. We love him out here in the Bay Area. Hear him on the 33rd Team podcast where he breaks it down as well. Trey Lance, only 4 starts. And we didn't like the game plan with Trey Lance last year. We wanted to see him turn it loose, put the condition to Chicago. You had to kind of play it safe there. Then to Seattle, they had him run heavy here. The Niners have Super Bowl aspirations. Can any one of these quarterbacks that they have on the roster, because it's not, the history tells us you can't win with the quarterbacks that you have on the 49ers rosters due to their age and inexperience. But if it's Trey, can they get to that promised land? What does he have to do better to get to that promised land? Is it as simple as just playing the game and getting experience? What do you need to see from Trey Lance to be the guy here in San Francisco?
Well, you're right. Experience goes a long, long way, doesn't it? However, because of injury after injury, his developmental process, it just got stunted, didn't it? And he's got a few consistency issues, right? Great quarterbacks rarely miss the easy ones, right? Average to poor quarterbacks, they miss them on a regular basis. You can't do that because that pulls not only at the offense, but the entire team. And then the mojo kind of disappears. You got to have a little of that mojo. I believe in that little momentum, right? So Trey Lance, it looks like he looks different on film. It looks like maybe he's got that consistency problem possibly taken care of. Now, you look at this thing. You build on hundreds of reps, and it turns into thousands of reps, and then he's got an opportunity to develop himself into an accurate passer, and that is what needs to happen for Trey Lance to lead the 49ers to the promised land.
Marty, can you be my life coach? What do you charge per hour, man? I need you in my life, man, to get me fired up to do this radio show every day, man. You got so much great energy.
I'll tell you what, Monty, look, in the NFL, I would tell the staff that I was coaching with, right? Look, one thing that is overlooked, especially at the NFL level, is a little motivation. Even your best players, even your highly motivated guys, need a little juice every now and then.
Yes, sir.
Let's make sure that we bring it every day. And so that's just part of living life, right? Yep. Hey, if you're optimistic, good things tend to happen.
No doubt.
If you're pessimistic, it doesn't happen as regularly.
Marty, a little something off the side here. Have you had a chance to take a look at Caleb Williams?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
I have not studied him in depth like some of these other fellows, but what a great great player this man is.
I mean, Mark, and I want you to expand on that because maybe I'm a little okay. Mahomes is the gold standard right now, and he's such a unicorn. So it's totally unfair to say anyone reminds you of Mahomes. It's like saying Joe Montana around these parts. It's sacrilegious. But watching this kid make throws, the way he contorts his body, I mean, the arm talent I'm seeing, maybe I haven't been around as long as others. I feel like he's as good, if not better, than any college quarterback throwing the football I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I would expect, which is sort of unusual, that 95 to 100% of all scouts, personnel, men, and coaches will have this guy as the number one pick. I mean, I would think that would be the situation. All right, you take Patrick Mahomes, I would suspect that most of the evaluation meetings, the personnel and coaches on, it was about 50-50 on the great Patrick Mahomes. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Right? So, but I would expect this guy, now the expectations will be sky high when he enters the NFL as well, as long as he's healthy, right? But I would suspect that this guy may be sort of a John Elway, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen type of fella as far as production. Now, they're all different, right? Even if they're in the same mold, right? They're all different with their strengths and weaknesses and how they view the game of football and how they view a particular play and how they speak and how they lead. So they're all really, really different, and it will be real interesting to me. If he can, some guys come out of the college game and kind of seamlessly transition into the NFL. Other great ones, it took a year or two or more even, right? It's just, and some great quarterbacks in college never get to the transition part of it. They never play well. Some of that's a little fortunate because, like we said, you need to be on a decent team to show your skill and ability at the quarterback position.
Marty, always a pleasure to hear from you. We'll do it again during training camp when it heats up out here in Santa Clara when the Niners are trying to figure out who's going to be starting week one. Marty, you're the best, man. Thanks for taking the time and talking some football
Now,
with us.
you know I'm from that area.
Oh, yeah.
That's where I grew up.
Oh, I know.
High school, High Flying Eagles.
Oh.
So I may go be seeing my mama and my brothers and sisters down there. So I may have to drop by training camp.
Oh,
Please
you will
do.
drop by.
Please do.
We will be at the Hilton Hotel
Let's
before
do
practice.
at least an hour together.
At least you'll come in
We'll
studio
get you
live.
breakfast.
Well, yeah, no, we'll do it all. We'll make it happen, Marty.
Yeah.
We will make it happen.
Bingo.
There it is.
I love this guy.
There it is. Marty Mornhinweg here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. He gets fired up, man. He gets geeky about this quarterback stuff. I love that. I'm not going to lie. His first answer, I was like, oh, my God, I can't wait till week one. Oh, my God, I can't wait.
It's going to be a long summer.
Well, we got the Warriors summer. This is the great part about the Bay Area right now. We knew this back in September. We said, man, the next 9 months of Bay Area sports is going to be on fire. Now, the Giants, it's up to them whether or not they're going to be interesting. Right now, they're interesting.
They're interesting.
They're hot.
Yeah.
So now this summer, it's not going to be a long summer, folks. We're going to have a good one. Warriors offseason is going to carry us a lot because there's going to be who's flying off the table in the NBA. There's going to be so much happening, right? Warriors got decisions. Bob Myers, maybe thinking about a decision right now. How you doing, Bob? I hope you're doing well. Hope you come back. Man, we'd love to have Bob Myers back, but we'll see what happens. Feels like he's leaving. Who knows? Whatever. Warriors got a lot of stuff happening. Got the Giants rolling. Then we get to August or late July for training camp. And it's like, damn, week one's right around. And Marty just got me fired up talking about it. Now, your last question, because it came out of nowhere.
Why? Why are you mad?
I'm not mad.
Oh, okay.
I'm not mad, but it's you and all these other people part of the problem.
What is it?
You set this kid up to fail.
No. I'm excited for him.
I love Caleb Williams. When he first came in, when he first got a sniff, that Red River shootout, replacing Spencer Rattler. Because I love the Red River shootout.
Rattler's weak.
He didn't have a bad year in South Carolina. He didn't have a bad year. Just saying.
I don't think he's very good, but keep going.
I wouldn't draft him, but I'm saying he didn't have a bad year in South Carolina.
Okay.
I'm not saying I want him at quarterback. However, when he came in that Red River shootout, he made some throws. He made the throw to the right pylon, and I said, oh, my God, wow. This guy's amazing. And he can run, he can throw. But you guys all did this to him. He won the Heisman Trophy. Oh, he's the next Mahomes, and he got smacked in that Pac-12 championship game.
Wait a minute. He was hurt.
He was hurt. He was compromised.
I mean, he
was
still was a
compromised.
baller.
He was baller, but I don't like comparing
the
young
bowl
men
game, it
to
wasn't
the greats.
him that lost.
And I don't want to say
they couldn't stop 22 from Tulane.
Dude, they couldn't do anything. That was the bowl game. I'm talking about the Utah game.
Well, the Utah's got a good defense.
They got humbled in that game.
Well, I mean, they lost them multiple times. So
I'm not mad. I don't care how you feel about it. But when you say the best quarterback prospect to ever come out of college football, I got to push back on it.
No, I said he has a chance to be.
Oh, I didn't hear that chance.
Yeah,
right,
chance to be. Because you got
I
Trevor Lawrence was one from basically from his freshman year on.
Andrew Luck.
It was like he's going to be the number one pick. Andrew Luck's another good one.
John Elway,
absolutely.
Peyton Manning was always hyped to be the
Peyton
number
Manning
one
is
overall
absolutely.
pick. So was Archie.
Yes.
Archie. Another
Vic.
guy.
Michael Vick.
Michael Vick's a great
Vick.
one.
They was showing highlights of Michael Vick last night.
Michael Vick's a
NFL
great
Network.
one.
Oh my,
a great one.
But
wouldn't you agree on Michael Vick? There were still people like, I don't know, he's kind of small.
There was a lot of people.
What I mean?
They didn't know if he could throw the ball.
I don't know if it was unanimous in terms of scout approval.
This one we forget about all the time. We've had him on the show. Drew Bledsoe.
Oh, Drew Bledsoe's a great one.
Remember when he came out? He was like the dude.
90,
like the guy. 92, 93, one of those years.
Yeah. He was awesome. I actually always liked Drew Bledsoe.
Yeah, Drew Bledsoe was
legit. A big Drew Bledsoe
They
fan.
came with the rebranding
that
of the Patriots.
That was when I actually did like the Patriots.
Right. Yeah, they had
him
the
and
rebranding.
Curtis Martin.
They had the
Ben
rebranding.
Coates.
Yeah, with new jerseys, new uniforms. They were sick. So that's where I'm at. Was it Darnold great at USC? He was okay.
No, Darnold was not as good at watching the games.
Caleb Williams is better.
Caleb Williams is a better quarterback.
But I don't know if he's better than what Carson Palmer was doing his last couple of years at USC. Carson Palmer was
awesome.
Sick.
Awesome. They had Bonte, that team, you look back at that team that they they were pretty loaded.
They were unbelievable.
I mean, they were pretty loaded. That 5-year stretch for Pete Carroll is as good as it gets. Like the way we look at Alabama, you could go back and look at some of those USC rosters.
They were sick.
Yes.
They were legit.
Yes.
That's why I thought Matt Leiter was going to be sick. I loved Matt Leiter. I still got his jersey, the Ardswell patch. I loved Matt Leiter.
Yeah, but Matt Leiter was kind of like a stiff lefty.
He was. But he was, dude.
No, he was going to be a top pick. I'm not denying
If I'm not mistaken, in the national championship.
We're not talking about top picks.
Yeah, I know. We're talking about talent.
Like unanimous scout obsession.
Right. But listen, Matt Leiter, in that second half, if I'm not mistaken, he went something like 17 to 18 in the second half. And Texas had an all-NFL secondary. Remember that? Mm-hmm. Who was it?
Well, Earl Thomas
was one.
But he might have not been on that team now.
They had Terrell Brown.
Terrell Brown was
Michael Huff.
Ex-Niner.
Michael Huff.
Michael
the Griffin brothers, I think.
Michael Huff was sick in college.
The Griffin brothers?
Yes.
They had all NFL secondary.
The Griffin brothers.
And they were on USC's receivers.
But
whether it was Dwayne Jarrett.
I wanted
Dwayne
Huff.
Jarrett, all those guys. And Matt Leiter was just so
Steve
accurate.
Smith.
The other Steve
Fred
Smith.
Davis, the tight end.
Fred Davis. Dwayne Jarrett as wide receiver.
Dwayne Jarrett,
Steve
absolutely.
Smith. Yeah, Reggie Bush coming out the backfield. They had another receiver. Was it Corbett? No, it wasn't Corbett. No. I can't think of the other receiver. I can't think of the other receiver, but obviously Lindell White.
Yes.
Lindell White was, oh my God.
I actually thought Lindell was the better running back.
I want to do this summer. You know, we have some off time. We got some downtime. I want to do the top 5 football games you ever watched. Any level. Top 5 basketball games, any level. Because people laugh at me when I give my list out.
Okay, if I told you that the 49ers Saints game is in that mix, is that me being too biased?
Wow. It's a great game. I think the Niners Seahawks, the one that the Niners lost.
It was a better game?
Was a better game.
Okay.
That's what to me, it was like just a body bag.
I just pushed that one down and
I
try not to
the losses.
remember.
I look at the losses and the wins.
Well, because I look at the NFC Championship game from 1990 the same way, where it was a great game and that the Niners lost, that it hurts my soul.
Your list could be anything, right? But like I look at that USC-Texas game.
That was one of the greatest games of all time.
And I think it's in my top 3. Like when I watch it over.
Hands down.
And you got that was Keith Jackson's last game ever broadcasting.
Yeah, that's one of the greatest games ever. And everyone was thinking the same thing. How do you not have a linebacker spying Vince Young? What are you doing?
It was one of the Ting brothers. One of the Ting brothers are on the field. Remember that? Dr. Ting from
that, yes. And was Darnell Bing also on that team?
on that team.
Who was a Niner?
Clay Matthews was a freshman. God. Say freshman. Wow. Brian Cushing, I think, was on that team.
Yep. So they were on roids.
Yep. Who was the defensive end they had? He was
Frosty
so slow.
Rucker.
Frosty Rucker.
Raider legend.
Coming off that
you know I know that name.
Coming off that edge.
That's such an all-time name.
He was so slow, and you knew Vince Young was running to the right
Did they
pylon.
have Eric Winston or Winston Justice?
Winston Justice.
One was on Miami, one was on USC.
Winston Justice. Eric Winston was on Miami.
Yeah.
Winston Justice on USC, the lineman.
Yes.
Lindell White was so good in that game.
Lindell White was so good, period. I'll never forget having Reggie Bush on the sidelines of the most important game. Like, even if he's not going to touch the ball.
So, like, people
what are you doing? Norm Chow, what are you doing?
So,
they
like,
should have lost to Notre Dame that year.
So
Jeff Samardzija and them should have beat them that year. The Bush push.
Yeah, well, the Bush push. But 4th and 9. Matt Leinart drops back and throws deep to Dwayne Jarrett. I was like, oh, my God, they're going
18, and they cut it in half.
When they cut it, but 4th and 9,
yes,
Chasky. It was 4th and 9.
I remember.
It was 4th and 9. Inside your own 30-yard line, and he throws a bomb to Jarrett. Nice little back shoulder throw. And that game was just unbelievable. That whole season of USC football.
Was he a linebacker on that team, or was he after that?
Who's that?
Keith Rivers.
For USC?
Yeah, or was that after that?
He may have been on that team.
Was it Ryan Jensen?
Ray Maualuga was on that team, too.
Ray Maualuga, yes.
On the Notre Dame team?
No,
on
USC.
Year they lost to Texas?
USC.
I got to pull that team up. So, like, if I go, like, top 5 basketball games that you've ever seen.
College or pro?
Anything. High school,
Game
college.
7, Warriors versus the Cleveland Cavaliers is up there. It's one of the greatest games of all time. Heat Spurs, the Ray Allen shot.
Game 6.
Yeah, it's one of the greatest series of all time. How is Duncan not on the floor?
Yeah.
For the biggest rebound in the history of your organization.
Yep.
I think some people would say Utah Jazz versus Michael Jordan.
Game 6 game?
Yeah, where he pushes off on Byron Russell.
Yep.
The Allen Houston shot. I mean, you could throw
Miami
that in there.
first round. So, like, I even go JUCO, right? I still say to this day, just in terms of gameplay, pace of play, lack of turnovers, and people are going to call me biased. I already know. But City College, San Francisco, when they played Citrus College, Justin LeBlanc, Adam, Tom, McNichols, Derek Lott, they won their first state championship. That game was 83-81. I swear to God. There was less than 10 turnovers in that basketball game. John Williams, who used to come into the SFB.
Big John, big lefty.
Almost dropped a triple-double in that game.
Guy.
Colin Shiverton. Shout out Colin Shiverton. With the mid,
what
played.
happened to Colin Shiverton?
He went to St. Mary's and went back to
a great
City.
shooter.
Then he went to Eastern Washington. He actually hit me up a couple weeks ago. He was at the Gatehouse.
Was it him, Fred Sturdivant, and then
Fred Sturdivant, Colin Shiverton, John Williams, De'Aaron Parker, Yvonne Dorsey, our boy Yvonne Dorsey, down there in Miami. Yep. He had a big 3 in the semifinals in that game.
Yeah.
But that game, like,
I think his dad played for the Colts.
Dude, that game was unbelievable. Like, honestly, just in terms of pure basketball, up and down, well played, not a lot of fouls, 3-point shots, good dunks, great high-level basketball, top 5 games. So any level.
They said Brian Windhorst in his top 5 would have Game 4 Nuggets-Lakers.
The Lakers absolutely were terrific in going down in this series. I'm not sure I've seen a more impressive performance in a sweep ever.
Totally agree.
Are you?
God, he's so right.
That's got to be wrong.
Real.
That's not. Can you play that one more time?
Be real.
The Lakers absolutely were terrific in going down in this series. I'm not sure I've seen a more impressive performance in a sweep ever.
Ever. He's so right.
That's got to be
coin flip after coin flip game in this series. I'm just starting to think to myself, you know what? Couple shots here and there. Lakers sweep the Nuggets. Could have happened.
That's just sad.
That is the biggest low.
Whatever helps you sleep at night, buddy.
Of the loser's limp I've ever seen in my life.
That's just,
Coach Peralta is somewhere going, what are you talking about?
But Warrior fans can't move forward.
I mean, it's just,
wait, give me the Windhorst. I got to hear it one more time.
One more time.
The Lakers absolutely were terrific in going down in this series. I'm not sure I've seen a more impressive performance in a sweep ever.
I mean,
ever.
I mean, come on, dude.
I feel like there's a little bit of snark in his voice there.
It has to be.
I mean, come on.
You play like, I feel like there's a little bit of like a twinkle and a snark there.
It was the greatest sweep ever.
Yeah, I think
the Lakers absolutely were terrific in going down in this series. I'm not sure I've seen a more impressive performance in a sweep ever.
That is definitely not a 100% genuine statement.
What about when the Pelicans got swept by the Warriors and every one of those games felt super close?
We had to check him on the whole checkbook championship thing.
That cannot be a dead face.
We had to check him on the checkbook champion. And they were like, well, Cleveland had the number 1 payroll in 2016. And Lexington Texas, they did? I don't recall. I like Brian Windhorst. We made up. We hugged each other. I saw him in Boston. We're all good. He came back on the show a couple times. Then you had Trista Crick, who was Oh my God, these homers are running off Brian. Trisha, stay away. That's the best thing about the Sacramento series being over. We no longer have to hear from her.
I'm starting to think that the Lakers getting swept was actually more impressive than the Warriors winning the title. Given the circumstances, Wendy's got a point. He really does.
Bonte was right.
That's good.
Bonte did have a point.
That was it.
That's good. That is a great job.
What was that in context to? When
I don't remember. We had a lot of. I'm telling you,
have
BSG didn't last long.
Hey,
but we had some. We had some times, man.
Point.
We had some times.
Was literally.
Bonte, help me.
Bonte says to me, "Goo, tonight. This is at the Warrior Summit. Was Game 6 Goo?
It was Game 6 Goo. He got on that pedal with the nameplate. The glasses old. The posture was right.
Yeah.
I mean,
he was ready. How about the photos? Your buddy who did the photos,
John Paul Bermudez.
It's beautiful photos.
Great photos.
There was some photos of Guru and Steiny. I was like, they do like each other.
They do.
I'm teasing, guys.
The Lakers absolutely were terrific in going down in this series. I'm not sure I've seen a more impressive performance in a sweep ever.
Greatest baseball game you've ever seen?
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. That is a good one. Best baseball games ever. See, I would put Cardinals-Rangers Game 6 up there. When the Rangers blew it.
No, the third baseman, Freeze, hit the home run.
Over Nelson Cruz's head.
Yeah,
that was one of the great games. Kirby Puckett.
That was the double.
Kirby Puckett, 1990. Yeah.
1991 World Series.
Yeah.
We'll see you tomorrow. The great Jack Buck.
Jack Morris, I believe, on the
Jack
mound.
Morris went Game 7 and pitched 10 innings.
So then who was the game before?
Because Steve Avery, Jack Morris pitched Game 7.
Joe Carter walk-off?
Joe Carter walk-off's up there.
What about Sid Bream?
Sid Bream, Game 7.
It's one of the seminal moments in my childhood.
I agree. All those games in the 90s. I mean,
like that Pirates team meant so much to me.
Pirates team was sick.
Andy Van Slyke.
They had a win in that series. The Pirates won nothing at Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. They had Doug Drabeck.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, they were sick. Jay Bell, I think, was second baseman.
Jay Bell, but he also played shortstop for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Later on in his career.
Yes.
Later on in his
career. And then they
Andy
had
Van
Rafael
Slyke.
Belliard at one point, Jose Lind, Orlando Merced.
They were sick.
They were a sick team.
They were sick.
Bobby
my
Bonilla.
gosh. They were great. I mean,
who was the lefty? Zach, was it Zane Smith? Who was the lefty for the Pirates? Is it Zane Smith?
I got to pull up that.
Zach Smith? Zane Smith?
I got to pull up that roster.
Drabeck was sweet.
He was sweet. I mean, Giants.
Well, Giants Royals, Game 7.
That's a classic one.
Yeah.
That's an all-timer.
I would also say Game 5 Reds Giants in the first round is about as good of a game as I can ever remember. The at-bat at the end.
Jay Bruce against Sergio Romo. Hell, Game 3 of that series was iconic. Extra innings, Scott Rowland.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. There's a lot of baseball. That'd be hard. Because you even got some College World Series games. What about when LSU beat Miami 9-8? Walk-off home run. How sick was that?
You don't know who Diana Ross is.
I know who Diana Ross is.
Diana Ross? Heck yeah.
I mean, the song, it slipped my mind. Final thoughts.
It's time for the Xfinity.
Final thoughts, Shasky, started off.
Final thoughts, yes, Zane Smith was on the Pirates in the early 90s. You know what? I'm going to go there. Without the early 90s Pirates team with Barry Bonds, who I absolutely loved from day one, I don't think I'd be this into baseball as much as I am now. As much as I love the Giants and 87, 89 meant so much to me and all that, like watching that Pirates team in the playoffs against the Braves, because I hate the Braves to this day.
Lloyd McClendon was on that team.
Yeah. That is one of the seminal teams in my lifetime that actually made me love the sport.
Jeff King, Jay Bell, Jose Lynn, John Smiley.
Yep.
Those dudes were sick.
They were sick,
The 90s base, but the Twins were sick. Ken Herbeck and Kirby Puckett.
I think he had 7 career Grand Slams, Kent Herbeck.
And then the catch by Kirby Puckett off
Chuck
the plexiglass.
Yeah.
The plexiglass.
Yeah, the plexiglass
Rest
was
in peace.
sweet.
One of the first books I ever read was Kirby Buck's biography. Go ahead, Spinell or Lubbock.
One of the greatest games I ever witnessed, and it was in person, it was the last game I saw when the Raiders played at the Coliseum. Last game I saw there with that team was 31-30. Raiders beating the Chiefs. I know there was the 3 dead ball plays at the end of the game where it felt like every single time, oh, they won it here. Oh, they lost. Oh, wait, they won it again. All the different penalties.
Who was the tight end that should have had 15 touchdowns on that drive?
Oh, God.
87. Cook.
Yes. Oh, no, Jared Cook. Jared Cook. He was a Pro Bowler. He was a Pro Bowler that year.
Throw him the ball.
Yep, and his Michael Crabtree ended up winning it, and Giorgio Tavecchio. Remember that name?
Yeah, Giorgio Tavecchio was our guy.
Yeah.
He was one of our best interviews on the old Afternoon Delight. Giorgio Tavecchio. I used to talk to him after every game, man. Shout out to Giorgio
As
Tavecchio.
a talker on the Afternoon Delight.
Yeah, they get much talking in. They get worse. But no, Giorgio was a good dude, man. I miss Giorgio Tavecchio. Damn, Giorgio Tavecchio, what a name, man. Liked him.
He started a pizzeria.
Yeah, he came to the bocce ball tournament. When we did the bocce ball.
Hell yeah.
We got to interview John Madden that day. That was awesome.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. John Madden.
Love
it.
You know, speaking of Tavecchio, that reminds me of another game. I don't know if I call it the best game, but definitely an intense game. That was Cal-Oregon back in 2010 when Cal lost by like 2 points. Giorgio Tavecchio false started on a go-ahead field goal, ended up missing the kick, and then Oregon goes on the longest drive they have all year long to run out the clock. Cal had a chance to knock off number 1 Oregon. Of course, they called it up like they always do, but Giorgio, it was the only time I've ever seen a kicker false start.
Hey, leave Giorgio alone. He went to Campbell High School, Moraga, California, okay?
Yes, he has a Los Lomas guy. I'm not vibing that.
Yeah, well,
Family money.
He's born in Italy. Right now, you know what he's doing?
Born in Italy.
He's playing for the Barcelona Dragons.
Wow.
Yeah.
Still playing.
So he was with the Niners, Packers, Lions, Raiders, Falcons, LA Wildcats, Tennessee Titans, Milano Seaman.
What's your final thought?
My final thought is my music game is bad. I didn't think it was this bad.
Diana Ross? Heck yeah.
I listen to less music. Especially the music now. It's just some of these dudes are just so bad. It's just blah, 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 blah. But not getting Diana Ross. It's just.
I'm getting all my babies mixed up. Duh, baby, Lil Baby.
It's just too much.
Baby.
I already told you.
Baby Bash.
Baby
You can't be
Bash.
35 years old with the name Little. You're not little. You're 35. You're 30.
Butcher boy, and I'm 40.
Well, you're not Little Butcher. All right. Oh, last thought here. 408 Comcast Business
Little
Text
Guido
line.
will always be Little Guido to me.
At Hatterberg game for 20 in a row. That was a great game. That was a great game. All right, that was it. That was it for us, man. What a show. Wacky show, but it was a lot of fun. Don't forget the closing read here on the says it. Don't forget the closing read. In all caps. Feels like Shasky wrote this. That was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network. Only from Xfinity, the future starts now. We'll try to be better tomorrow. But we have fun. Hopefully the roasters have fun out there. Steiny Guru, you know they always have fun. We didn't even talk Celtics Heat. Damn, they'll do it. We forgot.
The Lakers absolutely were terrific in going down in this series. I'm not sure I've seen a more impressive performance in a sweep ever.
Complete your dream outdoor.
Oh, yeah.
What's up, baby?
Thank you, 650, right off the bat, reminded
ruined
me.
It.
Happy birthday to the father of hip-hop and rap, folk and acoustic, Bob Dylan.
There ain't no hip-hop and rap.
Happy birthday to Bob Dylan, 82 years old.
Did you know that it was his birthday?
Subterranean Homesick Blues, first rap song ever.
Wow.
Mom is in the basement mixing up the medicine. I'm on the pavement thinking about the government. You better believe it.
That wasn't Dylan, though.
Yes, it was.
No, Grandmaster Flash, they're the first one with a rating. But anyway, did you know it was his birthday?
No, I didn't, but the
I
650.
knew that I was going to spring it on you.
Thank you. So, I'll tell you what, your boy's feeling good today. It's a Carica Park Wednesday.
Look at, you got the sweater on.
See you later at 2 o'clock. Out at 2, 159.59. Oh, no. No, he's no factor. He's no factor.
That's okay.
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm fired up. I've been doing inventory, self-inventory.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
how's that going?
It's going pretty well, but I'm about to make some lifestyle changes I'm about to share with you real quick. So we saw Bonte drop about 40, 30 pounds with soda. Your boy's about to try it, Stoney.
So, you're doing it?
SOTA. I got to follow B steps. And then I was interviewing Bonte. I was like, how you do it, dude, when you want to just get a burger? You know, Mexican pizza.
You know what? Maybe what I'll do.
It's willpower, Stoney.
Maybe what I'll do is while you're doing the soda, I'll do the Steiny,
which is
weight loss program. Oh, I'm like Brooks Koepka. I can't give away all my secrets.
Okay, well there it is.
But then I don't want to make soda look bad.
Yeah,
when I'm just shedding the weight and you're having trouble. All right. Hey, you know, Guru, sometimes
I get on your nerves.
No, the hell no. Sometimes people say that when I view the Golden State Warriors, I can be a tad negative. I know. That's crazy for some of you.
Yeah.
I get that. And, it's true that I feel like, they're in a spot right now where they got a lot of tough choices ahead.
Man.
But you ever think about something and then think about it more? And then you think about it more and you say, you know what? I kind of like that.
Yeah, when I got married.
I was talking about sports.
But I get you.
And here's how I'm going to start it. If you think, forget me, if you think for 1 minute that Joe Lacob would not entertain the thought of pairing Steph Curry and LeBron James together for 2 years here, I think you're crazy. I think you're crazy. I think, and we'll get into realistic, non-realistic.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you, our Joe Lacob, our gambling man, our poker player,
the killer.
The more there's no, he could not. What businessman would give up the opportunity to pair Curry and LeBron James for the next 2 years?
Okay.
You got to do it. If you can do it, you do it. There,
and
I
what
said
expense? What if it meant Clay?
I don't think it would mean
Clay. We'll talk
Clay.
about later. But what if it did?
I'd still think about it. But I think you could probably get. I don't know that the Lakers would want Klay Thompson for a couple years. I think they'd more want Poole. They'd more want Kuminga. They more want Wiggins.
And give
probably
up
some
LeBron
picks.
James, who just took the team to the Western. See,
it's not their
Joe
call.
Lacob.
It's not their call.
Okay,
it's LeBron's call. All LeBron James has to do is say, you know what?
Right.
I want out of here.
Yeah. And Steiny, I get the Joe Lacob part and the Warrior part. I get that. I mean, you talk about a factory reset. I mean, this would be incredible, but tell me why people feel like LeBron's leaving. He didn't say he wasn't happy in L.A. They did everything under the sun. He's a Hollywood. I just don't see LeBron James coming to the Bay. And I hope I'm wrong, because I would love to see that pairing. But this is about Joe Lacob and his mindset. Steiny, I think he would pull the trigger on it, and I don't think there's not anybody named Curry that he wouldn't put in that deal if it took to get LeBron James here in a Warrior uniform.
You hear what your boy said?
Who, my boy?
Take a listen.
Who else you want to play with? In today's game, Steph Curry. Yeah. Steph Curry's the one that I want to play with.
Oh, shoot.
The chef.
You know what? Hey,
he might want to play with you next weekend now.
That is phenomenal. When did he say that? Was that on the shop?
Yeah,
I
guess the latest one. Yeah.
No. Well, he got it. We got his wish. So he's the captain. He's picked me the last 2 All-Star games. So I don't know if that suffices, but I'm good right now.
How's that make you feel, though?
Good right now. I mean, whenever you get the interest or curiosity of what it would be like to play with, arguably, MVP kind of caliber dude like he is, and one greatest of all time. Cool. Like, it's amazing.
Right.
We all can live in that fantasy world, though.
Yeah, it was a year ago. It's not a fantasy world anymore because
with
LeBron James has said, he may retire. But I don't think he's thinking of retiring right now. I think he's putting pressure on the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yeah.
To you better get better.
Yeah. Kyrie Irving could help him.
Well, I don't think they're going to.
Why?
Because they don't have enough money to get Kyrie Irving.
If they get rid of I gave you the Windhorst video. It's
so they're going to get rid of Reeves?
I don't know.
They're going to get rid of Hachimura?
I don't think those two would
and
be.
They still can only create. They can
Kyrie
still
Irving.
only create $30 million for Kyrie Irving.
Well, he's been on a roller coaster. I think he just wants to win a chip. And
I think he wants to get paid.
I don't think he has a lot of suitors outside of the Lakers.
I think Dallas will pay him.
I don't think he wants to be there.
I don't know about that.
I think they want to reunite Kyrie Irving and LeBron James.
Well, I think LeBron James would rather unite with Steph Curry.
But you're playing something that's almost 2 years old.
It's 1 year old.
And LeBron, hey, I'm not stealing your thunder. I'm the dreamer of the show. I'm just shocked that the guy said he's pondering retirement.
That's right.
How does that mean he wants to be a Warrior? Or even come back and do what Durant did?
Why are respected writers putting it out there? Kevin O'Connor is not a joke for the Ringer. I just opened my inbox today. Vegas odds on LeBron James's next team.
Well, there can be odds for it. And
then I'm on NBC Sports Bay Area. Yeah. And what are they talking about? If LeBron leaves, the Warriors will be a destination possibility.
I'm not against it.
I'm just telling you, of all the scenarios
I can't get
that I've heard,
I
don't know why. Why?
Because I don't think he wants to leave L.A., that's all.
Well, that's
sounds like you feel
that's
like
not what he's acting like right now.
He hasn't said anything.
He said he may retire.
That's not coming to Warrior ball.
That's starting to extract leverage from the Los Angeles Lakers. It's how it starts. It's how it starts.
I'm shocked that you're giving this.
You're the same guy who maybe a week from now will say, "Hey, Steiny, where there's smoke, there's fire."
Yeah.
Of all the scenarios I've heard, that's the one I like the best. I would give up Kuminga, Poole, and Wiggins for LeBron James. And those 3 salaries make a little more than what James makes, but I would do that. I'd give up Wiggins, Poole, and 2 picks. And here's why I would do it. And for all you out there that are saying, Steiny, no. You can't be on 2 different islands. You cannot be in the camp of by any means necessary.
Gotcha.
For Steph Curry. And then say, oh, no. No LeBron.
Oh, I'm not doing that.
I'll take, you know what? Here's the other thing. I'll take my chances on Steph, Clay, LeBron, Draymond Green, and Looney. That's my 5. And you know what?
I'd be a good
You know what? You might be like, well, okay, that's great. What about the 6'3"? Okay, you know what? Guess what? Guys are going to come for the minimum, for the veteran minimum, to be a sub on that team because that team could win it with a few core good bench guys. I think Joe Lacob would do this in a heartbeat. Joe Lacob. Hey, Joe Lacob.
I get you.
We're going to give you an opportunity to pair Steph Curry and LeBron James for 2 years.
It's incredible.
Done deal. In my book. The more I think about it, it's a done deal.
And
done.
And I'm letting you know, I'm trying to curb my excitement because from a Warrior standpoint, hell yes. The part that I just feel like is the biggest stretch is he wants to leave LA to come here. That's where that
actually makes some sense to me.
The basketball part, you're like Steiny. Your boy dream every day. I just don't believe, or we heard that the relationship was toxic with the Lakers. I think he's doing this to kind of put cologne on the reason they got swept. But I just don't see him leaving a place where he's already delivered a ring, although it was in the bubble, to come get with the chef. But then you played that sound.
Said he'd, of all the players in the NBA, he'd like to play with Steph. It just...
So you're watching it?
Hell yes. Yeah. Hell yes. It's just... And here's the other thing. And this is the other thing I was thinking when we talk about young players. You know, the Lakers, they don't develop anybody. They don't develop ish. You know what they do?
Spin.
They create cap space. So you bring LeBron in here for a couple years. Then Steph's got his last year. By that point, the decision on Clay will have been made. And you know what? You'll have cap space. You'll have cap space. And if you think if you're a franchise that wants to consider itself like the Lakers or the Miami Heat, then go get a free agent. And create the cap space in 3 years to go get a free agent.
I'm just blown away because I always envisioned, I'm going to tell you, I always envisioned if Draymond Green and LeBron James played together, it would be in the purple and gold. And now that this has legs and you lay it out the way you lay it out, it could actually happen in a Golden State Warrior uniform.
Kevin
O'Connor
O'Connor suggested something interesting. He said everybody thinks that LeBron's recruiting Draymond.
It could be the other
Draymond may be recruiting LeBron. I mean, let me tell you who would be for this trade. Clay, Steph, and Draymond. They would you can't tell me they wouldn't love it.
And I won't. I will not do that. I just boy, it's hard to crank up the excitement engine. But
that thing would shake up the NBA more than Durant coming to the Warriors. In a way. Maybe it'd be right up there.
I ain't mad at it.
It would be. Curry would not want that. Want to bet? No, that's right. Curry would rather play more with Poole and Kuminga
and lose in the first
Moody.
Second round. Yeah. Semifinals. Well, we'll see, man.
Here's the part that really, to me, is the most important part.
What?
Do I know anything for sure? No, but one of the things I'm pretty sure about is Lacob would do it. That's who he is.
It would be light years.
That's who he is. Yeah. Marvin in San Francisco. What's going on, Marvin? How you doing, man?
I hope this is a dream that they think LeBron's going to come as opposed to reality, because I will tell you this.
Yes.
His ankle is gone, man. Once, I have a terrible ankle. I got 6 screws in it, and once you get to that point where the bones around the ankle joint are gone, you don't ever get back what you had. So we wouldn't be getting a LeBron James. I know he scored 40 points and all. They did it all on cement mixer play to the hole. But if they get LeBron James on the Golden State Warriors, I will stop watching the Warriors.
No, you won't.
The only reason he would want to was so that if he wins a championship,
that's right.
It's still more than Steph Curry. So I'm not on LeBron.
No, they have the same titles, right? They both have 4. Yeah, so they both get 5 together.
He's a guy who you just change your whole team just for that guy.
Do you?
So
see, I think he's smart enough to come here and fit in. Do what's best.
Fit in.
Yeah.
Fit in.
Well, what didn't he become the number two guy in LA behind it? He kind of let Anthony Davis be the big boy. I think he would be more than happy to continue to allow Steph to be the big boy. I think he'd love to play off Steph.
I would rather get Drew, the guy from Milwaukee, the guard. I'd rather get Caruso. I'd rather get Mikal Bridges. I'd rather do whatever I can to get a player who will really help this team for more than 1 year.
Okay, that's fair.
I don't think
Marvin. I got to call BS on you'd watch
Marvin's
him.
Real.
Marvin, you'd watch him if they got LeBron. Come on.
No, I'm serious.
Is it true you would cancel?
The guy has destroyed every franchise he's been at. He wants them all to go into Hawk, and then when that's run its course and they can't do it anymore, he leaves. I'm sorry, but I'm out on the guy.
But is it true you would cancel your season tickets?
I don't have them now. I had them for 50 years, but okay. I would stop watching the Warriors because I can't stand the guy.
Wow. And Steiny, I believe him.
I believe Marvin hates LeBron James.
He has some foot issues and a possible surgery coming up too, Steiny. But I mean, why do you stop there at LeBron? Then what about Dame Lillard? I mean, if you're going to go
LeBron's
there,
different.
Wow,
LeBron's different. And if you're going to say
you don't need him to be 09
LeBron ruined franchises, he's won a championship with every franchise he's been at.
Marvin don't like him. I get it, but come on.
Yeah, I don't understand this, Steiny. This is BS, Steiny.
Somebody said is that BPA's dad. That's pretty good. Let me give you credit.
Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Lover Stan 510.
What's that?
Lover Stan 510 on YouTube said that caller was Marvin was BPA's dad.
408, I'm with Marvin. I'd never watch a Warrior game again.
Stop it.
You know what?
He ain't leaving.
I don't like this word, and I certainly discourage it from my children when they say it, but shut up. Shut up. You wouldn't watch the Warriors if they had LeBron.
Bron.
You break. Yeah. An absolute break.
I'm not mad at it. I just don't think the king is leaving L.A.
Slow day, Steiny? No, it's actually not.
Damn.
We got 49er quarterback situation going on. We got Draymond Green talking about leadership. Okay. I mean, we got a lot going on.
What's going down,
The other thing is, ordinarily, because you guys know I'm a voice of reason. Ordinarily, you guys know I tend to be skeptical of a lot of things. And so where the Warriors are right now, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I think they're damned if they do, they're damned if they don't.
Unless
They bring back the same team, I don't think you're going anywhere. You lose Draymond for nothing, I don't think you're going anywhere. You find a way to get LeBron here by trading a couple picks maybe, and some young players. You know what? For all you, I got laughed at the other day for worrying about draft picks in 2027. You know what? We'll worry about it 2 years from now. I'll take 2 years of LeBron and Steph.
Turning into me every day. Wow. Yeah.
No, this one is a way to move forward in a fascinating way. Mm-hmm. And it may very well give you the best team that you could have heading into next year.
I think LeBron won one without Steph, Steiny. They got to the Western Conference Finals. And if they're thinking, what can we add to what I have around me? We could possibly add Kyrie Irving. I'm still the king of L.A. I could see him in that vessel as I'm going to go to Golden State and get with Steph and Clay and Steve Kerr. So
it's what the league's about right now, pairing up. And nobody's got more juice than LeBron. He can go wherever he wants. Steiny, how do you think Bob Myers factors into this? You know what? I was thinking about that, Todd. We could just up Bob Myers for 2 years. Hey, Bob, how about a 2-year deal? $30 million.
I want to be with my family.
You can oversee. That's dynamite. Okay. Well, do you want it or not?
I want to be with my family.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's fine. We're getting LeBron, so have fun.
Good luck.
Have fun. Yeah. I wonder if Bob Myers won't watch the Warriors if they have LeBron James. I'll tell you what. You know what's funny is
they're calling you LeSteinmetz.
What does that mean? LeBron. Hey, you know what's
that's the four. Yeah,
so many people out there are so
I'm shocked,
hypocritical.
Steiny, but no, I ain't mad at
anything for Steph Curry. Oh, really? Oh, but not bring LeBron in. Okay, it doesn't make sense to me. If it's all in for Steph,
which it is,
okay, then go team him up with LeBron. And you know what? You think I'm down on the Warriors? I'd be a lot more up on the Warriors if their core going into next year was Steph and LeBron.
Both would get their fifth together.
Well, assuming they would win it all.
Number 5.
There it is.
Spadone. Talk to me.
Yeah,
is he back there? Yeah. Talk to me, Spadone.
What do you want to know?
What do you think?
LeBron going to the Warriors? Yeah. I think that if LeBron wants it to happen, it will. Do I think it will happen? No, I think LeBron's doing all this talk, this posturing, because he wants another superstar. Yeah. He wants Kyrie. He wants Trey Young. There's been talks about them being interested. So, no, I don't think it's going to happen, but they'd be foolish, the Warriors, not to want to accept that.
Thank you. And Vor 2, that's Voice of Reason 2.
I like that.
I'm Voice of Reason 1.
Well, I thought I was
Jesus. No, you're not very reasoned.
I'm reasoned here.
You're passionate.
I feel like you got something in your cup that you're giving, this much to this idea that LeBron James, I honestly believe he's such an alpha male and narcissist that he wouldn't want to do the Durant thing to where it would look like I had to come get with Steph to get another chip when they were one series away from getting to the finals. We'll see. But, man, you talk about this offseason and what issues and the haunted house that is this offseason for the Warriors, that if this were an option, oh, my God, this would be one of the greatest off seasons since 4th of July.
Exactly.
But Bron, Steiny, he's hurt. He ain't wanting to leave. Hope I'm wrong.
You want me to play it again?
Give it to me.
No,
but I want to hear something from the King said it. We don't have that sound, but.
Yeah, LeBron James said if he could play with anybody in the NBA, it would be Steph Curry. That's who I want to play with. That was a year ago.
Yeah.
Neither of them got a title this year. Yeah. You know what?
LA for the Bay. I don't see him starting.
Yeah.
I don't see it.
I think LeBron, whatever LeBron wants, LeBron's going to get. And if he does.
No, that you are correct. Yeah.
I think Spadoni put it perfect. If he wants to, it's going to happen. And Joe Lacob would make some moves in a heartbeat to get LeBron James, I think. Especially if you could keep the big three together. Now, I don't like it. You know me. I'm not big on old guys, but that's one worth. Oh, by the way, everybody mentioning Bronny. Then when the Warriors, so they have the 19th pick this year.
Yep.
And then next year, it'll be LeBron's, the year after next will be LeBron's last year. You'll have won the title. So you'll get the 32nd pick in the draft, essentially. You draft Bronny, and Bronny plays his last year with Dad.
You got it now.
Draft Bronny after his freshman year. He plays. LeBron James fulfills his dream of playing with his son.
Dude, this ain't 24-hour fitness. His son's got to be good enough to be in the league, and you're already just putting him on.
Oh, yeah.
Dude,
I think he's going to be perfect. He's going to be like a third. I can tell right now. I've never seen LeBron James' son play, but I'll tell you right now, he has the smell of a 30th pick.
Dude, good Lord.
You're telling me you get 2 LeBrons for 1?
Exactly.
That's a 3, Evan. I'm going to shut this down.
No,
what
you're
about
not.
the tidbit I just gave you before we walked in the lab? The 2025 All-Star Game, NBA All-Star Game, is in L.A.
That's irrelevant.
That will be LeBron's swan song, the whole retirement
so
thing.
Irrelevant.
It's not.
That is.
He ain't leaving.
Of all the irrelevant.
Okay.
Like, you want to tell me about Bronny at USC? I'll give you that. The All-Star Game.
2025.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you know what that's saying?
That's LeBron.
Here's what I'll equate. LeBron, All-Star Game 2025. Yeah, that's like when Durant was at the Chase Center groundbreaking. Oh, he's going to want to play in the Chase Center.
He had the hard hat.
He was gone by then.
You're telling me LeBron went to L.A. and took all that vitriol and people hated him. You're not a real one. You're not Shaq. You're not Jerry. You're not Kobe. He wins a title. Mm-hmm. He's accepted. They had a courtship with Kyrie before he went to Dallas. They couldn't get it done. LeBron was pissed off behind the scenes. I got firsthand information.
Wait, what?
They tried to get Kyrie to L.A. and Jeannie Buss kind of dropped the ball this past season before he went to Dallas. And we saw LeBron mad, cut the little interview short. My point is they're going to exercise that demon and get Kyrie back to L.A. But you think LeBron would leave the Lakers to go west to come with Curry after you won a title and got to a Western Conference Finals?
Who?
The Lakers and LeBron. Like, you guys are acting like LeBron and the Lakers haven't even made the playoffs the last couple years. That's what he's not
LeBron didn't make them
leaving.
last year, I don't think. Lakers didn't make the postseason last year. Pretty sure. The other thing is this. It's about LeBron.
Right.
So the only thing LeBron cares about is winning another ring. He said that.
He got to Western Conference Finals this year.
Right, but he said that's no fun for him.
Yeah.
Right. So who's got a better chance? Does he have a better chance if Kyrie,
I ain't going to steal nobody's
Diana Ross, Mr. Baggage, comes to town, or LeBron flies up to the Bay Area? 888-957-9570. I am calling everybody out who says they're not watching the Warriors if they'd ever get LeBron. Hit the pike. You know you lie. 888-957-9570. It's all sponsored by Johnson SC Raid.
LeBron James.
The new Raid Essentials Light Trap uses light to attract, then trap flying insects like fruit flies and mosquitoes, turning your home into restricted airspace. For insecticide-free protection that's people and pet-friendly, get new Raid Essentials Light Trap.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit?
Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network.
Go on.
Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through June 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit per second internet on the next generation Xfinity 10G network for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required, and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Max is the streaming service for every mood. Today you're feeling like Khaleesi, the mother of dragons.
I was born to rule the Seven Kingdoms.
Tomorrow, you may feel like Harry Potter.
Expecto Patronum!
Sometimes you feel a little grouchy.
And I love Big Grouchy.
Or you feel like an adventure.
I'm on my way to Flavortown!
And sometimes you just need to laugh with friends.
Pivot! Pivot!
No matter what mood you're in, Max has it all. Max, the one to watch. Subscription required. Visit Max.com.
U.S. Bank is ranked #1 in customer satisfaction with retail banking in California by J.D. Power. Since California is home to most award shows, we've prepared a thank you speech.
To Californians everywhere, we've been proud to help you plan, budget, and save smarter. Our goal tracking and budgeting tools would have no place to shine if it weren't for you, and we can't thank you enough for that. And thank you to our real-life humans who go above and beyond for our customers every day.
Bravo, U.S. Bank! Bravo!
For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Member FDIC.
The future of news is here. Wow. Experience a new form of journalism you can only see on KPIX. Tonight at 11, climb up the side of a ship 15 stories high in open water. No safety net, zero visibility.
Out here, when it's rough weather, this is a really dangerous spot.
Are you going to be able to see through that fog, or does it get completely white?
We will probably be completely enveloped.
Rappel from a cargo ship in VR with Captain Zach Kellerman.
Go.
I come home feeling accomplished, like I've done something. I have a little bit of an adventure along the way.
It's called News in 360, and KPIX is producing special reports using virtual reality. Viewing in 360 puts you at the center of the story. Using a cell phone, a VR headset, or even your laptop in a browser, see how Captain Zach Kellerman's story defines the safety of Bay Area commerce. Our stories define us, tonight at 11 on KPIX.
What's up, bro?
My bro. How you been, dude?
Dude, I'm great. I've got news.
What's up?
I found the one.
Yeah, dude?
It's new Dr. Pepper strawberries and cream.
Oh, dude, that is huge.
Thanks, man. I just, when the Dr. Pepper swirls with the refreshing strawberry flavor and then that smooth, creamy finish hits. Oh, dude, it tastes different this time,
When you know, bro.
And bro, I think I know. It just tastes so good.
You deserve this, man. You're such a good dude. I knew you'd find a flavor this layered eventually.
Thanks, bro. Hey, it comes in 0 sugar, too. I can hook you up.
Cheers to that.
I am calling everybody out who says they're not watching the Warriors if they'd ever get LeBron. Hit the pike. You know you lie.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Kevin O'Connor, among the most respected writers in the NBA. How soon until Draymond Green begins recruiting LeBron to the Warriors? Did it happen as soon as LeBron stepped off the podium on Monday? Will it happen before the finals begin next Thursday? You don't need a source to tell you those conversations going to happen if they haven't already. Draymond's love for LeBron, the clutch connection, and his history, that means Draymond's history of recruiting. Interest between LeBron and the Warriors could be mutual.
This would be bigger than Durant.
It might be.
Because they were just coming off a championship loss that they should have won and got Durant. But this, Steiny, no, LeBron didn't come up at the summit. Well, they were still in it. They had a game that night.
True.
But still.
That is true.
Now I want to say another word, but man, if Joey Lightyears could pull this off, and I always thought if Dre and Bron
I talked you into
together,
it already.
No, I'm not into it.
You would do it.
I'm a Warrior, hell yeah.
There you go.
Why I'm skeptical is I think this dude's in hog heaven in L.A.
I don't. Like
they did everything under the sun for him. They did the trades at Pelinka. They got to the Western Conference Finals. I mean, that was a good season for where the Lakers were at, starting 2-10.
Do I have to read you his quotes about getting to the conference finals is not fun for him? And here's the other thing about LeBron. Like, I think we're underestimating his loyalty to something other than himself or his best interest. Like, I don't think he feels indebted to Rob Pelinka.
And I'm not saying that, but Steiny, they just lost. They got to the Western Conference Finals.
They got swept.
Okay, Kyrie Irving or another player of that caliber doesn't help them.
It might help them.
You're right there. But you're staring at it.
You're assuming they can get Kyrie. I'm not assuming they can get Kyrie.
That's the one where I feel like they already got it. There's a deal done already between those guys.
For a max?
Yeah, for a max.
How? Like, you can't just they have to go through hoops. I don't think they're gonna. A max is like what, 40 something?
What was it? It was.
I saw
D'Angelo
a number.
Russell.
I saw a number where the Lakers, if they did all they could do, could get about $30 million under the cap. I don't think Kyrie's signing for $30 million. I think Dallas would even offer him more than that. Keep in mind, Dallas can pay him.
Yeah,
and I don't know if Dallas wants to lose Kyrie.
Or if Kyrie wants to lose Dallas.
Exactly. Guys like Kyrie at this stage of their career, I don't know that they're ready to take a discount if they don't have to. Cyrus is in Oakland. What's up, Cy? How you doing, my man?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Cyrus.
I don't always agree with you, Steiny, but I'm 100% with you on this one. And
of course.
I heard a reason for why not LeBron. I don't see why he wouldn't fit. All I keep hearing is maybe it's not likely to happen. Well, that's fine. And Warriors fans who are saying that they won't watch, why? Because he's full of himself? We watched MJ, we watched Tiger and Reggie and McEnroe, and we're drawing the line at LeBron? He's an amazing player, one of the greatest ever, and he fit perfectly with the Warriors. So I'm all in on LeBron of the Warriors.
And I believe there's a lot more of you, Cyrus, this would be incredible, Steiny.
Of course it
would
be.
Turned off. If you didn't get turned off by Durant, you ain't getting turned
Warrior
off by
fans,
the
I got news for you. You're starting to drift out of focus in the NBA. You're starting to drift a little out of the spotlight.
This would be a hell of a cologne on a season has you scared.
Let's get back to being the bullseye of the target.
You going Pippen?
Let's get back to being the team in the NBA. Oh, hey, you know what? I know it's not going to last forever. It ain't lasting forever.
Keep sweating.
No matter what.
Nothing lasts. No, make it last forever.
Here's the one thing I was thinking, Goo. Ready?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I can't find it. Where is it? Okay. Why don't... This is... Goo, you were the famous speaker of this.
What the F do you got to lose? I'm telling you, I'm sold.
Okay.
I don't think the player, LeBron James, I forget his middle name, is wants to leave LA. And I feel like you're looking at LA and all that it has to offer: Hollywood, Denzel, Jack, Rihanna, Kim K. I feel like you feel like he's in Charlotte right now.
I feel like
everything.
I feel like you don't understand that there's money in LA, but there's bigger money in Silicon Valley. What do you think Iguodala's sticking around for like a gum on a shoe?
I thought he retired.
No.
What you mean, no?
He debunked that report.
His name didn't come up at the summit
either. These actors, these producers, these
Hollywood's
directors, they ain't big money. They ain't big money. Now, VCs, you go down to Sand Hill Road, they got the money. They got the money, and LeBron knows it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm watching. I just don't think he wants to leave.
Nothing to watch, but I'm just saying, of all the scenarios that I've heard, that one by far, to me, is the one I would try. I would endeavor to do.
I love you. I hadn't thought of it.
Make a call.
Man, and Draymond probably has.
925 says, "Goo, don't fall for Steiny's shtick." What's my shtick?
Did you believe LeBron would leave L.A.?
I do, for the right situation. I absolutely. The minute LeBron doesn't think he has a chance, he will want out.
And that's you're a basketball connoisseur.
Yeah, the Lakers are getting worse, just like the Warriors. But he could make the Warriors better.
And all we're doing here is we're speculating, because unless you're going to tell us that you got sources, Steiny, and you know how LeBron's feeling, or even his relationship with Kyrie Irving, I think it would be more attractive for him to stay where he's at. This is LeBron. I'm the guy that I think I know. Add him to what they have, and it's on. All they needed against Denver was another guy that could create a shot, handle the rock. That's Kyrie. That's how great Kyrie, the basketball player,
Who's
is.
more of a sure thing, Steph Curry or Kyrie Irving?
Steph Curry.
Let me tell you something. You ask LeBron James, all things being equal, you want to be a Laker next year with Kyrie, or would you like to go to the Warriors with Steph, Draymond, and Clay? He would say, get me on the first thing smoking to the Bay.
That was
Thank you.
Steiny, but
that's all I'm saying.
But you
he
think
would have
he
a
wants
better
this
chance.
residue of leaving L.A. for people? He'll get ridiculed for
left
life.
Cleveland.
I'm
he left
talking
Miami.
about this is L.A.
He left
Steiny.
Cleveland again.
He ain't got a few years left. He ain't leaving.
I don't know why.
He delivered once.
I don't know
People are acting
why
like
you
it
would
didn't
say
count.
that.
He is right there to get another one, and that jersey's going up next.
He's there
to all the other greats.
He's right there to get another one, like the Warriors are right now to get another one, which is they're out. They're out.
Yeah.
They can't touch Denver. Lakers can't touch Denver. Warriors can't touch Denver as of right now. Now you want to go into next season, run it back, win your 44 games.
Well, run it back with Kyrie Irving.
I'm talking about the Warriors.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, and I feel like you're giving Warrior fans false hope with this, because the issues we talked about at the summit are real ones, and Joe Lacob's got some tough decisions. That's fact. So if this LeBron James thing has no legs, I don't feel like a couple days of thinking about what if we could land this big fish. I mean, man, it would change everything.
Why? Okay, no legs. Why is it all over the internet?
I mean, I'm shocked that you would even ask me that. And I'm not dissing your guy, Connor. It's a thought. And until proven otherwise, we can run with it. But
LeBron James was we know he wants to play with Steph Curry.
But who?
We know that.
Do you think Giannis wants to play with LeBron James?
Let me ask LeBron a question.
Every player wants to play with Steph.
That's right. But not every player gets the chance. LeBron could have a chance. Right. Here's the other thing. Well, what about Draymond? I like the way Draymond talks to guys, LeBron James said. I would love to get into a pissing match with Draymond. I love when somebody cusses me the F out for not doing my job. I would love that with Draymond. Yeah, okay. Okay.
So what's your end-all message today about this?
Go make a call.
What's probably already been had?
I don't know. And what I'm telling you is, if it's within the realm of possibility, Joe Lacob's going to go for it. It doesn't matter. You know what? For all
I get that part.
I won't go to any more games. Well, let me tell you who
Please.
will. About 10 times as many people as are giving up their tickets.
They would be right back.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Herb is in Hayward. 888-957-9570 is the number. Yeah, we're talking about LeBron James. What about the money, Steiny? Can the Warriors afford Steph, Clay, Draymond, and LeBron? Well, LeBron, $47 million he makes. You lose Wiggins, you lose Poole, boom. In fact, you would save money. You would save money. Because Poole and Wiggins are under contract for 4 years. You would save money. Herb and Hayward, what's up, my man? Oh, yeah, I got you thinking, Bay Area, don't I? Mm-hmm. And rightfully so. You got
what's up, baby?
To think outside the box when you're at the end of a dynasty. What's up, Herb?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Well, I'm a LeBron hater. I'm raised in the Bay Area, love the Warriors.
All right.
Hate the Lakers, hate everything that's going on, but I'll tell you this much. He comes to the Warriors, I'll be that person who's buying that jersey and his shoes.
I tell you what, Herb. You know your boy Steinmetz is not a big jersey guy. Let me tell you one I may rock.
Stop it. Oh, my goodness.
Let me tell you one I may rock.
Cut the tape.
That one with the cable car on the front and James on the back.
Go Jays.
A couple points I do want to make, and it comes.
It's an exciting thought.
The first, and that's really my main point is, if there's any way to pull it off, Lacob's going to do it.
Or try to do it.
Yeah. I think he's going to do it. If he can. He would. I would.
Yeah.
I would.
But LeBron's got to be unhappy in L.A. We
I
both
think he
decide
is.
that.
He was unhappy on Monday.
They got swept. Yeah.
Got swept. It's funny.
And had a 15-point lead at half.
Yeah, it's okay. It's funny because
you're the best.
You're sitting here saying, "Oh, LeBron, he's LeBron may be sitting in L.A. saying, we are so far away from a title. The Denver Nuggets just pissed on us. We cannot. Give me Kyrie Irving, for 50 games, and the headache, and the maybe I feel mad, a Sage, and this and that. Yeah, you know what? I'd rather play with Curry.
Now they do have history, Steiny. They still have a relationship. He was at the game. Kyrie was front row at the game.
Because he's begging.
But it might be enough. He might say the right. They're boys. And LeBron knows this. Kyrie's still a badass, Steiny.
Yeah, he's not as bad of an ass as Steph Curry.
That is a fact.
Mm-hmm.
But does GOAT James want to come here? I'm stealing from Shannon.
Good one from the 510. So LeBron's going to get Wiggins traded again.
That's a 4. Yeah, that's
707, Steiny, if a fan gave this take, you'd hang up on him. No.
Well, damn.
Not if it was as thought out as what I just presented. Of course not. I'm just saying, if there's a chance, it's a no-brainer. Then you got to try to pull it off. Susie in San Jose, she'll get in that season ticket waiting line, won't you, Susie?
Hey. Oh.
Hey, Susie.
Hey, how are you?
Good. You excited about LeBron?
No, I'm sick to my stomach thinking about it.
Oh, no, why?
They're a real one.
I'm a LeBron hater. I don't want him anywhere near us. And giving up Wiggins and Poole, what are you thinking? Then who do we have as our second string?
Well, you know what? Susie, in all seriousness, I think if you
she's
could get
a writer.
If you get LeBron here, I think you get guys to come off the bench for the vet minimum, because that to me would be a title possibility.
No doubt.
Do you think you could get decent guys that could hold everything up while they're on the bench? I don't think so.
All right, that's fair, Susie. Thanks for listening. Love you.
Yep.
Trying to think who's a vet. I guarantee Carmelo would come for the minimum.
He's retiring.
Yeah, but he could unretire in a second.
So I got to read this down. It's kind of scary. We might need security. 510 text line. Surprise gurus against considering LeBron since he's always wearing his ugly shoes where on YouTube or Twitch can they see our footwear?
They see out and about.
Well, damn.
Yeah.
That's somebody we know.
You're a man about town.
Yeah.
Man about town. Oh, you know what? You know who we'll take back? We'll take back Juan Toscano-Anderson. He's a Laker still, right? Or
no,
he got
on the
traded to
Jazz.
Utah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's probably a free agent. He'd sign for the minimum. Get JTA. Get our Oakland ties back in
Bring
here.
Damian Lee back.
Absolutely.
D. Lee.
Absolutely.
Quinn Cook.
Look at Quinn, QC.
I'm just saying. By the way, we have a poll up on not that kind of poll. Get it? We have a poll up on 95.7 The Game, and we're asking, which team do you feel best about right now?
Ooh.
Giants, Niners, or 49ers? Giants, Warriors, or 49ers? Bang, bang, Niner gang. I'm actually a little bit surprised by this.
Okay. Before you give the results, I got to give mine.
All right, go to 95.7 The Game, Twitter, and vote in our poll if you want. Who's got what team you feeling best about right now in the Bay Area? 888-957-9570. Because I have the Warriors third right now. Go ahead.
Yeah. Wow, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I got the 49ers first, even with whatever's going on. Dilemma. It's a good dilemma because the coach can work with it.
Okay.
49ers, and then the Warriors second, and the Giants. And the Giants got some kids coming, but as far as do you feel good? Are they ready to compete and win it all? That's my list. So I'm going. Does that shock you? I'm going 49ers ahead of Warriors because of this offseason.
That's basically what the percentages break down this way. 51% say the Niners. 53% feel the best right now about the 49ers.
Okay.
41% Warriors. 6% Giants. Now people are going to.
Now, what if they got LeBron? That thing would be 80% or
exactly.
90%.
Thank you. Thank you. And you know what?
And
my list right now, and people say, "Are you just saying this, Steiny?" I don't have the Giants above the Warriors right now. For the only reason that when you look at the Warriors, you have to accept they may be on the decline. The Giants aren't. Okay, the Giants aren't on the decline.
No doubt.
Giants are ascending. They got young players. You're starting to play.
Yeah.
I know it's very, 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 very early in the process.
That's the truth. Hey, is it Kevin O'Connor?
Yeah.
I want to ask you because you're a writer, Steiny.
Okay.
Cool. Words are my life. I'll never forget you hit me with that one. But listen.
And basketball.
I'm not coming down his road.
You better not, because he's respected. Look at his followers.
When you write a piece like that and you don't have, and I'm asking, and you don't have I don't want to say source, or the guy that you're talking about possibly changing locations doesn't say that out loud, even though you got your reputation as O'Connor has of being a big boy. And I'm not saying he's doing the Colin Cowherd or Skip Bayless, just throw it against the wall. Could people on the sideline kind of critique that story of anybody could have threw that out there without having something to where
anybody could have thrown it out there, but Kevin O'Connor is respected and he threw it out there.
Right.
And look,
because he's sharing his feelings.
Well, I don't know. Let me ask you this. Do you think have any more do you think I know any more about what Bob Myers may do than Joe Schmo out in the street?
There's no doubt you do.
All right. But do you think I know what he's going to do?
No.
Correct. I don't. But I have a feeling just from
and I believe you would get it before we would get it.
Well, I wouldn't count on that.
Okay.
But my point is we've observed Bob Myers for 10 years.
Yeah.
We've talked to him a lot. We've gotten to know him. We get a sense of him. So all that is in the mix that Kevin O'Connor is clearly putting into the mix. He knows LeBron's MO.
Gotcha.
When LeBron James said, I don't like this is where Kevin O'Connor is a pro. LeBron comes out after they get swept and he steals the spotlight by saying, I don't know, I may be retiring.
Incredible.
So Kevin O'Connor's followed LeBron and the NBA so long that Kevin O'Connor's first response isn't, LeBron says he might be leaving. Kevin O'Connor's first instinct is, okay, why is he saying this?
Yes.
Why?
There's a
You know
plan.
what? There's about 4 reasons why he could be doing this. And one of the reasons is he's gaining leverage to get out of L.A.
Wow.
Okay. That's all it is.
Yeah.
But it's
a theory and a thought, and it could possibly. I don't think. What word am I? I don't think the relationship with the Lakers, especially after what they did and what they admitted and the moves they made at the deadline to reinvent their team, although it wasn't good enough to win a title, I got to feel like that went a long way with LeBron James. Is he happy they got swept? Hell no. Does he know he could play 48 minutes and be Dark Knight? No, he's got to do it in sectors. But you add a player like a Kyrie Irving to that mix with him and AD, that to me is putting him over the top. But we will see if somehow Draymond now could recruit him here.
Yeah.
Which I never
Let me tell you
thought.
something. Draymond talks LeBron James into finagling his way out of L.A. for the Warriors. That's going to get Draymond an extension.
Well, you bet. We'll give you 5 years, but...
Army of One. Steiny, do you know where his son's going to play? Yeah, USC.
Yeah.
Let me ask, it's funny. So is LeBron going to see 31 USC games?
I got to believe all the ones he can get to, he'll be there, Steiny.
It's an hour flight.
Well, he's probably going to miss 30 NBA games, so.
Exactly.
You guys, boy.
Exactly.
52.
I finally come up with something positive, something within the realm of possibility, and something I like. You know you lie. You do lie.
But in the realm of possibility, some will be like,
Well, you know what?
I'll do it myself.
To me, it's more. You know what? To me, it's more reasonable to think the Warriors could get LeBron James than to think they're going to win a title next year without him, or by running it back.
That's interesting.
You want to talk about slim to none? Go ahead and run it back, Warriors.
Well, let me tell you, Your Honor, can I approach the bench? We're getting a better Andrew.
We got a break.
Better Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, shame. We'll get you on the other side. All right. Hey, Brian Geltzeiler, 1 o'clock, Sirius XM Radio. If you've been listening to the show, you know that he's one of our favorites. This guy's, I don't know, I got a crush on Geltzeiler. I do. He's great. He's
man crush.
He's great. He's absolutely phenomenal. Brian Geltzeiler does some work with Eddie Johnson in Phoenix. He's got a great podcast. It's Karika Park Wednesday, by the way. That means 2 o'clock. Your boy heads to golf. But first, you know you want it. You know you want it. It's like the Kirk Cousins. You like that? Yeah, I know you do. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're also going to get into 49ers OTAs. A lot of news coming from Santa Clara yesterday. We'll get sound from Kyle Shanahan. And that segment was brought to you by the Department of Healthcare Services.
You like that? You like that?
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed.
The Lakers absolutely were terrific in going down in this series. I'm not sure I've seen a more impressive performance in a sweep ever.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, you know what, Guru? You're right. You're right. They're right on the brink of the title, the Lakers.
Wendy, why would you put your name to that quote?
You know you lie.
That is, I'll tell you who's second or above the getting swept.
Who?
The 91 Warriors who played, if they played any other team than Barkley's Suns that year with Weber,
right,
they would have went somewhere. That was an impressive sweep. A team,
you know. A 5-gamer, but
I know, but you're right. But it was, boy.
I mean, I can't remember.
Why would Wendy say that?
Because he believes it. Or he was told it.
I mean, he's right.
So Spadoni didn't hear the Windhorse sound about what it would take to get Kyrie. And his whole premise was, it's easy. You get rid of these, blah, blah, blah. So when I heard that, I said, it's about to happen. And people are like, Goo, you're falling for it. No, I get excited when the sun comes up. I just don't think the man wants to leave Hollywood. That's all. After they went and did a whole Joan Rivers and got new players, now he says, I need better new players, and that's Kyrie Irving on line one.
I just think it's so funny. We're all, maybe I should start talking, we're all so hypocritical.
That's growth.
We are. I mean, think about it. Nobody thought the Warriors were going to get Durant.
That is.
They went out and got Durant.
But we didn't think Durant an alpha male would want to come to a dude that beat him after they choked off a 3-1 lead. Kobe wouldn't do that. Bird wouldn't do that. Isaiah.
Like that, I've heard that 7 times. Would Bird go to the Lakers? No, but that's Larry Bird. LeBron James is different. He's already played for 3 or 4 teams.
Wow.
They're completely different. You know, it's funny, too. What was the other thing? Giannis. Let's go get Giannis. Giannis is more far-fetched than this. Way more. He was way more far-fetched than this.
But he loves him some Curry, too.
People.
I'm going to give you a 1.
Thank you. So we're going to talk to Brian Geltzeiler at 1 o'clock. Fun conversation. And the reason it's fun is because Warriors have a million different directions they could go into this offseason and try to make something happen. That's one of the avenues they could try to pursue. You got to make calls.
Yeah.
You got to make more than one. You got to be willing to get hung up on a couple times.
Look at you going sales on us.
That's why I couldn't do that, Jack.
Dude, 100 calls a day.
Oh, God. Cold calls?
Yes, and then we had the one guy that led with 400 a day and didn't sell a damn thing. I'm like, dude, you're making us look bad, but you're making yourself look bad. 400 calls and you ain't getting nothing? Dial it down.
Maybe he took the approach that I took when I had to raise money in high school for my Catholic high school, and I was selling Jesus candles. And my pitch was, you don't want to buy a candle, do you? You can make 400 calls like that.
Jesus candles, wow.
There was who else was in? What's her name? Madonna, the Mary,
like a virgin.
The Virgin Mary was on it. I think. Who else?
That's
was
Evan.
Jesus was in there. Hey, Jesus.
Who says no to that though? To Jesus candles? Because I get the Girl Scout.
I'd say 99.8% of the people I asked.
Wow.
I mean, all the different people that follow different religions, probably.
Yeah. So. You know, you're a Buddhist. You don't want that.
I'll say this.
By the way, I'll tell you what. Is there a better, God than the Buddha? He's the best.
I'm going to let that ride.
He's the best.
Yeah, okay.
He's the best.
Tell us how you feel.
No, he is.
But I'm going to go We Are
Nothing's
the World
permanent.
right now.
Oh.
And I'm bigger than just sports.
Okay.
Children are our future. And when you have children and then you come out the supermarket and you raise your kids, they're older, I'll always miss my kids being Benny's age and his sister's age, baby Chaz. Like, that's just a mechanism that I know the Lord looks at me like, you got it right. So when I come out of a supermarket, this is where I'm going, and I see kids, young kids, girls, boys selling anything,
sure,
and I'm broke, I find a way.
See, this is where we need that drop. You lie.
No. Oh, Steiny.
You lie.
Who loves the kids, man? That's all. I don't know where that came from, but yeah. Now, what are you looking for, like a little mischievous kid?
You know what I'm.
That is terrible. Mateo yet to call back after the offseason.
I hope he's enjoying his summer without Matthew Stafford.
The Bay Area.
Ruined Kuminga. It got all bad after that call.
The Bay Area, I thought, was an open-minded, progressive area where people let their imagination run wild. All things are possible. We believe in live and let live.
I love this.
But yet, the Bay Area, especially apparently 2/3 of Warriors fans, are just shutting their mind to the idea of LeBron James. It doesn't jibe.
But it's
notice
too good to be
Notice
true.
I said jibe, not jive. Jibe.
That's pretty funny.
Mm-hmm. Buddha is not a god. Maybe not in your world, 925. But let me tell you something about the Buddha. He's got a lot figured out that you don't. Mm-hmm.
It's in the book of Jibe.
Dude,
that's a 3.
That's an 8.
There are no 8s.
The book of Jive. Like, who? Go ahead. It's how quick you do it. He didn't know you were going there with the Jive.
Well, I repeated it 4 times.
Well,
it was almost like setting him up, quite frankly.
Steiny, do you think the idea of LeBron to the Warriors would have been received much differently had they just beaten the Lakers instead?
Had the Warriors beaten the Lakers?
Correct. If the Warriors had just beaten the Lakers, do you think the idea of LeBron coming back to the Warriors or just coming to them, a la Kevin Durant just beating him and then recruiting him right after losing in the finals?
I actually don't.
Huh.
I think it sounds to me like there's just a segment of fans that are so put off by him.
There's no doubt, man.
But I don't care about them.
No, and Joe Lacob doesn't either.
They're not running my team.
Joe Lacob.
I run my team. And I'm calling Pelinka. Now, he probably won't answer my calls, but maybe Dunleavy's.
Or Bob, hopefully. When are we going to get word? When do you think? I know you could Google.
Somebody's going to break it. Woj or Shams will break it.
So this would be...
believe it or not, I think those reporters, I think they're hitting Bob up every day with text.
So we're in the fourth quarter of his... If it's about his daughters, just his family, and I get it, Steiny, can there be that one last-ditch effort or call or zero onto a number to get him to sway his choice? Because why I'm concerned and we're all concerned is, and he told us, Goo, you ain't got to make a decision until you got to make it.
Right.
Is there anything the Warriors or anybody can do if it is leaning no to get that turned around to a yes?
I don't think so.
And that's what has me a little
I think, in fact,
nervous.
I think, again, this is my opinion. I think both sides know that it's over, but I think it's professional enough that Joe does want Bob to stick through the draft process where they've got guys coming in. I mean, I don't think Bob's got a lot of say-so anymore, probably. If he's not going to be here, certainly he doesn't. But I think they definitely would want him part of the process.
And I know Bob is not a player, but we talk about family. We talk about all these great ran organizations in the Bay, A's in the 70s, Steiny, when they got their chips, the Niners, their dynasty, the Giants, the Warriors. I mean, Bob Myers, this is a big domino if he were to leave. And I'm not saying they can't win on the court if he were to leave, but the average bear will be like, oh, he don't got a jersey, it don't matter. It does matter, especially when guys allow us in behind the scenes, especially how to deal with the Draymond Green and have him still be a productive player. Like, all that stuff changes and goes out the window, and then you talk about personnel and having the gift of gab. Like, whoever it is, Dunleavy, I think it's Kirk Lakeup, no sources, but man, Stoney, I can't wait for this decision. I'm hoping somehow he stays.
707. Steiny, you kill so many imagination ideas of Bay Area fans. Why can't we kill yours?
You know what? Wow.
Hey, 707.
Wow.
The hell does that come from?
But that was hitting the donkey in the ass, Steiny. Wow.
What 707, it sounds to me like you're intrigued. I don't kill ideas. I'm open-minded. The Bay has rubbed off on me after 35 years out here.
Now, if I'm a reporter, I find LeBron, I go to Bronny's games or wherever, open gym, and I say, hey,
okay, yeah.
could you see yourself playing for another team right now? and get that reaction.
I'm watching my son. Those guys are
coming in.
I'm watching my son.
Right before the game starts.
Are you media? Yeah, I'm watching my son today.
Damn.
Yeah. But I tell you what, you seem like a good guy. Sure, I'd love to play with. I said last year I wanted to play with Steph Curry. What didn't you understand?
But he would Steiny that. What you know what that was just talk.
Okay. Well, you know what else would just be talk? If he said, "Yeah, nah, I'm good here." That's just talk too.
That he didn't do.
Unless you want to pick and choose what you like, what you don't like. And look, the circumstances have set up for the phone calls to be made. And you know who agrees with me? Mark Willard.
About LeBron?
Yeah. No, we're sticking it in people.
I don't think Dibs.
We got two knives.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a cut. There's a drop. We're sticking it in people.
Yeah.
For our 7th grade audience, Chucky in Oakland. Hey, Chucky, LBJ, give it to me, baby.
Hey, good morning, man. You know I appreciate you both, man.
Thank you.
Look, Steiny, man, I know you get paid the bucks, man. You get paid the bucks, man, to come up with your talking points. You know, to come up, you know, with provocative thoughts, man. That's what you do. Because I like listening to, I listen to you guys' show every day, man, because I be on the road. I just had to chime in today. I love it. Say, for instance, like, man, I just would love to get with Janelle Monáe, man. I love me some Janelle Monáe, man. But she ain't messing with me, man, because I'm not her flavor. But, you know,
wow.
that's what LeBron said, you know, as far as Curry. Because, look, if LeBron came to the Warriors, man, I believe, this is my stuff, that Curry could not benefit from that situation whatsoever. He couldn't benefit. It would be a win-win for LeBron. LeBron would get all the shine. Because if you remember all the flack that Durant got when Curry and the Warriors eliminated Durant. And he came to Durant, and he came over to the Warriors right after he got eliminated. Now, what in the hell you think everybody gonna say to Curry when LeBron is the enemy? The two are not the same. Durant and LeBron are not the same. LeBron is the enemy. How many times have we played against him in the finals? And then now all of a sudden this dude gonna come, the enemy gonna come and join our crew. Yeah. I can't see that happening, man.
Tell you what, good call. But little Stockholm syndrome with Draymond and LeBron. Draymond likes him, doesn't he, Chucky?
Well, I was thinking about what you had that reporter said about him and Dray, how he played against LeBron and AD, and I kind of feel for that. I agree with that, man. And Draymond, I would answer your question, but I can't see nobody. I can't see Curry going for that. And what Curry says, that's what it goes.
All right, Chucky. Yeah.
Look at Chuck.
Thank
Kim
you,
Johnson
Chucky. Appreciate it, man.
He ain't coming on YouTube. Steiny.
What's that?
Kim Johnson on YouTube. Guru, I agree. He ain't coming. LeBron. Steiny, I mean, Buddhism is a lifestyle, not a religion.
Don't tell me what it is.
No, I'm just reading the text from the 408.
Yes, Buddhism is a lifestyle. Who heads up Buddhism? The Buddha. So he's the CEO of Buddhism.
But when I say, hey, are you Catholic, Baptist?
I'm a Buddhist.
No, I'm asking.
Yeah, and I am. I got the stomach like the Buddha.
Dude,
I got the constant smile like the Buddha.
I'll give you a 3 for that one.
I think all things are temporary like the Buddha. Buddhists are fascinating people. Fascinating.
How so?
Well, you know what? They just don't believe in, like, for example, a Buddhist, I think I'm getting this right. A Buddhist, for example, would spend a year doing a piece of art.
Damn.
Meticulously, maybe tile work with sand and beautiful things. And then they get done with it. And they take a moment to enjoy it. And then they destroy it.
Now, why destroy?
Because all things are temporary, and that's a life lesson. It just is a reminder that
I'm into this, but dude, do you know for sure they destroy
it? You can't be a Buddhist.
They don't destroy it, Evan, do they?
They do.
I was going to say from that example, so does that mean Joe Lacob is a Buddhist because he'd be willing to destroy what once was after building a beautiful painting for the last 10 years?
Wow. I'll tell you what, they need the Buddha at GM. Maybe that's what the Warriors need.
That's amazing. Yeah.
David's in El Cerrito. What's up?
Hey, fellas. Nothing like coming from yoga straight into conversations of Buddhism.
There you go, babe. 10-2.
Kind of fit hand in glove. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Isn't Buddhism like you go through a life of suffering and then you rebirth and then you reach nirvana? I think that's basically the...
something like that, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Anyway,
very peaceful and calm people. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm not that calm. I'm just calm in the way I speak. I'm a Knicks fan, and people talk about Bob Myers going to the Knicks, and that would not excite me as a Knicks fan. I don't find. I think he's done some nice things, and granted, it's all like Krause drafts Michael Jordan, the Warriors draft Steph Curry. Like, there's a lot of luck to it, and I look at the pieces around. I mean, I look at Pat Riley, who essentially destroyed the Knicks by leaving and built the Heat. That dude's unbelievable. You look at the guys on that team that are just guys you've never heard of that are so good and effective in his system, but I don't look at Bob Myers and think like, okay, what he did was outrageously impressive. He has a legend. He supplemented the two of them Steph early on, but since that point in time, it's all like, here's a legend, I'll just add to it, but I don't look at him thinking, oh, he's going to turn a franchise around. I think a lot of these GMs get very lucky.
I don't necessarily disagree with that, Dave. I mean,
it's all a crapshoot, but there's a science to it too. And right now, Miami they have a system.
Not right now.
And they have
for decades.
Oh, but they have a scouting department that knows and can go find guys that could come in and hit the ground running. Warriors, not so much, and they've been a victim of their own success. But Miami ain't looking, we got this draft pick, we got this.
Well,
they're finding dudes that are undrafted.
Well, they're also willing to wait a couple years for a guy to develop. Warriors, but you can only do that when you feel like you're in a championship window year after year after year.
So I got to bring his name up. If James Wiseman was drafted before he even hit the hardwood by the Miami Heat, as opposed to the Warriors or any other team, Stoney, would you honestly, in your gut, say, hey, kid, you're going to a place that if you're going to pan out, this is better than any other locale.
This is James Wiseman.
And that's why I'm going to hang on to James, man. He shouldn't be in a Piston uniform for GP2, who I love.
I mean, that's a hypothetical, and I love hypotheticals, and it's hard for me to say that James Wiseman would have had any less success with the Miami Heat than he had with the Warriors.
Man.
But James Wiseman would not have started his first game in the NBA. Grandpa Daddy. Yeah, Grandpa Daddy.
What's up, gentlemen?
Hey, man.
How you doing?
Oh, dynamite.
Yeah, look at him.
Man, I know. I love you guys. I missed you at the Bonjour.
You didn't make it.
On the creek. I didn't make it, dog. I'm so sorry. I had oral surgery, got an implant.
Oh, wow.
Oh. Yeah. But anyway, I just wanted, you know what the NBA, what it's done turned into? It's a crew of hired assassins, man. They're just hiring assassins all over the league. They put LeBron over there with the Warriors. They got action. I think they can do it. Now, just because he's old, he got a bad ankle, don't mean that he can't come in and subdue himself and let Curry take the lead and just to play with Curry. He wants to play with Curry, dog. I think if they keep the splash brothers, the three together, man, they got action. And one more thing, Steiny.
Yes, sir.
I want to let you know.
Yeah.
Listen, Buddha, hey, I'm going to say something. Read the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Where did Jesus go? Jesus came up missing by the time he was 12 to 32. He came up missing. Where did he go? And it said that he went to Egypt. He went to India. He went to Tibet. Studied the ancient with the Buddha and the Dalai Lama. Check it out.
That's right. And that's where he got turn the other cheek.
You got to Google it.
I'm just thinking about Denzel in the Book of Eli. Like that was great information.
707. Please stop talking about Buddhism. No. You're using so many stereotypes. There are many kinds of Buddhism. Your description of Buddhism isn't accurate, and I love this from the 707. With all due respect,
love it.
Yeah, as a non-practicing Christian, I do feel like I'm qualified to talk about all religions.
That was great stuff there. What was the name of the book?
Huh?
The book that he
Gilgamesh.
recommended. Oh yeah, Gilgamesh.
Yeah, Gilgamesh.
Yeah.
I think he averaged 17 a game in 75 for the Washington Bullets.
EW510 YouTube. Steiny, what this is, it's getting too much now. What kind of leather bag is that on the table behind you? It has a great patina. I like it. I don't know.
You can see it on YouTube and Twitch.
Yeah, YouTube and Twitch, you can see it. But see, I
think I got it.
They can see too much.
I think I got it in Italy.
Okay. Yeah.
Although I see something here that says Nashville. I'm not sure. It's an old bag. I'm not talking about my girlfriend when I say old bag. Stop it.
I got something I need to
Oh, yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So I told Evan this while you were gone.
Uh-oh.
Brown nosing with the boss. I didn't like I came in the boss's office. You were already in there. You didn't see me.
We're talking about you.
Yeah, please. Listen, let's just table LeBron for now.
Okay.
My biggest concern about the Warriors moving forward is Klay Thompson and what can he be?
That's right. That's a good question.
I'm being real now.
Goo came in this morning and he says he's got 3 major concerns with the Golden State Warriors. 3 major concerns with the Golden State Warriors, and that's what we're going to attack on the other side. See, 6'8", enough religion talk, you hacks. Bible talk. Yeah, that's why I tuned in, you idiots. You need to get in line with the Buddha, 650. Seriously. Deep breath, peace and calm.
Woosah.
And the more you tell me not to talk about it, I've got that little defiant gene, like when Klay Thompson wants to squeeze off a shot. It's going to happen. All right, Guru's 3 big concerns. I also see people want to jump onto the show. Doug and Dre, a few others will get you in on the other side. Guru's 3 main concerns for the Golden State Warriors. It's all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. We're sticking it in people. I'm going to heaven, no doubt about it. I'm a good guy.
I'm with you, Guru.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson with you on a Wednesday.
Golf Wednesday,
A Carica
baby.
Wednesday.
Look at Carica.
Yes, sir. Brian Geltzeiler, XM Sirius Radio, NBA Talk. He's the man, the myth, the legend. And he right now, since, Myers is out, because he's not out, but Myers, his interviews are over with us for the season.
Damn.
I think Geltzeiler's on our Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
Because he's
a good one, Steiny.
What do you think it is about him that we like?
Because he's a real one.
Yeah.
And him and Eddie Johnson got a good thing going,
really
too.
do.
I like Eddie Johnson.
I love him. I think he's great. Couple things, Goo, before we get into your 3 major concerns about the Golden State Warriors. One is, we have a lot of psychologists and psychiatrists who listen, mental health experts, people that understand the human brain. Can I call on them for just a little bit of help?
Take your time. Help us all.
So, you know me. Sports doesn't. I got emotional about something that happened in sports in the last week or so. And I don't know why.
I was out. It must have been what Evan was in.
I'm watching Mike Block at the PGA.
The guy you didn't think I even knew about.
The club pro who finished 15th. He had a hole-in-one on the back nine that went right in. He became like a fan favorite. Yeah. And I was just watching him walking up the fairway. He's kind of doing an interview because they're doing mid-round interviews, and it's like I got a little emotional. Wow. I don't know why.
I appreciate the honesty.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Did you picture yourself in his shoes?
No,
maybe.
There was something about the common man that was cool. He was a really cool guy. He was understated. I'm just watching this guy kick butt, and I was like, I got a little tingle.
No, I
was tingling.
Let me tell you when I tingle.
I wonder why.
Because you're a good person, but I got to believe, and you don't have a son, Steiny, you may have a grandson in the future, but when these baseball dudes get called up and their families are there for their first at bat, and then they do something,
right?
And the whole section is showed up. I got to go get the Kleenex a little bit. Now, that's because I picture me or my kids, but it is just a good feeling like everybody's on the same page. But I didn't know you got emotional.
I usually don't. That's what was so weird. P Rock says, you don't need a psychologist, Steiny. It's called having feelings. It's totally normal.
Wow.
All right, Goose, start us out. Daryl the Guru Johnson came in today, and he said he's worried about 3 things moving forward with the Golden State Warriors.
And I guess worry, you're a man of words, and concern are that's the same thing.
Sure. Of course.
Forget Klay Thompson's money right now.
All right.
Let's talk about what he is as a basketball player. And I'm asking you, Steiny, right now, and the people, are you concerned about Klay being your 2? And how long is he going to be a quote-unquote 2?
2 is in shooting guard or 2 is in second option?
No, shooting guard.
Okay. Because
I'm looking around the league, and Evan and I were talking just about, the KCPs of the world, the Bruce Browns, the guys that are making nowhere near close to money that Klay Thompson's making, but yet they seem to kind of know where and who they are as a basketball player. Stussy from Miami, more so than Klay Thompson. Struce. Help me out.
Say Stussy? Like
Stussy.
that brand?
I went
Hairspray?
And I did that to Evan, too.
Wardrobe?
But I swear these mistakes are natural. But Steiny, can he get his groove back like Stella, or are the Warriors going to have to make a tough financial and emotional decision about Klay? If you don't take a pay cut, there's no way we can break you off anything remotely close to the max. I'm watching a guy that I told you during his 2-month stretch this last season, you were like, "Ooh, okay, come on." He's still a marksman, but who is the Buddha for him to talk to, or what is he trying to accomplish? Is he still going to try to be that 2 guard where I can give you something, coach, on D? Or do we have to, as Warrior fans, expect what we've seen the last year and a half to be the new Klay Thompson moving forward. And why I bring that up and why he's number one is, Stoney, I think if you get the Klay Thompson against the Lakers, then the Warriors may never be able to win a championship or get back there getting this version of Klay Thompson. And you might say, Goo, that's a little too critical.
Honestly, I think Klay Thompson is all of the above. He's the player who shot well in January and February. He's the player who couldn't make a shot in the playoffs, or at least against the Lakers. I think we're already seeing a transition with Klay. From
a transition?
From a 2-guard to a 3/ maybe even a 4. His days of really being able to defend on the perimeter, they're not over, but he can't do like he did before.
Do you think that's bothering him a bit? Because when he got into it with the Devin Bookers, I was having this conversation with Stoney, I think that was a part of it.
As somebody who's already grown old, yes, there is frustration when you begin to not be able to do things that you used to be able to do. And his lateral movement is not where it once was. So that's why he's not guarding on the perimeter as much, and instead they're having him guard bigger type guys who don't move as much, who might not have the handle of a 2-guard. So we're seeing that transition. But even if he accepts that transition, which there's no reason not to, you're still turning him from a big-time strength to, all right, well, now Klay's just okay as a defender because he can't do what made him special anymore, which is guard big boys.
But now when we talk about money and we talk about how, why I'm paying you such and such, how does that balance out? Do you think Klay Thompson can self-reflect, or his daddy, Michael, or anybody standing and be like, Klay, you can go to the Warriors and help them out? I know it, you know what I mean? Like, that's the other domino to fall here. What if he still thinks he's a max guy?
And
that's tension that we may not see.
See, to me, that's not tension. Look, if Klay, nobody in their right mind believes that Klay Thompson is a max player right now. And if Klay Thompson is the only one who thinks he's a max player, well, then go get the max from one other team who thinks you're a max player. The idea of Klay/max, it's a joke. It's a joke. It's just out there, and I don't know why. He's not a max player. Who's the biggest Klay supporter in the Bay Area? I don't know. I know Bonte loves him.
Okay, right. He's got a bunch of people that love him.
You think those people that even love him think he's a max player?
No, right.
There. Okay, so that's it. There is no issue with the max as far as I'm concerned with Klay Thompson. We had Bobby Marks in here earlier in the week, ESPN.
30 mil.
30.
So,
hey, Klay, we'll tack on 2 for 60.
So
what's the problem?
You think that's going to happen before they tip off?
I don't know. I don't know that.
But because if it's as cut and dry as you're saying it, then that should be that they could knock that out and, hey, come in with me with your 15 minutes. Okay, blah, blah, blah. All right, we got you for 2 more. You're right out as a Warrior.
Yeah.
But I guess, and I'm saying, they just finished the season. The longer that doesn't happen, I tend to think what could be going through Klay's dome.
Well, it's not going to happen until July, no matter what they do. But, the other thing that I think people...
Just a thought I had, man. You laid it out perfect.
Can we not?
But is he thinking that way?
What way?
That what Steiny said about the new version of myself is who I am. I'm in tune with that. I've accepted it, and now I understand. The last word out of my mouth should be max. So I got to get with the organization, and we could come up with a number that's less than the max, and it'll suffice.
Yeah. There's no problem here. You know what? It's almost like my old foul trouble thing. When a guy fouls out of a game, he's no longer in foul trouble.
Right. Okay. Right.
In fact, it's pretty defined. He's not even in trouble. So to me, if Klay's the same way. Klay says, "I want the max." That's not a problem because you ain't getting it. I got to tell you, Goo. I almost want to Like, that's preposterous that Klay Thompson would get a max contract. It just is.
Okay, get and ask is two different things.
Okay, ask all you want.
I'm concerned about, and I could be selling Klay short if he's listening to this. If he's not mentally where you're at and where we think he should be at and self-reflect, how he would take that no. And then what that would possibly create for the Warriors.
Like, in a way, I know he's Klay, but you
can't go here, though, if you know he's Klay.
You don't have the juice. I mean, you can't extract money from the Warriors unless they want to give it to you. Like, I mean, honestly, Klay says...
And I so get what it's like the LeBron thing. We don't know.
You know what? I feel like Samuel Jackson in Pulp Fiction.
Oh, my
when
gosh.
he said, say what again?
Yeah.
Dude, say Max again. No, say it. Say it. Say it.
Max, dude, that was great.
Don't stop. Like, we got to stop that whole thing. Like,
that was a great scene.
Unbelievable.
Dude, oh, my goodness.
Remember we had that guy on? The guy who was asked not to say what again.
Marcelo, oh,
that guy was.
God.
What was his name? He was great at. He was also in Field of Dreams.
Yeah, I forget his name.
Why did we have him on? It was one of. It was
something to do with the.
I think it was one of Nahigian's gimmicky things.
It might have been one.
Gimmicky ideas.
So nothing to see there. Then you're like Goo. It's gonna. He's realizes it. The organization knows they're not gonna max him. There won't be any ill will. Because I'm just concerned about this 2 position for the Warriors moving forward, man. He's still.
What do you mean? Poole. Jordan Poole's your 2.
Jordan Poole's on the first thing smoking, I thought. We all came to that, Steiny. He can't coexist with Draymond. I got Jordan Poole in my mind.
We've come to that conclusion as the team.
Well, we'll find out. And does that team include Dre?
Let's go to Doug in Berkeley. Hey, Doug, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys, I'm doing great.
Cool.
You know, I had something to say, but you guys have been so brilliant in the last half hour. It's amazing. A little more credit to the Book of Jive. I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah, all right, we'll give you. We're gonna bump it up to 4.
Yeah. That was right on time too.
Right.
You know, so
you're right.
You're right. But I agree. You know, with the LeBron thing, the LeBron thing, if he comes, it'd be great. You know, it might be similar to the Durant situation where he gets the kudos when it's still Steph's team and you don't get to play as well if Steph's not there. But I'm neutral on that. If he comes, it'd be great. If he doesn't come, you know, it's fine. I'd like to make it. What I wanted to call about is I'd like to make a trade.
All right, here we go.
Trade I'd like to make because I think we don't realize how good the Warriors are because the Warriors give every team they play anywhere from 7 to 10 extra chances at the basket, and they're still competitive in the game. Okay. So I'd like to trade 7 turnovers for a center, a 7-foot center who knows how to play in the NBA and is decent, above average offensively. Just think about if we had 7 fewer turnovers every game, and I know Steve Kerr's been talking about this for years. I don't believe he emphasizes it enough. I think he says it to us, but I don't think he emphasizes it to the players because it never happens. 7 fewer turnovers a game and a serviceable center like Michael Jordan had, Wennington, you know.
Or like the Warriors used to have with JaVale or Bogut. Spades.
Yeah, to compliment Bogut was good. He was more than serviceable.
I agree with that.
Okay.
Yes,
but
sir.
Just that, okay, and it would be a totally different look. So we're talking about who has to go, who has to stay, and the contracts. And I agree, Klay doesn't deserve the max at this point. I hate to say it because we love Klay, but just think of how good the Warriors would be. Look at the 4 teams that are in the finals. Now it's not 4 anymore. But look at the turnovers. It was actually refreshing. It's been refreshing to watch these games and watch teams that value the ball. Kind of forgot what that was like, watching our beloved Warriors. It would be just so great. 7 fewer turnovers a game and an offensive, above-average offensive center to complement Looney, and we're right back at the top. Thanks for taking my call.
Good stuff, Doug. Appreciate it. Really do. By the way, I'm looking at the YouTube chat, and I see Alnetta Harrison is in there, and I met Alnetta at the.
We both did.
Yeah, at the
Beautiful.
shindig
She
on
said
Monday.
happy birthday to me, but go ahead. You brought her up because she said something about Clay. I'm going to read.
I just wanted to shout her out.
Listen to this. This is what she said about Clay Thompson. Y'all know Clay's ex-girl, Laura Harrier, is now engaged, and maybe that could have affected Clay's game in the playoffs because he liked her a lot. Sort of like when Steph was missing when his parents were kind of going through it a couple years ago because we all are human. I didn't know that, and if that's true, and I believe it from Alnetta Steiny, I don't know. But some people like Rutherford told me your mind is free when you're playing from whatever you got going on in life.
Well, I can only use myself as an example there.
Would you go out there and be like, I need to pay my bills?
I did seek refuge on the hardwood.
Yeah. So maybe that has something I doubt it.
Yeah, who knows? You never know. You never know. By the way, happy birthday to Bob Dylan. 82 years young, still pumping music out like a madman. Greatest writer of our time.
What's his best single?
That's so stop.
Give me like Jay-Z.
Blowing in the Wind.
We got to come back to it, Evan.
Like a Rolling Stone.
Well, Papa was a Rolling Stone.
Papa was a Rolling Stone after.
I lived that life, though.
It might be. All right, so that's your number one issue so far is Clay Thompson, and what kind of
you kind of gave me but something I thought about. And number two, and I kind of brought this up at the end of the summit. This is going to blow your socks off. But I know it's Joe Lacob's team. Mm-hmm. But Steiny, I'm telling you, to me, time is ticking on Curry's clock in regard to how happy he's going to be or not be with some of the things that are going to manifest.
What are you saying?
Joe Lacob's got to also be careful, and that's why I'm patting myself on the back when I told you I believe Curry has as much input as anybody that's not in the front office.
Okay.
Because this is his baby. It's still people are.
But you're not going to make a bad move just because he wants it. Like if Steph Curry says give Clay the max, they're not giving him the max.
Well, we got into that, and I don't think he would say that part. But, I mean, we got to be careful now about, we're just assuming, we'll ride out Steph because he's still got a lot left.
Yeah,
but
of course.
I don't think he wants to be any part, like he told you and I, dude, if we wouldn't have won it again last year, there was going to be wholesale changes. So I'm just like, I know Joe Lacob doesn't need me to say into the microphone, make sure you make the chef a part of it.
The one thing that makes Curry and LeBron stand out is, and a lot of other players and coaches, is when they've been around for a while, they know. They know where they're at in the NBA landscape. And let me tell you something. I wouldn't be surprised if LeBron and Steph Curry are both saying, no other titles if we keep moving like this.
That no doubt. And LeBron, to his credit, Steiny, the Lakers did something at the deadline that changed the fortunes of their season to allow them to get to the Western Conference Finals. Now it's on the Warriors. It's on Joe Lacob, Bob Myers, Draymond Green, Clay, Jordan Poole.
Austin and San Jose, I see your chat. I don't want to go with that. It's not that I don't believe you, but that
what did he say? That's our guy.
No, he said Tina Turner passed.
Yeah, she passed away.
When?
Oh, no.
Private
At
Dancer.
83.
That was my mom's favorite singer, and I'd come home from
school.
school.
She still looked like 33.
Dude.
Oh my gosh.
Private Dancer, dancer
she
for
was
money.
Talented.
Oh my God! When did that happen?
I guess today.
Today, yeah, earlier this.
And how
morning.
old was she?
83 years old.
Wow.
The same day, I'm wishing a happy birthday to Bob Dylan. 82.
If that's not what you call life, Steiny, the full spectrum.
Kind of what you call death, really, with her. But she was unbelievable.
You got to pick me up the rest of the show, man. Seriously, that's a big loss.
What's new?
What? Oh my! This boy.
No, Austin, you are very legit. I just, there's a lot of info that comes in over the text line. I always
check systems.
I always subscribe to Stephen A's. You better be careful.
Mm-hmm.
Watch yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
And know who you're talking about.
That was great.
Exactly. Paul is in Oakland. Hey, Paul, how you doing?
Oh, man, terrible news on Tina.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow.
I agree.
Rolling on the river.
Oh,
You know?
Oh, that's a great one.
Man.
Creedence.
And Bob Dylan, happy birthday.
Thanks.
Don't follow leaders. Watch your parking meters.
That's rap in any league.
What? I heard that one.
Hey,
I'll sing it for you.
before his time.
Yeah, exactly.
So the Warriors deal. Here's my humble opinion. We could sit around and talk about all the pie in the sky. We want him, Giannis, this guy, that guy. Unreal. I think the answer and their fix is Steven Adams.
Wow.
Well, he's been really banged up.
Yeah,
He's
has.
got an injury that worries me a little, but he's a lot younger than you think. He's only 29.
He missed
He's
a
gonna
good
be
portion
30.
of the season.
Yeah, let me look what he did there. Thanks, Paul. Steven Adams is an easy guy.
Yeah,
to
but
like.
his measurements or measurables that would be ideal. That's what I would want for the Golden State Warriors. And my guy from Chicago, Stani Vucevic, I wouldn't be mad at him.
Well, he's a good player.
I know, but he's just God. He can do a lot for his size, man. He's better than Brook Lopez.
Interesting. Steven Adams played 42 games, but he rebounded at a higher rate this past year than he ever has before.
What's his contract status?
That's a good question.
Is he?
I bet he's. I don't think he's locked up. Let's see.
Like Akon, locked up.
Well, actually, he's got 2 more years at.
Well, good
that's
Lord.
pretty reasonable. 12-6.
Well, why would
2
Memphis
years,
not
25.
want him?
Well,
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Maybe Memphis is really gonna. I don't say blow it up, but maybe Memphis is.
Did you see Ja's tweet on IG that he took down?
No.
It said bye, BYE.
Okay.
And then the police did a welfare check because they wanted to make sure.
Why is he on welfare?
No, the welfare check on make sure he was good and he didn't harm himself.
Oh.
Yeah,
Because I think he makes too much money to qualify for welfare.
I'm going to give you a 3. What you know about welfare?
I'll bet he. Wait a minute. So he says bye on Instagram and the cops go to his house?
Yeah.
Just because he's saying I'm not going to be on Instagram anymore?
No.
What are they going over there to say, please stay on Instagram?
We don't know what bye meant.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Those are facts.
That's
when you're a star.
I'm going to borrow one of yours.
The police go to Twitter. Go check on Ja.
Guru, I'm going to borrow from you.
He said bye on IG.
Life.
Send 3 carloads over there, police.
Yeah. Oh, man. That's interesting. So we're talking Warriors. You have one more, right? One more major concern. Then we're going to talk some 49ers OTAs. Good sound from Kyle Shanahan. Also, talk more about Buddhism, quite frankly. I can talk to you about the essential truths and also how close I am to the state of enlightenment. And I think that's what's going on here. I think people know I'm getting close. I'm getting close to full enlightenment. And once that happens, I'm unaffected by anything. Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Do you want to earn up to $39 per hour within 3 years of starting? Then apply to become a VTA bus driver by texting VTA BUS to 333-161. Again, that's VTA BUS to 333-161. That's how to apply. We'll be back very soon.
Hey, Steiny, you may not be ready for my parties, man. There's going to be a lot of booty in your face.
Well...
Guru, man, love them waves, man. Good night.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Woo!
All right.
Wow.
R.I.P.
Rest in peace.
Tina Turner. Tina Turner, 82 years old. She's doing a wonderful rendition of Creedence Clearwater Revival song. What is it, Rolling on the River?
On the dock of the
No, that's
bay.
not the song. That's Otis Redding.
That's my brother Rodney. That's his favorite song.
It's a good song.
Yeah.
It's a real good song.
Otis Bird III, real quick, Steiny,
Yeah.
he's a P1. We love him. Said they need Game 6 Steiny back. I think you're in an ultimate zone. I don't know. That could be a good thing, but I just wanted to pass that along. Like, what could he be referring to? Because you're in a zone.
What do you mean? I'm a little loose.
Yeah, which I like. You ain't uptight.
I'm not uptight. You know,
ain't cranky.
Let me tell you something.
Stanky Steiny. We don't like that.
Let me tell you something. I have the privilege of knowing one of the best youth soccer coaches in the Bay Area. His name's Rick Alatorre.
Wow.
Yeah, he coached my youngest daughter. Great coach.
Where's this going?
Works great
Yeah.
with kids. He likes to listen to the show.
What up,
and,
Rick?
And he was talking to Susan about the show, and he said, "Boy, I've been listening to Guru and you're a lot. And they're really been entertaining and great." And he said, Steiny, the last couple of months seems a little bit lighter. Just a little more lighter, a little more upbeat. So we're going to work on that, Rick. I'm going to try to get back to my old self.
Yeah, cranky. Oh, boy.
But yeah, I mean, look, one thing we got to realize is everything in life, it's impermanent. Impermanent, I mean.
I sit there, I'll let you
Always
handle it.
changing. It's always changing.
Mm-hmm.
And because nothing is permanent, nothing at all, then a life based on possessing things just doesn't do anything for you. So that's where I'm at right now.
No U-Hauls going to heaven, Steiny.
What about the golf spot, though, Steiny?
What about that's
Bonte? Did you see that?
That's a perfect example.
We got golfers coming here, baby.
The golf spot in Pleasant Hill. Obviously, they've got some action.
Yeah.
And a year and they've targeted Bonte. Bonte's picking up golf. You're picking up golf. I'm sure you're going to get into the mix. And I would say 6-8 months ago, let's say, I would be like, how come Bonte gets that? You don't get golf.
That is you. That
I
was
know.
you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can hear you now.
But you realize, I was thinking when I saw his video, I'm like, that's cool. Good for Bonte.
Now, would you want to
Good for Bonte.
have done that?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So, boy.
But-
this is growth.
Yes.
Because it wasn't about Bonte. He ended up there.
Yeah,
We
good.
got
And you
two
know what?
brother golfers coming from the station.
Yeah, and he had this really nice hooded sweatshirt on. And
in the hat.
In the past, I would have been envious, but today I was just like, you know what?
I love you, man.
Bonte's a good guy. He deserves good things.
Picking up the sport you love.
He had a good experience. You know what? I'm good. I'm happy for him. It's not about you create your own suffering, Daryl.
Wow.
And I'm choosing not to suffer over Bonte Hill's good fortune and something that for him is well deserved. All right, back to the Warriors' concerns. I like this Buddha.
Dude.
All right, so Guru had three major concerns with the Golden State Warriors. By the way, the number 888-957-9570. We're talking about a lot of things. We're talking about Klay's contract. We're talking about the important thing for the Warriors is keeping Steph Curry healthy. We're getting into a little bit of some of the tenets of Buddhism. Wonderful, wonderful philosophy. What's number 3, Goo? Klay Thompson's contract / ability. Keep Steph Curry happy. What's number 3?
Oh, my God. The development and the future of Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh.
And the reason I say that is they had some young pups They got blessed. I don't want to say blessed, but they got lucky, Steiny, with the number 2 pick in Wiseman. And I don't have to tell you or remind you, he's gone. Okay, so all the promise that Warrior has for finally having an active big, I don't care if it's year 4 or 5, it's not going to happen here for Wiseman. And on top of that, I look at Jordan Poole. I believe his departure is imminent, Steiny. I believe he will no longer be a Warrior. So that's another guy that you paid, and I want to say you developed, you gave an opportunity, the light was on, he was a fan favorite, and now Draymond / whatever Jordan's dealing with upstairs in his own mind have him to where I believe they can't coexist. So now Wiseman's gone, Poole is gone. I'm just looking at the babies like it ain't a big nursery like it was. Jonathan Kuminga has to pan out. And if he doesn't, Steiny, the Warriors are going to look back on these draft picks and be like, what went wrong and why couldn't these guys get going and get mature roles on this team to allow us to stay consistent and chase a championship? Because Kuminga's future, to me right now, is more important than Moses Moody because I believe Kuminga's upside is greater than Moses, who I love. But I'm already running Poole out of town, and it's not because I want to. I just think he's gone. Steiny, they have to hit on Jonathan Kuminga, and I'm just worried about him writing that letter or whoever came up with that, hey, my client wants to know that he's going to get a bigger role. I didn't like that, but now I'm like, Steiny, push comes to shove. What if Dre was somehow used in a trade? The Warriors need to be able to say, hey, kid, you're our new power forward. And I don't think he's nowhere close to being the ready that they were supposed to bring to him. His attributes are still there. Steiny, he's a stud. And when I say stud, he's a stud in his DNA. He's active. The quick cuts. I can be on ESPN all day.
I can't stand when you do this.
But I'm just telling that's what he
coming
possesses.
Into enlightenment, it's not bothering you as much
anymore. But now he needs the tuxedo, and the Warriors need to be Felix.
I don't know who that is either.
They need to dress him up and get him ready. When you go to Felix when you want a tuxedo, you look how you look, but you're going to look better.
Speaking of tuxedos, you know what?
Tennessee tuxedo.
I don't like the top hat with the tuxedo.
Oh, I never would wear one.
There you go.
What made you go there?
I always think of that.
I'm giving you bars, and then you go. Now the cane. I had the cane.
Canes are for limpers. Canes are not for people
Pimps.
who can walk.
When you want style, Steiny, you add the cane. See, you weren't in the know.
To me, it's disrespectful to my father. Stuff like that.
Now,
a guy with 2 good legs.
I'm mad at you.
Using a cane when he doesn't need to. It's in a weird kind of way. I feel like that's spitting in the face of my father, who has a prosthetic and actually needs a cane.
And a Celix, not Felix.
What is?
The outfit for where you get your tuxedos. I called it Felix. A Celix.
That's okay.
Yeah, but listen.
Yeah.
I'm the guy that came down you and Dibbs' road for calling golf using the word handicap. And you were okay with it then. Now you go there about Pops, which I love.
Well, my dad doesn't mind handicap in golf. So
but what if others did in your dad's situation?
One of the others,
this is real for me now.
Yeah.
My Uncle Leatha was in a wheelchair.
Do these others, do they just have one leg like my dad?
No, Uncle Leatha had no legs. They took both.
Yeah, I would respect his view on that.
Okay, so I'm just telling you, I can't believe golf wouldn't kind of come up with a new word for that. And I get what it is, but I told you that, I think it was last year. You know what? I wish we could just lose that word.
Yeah.
What's your score? What's your average?
Yeah,
what's your crutch?
You know what's funny is
there's so many other words that could be. What's your handicap? I'm being too real now. I'm ain't gonna have a job in a minute. But no, Steiny.
Especially because we're doing a lot of business with golfing.
No. I love the sport. Shout out Schneebs.
Dylan. Dylan wants to talk some. I don't know, what does Dylan want to talk about? Hey, Dylan, how you doing?
Hey, Steiny, how you doing today, my man? I'm a big fan of yours, and I just overheard you talking about golf and my main man, Kevin Pauly. So I wanted to call in and propose something to you.
Oh, okay.
So I have a proposal that I want to give you 5 free golf lessons, and let's have a competition to see how many strokes I can get you to drop versus Daryl the Guru Johnson and Bonte.
Wow.
That's not a bad
That's
idea.
dope. Look
Problem
at
is they're going to be able to drop more strokes because they're going to have, they're going to start out 120.
Well,
but I hear you.
Nah, we'll make some sort of proper bet. But what I'm saying is, let's see who can get better within their own game over the course of the next 5 lessons. I go way back with Kevin. He's a great guy. I love the golf spot. I'm a private North Bay in San Rafael. Come up, get some private lessons. We'll see who gets better within 5 months, and then we'll all go out and play. Me, Kevin, you, Daryl the Guru Johnson. Have a great time.
Come on, man.
I'm going to take you up on that.
Yeah.
Can you give your number to Evan or Spadone?
Yeah, he already knows me. The thing is, I'm already Shasky's golf coach, so I go way back with you guys, 95.7. I'm a big fan.
Shasky has a golf coach? I didn't
I'm Shasky's personal coach. Been coaching him for years, so he knows me well.
Personal
coach? I'll shoot you a DM, and we'll get it booked and going.
All right. Thanks, Dylan. Appreciate it.
You never told me I needed a coach.
You don't. Do I?
Shasky has one.
Do I want to use the same guy Shasky uses?
Why
Shasky,
You got a pretty good swing.
Shasky pretty damn good, I hear.
He shot a 79 at Presidio last week. That's good.
He's younger than you.
You know what? The 415 Guru has a legitimate point. Yeah, you know what? There is a replacement word you can use, index. What's your index?
Now, I love that. Now, why didn't you tell me that?
You know what? And see, this is where we need dibs, because I think there technically is a little difference between an index and a handicap. I may be wrong, and I know we're going to get some golfers in there who can explain the difference.
But you do remember when I brought that up to you.
Actually, I didn't until...
Remember we kind of went back and forth. It was a gripe. And I was just like, golf, fix yourself. And
the one thing I will say, and people are going to say, you're lying, Steiny, is I'm not taking free lessons. You can.
It's free.
I'm not taking them. I would pay.
That's why Schneebs gave me his golf clubs, and the other guy was going to give me...
Oh, that's much different.
You say you're a golfer that's paying it forward.
Exactly. You want more people into the game. Index is not the same. Yeah, okay.
What is index?
I don't. Let's do Dibley when he comes in. Because he's
well. You're out at 2. We got to hit him early.
Dibley and Shat Willard too. We got a lot of guys in here that really know golf.
We need a tournament.
Somebody suggested that on the text line, like a 95.7 the game.
Well, Shasky had one. Nobody showed. Everybody had something.
Well, that was before I liked Shasky.
When did you?
Dude.
You and Dibs not golfing with him?
It was before I became more enlightened. Okay?
Well, how could you not like the kid?
Well, he's kind of he was.
We're from the same cloth.
I'm not doing it.
And he loves his dad. Dude.
His dad has a graphic.
What do you mean?
What I mean is that I saw Papa Shasky, as they call him.
I follow him on Facebook. We're friends. Go ahead. What's wrong with a graphic?
I mean, that
so
means
we didn't have
arrived.
one for Norm when he came in.
I don't have one for my dad either. My dad,
he was in studio.
My dad's been banned.
Yeah,
he's
FCC.
banned from the studio.
Yeah. You better be careful.
Adam in Pleasant Hill. What's up, Adam? How you doing? Adam, Pleasant Hill.
Adam.
It is gone.
All right, so number 1, Klay Thompson's performance level moving forward.
/ attitude.
Number 2, got to keep Steph Curry happy. I'm with you there.
Okay.
And then number 3,
Jonathan Kuminga. And how soon you can get
you think Kuminga's more of a priority than Draymond?
I wonder if the money, if it's real, and Joe Lacob feels like I'm not giving Dre 3 for $90 because I'm worried about what it'll be in 2 years, then this is Kuminga's job. This is Jonathan Kuminga's job, is to be the starting power forward for the Warriors. Is he ready for that? Yes.
Well, let me ask you this, and Warrior fans can chime in too, 888-957-9570. My feeling is, there's a lot of, as we transition here, there's a lot of statements that are being made that I agree with. And the one that I think I'm starting to really, really come around to is, okay, don't go halfway. Go all in on Steph Curry in the next 2 or 3 years.
No, don't, man.
So, okay, that's what we're going to do. Like, if we decide we're going to do that, then we got to go 100%. We got to lean into it. And my feeling is, if that includes Draymond Green and a contract extension, then I would trade Jonathan Kuminga. Or part of a trade.
And that very well could be what's on the horizon.
There's just no room at the end.
Right. Or time.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah. I was using a Bible reference. That's what they told Jesus. And you know what? Jesus quietly another good dude. I'd say Jesus and the Buddha up on the Mount Rushmore of good dudes. Maybe Martin Luther King, the good doctor, be up there.
This is where you're on your own right now.
Why?
Daisy's in heaven listening, and I don't think she would like what we're. When you say Jesus
talking about,
was a good dude.
No, I'm talking about.
But you know what I mean.
I'm talking about some of the greatest people in the world.
But you're saying it differently.
Mahatma Gandhi.
My guy.
He's there. Or she's there. I'm not sure if it's a man or woman. But, Gandhi. Gandhi is definitely on the list of greatest nice, you know what I mean.
We have confirmation on the last two, the first two you started with.
Yeah.
What about the first two?
I'll let Evan do.
Buddha? What are you talking about? You guys are so afraid.
No,
you're so timid.
No, we love our jobs.
Yeah, Mother Teresa.
Yeah, we love our jobs.
Stop while you're see.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Don't
that's
tell
what
me
Daisy
to stop.
Is saying.
This is where
that's why I went.
Stop while you're ahead, Steiny. No, you know what I hear. You know what I'm hearing when I say it. I'm hearing Willard's gavel.
What is going on?
And
here?
I will not allow Willard's gavel to stop me.
Right, but
the Mount Rushmore of great people,
Go ahead.
human. Mother Teresa.
Boom.
Gandhi.
Yeah.
And who else there? Jesus Christ. And give me a fourth. Siddhartha, the original Buddha. See,
Stephen Curry.
That's damn it, Evan.
You know what?
Yeah, I'm still out.
He's in the alternate spot. He's that great of a guy.
He won the Kareem Award.
Yeah, see, don't forget Nelson Mandela. See, I'm not going to see now. I'm not going to do something like that. You know what I'm saying? 888-957-9570 is the number. On the other side, which is in about 5 minutes, Goo, I do want to get into some of this Kyle Shanahan sound.
What time we got Brian?
1 o'clock. Brian Geltzeiler. Love Geltzy. Not even sure if that's his nickname, but you wanted to comment on this, Guru.
Oh, man.
Draymond Green, not sure if all Warrior fans know this about him, but he's a little bit outspoken. And he was on his podcast talking about leadership. Leadership. And I want to get Guru's reaction to what was said by Draymond Green about leadership.
Now, who did have an impact was Tristan Thompson. You know, he rebounded, he made energy plays. Like, he's a part of the much bigger problem in the NBA, which is you can't tell me that guy is not a serviceable NBA player on 20 other teams in the NBA. When you got teams struggling with leadership, struggling with veteran presence, struggling with people with winners' mentalities, and like you had that guy sitting the entire year, that is actually a huge problem in the NBA. It's why we see a lot of the things we see. As far as like off-court issues, because there's no veterans. There's no veterans showing these dudes how to move, showing them the way. So you think you're just going to go young and you think that's just going to work. Like, that don't work. It goes back to the conversation that DeMar and PG was having on PG's podcast.
Being in the league so long, you realize how many motherfuckers don't love the game of basketball, who take it for granted, who feel so entitled.
And I agree. Like, there's so many dudes in the NBA that don't know how to hoop, that suck, that don't love the game of basketball, all of that. And like, then you got like a Tristan Thompson who's serviceable. You know what you're going to get. Going to rebound on both ends, going to defend, going to screen, going to dive. And then also you tack on the veteran presence that teams that need that.
Oh, boy.
I need you be my therapist for this end of this segment here. Everything he said was fascinating. Steiny, there are Tristan Thompson. I didn't understand it. Guys in this situation, we know teams are going a different way, but you still got dudes riding it out and they don't get to play. We saw it with John Wall. But I guess I'm just having this is why I need you, Mr. Therapist. I'm having trouble hearing Draymond use the word veteran or even use the word leader when you might have ruined an up-and-coming teammate. And, okay, there was no suspension. Steiny, I'm from the streets too. I got the streets in me. I've been around, and I just feel like, Dre, if you had any type of self-reflection, you wouldn't have even said that because you knew it would sound awful because of what you did when you were the big dog in OG and what you're still dealing with. So how can my ears couldn't unhear or think about Jordan Poole? What can you prescribe for me to get past that so I can hear Draymond talk about veterans and leadership and not immediately default to Jordan Poole? What can you prescribe me, Doc?
I can't prescribe anything to you. Austin was saying, Steiny, what's your problem with what Draymond is saying? I think Guru hits the nail on the head. How can you listen to that from Draymond Green without your mind quickly going, well, you punched Jordan Poole? But I'll take it a step further. He says, we got guys in this league that don't love the game. I agree with him.
And he's not one of them.
Well, did he love the game when they were 15 and 50?
Well, he told you why.
Did he love the game?
All right, but
when he couldn't play with Steph Curry because Steph Curry was hurt. That's what I'm talking about.
I gotta give Draymond this, Steiny. We didn't find a memoir of him writing that down. Nobody dimed him out. He said into a microphone, like it or not, what he was thinking about playing for the team when they were that low.
Yeah,
so
and
I didn't agree with it, but he gave that to us. So
that's
as
right.
bad as some will say that sounded, that was his truth.
Okay,
because we know he loves the game.
Well, then he's not a leader. If you can't be a quitter and a leader, you can't say you can't laugh at I can't play in a game in March in Oklahoma City.
That was bad.
Right. I mean, there's an incongruity there that is so transparent and so big for him not to get it. But see, I think he does get it. I think he knows he's a contradiction in many things.
I would say no to that. I feel like if he heard us talking and he heard you say that or anybody, he'd be like, I ain't contradicting myself. Why would you say that, Steiny?
Well, I would certainly, like, if Draymond Green, I get you on the show. Yeah. Hey, Draymond, this play on leadership. I play the sound that he said, and I'd say, let me ask you this. The first thing that would come to mind from Warrior fans when you say that is you punched Jordan Poole. You didn't play the year Steph was hurt, and you said you don't want to play in March. So those two things don't seem in balance to me.
I would love to hear his answer.
Please explain. Yeah. Or would you like to elaborate? People think like you ask him that, he's going to punch you in the face. He's not.
510, but I know we're up against this side. Do you think Dre has any self-awareness?
Yes. Yes, in spots, he does.
In spots.
Sometimes he's like, that's the thing about Draymond, which makes him very intriguing. Sometimes his self-awareness is off the charts. Sometimes it feels like it's nowhere to be found. All right, on the other side, you want to jump into some Niners?
Let's do it, baby.
Yeah, we got some good sound here from Santa Clara yesterday. And we're going to get to that on the other side. We're going to talk about Kyle Shanahan, and he said something to me that I put in the memory bank, and I thought to myself, you got to ask 49er fans what they think of this. That's what we're going to do on the other side on 95.7, The Game.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. Spring is finally here, and hopefully the end of the storms. Everyone has something.
957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Unfortunately, Tina Turner passed today. 83 years old.
Good run.
Hell of a run.
Yep.
Matt Stein, Matt Dow, the Guru Johnson with you. Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius Radio XM, joining us in a half hour. And he's fast turned into one of our favorites.
And we can go around the league with him, Stein. That's what I like to.
Well, you can go around the league with me, too.
I do that
What
with
do you
you
want
every
to know?
day.
Ask me a question about basketball. I'll give you the answer.
What are the Clippers going to do? I already know where you.
I don't care.
Yeah, that's a man. Did
yeah.
you mean to hit both the cricket and the I don't care?
No.
Okay.
Ask me something else because I don't care about that.
Where's Kyrie Irving going to end up?
Dallas.
What?
He's not going anywhere. They can pay him the most money.
He don't strike you as the guy that I'm not defending Kyrie and his antics. Does he strike you as a guy that it's all just about the money?
Yes.
Not to me, man.
What
He's going to get back with Bron. Warrior fans, I know you're mad at me. I'm trying to buy into this. I can't.
So the funny thing is, and like, so he wants to play with Bron, the guy he made a point to move away from.
But now you told me KD left here because he needed different challenges or he wanted to wake up and there was something different. I believe there was something to Kyrie Irving. I think he's been humbled, humiliated to the point to where now going back to LeBron, where they won a championship, where they were teammates, that he was just at the game front row the other day. I'm just from a basketball standpoint, like, what do the Lakers need, Goo, to get back and overtake Denver? They need a Bible. Because I don't see a player, that'll just get him up. But you asked me about the Lakers, they need Kyrie. And then Denver, it would be going 7 games, or they might even win it. That's how those games were close.
Again.
The Lakers were just, D'Angelo Russell, you were good enough against the Warriors, but we need you to be good enough against Denver. And I think Kyrie can do that.
You're going to need him to take less money than Dallas can offer him.
Yeah.
So you're telling me Dallas is going to be okay with trading for Kyrie Irving, losing Dinwiddie, losing the other guys they lost,
Finney
and
Smith.
now he's gone for nothing. Played this sound before the break about Draymond Green. We can get more into it, but this is, what Draymond Green talking about leadership, and he was talking about Tristan. Is Tristan Thompson a clutch client?
He is.
Anyway,
should have been playing.
I'm going to play it again. I know I played it last segment, but I want to play it again. This is Draymond talking about leadership, and there are no leaders in the NBA, and in fact, there are too many people that don't even love basketball.
Now, who did have an impact was Tristan Thompson. He rebounded, he made energy plays. Like, he's a part of the much bigger problem in the NBA, which is you can't tell me that guy is not a serviceable NBA player on 20 other teams in the NBA. When you got teams struggling with leadership, struggling with veteran presence, struggling with people with winners' mentalities, and like you had that guy sitting the entire year, that is actually a huge problem in the NBA. It's why we see a lot of the things we see as far as like off-court issues, because there's no veterans. There's no veterans showing these dudes how to move, showing them the way. So you think you're just going to go young and you think that's just going to work. Like, that don't work. It goes back to the conversation that DeMar and PG was having on PG's podcast.
Being in the league so long, you realize how many motherfuckers don't love the game of basketball, who take it for granted, who feel so entitled.
And I agree. Like, there's so many dudes in the NBA that don't know how to hoop, that suck, that don't love the game of basketball, all of that. And like, then you got like a Tristan Thompson who's serviceable. You know what you're going to get. Going to rebound on both ends, going to defend, going to screen, going to dive. And then also you tack on the veteran presence that teams that need that.
Man, about 8 thoughts just went through my head.
Share them all, man, because he was right.
The first thing he said, so you know what it sounds like to? Well, first of all, you know what my first impression was? Yeah, see, Lacob don't listen to players. He doesn't listen to players. You know why? Because what I just heard from Draymond Green is that the Warriors could have used Tristan Thompson, not only for leadership, but because they needed a big man.
And that went over my head. Wow.
They wanted a big man.
That went clear right over my head. And you're telling me they could? I was telling you Dwight Howard. I was telling you, no, I'm saying, if you would have brought his name up when I was D-Cuz, oh my goodness, that went smooth over my head, Steiny.
Yeah.
And maybe that's who he was talking to.
Maybe. But somebody brings up a good point. You know, we're talking about Draymond's self-awareness. And my feeling is sometimes he's off the charts self-aware. Other times he's clueless. And somebody bring in 510, I'm going to give him credit for this. Yeah. Draymond Green had self-awareness enough to come off the bench. Yes, sir. Yes, he did. He's also got enough self-awareness to apologize when he does something wrong.
Well, I just want to back up about that because I was talking to Bonte at the what I want to call
Juan Vino?
Yeah, but what do we call the summit?
Juan Vino.
Juan Vino. Thank you, guys. Hey, and I'm not taking anything from Dre, Steiny, but did he have a choice?
About what?
About coming off the bench. If it ended,
well, you were the one who said if you ask him to come off the bench, you may lose him.
Right, and then I came in here and gave him all the flowers in the world.
So that's your answer.
But okay. But now that we look back on it, he would have looked hella bad, as the kids say, had there been, hey, Dre, we want you to come off the bench. I don't want to come off the bench, and that would have got out.
But that's not what happened. Like, you have to give him credit for what he actually did, which is come off the bench. Yeah. But so I don't get what you're saying.
I don't think kids get credit for listening to their parents. It's almost like a given.
Well, like, if Draymond Green would have been asked to come off the bench, said, fine, but you're going to lose me, well, then that's just another mistake, bad look, bad optics that Draymond did. But the bottom line with Draymond Green is he's got a lot of good and he's got some bad. There's some challenges with Draymond Green. So, yeah, like I look at it like, yeah, he does have self-awareness when it comes to, you know what? But that's basketball self-awareness, too. That's where Draymond Green looks and says, you know what? If I go to the bench, it's not so much about me. It's about the team. Would it help the team? You know what? I'm all in. His problems, to me, stem from his emotions. When he's not emotional, he's unbelievably cogent. But when he's emotional, that's when he does things that you don't want to be a part of.
In Game 5 against the Lakers in the playoffs, he was playing emotional, and I loved every second of it. But Game 1 and 2, whenever he picked up AD off the ground, Steiny, that wasn't the Draymond I like. And I got to say this to our partner, GMG26 on YouTube. The whole show is about Dre, but y'all scared to have him on the show. One, fella, we've had him on the show twice. 2, we had his barber. And 3, you don't know this, Steiny. I'm sharing it with you. I'm trying to effort to get Draymond on the show.
I know, but that's been going on for 3 years.
Now, sometimes I need you to have my back, and I don't need the damn thing. We don't need to hear that. Just go get him, Goo. God,
well, it's okay. You can tell the people he's a little afraid to come on the show, right?
We've had him on, and Steiny talked about, dude, your tweet. And he was real. Draymond's got too many friends, man, not to be a good dude. He's a good dude. Steiny, does the age difference between him and Poole, I'm going here. Does it make them punch that much worse? Or they're two athletes on the same team. I don't see age, Goo. What do you speak of? To me, I do feel like that gap between their ages should have kept Dre from hitting them.
You'd like to think.
You'd like to think.
Would Draymond have punched Tristan Thompson?
No.
They got into it. Yeah,
408. Yeah, I see.
Well, he talked about it on his
I see what
podcast.
You're saying here. Steiny all bark and no bite. You wouldn't ask Draymond these questions. Oh, my gosh.
We had him on.
You know what's funny? Like the 408, those people, like, they're so scared of pro players. They're so scared Draymond might get mad at a question.
Please.
Okay, what's he going to do, punch me?
Yeah.
Tell you what. Let me ask you this: Would you take the Jordan Poole punch for $3 million.
Tell me where I go.
Thank you.
Yeah. But that punch was vicious.
I know. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's funny. I know this is, I don't want to get bogged down.
Real quick,
but the video was
Locomoco,
such
Steiny, hold up, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Goo, I feel like you're writing this stuff. Locomoco on YouTube. Goo, Dre was on for Subway. Don't think we forgot when we
knows. He knows.
He still came on, and Brownie helped get him on.
How about did you see the one text earlier? We had the actor from Field of Dreams on, remember?
Okay,
who also was in Pulp Fiction.
Yes.
And I was like, why did we have him on anyway? I said it must have been Higgins' gimmicks.
Yeah.
And I forget who said it on the YouTube chat, but they said, remember you were trying to get the most famous person to call in. And somebody had did Norm Macdonald call in or somebody like that?
I remember that.
I know he's passed,
in the
but
afternoon.
this was years ago. Somebody out of nowhere came, I don't know.
It was a big boy.
Like a Brad Pitt or something. One of my favorites, Morello in Petaluma. Hey, Morello, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Doing well.
Hey.
Coaching some soccer again, so can't complain.
Nice.
Steiny, I love the theme. I love the Buddha theme. It's a great philosophy. I love the Eastern philosophies versus the Western philosophies because they're about the self. They're about yourself, figuring out who you are. Anyway, on that note, I want to use one quote for Guru. Guru, the root of all suffering is attachment. And I've noticed that you have some attachment for young players. Trey Lance, Wiseman, and I understand these guys you sympathize with the player. I get it. But I think the attachment here can be a problem. I think a lot of these guys are not ready, and I think that the Draymond interview, he was hitting everywhere. He was hitting his own players. I always had the feeling that James Wiseman was one of these guys that does not really love the game. He just grew into it.
I agree.
He had the potential, and it probably since he was 14, people were hammering his head. Hey, you're going to be a top guy. You're going to be a Hall of Famer, and it's just not there. And one thing that they talked about recently is Draymond and Kerr made sure they talked about this. Both was they only affected winning basketball in their fourth season. So I ask you right now, who is in the playoffs, even with the Warriors gone? Tell me a second to third year player who was impacting. I don't see it. Denver, Miami, these guys all have some mileage on them. So I think don't get too attached to the young guys. I don't think they're the answer to this season, maybe for the future. But I think big changes are to come. But thank you guys for taking my call again. I appreciate it.
Absolutely, Morello. And I would take it a step further when you talk about Guru's attachments to young players. Yeah, but you also could be referencing his attachments to, the lifestyle things and fancy clothes and, those kind of things. You can just let those go.
Dude, I told you I couldn't be Buddha. That's in my blood.
By the way, can I clear something up?
No, take your time.
Because, of course, I was wrong about something. Spadone texts in.
What did he say?
He said that was not the reason you had that actor on. It was the Field of Dreams game in the major leagues that night. That's why. He said Chris Pratt, I don't know who he is, called into Damon.
And that 415 just text that Chris Pratt started.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
The young whippersnappers and their memories. I mean, it's his job, but damn. Yeah, that's why he
called in. That's not even coming from Ernie Chavez.
Dude, how weird was it seeing him? I'm like, dude, you should work at the Pentagon. He knows where all the bodies are buried.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
3.
I appreciate you, Evan. I'm trying my best. But I'm not Trey.
Of course, I know you're not criticizing Draymond Green.
If we had a roast for you, I'd pick up the mic and I'd say, you know what? The dude, he wanted to put Pampers and diapers on all these athletes.
Maybe.
Trey Lance was drafted for a reason, okay? Because of his traits. They didn't hesitate to run him out there and start week 1. Steiny.
Of the second year.
Yeah, the second year. My point is, that's what you got him for. So to the caller's point, I'm not attached. I'm just like, Wiseman, that wasn't the worst thing to have. If you think James Wiseman starting is why he didn't fit in here, I think that's not fair. He didn't fit in here because I don't think they ran anything that fit what he did best. So from the jump, it was already a bad mix.
Exactly.
But I don't got time as an owner or a GM. If I draft you and I think you're a stud like Kuminga, I'm not going to sit there like, oh, Jonathan needs Similac. No, when I'm watching you go out there and jump and dunk and be a man and pick up LeBron 94 feet, but you got a body like one.
Yeah, but he's not a man. He doesn't play like a man.
Right.
So plays like a rookie. Plays like a rookie that's never played college basketball.
But I'm surrounded by champs.
That's why they don't want to play with him.
That's what I'm – see, Steiny –
like it's not that hard to figure out.
Get, though. What if he would have got that nurturing from those guys? That heavy nurturing. Hey, come over tonight. Where you going?
Blame the veterans.
Cook. Aisha gonna cook. Come over,
blame
JK.
The veterans, then.
Let's watch some video.
But you're afraid to blame the veterans.
No, I'm doing it now.
Well, it's too late.
Well,
we
still got Kuminga.
They should have been doing
Curry, Clay, and Dre.
Right, but they've wasted 2 years.
No doubt about it.
2 years later, Kuminga doesn't have any confidence. 2 years later, Kuminga's head's still spinning around. Look, to me, it's not that complicated when it comes to the Golden State Warriors. They drafted 2 players who they misread. They thought they could play sooner or faster than they actually could, and they misunderstood how
man.
You just don't walk onto a championship team with talent. They just drafted the wrong guys.
And now, again, I can't let this go until we find out what this offseason is going to entail, but now when I don't stop at draft picks. Those could have been Bradley Beal. I mean, whoever they could have finessed.
Miles Turner.
Man, so it's deeper than just, James didn't pan out. But what if you would have dangled that pick? What the Warriors might look like right now?
I'm sure they did try to dangle that pick.
Or didn't listen to the veterans that were saying we're team dangle the pick. Like there's so many.
Yeah, they messed up.
Yeah.
They messed up. And you don't get to mess up like that and think things are going to go along smoothly. You know what? Just like if Trey Lance can't play, guess what? You don't get to win Super Bowls. You got the
NFC Championship.
That's fine, but what I'm getting at is you had a chance to draft a great quarterback. But again, I mean, I don't want to jump in.
We still don't know about Trey, but yeah, Trey looking great.
Exactly. I mean, they've stumbled on Brock Purdy. Fair enough.
All right,
but if they wouldn't have stumbled on Brock Purdy, it's like, sorry, 49ers. You don't get to move up in the draft, trade 2 first-round picks for a guy who's never played any big-time college football, swing and miss on it and think, well, we're still going to be really, really good for a long time.
But listen to how you just said that, though. But you're right.
Teams make mistakes.
Niner fans and the Niners got lucky to experience last year getting that damn close. Getting nothing. Well, he was injured, so that makes it a bit different. Trey Lance, but
it doesn't matter. He's still been overwhelmingly disappointing his first 2 years. But they got Purdy. Yeah. It's kind of like
good.
It's kind of like the Warriors. I think it was the year with the 9th pick in the draft. They drafted Ike Diagu from Arizona State.
Oh boy,
right, and he didn't turn out to be very good. But that same draft, they got Monte Ellis in the 2nd round.
Oh my boy.
So, you know what?
Yeah.
You get a mulligan for Diagu because you drafted Ellis. 49ers are getting a mulligan for Trey Lance because Brock Purdy can play. But it doesn't mean necessarily that you are going to be able to find a Purdy guaranteed or do it without kind of bumps in the road.
We know about they're talking about your boy from Arizona State wasn't that good. We know.
He's great. He's great in college.
I mean, who is? I mean, so many, yeah.
Mess up with Wiseman or not, the Dubs still got a chip. So stop bashing them for Steiners. 2 things can be equally true. Like, yeah, they made a mistake with James Wiseman. They drafted a guy who didn't pan out. but in a crazy kind of way, because he didn't pan out, that's why they won a title. The Warriors won a title last year because they really limited the roles of Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody. They limited those roles as much as possible, and they leaned on Otto Porter Jr. and Bielitsa, Damian Lee, Toscano Anderson, because those guys weren't ready. But they won it. You're right. It's like I heard Shasky say this. I've always thought it. And the Giants got bailed out after signing Zito by winning 3 World Series. So we'll see. Diago was supposed to be Elton Brand. Diago was
Elton Brand.
I thought he was going to be okay too. Yeah. I still remember, and you can look this up. See if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. I want to say Diago's rookie year, he had a game against the Detroit Pistons where he went for like 31.
Damn.
And he was 13 for 15 from the floor. 13 for 15. That's the way I remember it. Let's test my memory on 95.7, the game.
Pretty close. 13 of 15 for 27 points.
Okay. I'll take that.
Also had 7 rebounds.
He could rebound. Yeah. He could rebound. We'll do it. Okay, I'll tell you what. We'll do it just for kicks. 650. Did you guys hear the Brian Windhorst drop? The morning show played.
The Lakers absolutely were terrific in going down in this series. I'm not sure I've seen a more impressive performance in a sweep ever.
How much do I owe you?
What?
I mean, you could. If I paid him to say something good about us after getting swept, that's what it would sound like. Yes, now I hate to be the dream crusher. Bron is happy in L.A. They're getting Kyrie Irving.
You don't know.
But I feel it.
No, yeah. Well, you don't know that.
He's embarrassed and mad.
Right.
Probably mad at Anthony Davis. You see, they didn't do the combo presser the game they lost. So remember they were up there when everything was good against the Warriors.
Just for your sake, say, Steiny, I don't see it happening. That's much safer than Steiny, LeBron's happy in L.A.
But you know my playbook. No, you don't. Safe. You don't care. You ain't worried about getting fired.
The minute I say the Warriors aren't going to win it next year, you don't know that. You don't know that.
Yeah, that's why.
Don't rob them of that. Okay, well, you don't know LeBron's happy in L.A. So
it's L.A. They just got to the WCF. Dude, his son's playing at USC, Steiny. Come on.
Don't you get it?
You got Lee San Francisco.
It's a failed year for LeBron, not a success. Yeah. They got to the WCF.
No, I believe he's mad. But
of course he is. So is he mad or is he happy?
He's mad, but happy that Kyrie's out there and they know what time it is, meaning management. But hey, I'm going to live your dream. I ain't going to just throw water on your dream.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Oh, we got to take a break. We got Brian Geltzeiler on the other side. Sirius XM NBA Radio Zone, Brian Geltzeiler. Hey, you looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Do you want to earn up to $39 per hour within 3 years of starting? Then apply to become a VTA bus driver by texting VTA bus to 333161. Again, VTA bus to 333161 to apply today. That's right, Sirius XM NBA Radio Zone, Brian Geltzeiler. He joins us on the other side. I'm telling you, the guy knows who.
Guru, the root of all suffering is attachment. And I've noticed that you have some attachment.
If new Heineken Silver was at the invasion of Troy. Oh my, the Greeks sent us a big wooden horse.
Oh no, it's full of armed and angry.
get right to it. Sirius XM, NBA's Radio Zone. Brian Geltzeiler, he joins us. He's quietly jumped to the Mount Rushmore of our recent guests. There's no doubt about it. What's up, Brian? How you doing?
What's up, guys? I appreciate the kind words. I bet you say that to all the boys.
Nope, not at all. Hey, we've been talking a little bit today about Buddhism and how attachments are at times the root of all our suffering. You know, Draymond Green, as the Bay Area's become very attached to Draymond Green, he's got an opt-out. The Warriors have a chance to either re-sign him or let him walk if he can find another deal. What do you do with the attachment of Draymond Green if you're the Warriors?
All right, let's start with this one. Do we know he's opting out?
We don't. But
we don't. And
well, let me start there. Do you? I think him coming back for 1 year is off the table. I would think. Maybe I'm wrong. Go ahead.
So, listen, I think that he's certainly going to approach them about an extension if he hasn't already.
Right.
And the one thing that Draymond has shown is that Draymond is much smarter, I think, than a lot of people give him credit for. And I say that in this respect. Draymond understands that his value to the Warriors, what he does for Steph Curry, what Steph Curry does for him, is something that would be very, very hard to replicate somewhere else. Now, not to say he couldn't go and be the right kind of supporting guy for another star player in another location, but the fit's always going to be a question until it's not a question. So it's one of those things where you know what you got, you don't know what you're getting. So Draymond has shown the Warriors in the past that he's willing to accept less than what he perceives his market value to be to stay in this situation. And I think in the end, right now, and I know Steph Curry's getting up there in years. I know he's been in the league a long time. But as long as he's still playing at the level he's playing at, and he's one of the best players in the league, and he's a guy capable of being the best player on an NBA champion, what you do has to be a function of Steph. And there's no bigger function of Steph than Draymond Green. Now, am I suggesting that you have to go pay Draymond Green a max contract if he asks for one? Absolutely not. But I'm also telling you that Draymond's smarts would indicate he's not going to ask for one because he knows he's not going to get one. Draymond's going to ask for a number that he thinks they're going to agree to. And I think when that happens, I think they will sign him to an extension. They will try to stretch this run out at least for and listen, that extension's not going to be a 4-year extension. That may be an extra year. That may be an extra 2 years max. Listen, with this new CBA, the Warriors are in trouble keeping this team together at these kinds of numbers. And ultimately, they really have to trade Jordan Poole this offseason. If not this offseason, then the one after. Because I just don't know that it's working for him with the Warriors anymore. But I do think you have to understand that we are down to the last 2 or 3 years of this run here, and that the Warriors are going to start to wind some of that down. But I do think Draymond will have a clear understanding he's better off here than he is anywhere else.
Wow, Brian, always a pleasure to talk to you. I know you're not a mind reader, Brian, either am I, but you won't believe how many calls we're taking and texts we're getting that LeBron could come to the Warriors. And I'm like, what? They just went to the Western Conference Finals. Brian, I know the King is mad they got swept, but he did that to say, to kind of take away from that. But Kyrie Irving is out there, and I'm telling my partner there's no way in hell they're not going to try to unload and get Kyrie. But when you hear possibly LeBron teaming up with Steph, what comes to mind?
Fantasy basketball. That's it. Because I don't think it's going to happen. And listen, understand something about LeBron. And I am also one of the only things I have in common on this planet, besides the love of basketball with LeBron James, is that I am also an AAU dad. And as an AAU dad, I drive to the ends of the earth, travel to the ends of the earth, because there's no greater pleasure I get than watching my son play basketball.
Awesome.
LeBron is the same way. LeBron loves watching his kids play basketball. And you know what? He's going to have Bronny at USC. Bryce is moving high schools, but is still going to be in that area. I just don't see him leaving. I see him retiring before he leaves. I really do. I don't see him running to leave L.A. This was a really good run for the Lakers. And you know what? Listen, D'Angelo Russell, let's be frank about it, guys. He was useless in the
Oh, man.
Like, useless. So if you could find a way to go get Kyrie Irving, who LeBron really wants to play with, and sign him to a 2 or a 3 year deal, which is the most Kyrie's going to get from anybody anyway, and he would probably take less to come to the Lakers, and bring him there, you rejuvenate LeBron a little bit. Plus, you got Kyrie and AD together on the days that LeBron doesn't play. Because I will say this, the days of LeBron playing 70 to 75 games are completely over. I think this year he realized, because this is the other part of it with LeBron. Like, the dude played on a bad foot. Like, he tore a tendon in that foot the end of February. And he went to a bunch of doctors till he found one that said, hey, you can play with this thing. LeBron's foot was killing him at the end of that game. You could see it. He was frustrated as could be, because not only did he come 1 assist away from a 40-point triple-double in the conference elimination game, in the conference finals, in his 20th year in the league at the age of 38, okay? But he also guarded Jokic or Murray the entire fourth quarter. Like, he gave everything that he had. And I think for him, LA is probably the place that he's going to wrap up his career. He'll continue playing with Anthony Davis. He'll get them to bring Kyrie in. He'll get them to bring Hachimura and Austin Reeves back, and he'll have guys that he's comfortable playing with. I think he knows what he has there. To run to Golden State or run to another team to try to do a little ring-chasing routine, I just don't see that for LeBron. So LeBron's all about legacy also, guys. I don't see that helping his legacy. I think staying where he is, bringing what he can there, and living the life that he wants to live, being happy and comfortable, I think that's what it's all about for him.
Brian Geltzeiler joining us on 95.7 The Game. You can hear him on Sirius XM NBA Radio. See, this is sometimes my partner likes to throw me under the bus a little bit. And context is so important. 2 days ago, I see a Ringer article by Kevin O'Connor. I don't know if you were familiar with it or not, about why LeBron would say he's retiring, and then he gave 4 reasons. One of the reasons, and he suggested LeBron and the Warriors could have mutual interest. Then I opened up my inbox this morning, and I got odds from Vegas saying LeBron's next team, and the Warriors are on the list. So here was what I said. I said, you know what? I don't like any of the choices that the Golden State Warriors have, whether it's extending Draymond or re-signing Draymond or not. I think they're in a rock and a hard place. I think they're in trouble. But let me tell you what, if the Warriors had a chance to get LeBron James, Joe Lacob, their owner, would absolutely, positively be very enticed by pairing Curry and LeBron James for 2 years.
I think he would be. I just don't think the chance is going to be there for him.
Yeah.
I don't think LeBron's going to want to uproot his life. He's put too much into being in that area.
Fair.
Ronnie going to USC is kind of the cherry on top of the sundae, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
fair.
It's,
Fair. I just wanted to give it.
And Matt, I'll also say this to you. I don't know that I totally agree with you about the Warriors being in a completely unenviable spot, too. I think that there is a universe here where they can continue to develop both Moody and Kuminga. I think the biggest mistake they would make would be trade Jonathan Kuminga. I'll tell you that right now. Okay. I think there's a universe that you can develop these two who can be very, very effective players for you as supporting players for Steph, Clay, and Draymond, and then, start to build something and keep those guys there long term. To me, the guy that's got to go is Poole, and there's a major reason why I'll tell you Poole has to go. I thought the Warriors made a huge mistake last offseason in how they handled Poole and Wiggins. Follow my logic here. They won an NBA championship. We're not going to argue that Steph Curry was the best player on both teams, the best player there was in the 2022 NBA playoffs and NBA finals. The second best player on the Warriors, and I will fight you at a steel cage match to the death on this, guys. All right? The second best player on the Warriors was Andrew Wiggins, and it wasn't even close. He was tremendous offensively. His defense on Tatum was excellent. His defense on Brown when he played him was excellent. Wiggins was absolutely outstanding. Poole at times in that series was unplayable because that's how bad his defense was. And contract time came in the offseason. And what message did the Warriors send the young players that haven't gotten paid on that team? Offense is all that matters. Because the second best player on our team and our best defensive player in that series, Andrew Wiggins, got a $28 million a year extension, and we paid Jordan Poole $35 million a year, who was a one-way player who was not playable for big chunks of time during the finals. Now, if you're Moody and Kuminga, and even to a lesser extent James Wiseman is not there anymore, are you really going to bust it on defense when you know your path to getting the paycheck that you want to get, and to, as the kids like to say, securing the bag? Okay, is going to end up being that path is through shots and stats. The Warriors just showed you that by paying Poole what they paid him and paying Wiggins what they paid him. And it's made a problem with getting through to the young players to let them understand the importance of being good defensive players. And that's part of my point. Shipping Poole out, doing what you have to. Who cares if you get anything back? You got to get rid of the money anyway. Shipping Poole out will put you in a spot where you can reset the mindset of those two really good, promising young guys you have in Moody and Kuminga, and let them know, listen, guys, we made a mistake. We're not rewarding offense as much as we're rewarding defense right now because we shipped the all-offense guy out already. Does that make sense to you guys?
Yeah,
man.
I mean, that's a perspective I've not heard before and find very interesting.
No doubt. Brian, I'm going to throw a curveball at you because, I run hot in regard to my takes. And, when you get situations and coaches in any sport, but I'll use Doc Rivers, I thought he should have been fired. And I just feel like you can look at his record of the choke jobs and series. I like Doc, but I felt like it was time for him to go. But you look at Monty Williams, you look at Nick Nurse, you look at Coach Bud in Milwaukee, I'm asking you, because I know social media is big and it's a platform for fans to have their voice heard. And I'm starting to think, is that why some of these teams are quick to say bye to a Monty Williams who had his team in the finals a couple years ago? Coach Bud has a ring. Do I dare ask you, am I sounding soft when I say, is it bad for the league how some of these coaches are getting just tossed?
I don't think it's bad for the league. I think coaches are hired to be fired unless your last name is Popovich or Spoelstra. It's just the way the league works. And I'll tell you this. It's interesting because I have a very different perspective than you on this, Darryl. The Coach Bud firing did not bother me. The only bothered me about it was his brother passing away because it just seemed on a human level to be a little bit cruel. But I do understand that on a basketball level. You can't have a title contender that doesn't have a chance to win a game because a coach forgets he has a timeout. The Bucks play one style of defense. And the year they won the championship, Coach Bud mixed it up, and then he stopped mixing it up. Now, Coach Bud defenders will say to you, well, he's got this great, drop defensive player in Brook Lopez. Why don't you play drop coverage the whole time? Well, because when you play one coverage the whole time, teams get used to it, they scatter it out, and they learn how to beat it, which is exactly what happened to Milwaukee. So I understand why Coach Bud got fired. Monty's case, listen, 2 years in a row, an elimination game in your own building. You were down 30 at the half. 2 years in a row. It's the old expression, step in dog poop once, it's the dog's fault. Step in it twice, and it's yours. Like, this happens again here. So you look at it, you have to say, in big games that matter the most, is Monty in touch with his team to get them to go play hard? And yes, players should play hard on their own technically, but there's a message the players are sending you about how they're responding to this head coach when that happens. So I was okay with both of those. And the funny part about it, listen, I'll hold to this. Doc got fired because he was not able to take them further than the second round, and more than that, he wasn't able to avenge the 2021 second-round loss to the Atlanta Hawks, which was the inexcusable series loss that Doc had. Last year against Miami, they weren't better. They just weren't. And this year against Boston, I'll actually tell you that I thought he overachieved with that team. And I picked them to go to the finals beginning of the year, but they were not as good as I thought they were. They were not as deep as I thought they were. Guys that they were going to count on that were supposed to play big roles, guys like the Anthony Melton stunk in that series, really did nothing late in the series. Doc was, stuck with 5.5 players. And I thought he wove some magic to get them there. I really did. James Harden, to me, is the one that really deserved a lot more blame than Doc Rivers. With that said, I do understand why they decided to move on from him at this stage. I get it. It's not something I would have decided to do. But my point being is that I think this spate of firings, and let's face it, if Miami wins Game 5 in Boston, Jerome was always going to follow these guys out the door. Yeah. And I think that coaches are hired to be fired, and it's a league where players make a lot of money, and if players perceiving that you're not adding value anymore, then you kind of have lost your usefulness to these organizations, and that's why they're saying goodbye.
Brian Geltzeiler joining us on 95.7 The Game. You can hear him on Sirius XM NBA Radio. He's become a favorite of ours. Let me take you through, go further than something you said. All right, Draymond Green, smart guy. Let's re-sign at a good number. How about 3 for $75? You good with that?
I would. If you told me I could have 2 for $50 and the third year being a team option at $25, I'm good with that.
Okay, got it. That's done. Don't you have to do something with Klay Thompson knowing that Curry and Draymond are going to be, are under contract for a couple years, but can you bring Clay back on? No, he knows he's on the last year. Or do you have to do something with him too?
This is the advantage you have when you've had a guy his entire career. This is an advantage you have when you have a forget about player, a man like Klay Thompson, who is very, very. He looks in the mirror and he's got some self-awareness. He understands who he is in this game. He always has understood who he is in this game. And I think for Klay, he's been richly financially rewarded for the role that he's played, the massive role that he's played in this Warriors dynasty. And I think to turn to Klay and sit him down and say, listen, we want you back. We don't necessarily want you back at the same number. You tell us what you're thinking. We'll tell you what we're thinking, and let's figure it out. And I think there's something to be figured out with Klay that's going to go past the max deal. And maybe the conversation is, you know what, if Klay's number is so much higher than the Warriors' number, maybe the conversation is, you know what, pal? Let's play it out this year. Let's see how it goes, and we'll sit down and have the same conversation next year, and with the understanding that we do want to be together long term. Because I think the Warriors need Klay, and Klay needs the Warriors. The Warriors just don't need Klay at $45 million a year, right. and I think that's going to be where the difference comes in. The thing is, what's going to be a hard pill for Klay to swallow, because he's a very prideful player and a very prideful guy, is that what he's going to want is not going to be out there in the open market. And I think that's something he's going to have to face. And if he doesn't want to face that with the Warriors, it could get a little bit rocky here. But again, I do think multiple conversations are in order about what Klay's viewing about his market value. And I also think that, listen, this guy's been paid a lot of money over the years. There is a sentimental value to both Draymond and Klay Thompson in wrapping up their careers and finishing up here in Golden State, in San Francisco, with Curry, with this group, with this organization, and knowing that they saw the whole thing through and did everything they could. I think there's value in that for both sides. So I have a lot of confidence in both sides that they'll be able to figure out the right numbers for everybody.
B, we'll get you out of here on this one. I don't have one hateful bone in my body, but you brought up Popovich, and I thought about the Spurs, them winning, getting Wembanyama. And I believe it was Woj who said that Wemby was the biggest prospect or the best prospect or most promising one ever in sports. And B, I got to tell you, I thought about LeBron James in high school. His game, I don't got to tell you, they were broadcasted in high school, and to me, he's over-delivered. But can I ask you your thoughts on Wemby, and just, do you think he's further than LeBron in regard to promise?
No. And listen, let's start with this now. Woj is telling you what he's hearing, not necessarily what he's thinking. Okay, Adrian's an information guy, and I think it's important to note that he's telling you what scouts are out there saying. Now, and I've watched Wembanyama a handful of times. I think he's a fantastic prospect. I think he is one of the best prospects we've seen in the last 20 years. I'm not telling you this guy's going to be one of the best players in the NBA within 3 years. I just don't. Wow. I don't know that that's the case. Listen, keep a couple of things in mind about, and I think he's going to be excellent. But is he leading the Spurs to a top 4 seed next year? No, probably not. He may not be the prospect Duncan ended up being. And he could be every bit of the player in the end, but maybe for right now, it's not that prospect. I just think he needs a little bit. He's 18 years old. He shot 28% from 3 this year, guys.
Yeah.
Wow. So he needs some room for growth. He's got to put some of the right kind of weight on his body to be able to mitigate against injury. He's terrific at handling the ball, but again, he's got to be able to do that against NBA competition, where the amazing value in Victor Wembanyama lies is what he can bring you on the defensive end of the floor. The dude's got he's 7'5" on bare feet with an 8-foot wingspan. And
great call.
You'll think you got by him, and he will block a shot where you never even saw him. That's the kinds of things he can do, because the arms can come from everywhere. He moves really well defensively. He has excellent defensive instincts. He's a wonderful help defender right now. He'll be majorly impactful on day one in the league. But we just have to slow the roll on this guy being the best ever and descending to a top spot in the league as soon as he arrives. Could he be that in 5 years? No doubt he could be that in 5 years. But again, the hype machine is in overdrive on this guy right now. Let's just wait. There has been a lot of players over the years that we've seen the hype machine. Remember what everybody was saying about Andrew Wiggins for a time? right? Didn't we have Ben Simmons at one point as the next LeBron? Like, these are all these things that happen when we start hyping guys up. So I do think that, like, the whole Wembanyama thing is hype on steroids, and we just got to let the guy settle in. With all that said, I will say this. He's in the right place to truly develop and realize all of his potential. That's a spot where they have a fantastic organization. They know how to develop guys. They know how to make them work hard. It's a great place for him, and I think he's going to be a wonderful player. I just don't necessarily think he's going to be Wilt Chamberlain day one when he steps foot on a basketball court, or Kevin Durant, or whoever else the hell they want to compare.
Right. Hey, Brian, thank you so much for joining us. You've been really generous with your time, and we really appreciate it, man.
Always my pleasure, guys. We'll do it again soon. Enjoy the rest of the playoffs.
Cool. That's Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM NBA Radio. You got to check him out. I mean, if you've been listening for 20 minutes, you know that this guy knows what he's talking about. You kind of like.
I love that shirt. You flossing today, Stein.
He said it's like a TJ Maxx.
TJ Maxx look like
I know it's not
Nordstrom.
Yeah, it was a gift from a friend.
I'll tell you what. If Halle Berry said, "I know you're spoken for," Steiny, come have a drink.
No,
meet me somewhere. That's the shirt you wear. That's how clean it is.
I am spoken for, but I would have a drink with her.
Right? It's clean, Snotty. But go ahead.
Susan be like, "What are you crazy? Go have a drink."
Wow. Okay.
Hey, you kind of did something that really.
I didn't use your name.
It was a little bit of a tell. All Brian Geltzeiler said was, I don't think he necessarily will be a top 5 player in his first 3 years. And you go, wow.
Because that's what I was about
to say. Wow.
So
you're the problem.
Yeah, and that's
Don't
where
you get it?
That was the question coming to you. So are you telling me Brian and Steiny, and now with the Wiseman and the whole Kuminga thing, so the people that are coming to see Wemby next year,
what about it?
Steiny, I think there's a fraction of fans, and forget just Spurs fans, that think his impact is going to be Durant like
you.
But I don't think so. What are you telling us? Come in with a 3-year or 4-year window?
Yeah, there's no such thing.
How
as
did
a
that
sure
help
thing.
Wiseman?
There's no such
How
thing
did
as a
that
sure
help Wiseman?
thing.
He got traded in year 3.
There's no such thing as a sure thing.
No, I'm talking expectations.
Okay, then he's not going to be the greatest player of all time.
They lose 60 games, but he looks like, oh my gosh.
If he looks like, oh my gosh,
like in a good way,
they won't lose 60 games.
Wow. See, I was just getting ready to throw this back. So expectations from Wembanyama are what? Because when LeBron played in SAC, there were expectations his first year.
Deal with it. You're the number 1 pick in the draft. This is nothing new.
Okay, see, that's what I wanted to hear. I thought you were going to say, Goo, you can't put those. It's not fair to put those on them.
Somebody else.
Right. That's all I'm saying.
You just do the best you can.
But you want to put up numbers.
No, you want a guy to impact winning. See, this is the thing with you. How many games did that horse bleep franchise win? 23? Let's say they were 22 and 60.
Right. I'm
you know what? Wembanyama is the kind of guy that'll go to San Antonio. They'll win 33 games.
22?
And it'll be really good defensively. And Guru will be like, this guy stinks.
No,
you will.
Don't speak for
You will.
I'll give him his credit on the defense. Because I know how to judge promise, too.
He's only going to average 9 a game next year.
I was a big
He's only going to average 9 a game next year.
I'm not mad at him.
Yes, you are.
No, stop.
You hate that. I don't know what you
want. I'm the biggest. You're doing stick.
Can you tell me what you want on the other side? Right. Like, I don't know what you're saying about, well, Steiny, what if Wembanyama is it? Well, okay, draft somebody else then if you don't think. All right, we're having so much fun today. My friend Guru.
Halle Berry.
Now, why would somebody say Halle Berry would need 10 drinks before seeing me? Come on now.
12.
What the hell are you doing, Evan? All right. On the other side, 10 minutes, and then we're going to talk to Willard and Dibbs on the crossover. But Guru's got to explain something. And I don't even know what it is on the other side. You know you lie.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
Guru, the root of all suffering is attachment. And I've noticed that you have some attachments.
That's on me!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you. We'll be here till 2 o'clock.
Well, you will.
Yeah.
I'll probably be here about 2:12.
All right.
Yeah, chill with the fellas.
And by the way, can I promote Kapler tomorrow?
Hell yeah.
Well, I want to make sure.
Infinite outcomes.
Pretty sure the morning show's got Kapler tomorrow. Gabe Kapler, the Giants manager, from at 9:30.
Yep. That's big.
I guarantee. So
Sam Lubman.
I'll be listening to that.
Yep.
And
I'm a roaster. I listen anytime.
Probably be reacting to it.
I'm a roaster.
All right. Help me learn more about you.
Dude.
I just don't get. This is like, I don't understand this.
Oh.
You've been watching basketball forever. You've been watching the NBA. You know how the draft works. You know there's superstars. You know there's some guys that pan out, some guys don't.
Gotcha.
So if I say, oh, Wembanyama, yeah, he's got some hype, but no guarantee he's going to be a top 5 player in 3 years, why would you go, wow?
Somebody on the text line asked the same
Why would you go,
question.
wow? It's totally conceivable.
And it goes to, just follow me here, Twitter. Steiny, I saw and I was a witness to the pressure that was on LeBron James, his whole journey, that first game at Sacto. I'm a guy that knows these dudes aren't going to hit the ground running, the great ones. Some do, but I'm here to tell you that I'm the guy that still believes James Wiseman is not a bust. I don't think Jonathan Kuminga is a bust. Moses Moody. Okay. My whole thing was with the Woj, and now Brian told us it came from the scouting, is this world that we live in that we want the baby born in 1 month.
That's you.
But I'm telling you, I'm not.
You are that person.
I have signs of that at times, but I've grown. And that's why I'm telling you this vessel, this medium that is social media has turned into reality.
You sound like
and
Kyle
that's why Nurse is fired. That's why Monty Williams is gone. Coach Bud. I'm
Charlie
telling
Brown's
you,
teacher's name?
I never knew her name. But I'm not going to dare after 82 games next season, no matter what Wemby does, going to come in here and say, that dude's a bust.
No, it won't take that long.
I'm just telling you, there's already jackals waiting to see. Even if you're analytic dude, or you're a gal that goes off of points, or you go off of rebounds, or you go off of 3-point percentages. My thing is, San Antonio could lose 60, 70 games, but just like the Rockets and Jalen Green, who I love, and is not a bust, but I can look at him and say, you're going to be around, young fella, a long time, and you may have 10 All-Stars under your belt. That's Jalen Green, because I like him.
I noticed you said nothing about the Rockets winning.
Because they're not right now. So they're trying to build so I don't put all that at his doorstep. They got him a coach now. They got him a coach. He's got a coach, Udoka. So I'm just telling you, Wemby could, if he averages 23 and does what the social media wants him to do and can be Porzingis on steroids, I'm telling you, Steiny, the kid, there will be nobody doubting him. I'm not going to come in here and say the kid's a bust because I don't do that. Will. And you put the moniker on me that I am that guy.
It is. You are the moniker.
I feel good and I feel light. That's who I am. But there's pressure on him. And
there was pressure on Michael Olowokandi.
Yeah, and it was basketball why he didn't answer.
Okay.
Yeah. Because there's
a chance Wembanyama may be a bust.
No doubt about it.
And you're going to be the first one to declare that if that's the way you feel.
Yeah. And if Evan, he is listening, it's his job. That's your partner. You just you try to put me in this.
I don't know where you're coming from.
Right.
What's surprising you here or what you're worried about.
Because things change.
He's just a guy in the draft.
No, but this, you can admit this, he's supposed to be.
He's LeBron.
I think it's a little higher in regard to
higher than LeBron.
To see that, and that's where we agree.
What about Zion? Zion was a hell of a prospect.
And the worst part about Zion is he didn't. That was his problem. He couldn't stay healthy. But the basketball part, Zion, I mean, man, he hit it out the park. It ain't basketball. It's just your body. But I can't wait to watch. And Popovich can't either.
I can't wait till Guru realizes that Wembanyama is a defensive player.
He got a big butt.
He is going to be so pissed.
I know I got to read this.
And I'm going to be here saying this guy is good. I love this Wembanyama. And you're going to be like, Steiny, he only averages 14 a game.
I got to read this from the 415. I feel like you sent it. Guru, all caps, please stop being into social media.
Exactly.
You're an adult. Love you, Goo.
There you go.
I'm the guy telling you guys stop letting it be your reality.
Well, that's just
I'm
another
the dude
thing you're
that calls
wrong
it a
about.
cesspool. I'm the dude telling you it's your new girlfriend and boyfriend because people are fixated on it. Now we got people lying about how much they tip their toe into social media. It's in the bathroom. It's in the shower. I'm on my phone and I'm stopping because I'm sick of it. But what I do know about this world, it has a face now. Organizations are listening to the jackals on Twitter. These things that turn into trends.
Organizations can't listen. Can you be more precise about the people in the organization who may or may not be listening?
Warrior Twitter? I'm starting to believe there's Warrior people that thumb through that thing, not base their decision on it. But hey, Johnny, Susan, you want to get a pulse on our fan base? Yeah, where can we go? Go to Twitter and just read all that smut and hate.
Or you could just go to the bar and talk about the Warriors with some fans.
That's the old way.
And it's the same thing. You're getting the same thing.
I am so sick of social media, but I'm in it. Steiny,
no, you're not.
I'm telling you, it's getting traction. We're losing to the bots. I'm telling you, people have voices. It used to be Oprah, Dr. Phil, 60 Minutes. Twitter and IG have zapped that. Everybody's a person. They got a voice, Steiny. And if you listen or go down the wrong rabbit hole, I'm telling you, I'm not doing it. I know who I am.
Now, I don't know who the hell you are at all.
Just my
I don't know what the
PSA
hell you
today.
just talked about.
Social
I don't know what
media
you mean.
is the devil.
Oh.
And Paul George said he had to stay off of it. LeBron said he went 0 Doc 30.
You know why it's so troubling?
It's real.
Right. You know why it's so troubling for you? You know why you're having such a hard time with it?
I'm not. I'm cleansed.
You're attached. It's another attachment you have. And
No,
that's what
this
causes
is the
your suffering.
detachment.
No, but you don't.
Well,
'Cause you know why I
what?
know that? Because I look over to you, I'd say a dozen times a show.
I cannot
and
wait.
you're on your phone texting. You're on your phone. Stein, did you see this on Twitter? So, like, that's just that. Maybe you could.
You're gonna
why
say
don't you
this is foul?
Work on the attachments.
My
It's the
wife
cause
had
of
her
suffering.
guts removed. I'm texting, do you need something for me to pick up on the way home?
That was one of them.
Full Sid Hearthments right now?
But come on, guys. It's Steiny. I'm telling you.
Don't tell me. Yeah, like, what are you
Evan, I
telling
gotta
me
use
for?
it. And I was like, shake it off, Steiny. Don't let them people you don't know get to you.
That's why I stopped doing it.
That's why I made a call to one of our mutual friends about. I didn't like that, Steiny. Shake all them jackals off. They don't love you.
I became enlightened.
That's it.
I have no attachment with
And that's
Twitter.
where I'm at.
No, you're not.
How
You're
are you
not.
going to say you are,
In fact,
but
I'm going to
not?
say, because I know that you're more attached to Twitter now than you've ever been.
Look at my ratio of tweets. They're outcome of games, but there's no, I need a friend.
You're relentless.
Just stop it.
Social
And my mother did
media-wise.
say this before we get out of here about
Daisy?
the guy. If you're not passionate, son, about anything, you're not living. So attachments are passion. So to the caller's point that you're too attached. That's what you want. You want to have things in life.
So you're not a Buddhist, right? And you're not telling the Bay Area anything they don't know. You're a very materialistic person. Like, we know that. So when you say you have attachments, you're right. You're not even close to somebody who's a Buddhist. No. You want the finer things in life. You want more money. You want more sneakers.
Dude, that felt so good that I stuck it to social media.
What do you mean?
Wow, I just cleansed my soul of it. Because it's like Transformer. People are getting their thoughts.
We gotta
go.
It's a prime whale watching season at Bodega Head. A great time to plan a special getaway to the iconic Inn at the Tides. Enjoy delicious meals at Tides Wharf, stunning views, and free breakfast. Book your escape today. InAtTheTides.com. You know what's coming up next? It's called The Crossover, and you know you love it.
What the F do you got to lose?
Bonte Hill here from the morning.
agrees with me? Mark Willard.
About LeBron?
Willard stuck it in me. No, we're sticking it in people.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Wow, y'all got aggressive today. That's Steiny.
The crossover, it's brought to you by California Academy of Sciences. Every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your ticket at calacademy.org. What's up, guys?
How we doing?
Steiny.
I did not. Now today's been wild on a number of fronts, so I have not gotten to hear much of the Steiny and Goo experience. What do we agree about?
I got it. I'm going first.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Because I know. I feel like this is my brother Dibs from another mother because he's gangster and he can be professional and he's soothing, but sometimes I know him to his core what he thinks on some subjects, and I get him wrong. My man came in here with the LeBron possibly coming to Golden State.
Man.
And you got ties in L.A., but LeBron's team went to the Western Conference Finals. Bronny's going to USC. Kyrie Irving is out there. All they need is that to me. There's no way he uproots L.A. and comes to the Yay, Willard.
It's not that far away. Now. Like, if I got a private jet, how far is San Francisco from L.A.?
Wow.
Now, I don't think it's option one. But I absolutely think that there was messaging in what he did the other night. I've said this a bunch of times. When you're a celebrity, remember when Tom Brady, you remember this, remember when Brady got, there were pictures of him, was it with Ronaldo? And they were he was overseas, and there were all the rumors that Tom was retiring, and then there were pictures of him on the field with Ronaldo.
Yeah,
and
at Man U,
which is owned by
the Glazers,
which also owns
the Bucks.
And then suddenly the coach is fired and Tom is back. They know exactly what they're doing.
Right, and I get it.
So when LeBron goes public, and all of a sudden, surprisingly, is like, man, I got a lot to think about. I just don't. He's under contract for next year. Right. So what's his only way to push a leverage button if he doesn't like what the Lakers did, or if he wants to tell them
something else?
Better do what I want you to do next time? And maybe that's option one.
Okay.
But I think there's a healthy thought that Rob Pelinka, with what he did at the deadline last year, not interested in mortgaging his future for Kyrie Irving and LeBron to take one last shot in his late 30s. So what do? You float retirement, because that's your way of saying, if you won't do it, then I'm going to say, well, then maybe I just won't be here at all. And
wink.
Could that spill option 2 or 3 to him wanting to play with the chef?
Yeah,
then
and my point is, and it was very specific. After reading to LeBron, after, like I said, waking up and getting an email of odds for LeBron's next team and all that stuff, I said one thing. I said, if you think Joe Lacob wouldn't want to pair Curry with LeBron for the next 2 years, I think you're crazy.
I don't think you know Joe.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Like, he would. That's all I'm saying. Now, if you want to say it's not realistic, okay, fine, that's all fine. Well, we'll find that out.
Yeah, all those other odds, those other teams, don't you find those even less realistic?
Exactly.
Because of what you said.
I do, actually.
They're talking about Cleveland and New York. He's not going to New York when Bronny's in L.A.
No doubt.
And is this any less realistic than KD coming from Oklahoma City? And you said it earlier, I'm going to parrot you, Steiny, because every now and again you say something that I agree with, and I was nodding in my car on the drive in. And is this more or less realistic? I think it's more plausible that LeBron would come here. And Goo, I hate to break your heart, but I'm in the same
free agent.
I'm in the same camp, but he is a free agent now. He's under contract, yes, but he's a free agent to the extent that, hey, Rob, I don't want to play anymore. He's a LeBron agent.
LeBron is always
LeBron decides what he wants to do. And,
no doubt
and
about
he
it.
wants to win. And yes, he wants to see Bronny play, but that doesn't mean he has to be at Bronny's practice with orange slices and Capri Suns.
All right, to that point.
That'd be hilarious.
He didn't say he was
right.
Rob Pelinka was public enemy number one until he did what he did at the trade deadline. LeBron knows that. He's in Hollywood. We saw the stars. The kid with USC. Dibs, Steiny was acting, and I told him he was making it sound like they got bounced in the first round. They were in the Western Conference Finals.
Kind of.
Against the new Nuggets, okay? The new healthy
they were
Nuggets.
kind of in the Western Conference Finals.
They had a ticket.
Had Kyrie Irving been an option with AD and LeBron James in any of those 4 games, the Lakers could have won 2.
Okay, but if you're LeBron and you're looking at your future,
Okay, go ahead.
would you rather have the flat earther come in with
But that's
soft
my
as
dog.
vanilla ice
I've
cream?
already-
Would you rather play with soft serve ice
He
cream?
was in the front
Would you
row.
rather be with soft serve ice cream again, or play with a dog like Draymond
am I
Green
leaving
and the
LA
best
to
shooter
come
of
to
all
the
time?
Bay? Or am I leaving the Bay, LA to come to the Bay?
Yes,
That
you
ain't-
are.
No.
If your
well, hold
choice is softy soft AD and Kyrie the flat earther,
my buddy Kyrie, who
but
was front row
Draymond
at the
Green is
elimination
his
game.
dog.
No, Kyrie Irving?
Oh,
you don't know
He
LeBron
was at the
loves
game.
Kyrie
That's
Irving.
a two. Gave him the seats.
So
It was a
Guru,
two.
you might be looking at this in reverse. If you think LeBron is obsessed with having Kyrie, how do you know that LeBron's not ticked that he doesn't already have him? So that I think is that's the rub. The rub is Pelinka went out and got all the fans on his side.
Yeah.
Because he got rid of Russell Westbrook and brought all
Hachimura.
these little bit pieces in that got him to the Western Conference Finals. And people were like, wow, you made the Western Conference Finals. And LeBron is like, I don't care about
Okay,
the
I
Western
totally
Conference
get that.
Finals.
Thank you.
Why did Dallas get Kyrie and we got Hachimura? We
No
couldn't,
doubt.
right?
No doubt.
That I think is
but
the rub.
now
That's the
Pelinka
rub.
can right that wrong and keep the king happy.
Well, but I don't know that Pelinka thinks it was a wrong.
Oh, well, we're going to find out.
Right.
Because
LeBron probably does.
Yeah, and I keep going windy, but when he made it feasible on paper to blow out D'Angelo Russell and a couple other contracts, I was like, oh, that's what's going to happen. But I'm just surprised you guys think he would uproot Hollywood and come with 2 years left.
He
and a
wants
gimpy
to
foot.
win.
Yeah, no
He
doubt.
wants to win.
And they were just one series away from going to the championship
Kind
as
of.
is.
I don't think it's option A.
Lakers
I don't think it's option
absolutely
A.
were terrific in going down in this series.
This
I'm not
is
sure I've seen a more impressive performance in a sweep ever.
Why
did he do
is
that?
I haven't heard that
91
before.
Warriors
Play
get
it again.
swept
It's
against
only 8
Phoenix.
seconds.
Whoa,
It's
let
only
me hear
8
this again.
seconds. It's only 8
This is
seconds.
wild.
Brian Windhorst on the Lakers.
The Lakers absolutely were terrific in going down in this series. I'm not sure I've seen a more impressive performance in a sweep ever.
Okay, what's he trying to is now?
He's trying to say, LeBron, can you get me back on the payroll?
That's exactly Dibs.
But that almost feels like a Pelinka
But he's telling
mouthpiece.
you, Lakers, Tupac, keep your head up. He's like, we got some action here. That's what Wendy's saying to me with that one.
That would make me mad if I were LeBron.
Exactly. If I'm LeBron, you're not going to get LeBron's attention with a sweep out of the Western Conference Finals. No matter what the hell you say.
I mentioned this yesterday. Do you know what his record is in conference finals in his career?
LeBron?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
10-2.
I was going to say like 9-3.
Yeah. 10-2. Only 2 times has he lost in the conference finals.
Oh, Celtics won.
When he talks about how I don't play to be in the conference finals, and he could barely get it out because he was so disgusted. Yeah. I think about what LeBron wants, and yes, he wants to be close to Bronny, but he also wants to win. And if you look at the stats last year, he played 54 games, which tells me he can come to town and say, you know what, Joe Lacob, Steve, whoever takes Bob's place, if it's not Bob, I'm gonna load manage. USC's got a game at home tonight. I got a hamstring pull. Go ahead, LeBron. Go to LA.
I'll say this too. I think we should look at the way LeBron's reacting, and even though we haven't heard it from Steph, assume that he feels the same way. The greats do not. They find it embarrassing to lose in the playoffs.
I totally agree.
The reason that we look at Jordan the way we do is because we've seemed to forget, right? It's just that if you're in the playoffs, you won it all. We minimize the other 9 years.
The Granville Waiters.
And then there's the years where you don't make it at all. LeBron and Steph both have them, and there's these like very clear reasons why they didn't make it. But when you're good enough to dance and you get there, and then you're not able to get to the finish line, I think those guys take that as a serious slight, and they immediately start look at what's going on around them, and they're not happy about it.
Okay, so Willard and
So
Dibs,
think about
and
what
I know
Steph
where
is thinking.
Stotty's at. I'm just going to throw this out. Do you
at the door.
Do you not your personal opinions on this young man? Do you think LeBron James and Kyrie Irving are just friends, or do you think they're good friends?
I think they're good friends, but I think that if Kyrie and Draymond were both tied to train tracks and he could only save one, he would save Draymond Green.
That's a good way to put it.
That is a great one.
That might be true about Draymond and his wife.
That was a good one.
Would LeBron
Would
LeBron save his wife over Draymond?
Wow.
They seem very, very close.
If you're LeBron and you look at a situation of bring Kyrie in and
he's-
win, or come to Golden State and win, it's not even close. What is a more winnable situation? It's coming to Golden State.
Oh, now that's interesting.
Because
that
you're stuck with Anthony Davis.
Yeah. What do you mean
I don't
stuck?
know. Yeah, I don't know that he feels that way. And remember,
You know what I mean,
Well,
stuck.
Jokic gave him the business, but Anthony had a good year.
Anthony gave himself the business like 3 times out of 5. Anthony Davis will shut it down, shut him down. Shout out Chuck D and Flavor Flav. Anthony Davis is a self-closing discussion on many, many nights.
All right.
Well, that's right. It's Wednesday.
It's Wednesday.
Can go.
I'm
gonna stick around.
Don't try to close it out. Just walk away.
I've got a note too.
What's your note?
From the boss?
Is it the
I've
legal?
got a note.
Is it the legal idea? What
Please
is it?
excuse Matt
that. Oh, can I-
Steinmetz from the portion
Can I
of the
read it?
crossover.
Can I read it?
Karika.
Here it says. Okay.
You had to do the legal, Evan says.
Theater of the mind, Mark.
Yeah.
Theater of the mind.
Okay.
Knock this legal out, Mark.
All right. This Steiny's note says Dub Nation. They are gold-blooded. The 2023 play. Yeah, this is not. This is a piece of paper.
Yeah. Do the
It's a
legal
piece of
for us,
paper
Mark.
on the whole thing. All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game.
I got you,
KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app.
Always free in the Odyssey app. You can transition over to the power chair. That way somebody can run the show.
I do like power.
Yeah. You do?
Right, hang on.
I had
Check out
noticed.
Stars. Ghost.
Where's my gavel?
Actually, I had to get out of that. I mean,
What happened?
I got all the way through Power, and then we had like book 2
Oh, yeah.
and then
Then
book
you're
3.
okay.
and
You did, nothing will ever
I made
come
it
close.
through, yeah.
But
Power
Amari
and-
Hardwick is a great actor, man.
Yeah, and it was great. Shout out Ghost and an untimely ending, but I really enjoyed that. And 50 Cent
Look
played
at
a
my
big
boy.
part as well. And then I got to that point where it's like, you got to pay for Stars again,
Oh,
and I was
okay.
like, dude, I'm out.
Yeah.
And my new partner is not as in tune with the Stars programming
Okay,
as the
I
old
got you.
partner.
Yeah.
Can I just say that? So more of an HBO family now. A lot of Bravo too in my
And
life.
HBO Max going to Max, huh? Changing their name just to Max.
Yes, and you don't have to pay for it if you're on Xfinity.
I don't even know that.
I got
It's
DirecTV.
included in Xfinity.
Oh,
so-
wow.
Yeah,
I
I'm going to
didn't
have to
know
figure
that.
out how I can get my money back.
Well, I'll tell
for
you
the-
what, nobody wants to hear this. I got to go to YouTube TV because they got the NFL Sunday ticket.
They do.
I told DirecTV night after 20-some years.
Yeah,
night,
but
night.
do you even want? I
need it.
Do you like once
Unlimited
you go,
DVR.
I know, but once you go red zone, I don't like.
I will leave your house
I've
if that's
always-
the only channel you have on. Like
telling
my
you.
dad.
No,
He's like, son, I'm like, Pop, it already happened, but he loves it.
No, but
I will leave your house.
I pulled the second TV in, and
Okay.
the only game that gets mandated where
Niners.
we're like, is a 49er game. Outside of that, I got too many fantasy football players.
Junkies.
that if I
you.
try to touch the remote, there's a revolt.
All right,
And,
right.
and,
I'm with you,
and
too.
so there's nothing. I mean, I got Sunday ticket. I paid for it for years, and we ended up not using it.
wow.
All they want is red zone. They dance to the damn music when it starts.
So great.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, the countdown. We used to
So you
love the
have
countdown.
that with your Xfinity.
Yeah, I've got what? I'm
The red
now-
zone.
Yeah, I got
okay.
the red zone on my
Or the
Xfinity.
option to get it.
I have the red zone. Shout out 785, and
Okay,
so
link into it.
usually if the Niners have a 1:00 game, I'll get the red zone at 10, and that's
No.
with the baby now.
Lab work.
I got to really pick my spots in terms of like
Amazing.
when I'm going to draw my line in the sand. So Sunday morning in the fall is one of those times where it's like it's 10 a.m. If you want me to walk the baby, we need to go at 9:15. I need to be back by 10. That way we can count it down with Scott Hansen.
That's great.
Yeah.
Now Siciliano. I mean, his
No, we're
ears.
a
He
Scott
can wait
Hansen
in the
family,
airplane with those things.
Yeah, no doubt.
No headset needed.
Alfred E.
Anyway,
Newman.
what do you think about this? Because for me, this is a little bit of a and to borrow our phrase, a little bit of a crossover between some of the things we've been talking about with the Golden State Warriors, and now suddenly how I'm feeling today with something that is San Francisco Giants related. How do you navigate when it's time to diminish an absolute champion and an absolute favorite?
When it's over.
Could I be talking about Klay Thompson?
Yeah.
Could
Or
I,
Brandon Crawford.
Could I be talking about
Man.
Brandon Crawford?
Well, I'm going to say
Like,
this.
the infield.
That's incredible.
The infield is set for the Giants. You can see it. I'm not saying that it's done. I'm not saying I don't ever want to see him start a game. Everybody needs days off, and they've now got
is
this
interesting.
Swiss Army knife where people can move around the infield, and that's great. And Luciano's coming, even though he may end up being an outfielder. We'll see. Maybe a third baseman. But
they feel totally different.
You can see the infield. Estrada is at second. Schmidt is at short. And J.D. Davis is at third. And Crawford's hitting $170. And he's making errors
left and right. And if you don't think that's on his mind, okay, I don't know what to tell you. But I will say this. Because the Warriors have not done it dibs with Klay Thompson. When you are part of a family or an organization, if your words are real, and I'm talking about the good ones, there's loyalty, there's family, and there's care, and there's comfort. I don't believe the Giants want to do that to Brandon Crawford right now because it's obvious to the naked eye that's what's at stake. So I feel like, and I could be wrong, Brandon Crawford has earned the right to go out and not be taken out of the starting shortstop or what have you. And I feel like they're going to let him play that out, almost similar to what the Warriors did when Klay first came back. Like, yeah, we could maybe think about having you come off the bench, but you're a heavyweight. It's what you've meant. We're not going to publicly humiliate you like that.
Not yet. Not yet. It's May.
It's coming.
It's May. Well, it depends on how long this goes on, how many more at-bats he has where he doesn't get a hit, how many more innings he has where he makes an error. Because right now, the Giants, whether or not you believe in Farhan or you believe in this roster, they are in the race for a wild card spot.
Yeah.
They're in it. They're a game over 500.
They started today.
They're 49 games into the season, and we're not even a third into the year. The season in baseball is 54, 54, and 54.
Gotcha.
So until you get to that first 54 games, you can't really judge any team based on what they've done. But you look at what they have with Casey Schmidt.
It's incredible.
You got J.D. Davis at third. He mentioned Tyro Estrada at second.
Conforto.
I guess you've got Lamont Wade Jr. as your first baseman for right now. But your infield feels like the future is here or it's coming. But the other side of it is Brandon Crawford is box office, not in the same way Steph Curry is, but the Giants fans who are holding on to the past, who don't know about Michael Conforto or who don't know about all these other young players, Patrick Bailey. If you know that Brandon Crawford is on this team and you're a Giants fan, a holdover from the championship teams, that has value.
Yeah. The crazy thing is, though, you mentioned box office, and it's wild how fast things change in this world, and especially in sports. What do you think their number one draw is right now?
Schmidt.
For the Giants?
Absolutely.
It's Schmidt.
It's his replacement. I have heard this from more Giants fans in the last 2 weeks. They are more excited about Casey Schmidt. They won't even know if he goes. Of course they should. It's what everyone's been waiting for. Patrick Bailey has played 3 games, and people are talking to me about him in the streets like he's played 3 baseball games.
So, Mark, how does that conversation go or sound? Because I'm going to recycle something I used at the summit, and I went mob movies on you. Brandon Crawford's a made man. He earned that. When does that status change?
It changes when you need to get put out to pasture.
So what would you say?
You ever saw The
I
Sopranos?
It's the best. 4 times.
Uncle June.
It's the best.
Uncle Junior.
Yeah.
Uncle
He's
Junior. He's a made man, but Uncle June was no longer running the family. Tony came up, Casey Schmidt, and Tony started running the family.
Right.
So Uncle June, you can still have some influence, but you're coming off the bench, Uncle June.
So how is that? My question is, how's that conversation? Are you up to it? Hey, Brandon, close the door. We need to talk to you. This is where we're going. I mean, that would
not yet.
That ain't who the Giants are to me. I could be totally wrong.
How made is he?
That's what I'm asking you guys.
Him 5 months ago and told him he was moving to third.
That is a fact.
They called him 5 months ago.
You guys didn't say go to third, though.
They didn't say go to the bench.
Yeah.
They didn't say go to the bench.
You're totally right.
And
it was go to third.
And the way baseball is now, and particularly the way this regime is, nobody's going to the bench. I mean, there are starts for him, but I think you're already.
So is it worth it then to just move him over to third as opposed to blowing him out and doing what Dibs said?
Platoon him.
I'll give you one example.
What a great movie! I don't know nobody.
I'll give you one example already.
Charlie Sheen.
Last year. How many left-handers in the Giants lineup? How many left-handers would be in the lineup when a lefty was pitching?
Oh, my goodness.
I'd have to think.
Yeah.
Jock, no. Crawford occasionally.
Almost always.
Yaz,
almost always.
Maybe if he was hot.
Yaz, maybe.
Wade, yeah.
Okay? Those days are done. So I'm already looking at Brandon. You're not playing against lefties.
Right. You're right. Almost always.
I got Davis Schmidt and Estrada. So you can take
half of it's already.
You can take a third of the season, and that's it. You're not starting now against those left-handers. Now, against a right-hander, you have a little bit of a different case. And what I would say is there are plenty of starts in there for you. But he's a big boy. He took that with no issue, like I'm moving to third base. This guy was a career shortstop. He didn't want to move. And in fact, I think they had signed Correa, or that news broke before they even had an official conversation about him moving to third. So
this shouldn't be hard at all, though, Mark, hearing you lay it out.
He can see what's going on. Casey Schmidt's an everyday player right now.
And even when he makes errors, it feels different. He made one today. And it's just like,
of course,
it's different now.
Now, Brandon's role is going to be clear. You're going to play a lot of games. And by the way, Giants, you want Brandon there for Casey. You want Brandon is being a great mentor right now to Casey. So none of this is cut Brandon, release Brandon, get him out. None of that.
Yeah.
None of that. But I think we're already at a spot where the idea that Brandon is just at least penciled into the lineup every day?
Okay.
No.
And I'm getting ready to follow Bonte with the soda, SOTA, to lose some LBS. And so when I bring this up,
you look
this
great.
Why Brandon Crawford don't look like he's been in the lab either. That belt is leaning over a little bit.
Shout out Brandon.
He's a big man.
But shortstop can expose your athleticism or your athleticism that you're losing faster than almost the cornerback.
And let's be fair, he's 36. How many 36-year-old shortstops are still able to play shortstop the way they play?
Because Jeter at short people were whispering. It was like, oh my God.
But Jeter at short still was nimble and able to, but he still didn't have the same range he did.
Doubt.
And if you look at Brandon Crawford's games played, the dude showed up and played every single day virtually. I know not everybody plays 162 anymore, but he's got 143, 149, 153, 155. The dude played.
Yeah.
He played baseball.
He is a low-key legend. I know we don't
low-key.
He's not, right? We just compared him to Klay Thompson. I'm not saying he's had that. This is not
Four gold gloves.
This is not a Hall of Famer. But when you
when
you look at who he was supposed to be, the questions when he came up were heavier than when Casey came up in terms of, can this guy hit enough to be a major league player?
Bam.
And he ended up being an absolute stud for the Giants through championship years.
Yeah.
An absolute stabilizing force. It has been a tremendous career, but the time is now
The
to
time
start,
has come.
right? To start.
Right.
I'm like
They
you gotta
feel
start,
and look different, man. Even when they
Right?
lose, I'm like, oh man, appointment TV dibs. They got some. They're young. They're fun.
coming.
They're young and fun.
They're coming,
And they got power.
And Matos might be here in about 4
Man.
weeks. I'm telling you. And Harrison
I heard
last
Fleming
night,
on this morning.
Harrison last night, I think, faced 15 batters and struck out 9 of them. If he can get control,
he got 8
his,
outs and they all were punchies.
Yeah,
all 8 outs were strikeouts.
If he can get control of the strike zone, he's going to be here. He's got to do that still. But I'm telling you,
he's wicked with his arm angle and his breaking pitch.
You ready for me to tick everybody off?
Go ahead,
because this is going to be right on brand.
Okay, here we go.
This offseason,
I'm leaving.
Was not as bad for Farhan as we all thought.
Wow.
Look at the left side
I don't
of the
think
infield.
that line would even be long. I don't think anybody's in that.
Carlos
Dibs may be in it.
Rodon,
No, I got
Carlos
you. Ain't
Rodon,
through a pitch.
Correa. The left side was going to be Correa and Crawford. If I offered you that now for $300, by the way, the two of them together for $400 million,
not my money.
You could have Correa and Crawford, or for $7, you could have Schmidt and Davis.
I'm gonna go that route.
There's more.
Yeah, I'm gonna go that route.
Right? And then look at the way Conforto is now playing.
Yeah.
That was the after Correa.
Look at the way Haniger is not playing.
Strong
Haniger.
Look at the Mania Stripling tandem.
That's fair.
And what they're.
Well, Mania had a good outing a couple of days ago.
Yeah, he got like 7 people out. That was impressive.
Keep my phrasing. I did not say it was a great offseason.
throwing
No.
This was not
I'm
as
just
bad.
trying to be a counterpoint to your point.
Stripling and Mania, that could be a problem. They've got options to come back again next year.
And the other Rogers brother who is finally getting
He's
people.
good. He's fine. He's fine.
finally getting people
No,
out.
Duvall
He had a brutal April.
The second he threw his glove away, he's been dominant.
Which was April.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while.
But if you need to
he's been
save
good.
your boy Duvall, Doval is oh my gosh.
Well,
he's not perfect.
Not the offseason, though.
That's all anybody was waiting for, by the way. Can you see? You can see a core. I don't know if it's not here yet.
Okay.
But you can around the
Bobowski.
corner, you're like, hold on.
Okay. And it might be down the street.
Schmidt, Estrada, right? Like,
and this is the beauty of baseball. And before I get out of here, because I feel like y'all like, come on, Goo.
No.
2:14.
Take your time. You can stay till 5.
These are my sports. These are verses in my sports Bible. You cannot tell me baseball, if you're the worst team, you got a better chance at knocking off the best team just by the way that the game is designed.
100%.
Okay?
100%.
You could get 100 hits, but were they timely hits or the runners on base? So I say that to say is I'm looking at my Pirates, 1 game over, the Brewers. I'm looking at the Diamondbacks who just came to town, the Mets. All these teams have problems. The Phillies who you just went. So how good do you gotta be to qualify? And that's how I look at week 2. Who's in the walker? The Giants
Not
got
very
some
is the
stuff.
answer.
No, they're right. Here's something. I bet the Giants. I bet the Giants are probably the answer, the only answer to this question in the history of sports. When has there ever been a dynasty where the team who had the dynasty never felt like the best team?
You going 3 and 5
Has
on
that
me?
ever happened in sports?
If you want to call them a dynasty.
Well, 3 and 5.
I actually
but
think
they fell
in baseball,
off every
yes.
even year.
Well, unfortunately, we're now in an era in sports where you don't have to be very good at all in the regular season. The Lakers this year, the first team in North American pro sports history to finish last in their division and make the playoffs.
But what if I tell you on that?
To go to the finals out of the 8th seed.
But they
weren't last in their division. The Lakers were last.
But what
in
if
the Pacific,
I question the professor at Harvard, you at the whiteboard, about when people use that Laker comp, it's not fair because the team that they got after the break never really accumulated that terrible record.
Right.
So it's
the
kind of apples
counterpoint.
and oranges.
Well, the counterpoint would be to my greater point, which is the regular season in terms of excellence no longer matters. The Giants can be this team from now until September. They could be 76-76 with 10 games left to go, and they're going to be 2 games out of the wild card. So if they go 7-3, they're a playoff team. If they go 4-6, they're not. To my point, Goo, the regular season in baseball and basketball in particular. Football is still teetering right now.
All right, because I'll hold on to it.
But football, 14-32 now go in. So if you're a football team and you're 7-7 with 3 to go, you're in it. Whereas, when we were kids, you had to actually be a good team to make the playoffs. Nowadays, you don't have to be good to make the playoffs. Just don't be bad.
That hurts me, but it's true.
I want to set something straight because there's some people on YouTube coming at me about Taylor Rogers. 1 run in his last 13 outings.
Wow.
13
Don't look at me.
And don't look at me because I'm gone.
All right, fine. I'll look in between the two of you.
You got me, dude.
Here, I'll look at the camera for YouTube. 1 run in his last 13 outings.
All I said, Mick,
Taylor stays,
is that his April was bad.
Mania and Stripling are problems. I don't see any others.
And you're welcome.
With regard, I'm not.
And I told you that before they even signed an A's cast off. Did I not?
You said that
Grab
about
the chair, Goo. Do me a favor.
about
Grab the chair.
every single signing.
I said that about Mania.
Is Good leaving? Here, yeah. Hit the thing.
Hit the dang
Hit
open.
the thingamabob so Dan can come over here. To Dan Day.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, that's the broad question we can throw out there to everybody, and would love to hear from you today. 888-957-9570. Comcast Business Text Line. And yep, YouTube, Twitch. What's up? Thank you for being with us. Let's talk about this. What's the right way, the when, the how, to start to move off of whether it's legend, whether it's fan favorite, whether it's made guy, whatever you want to talk about. All these situations are a little bit different, but by the same token, there's a common thread, right? And we've got some Klay Thompson stuff to discuss today. There's no question about that. But off of that Giants game earlier today, Dibbs has kind of reached the level of a little bit of frustration sensation.
That's a buck.
Okay? Because Brandon made one error, and he also just whiffed on a throw down to second base that was not an error or not charged with an error. But you're like, that's not our guy.
No.
He doesn't do stuff like that. And honestly, the glove, to me, is not even the part that stands out. The whole team is playing much better defense than they did last year.
They're playing great baseball right now. 7 of 9?
Yes. The ills of last year appear to be gone. That defensive ridiculousness that we watched the Keystone Cops last year, they've got that figured out. And that's fantastic. And Schmidt coming up is a big part of it. He's a stabilizer. You put that glove anywhere except for first base in the infield, and it works. So that's all great. But my gosh, Brent, I think he'd be the first one to tell us if he were sitting here right now. He looks awful at the plate. He took some accountability. He says he rushed back from that recent injury. The team came to him, said, hey, my man, you want a rehab assignment? You want some time to get your timing? And he said no. And then he got into the bigs immediately, and he doesn't have it. He's hitting $170. Good day today. He reached base 3 times. He got a hit. He walked twice.
$165.
Up to $172, I think, after today.
Nice.
Yeah, he got a late hit in the 7-1 defeat. It goes up fast when you're hitting that low. But I don't know, man. If you're a Giants fan and you're totally excited, and I think with good reason about what you're looking at around this infield, Estrada, right? Schmidt and JD, and none of them are, they're not
Wisely.
They're not free agents at the end of the year. Even JD's 30, but he's got another ARB year after this. Schmidt and Estrada are young guys. That looks like the beginnings of a core. And if JD is gone in a year and a half, and Luciano can go play third,
yeah.
Rock and roll. Where does Brandon fit into this picture for the next 3 months?
Well, he fits in against righties because he hits left-handed, and he fits in as a defensive replacement, ideally, but the way he's played defense so far this year, I don't even know if you can do that. So the whole idea that you led this off with was, when is it good to replace a legend? Well, the answer is when you have somebody who can replace them and do better, and you have that now. You now have Casey Schmidt, who can play shortstop defensively and play it as well as Brandon Crawford can right now. Now, Brandon Crawford is maybe the best shortstop in San Francisco Giants history in terms of what he's done, what he's meant, Gold Gloves, All-Star games. I don't know if there's been a better shortstop in my lifetime going back into the Johnny LeMaster days and even before. Brandon Crawford's been that guy, and Rich Aurilia was great, but I think Crawford has been even a little bit better than Rich Aurilia in terms of what he's done at shortstop. So the answer is, when do you replace a legend? And when you have somebody who can do the job better, and they have that now.
Yeah, I just think it's funny because Guru sat in here just a second ago, and we do this a lot. They can't do him like that. And this is the one that I think really gets people. Guru's quote was, he's earned it. All right. Let's talk about that for a second. Is it even possible to earn the idea of continuing to play when, as you said, there's somebody else who can do it better? So what are you going to do? I've always been taught in pro sports, because of the word pro, again, you're not really, what is Brandon Crawford owed? His paycheck.
It's a nice paycheck.
It's a really good one. That's what he's owed. Is he owed innings because he's Brandon Crawford? If the Warriors found somebody who could shoot the 3 better than Klay Thompson next year, what is Klay owed? What has he earned? This is a difficult question for me. We love these guys. We get emotionally attached. I'm not saying you embarrass them. To me, they've earned that. They've earned the respect. A respectful way to go out if it is indeed time. I'm not even convinced of that with Klay. I am pretty much convinced of that of Brandon. I don't think Brandon's career is going to span, beyond this one as far as getting reps over there at shortstop. Schmidt and Estrada and Luciano. Like, it's probably time. But he's here this year, and he'll contribute. There'll be starts in there for sure, a lot of them. There's mentorship in there. I don't want Brandon to go anywhere, but is Brandon owed most of the starts over at shortstop? I don't think so.
No, he's not. He's not owed anything. The only thing that he's owed is, like you said, his paycheck and, not embarrassing him. And the only way you would embarrass him would be if you DFA'd him or if you just outrighted him and said, oh, we can't use you anymore and now you're gone. That would be embarrassing. This team would never do that. Brandon Crawford can still be a useful player. I think his days of playing 6 days a week are over. And whether it's age or fatigue or the knee issue that he's had going back to last year, he's not the same player that he was. His range is lessened. His bat is almost non-existent. And this team right now, you need to win games. And if you can win games with your most exciting player being a guy who plays your position, then I'm sorry, Brandon, and he gets that. And he was that player, by the way, in 2011 when he came up. And it's like, oh my God, this guy, Brandon Crawford, he's our new shortstop. And all of a sudden, he's getting the starts and he's getting the lion's share. And then they win it in 2012. And now he's a star and everyone loves him. It's the nature of everything. It's the evolution of the gig.
I just look at this right now, and I love what you just said a second ago. I think that we are sleeping on the urgency of the season for the Giants. The Giants don't have to win the World Series this year for everybody to think it was a good year. It's not a championship or bust year. Kapler and Farhan don't need to win the whole thing. I don't even know if they need to make the playoffs for everybody to feel good. It feels to me, Giants fans I talk to, and there are plenty of you out there, it feels to me like really what matters, the number one priority for everyone this year, is they want to see what we're seeing right now.
Right.
They want to see Schmidt. They want to see Bailey. They want to see a vision. They want to see a future. I'm here to tell you, you know who else needs to see that? Shohei Ohtani. That's who needs to see that. He needs to see Schmidt over at short and know that every 6 days when he pitches for the Giants next year, that Casey Schmidt's over there and he has his back. And he needs to see that the team looks like a team that can compete to win it all next year. You can say that this is a ridiculous notion. They've got no chance. They've got 5% chance. Great. I don't care if it's 1%. The Mavericks tanked the end of the season for a 1% shot at Wembanyama.
Right.
Do it. The urgency is now, maybe not to win it all, but to be good. The urgency is right now for this team.
Right.
And I think they're showing that over the last week.
And it's to be good not only for Shohei Ohtani, but it's to be good for the playoffs. It's to be good for the fan base who still has not come back post-pandemic. This team has not won a World Series now in 9 years, and I know that's not that long in terms of many of the teams, but in terms of what these fans are used to, Mark, 10, 12, and 14, since then, you've had a couple of playoff appearances. You haven't made a lot of noise. And this year, if you can bring up young players and win, that goes a long way toward your next 5 years.
Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Do you want to end up earning $39 per hour within 3 years of starting? Then apply to become a VTA bus driver by texting VTA bus to 333-161. Again, text VTA bus to 333-161 to apply. Grab any of the players we're talking about that you want. What's the right way to transition from a great? Crawford, Clay, lots of you think Draymond. George Kittle's about to turn 30. Who knows? What happens if he starts to decline a little bit? 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Willard and Dibs.
Slowed down, held back, inhibited. What you get out depends on what you put in. Rejuvenate your engine.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That's what it is, Dibs.
Man.
That's what it is.
I should give you fair warning because I know we're going to get to a big-time Trey Lance conversation today.
Well, yeah.
Before we get there.
Yeah. What do you have?
I got notes.
Are you like Steiny? Do you have a note from the boss?
No.
Okay.
I got notes.
You got like you took notes?
I made notes because I've got a point that I'm going to make, and I've backed it up with actual back research.
Well, I've
done my homework.
I love what you have there because I know you're older than me, but I am old enough to know about paper. I remember paper. I see what you have in your
young people.
Grandy, are you old enough to know about paper?
He doesn't know about paper.
What's that? So, okay, there's these little. They're like 8. Usually, is 8.5 by 11. What Dibs has maybe a little bit smaller, but
no, it's that size.
Right,
and I pulled it out of a wired notebook.
Do you guys know what a printer is?
I got the frayed edges.
There's like you have to stick it in there and then like. Yeah, stuff.
Cut that.
Stuff comes out.
Thank you. That's even better. Keep it going.
Right. And yeah, and then you do stuff with it. There you go.
It's not me this time, Lucas. It's him. This guy's dirty. Anyway, as I mentioned, I got notes.
So these were taken this morning? Because you wanted an organization sensation of your brain?
That's a buck.
Is that what it was?
I wanted to make sure that I had it aligned because we had a show thread about quarterbacks and teams that need multiple quarterbacks, and you said needed.
Well,
needed.
Nobody loves a good semantics argument like Dan Dibley. This I've
and
learned
you
over the
hit me
last
with all caps. I'm trying to bottle feed my baby, and I'm dealing with the show thread.
I hit it all caps, not to yell, but in order to put it in quotes.
I got you.
I can't put italics on a text. Can you? Can you do that? I don't even know how to do that.
Why waste the time?
Yeah, oh my gosh.
All caps. I didn't feel like you were yelling, but you were emphasizing needed.
It was an emphasis because, for instance, when the Houston Texans are like, all right, here's the deal. We're going to play a different quarterback every quarter because it's fun and we don't have any quarterbacks.
They needed to.
They didn't need to.
No, they had to.
They're messing around. They're searching. They're not competing to win. That's not needed. This was all based on, and I think it was you that set the over-under on quarterbacks needed for the 49ers this year. You set the over-under at 2.5.
Wasn't me.
Or to Grandy, did you set it?
Grandy did it, and I was quick to take the over.
Yeah, because you
starting quarterbacks.
You think the 49ers are going to need 8. So that's been your message all along.
Kyle breaks quarterbacks.
Exactly, which he doesn't.
All you have to do is look at the history of the Niners, and you could see that they have started 2 or more in every year but one. So those are facts.
Right.
And I've got notes.
Partially because they play football. But yes, we'll get to that.
Yeah, we will.
Discussion big time.
Darn right we will.
Because I'm at a point of confusion with regard to Trey Lance.
Oh, I've received complete and utter total clarity.
Oh, really?
Absolutely.
Wow, thank God for granting me.
Thank you. This moment of clarity. Yes.
Yeah. Total consciousness.
Thank you. Gunga Galunga.
Gunga Galunga.
You're so close.
I think I used a B. I'm like bungalow. Bungalow?
It works.
Gungala.
Gunga Galunga.
What is going on here?
It's Caddyshack, Grandy.
Yeah. I guess.
You zygote.
Caddyshack is like paper. It's been around for a while and been gone for a while.
Anyway, we'll get to that. I'm fascinated by this. What do you do when you want to phase a guy out conversation? Because Warriors fans who wanted Clay to come off the bench, this is kind of what we're talking about with Brandon Crawford.
It's a great comp.
Yeah.
It's a great comp because how many people, they're disrespectful.
Yeah.
I remember Draymond in the King series. He's not going to come back here and come off the bench. It's disrespectful.
Don't be disrespectful.
And then Draymond's like, so I had this idea. I'll come off the bench. I think that people tend to be, yes, huge egos, but the athletes themselves, they tend to be a little bit more self-aware usually than we give them credit for. Clay's in a different case. Klay Thompson, I think, to his detriment, and the Warriors this year, still thinks that maybe it's in there, that elite type of a player. But I also think Clay's got a lot left. I don't know that Brandon actually has a lot left. Brandon Crawford is probably in his retirement year. Agreed?
Agreed.
This is the end of his contract. He's 36. He's batting $170. Schmidt is here. like he wants to retire a Giant. This is probably the last 2/3 of a season for Brandon Crawford.
I will agree with that.
Okay.
But the one piece that I think aligns with Klay Thompson, Brandon Crawford has played in 1,553 games. He started 1,469 of those games, which means 84 times he has not started and either come in for defense or pinch hit, and he has never, ever, ever played anywhere on defense other than shortstop.
He was about to, though.
He was.
He was willingly about to, and that's part of my point.
But he still hasn't.
He hasn't.
So now we're at a point where the dude's batting $170, and you have a better option at short. So do you want him to come off the bench and or maybe play a different position? That's kind of where we are with Brandon Crawford,
Well,
and are we there with Klay Thompson?
The lucky point for him is that the guy who is now better than him at his position can also play the other position.
That's true.
Right? So Schmidt can rove and give all three of the guys a day off and sort of hide in what's actually an everyday player. Schmidt is going to be an everyday player the rest of the way, but he won't be a shortstop in all of those games. Brandon is still your next best shortstop. He's better than Estrada is over at short. So I think there's plenty of a role. But it's interesting when Guru says he's earned that he's the starter the rest of the year. I don't fully agree with that at all. I understand there's somewhere in between he's earned the rest of the games and disrespecting him because you're just showing him the door. Somewhere in between is where I would sit. Brandon's got a role. He's got to roll on the field. He's got to roll off the field.
He's the DJ in the clubhouse, right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
He's the DJ BC Raw. Boy, who's going to replace that next year? Yeah, I hope they're holding interviews for that right now.
It'd be tough. Probably Casey Schmidt would have to.
I don't know if he's a music guy. We haven't talked to him yet. We'll get him. Raji in Walnut Creek, 888-957-9570. Hey, Raji, what are you doing?
Good. How are you, man?
We're hanging, doing a radio show.
Cool. So I just want to talk a little bit about how, like, the Lakers held on to Kobe for way too long, gave him a huge contract, and then kind of just ruined him for, like, a few years after that. And then it took, like, somebody like LeBron and AD to come to save him, and I don't want that to happen with the Giants. So, yeah, that's my take.
Well, but what does that mean at this time? Like, Brandon is only signed through the end of this year. I don't think that right now he's certainly not putting, with his numbers, any pressure on the organization to do anything beyond this year. You know, Raji?
Yeah, I got you. But at the same time, it's like, I think he was willing to switch to third base because he knew that he was kind of declining in his game. And for him to be, like you said, they're pretty self-aware, right? So for him to be willing to switch to third base just means a lot, right?
It does, except for Raji, thanks. He was willing to switch to third because he didn't have a choice. If an organization, whoever you work for, okay, if they spend $350 million on your replacement, there's not like there's a conversation to be had. And
that's why I'm over in this chair, quite frankly. I mean, hello.
Right? How would that go, boss? Listen, I
know you're giving Willie
$350 million. I know. But he's going to be here for 12 more years after I go. Could I play short this year?
Hello?
Yeah, no. No, you can't. You can't. I'm sorry.
You're playing third, Dibs. Sorry about that.
That's right.
Although the only time I got to play third, I got thrown out of a baseball game because my dad let me play third, and I have no arm. So it was kind of like a nod to me as a 15-year-old. So I go over and I start to play third, and my brother Mike, the assistant coach, says, No, Danny, you go out and play right field. I said, Dad said I could play third. He said, go to right. And I said, friend you. And the ump said, excuse me?
No.
You're out of here.
How old were you?
15. So I had to watch the remainder of the game from beyond the fence at Casa Grande High School.
You were cut from this cloth from the beginning, weren't you?
I'm the youngest of four. Dad said I could play third.
Dad said I could play third.
Dude.
I won't mention any names. I wonder if anybody from the team is listening. Going to the Little League playoffs last week.
Okay.
And with our new 2 to 6 time slot, I miss half the games because they start at 5 or 5:30, and I get there before they're over. But I gave the other coaches one word to the wise as we get to the playoffs. So here's the deal. Here's the lineup. Guard this with your life. Do not let any of the kids see the lineup, because if they see, in the 5th inning I'm pitching, or in the 6th inning I'm the shortstop.
Because you do defensive lineups and offensive lineups in Little League.
Right, and then if you have to make a change, if you got to adjust on the fly, some kid can't hit the strike zone, another kid's crying, whatever the hell's going on, you got to make changes. You got to keep your flexibility, your financial flexibility.
Thank you.
Keep it. Boy, we had a game a few weeks ago where a kid thought he was going to pitch, and then another kid was like just firing in the 5th inning, and he crushed it. And we go up by 1, and he goes, "I think we got to stick with the other kid because he's
Timmy's dealing.
He's dealing. We got to stick with him." The kid that got never ended up getting the chance to go pitch.
Logan never got to throw.
Ended up in the car. I mean, it.
Front seat or back?
I didn't look.
Booster seat, no doubt. Sippy cup.
I'm like,
that's tough.
Be better at your job.
Yeah. So if you see Brandon Crawford in the players' parking lot,
crying
in the car in the 9th inning,
sobbing,
I was supposed to play shortstop in the 9th. Why does Casey get the spot?
Dad said I can play short. No, Brandon. It's Casey's time.
It's so sad, but
it is.
It's also kind of funny. Like 2 days later.
But no, you're right. Guard that with your life because it becomes an expectation sensation is what it is. When I'm going to pitch in the 5th, and then no, you're not.
No, you're not.
I want winners. But I do think that you're right about Brandon Crawford's last contract. Brandon Belt signed a 1-year deal with Toronto for $9.3 million, and I would imagine that's his last deal. He's a year younger than Brandon Crawford.
Yeah.
And Brandon Belt, it's a battle of the Brandons right now.
His body, as many injuries as Crawford has been through, Belt's been through more. I mean, that was the question, even whether he would get a deal, because we didn't even know if he wanted to play, if his body was going to let him play. And it has. He strikes out a lot for Toronto.
Yeah.
A lot.
Hitting 264,
but he's hitting 264. Yeah. What's the OPS? Do you have the numbers?
The OPS is 771. Not awful. Yeah.
Very respectable.
800 and north is good.
800 is very good. Yeah. North of 750 is very passable. Very.
Brandon Belt.
Yes, Brandon Belt.
49 punchies and 110 ABs.
Well, that's quite a bit.
It's the 3 true outcomes is what it is.
Quite a bit. How many dongs?
He got 2.
Okay. All right.
Fewer than Craw.
Yeah,
Craw's got 4, I think.
Yeah. Craw still gets into one every now and again. So anyway, I just think this whole thing, I think that they're ready to handle it better than we realize. We immediately put thoughts in these guys' heads they will not accept that kind of a role. Yeah, they will. And Brandon, from everything I've heard, I think this is important to note too, because Brandon is going to go out with all of those labels that a fan favorite does. He is forever Giant. He is. I mean, I don't. Do you want to call him a legend? Is he a statue guy? I don't know.
No,
probably not. No. I mean,
we throw that around too willy-nilly.
We do.
And it's, Bonte was talking about Draymond as a statue guy. Draymond's not a statue guy, in my opinion.
I disagree with that.
If you want to talk in this, I'll do this quickly because I've done this before. There are levels to this, as we like to say. Level number 1 is geography. McCovey Cove, Willie Mays Plaza. If you actually get terra firma, you get parts of Earth named after you. That is top line.
Okay.
The next line is statue. Willie McCovey has a statue. Willie Mays also has a statue. Then you get down to retired numbers. And that's where I think Draymond Green, Klay Thompson will both reside. Steph Curry is in the statue realm. Steph Curry is in the body of water realm. You could call Thrive City,
Curry Cove,
the Curry Plaza, whatever you want to do.
Yep.
Steph Curry's at that level. I don't think that Draymond Green is at the statue level.
Well,
and if you think about it in terms of the Giants' great run, the Giants' dynasty, none of them are at statue level.
Posey.
I'll give you Posey. Posey would be the only one in the squad.
Yeah, here's
Buster Huggs, you can run up to the statue and hug the statue.
Like I guess the issue for Crawford is how many statues would have to go up for him to get one. Because
11.
Bumgarner would be next. after Posey. If we're talking, Boch.
Kaner. Timmy.
Yeah. I think that's where Crawford starts to come into that realm.
Scutaro with a rain feature above him.
Right. Hunter Pence giving a speech.
Right.
Ryan Terrio in an outfit. I don't know. You know what I mean? Joaquin Arias. I'm kidding.
Hunter Strickland.
Right.
Yelling that's at a reach. Totally.
I don't.
We throw around statue too freely.
The Draymond thing, though, there's no escaping that Steph, Clay, and Dre are all attached to one another.
Sure.
So there absolutely could be a statue of all three of them together.
Right.
Absolutely.
But I don't believe that there will be.
Well, I don't get to. I mean, whatever. Like
I know. And I only parse this out because I do think that there are levels to this.
They're all Hall of Famers. Brandon's not going to be a baseball Hall of Famer.
No one will ever wear 23 for the Golden State Warriors again after Draymond Green wears it. That I believe. 11, we're good on 11. No one's wearing 30.
You want to retire? Brandon's 35?
No.
Is he 35?
35.
35.
He's actually 36 years old, but he wears 35.
Yeah, the fact that I know that suggests how good he is.
Richie wore 35.
That's
Richie
right.
Aurelia.
Right.
35's not getting retired. Is 55 retired?
Well, look.
Or is 55 getting retired, Timmy?
Probably not.
Is Mad Bum's number 40 getting retired?
I don't know.
See, these are all numbers that get retired before Brandon Crawford.
Yeah.
Now, Buster's 28.
28.
No one's going to wear 28 again.
Correct.
They will retire 28.
Buster should have a statue. Okay. Buster should be a Hall of Famer and will be.
Well, that is a whole separate debate.
This is Rookie of the Year. This is MVP.
Sure.
This is homegrown 3 championships.
What we've done to the Hall of Fame, especially when it comes to catchers, we've really watered down the requirements. So it used to be you had to hit hallmarks. Buster Posey doesn't hit any of the hallmarks. Now, what he does have is 3 titles. 500 home runs, you're in. 3,000 hits, you're in.
Yeah.
10 All-Stars, you're in.
Yeah, but
Buster Posey had a great career.
Right, but a lot of those are longevity awards, and I don't think that longevity...
Right. Baseball loves longevity,
They do, but therefore, there would be an inherent bias against catchers because playing 20 years in the bigs is a hell of a lot harder as a catcher than it is at any other position.
No doubt.
Right, so that's a bias that they would have to address, and I think they do.
Yadier Molina's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, so's Buster.
Longevity.
Okay, but I mean...
Who had a better career, Yadier Molina or Buster Posey?
I'd have to look at numbers, but Buster is a bigger name, is more championships, higher level of awards. Yadier didn't have an MVP, right? Yadier didn't have a batting title. He doesn't have any of those things. Buster Posey's got
How many
all
gold
of
gloves
it.
for Yachty?
Lots.
10?
Lots. Yachty have any grand slams off that jerk pitcher for the Reds? What was his name? I can't even remember that guy's name.
A 9 gold gloves.
Yeah, Latos. You ever whack one into the stands off a Latos in a big moment? Because that's worth a lot to me.
Remember when Latos threw that ball through Dave Fleming's sunroof? Such a great story.
That's the best.
Yachty, by the way, with 9 gold gloves.
Okay.
Yachty with 10 All-Star appearances.
How many does Buster have?
Of those same?
Yeah, what's that for All-Stars?
Gold gloves, he doesn't have 10 because Yachty won them all.
Right.
And let me put that up for you.
How many
because
All-Stars for Buster?
Buster's All-Stars, I would guess 5.
Feels about right. What do you
1,
got?
2. I got 6 for Buster.
6. Okay.
6 All-Stars. He's a Roy and an MVP.
Yep.
And Silver Slugger 4 times, which is something. And he had the 1 gold glove.
And
Yachty must have been sick that day.
And 3 championships.
That's fine. It's a team award.
It's fine. It's a team award.
7 All-Stars, actually.
7. Not 6. 7.
Yeah. It's interesting, though, in terms of...
this is always... The Hall of Fame conversations I have, because you know me, I couldn't give a rip. I think let them all in. I think Ryan Terrio should be in.
Stop it with
amazing,
that.
Amazing. You made the big leagues. That's incredible. Go to the Hall of Fame. I couldn't give a rip. Here's what I talk about.
It's great sports talk debate.
But I talk about what is going to happen. So forget what I think, because I think everybody should get in. You're all amazing. Bravo. Great job, Anthony Lamb. You made the NBA.
Hall of Fame would be like an
Incredible.
Amazon warehouse. I think it'd be huge. Seriously.
Just let it go.
That's called baseball reference or the baseball almanac.
Totally fine. Well, that other year when they came up with that stat where they were approaching the 2,000th person to play in the bigs, I'm like, what? The bigs have been around for how long? And we're 2,000 humans.
That's it?
That's it. That have ever
That
even...
can't be right.
That was totally right. 2,000 that have played like a day. Cup of coffee.
Moonlight Graham.
Connor Joe. Like,
he's still playing.
I know. He's actually pretty good. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it's incredible to me. So, yeah, put all 2,000 of them in. I can give a rep. But I usually talk about what I think will happen.
Right.
So when people go, Phillip Rivers is not a Hall. Yeah, he is. You don't have to like it, but Phillip's getting in. He's got the numbers. Buster Posey's getting in.
Well, he doesn't have the numbers,
He's getting
which
in.
is interesting.
Well, but it's not just...
Yachty's got 668 more hits than
Cool.
Buster Posey.
He played a lot longer.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Durability. And baseball loves durability.
Well...
And again, I'm not trying to hate on Buster Posey. I think that he's going to get in.
Buster adopting a child in the middle of a pandemic and taking a season and a half off, to me, is not a durability issue.
I mean...
right?
We rip Kawhi for missing 74 games. Why don't we rip this guy?
Okay.
And his twins, right? Didn't he adopt twins?
Yes. Yeah. That's good knowledge. All
That's
right.
good points.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. All right. What is the right way to move on from a legend, a fan favorite, what have you? We'll continue with this at 888-957-9570. But yeah, also, next, can we get into this? I've reached the level of confusion with regard to Trey Lance, and Dan has notes.
It's a Dan day?
It's a Dan day.
Okay.
On Willard and Dibs. You have to stick it in there.
Hi, sweetie. Hi, Mom. This is a nice surprise. Usually I'm the one calling you. Is everything all right? It's better than all right.
stick it in there and then like
cut that
stuff comes out?
Thank you. That's even better.
Out,
Keep it going.
Right. And then you do stuff with it.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Filthy and Dibs.
I already don't even remember what that was about. What the hell were we talking about?
That was about a printer and paper.
Oh, that's right. I remember paper. Yes. All right, kids. So paper is this. Never mind. Chris Rose will join us next hour. That'll be fun.
Primus here on the way back. I like that.
Why not? Grandy's been getting loose this week.
Yeah, he has.
Out of bed. Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570. So let's hip hop into this. I'm sort of confused. I mean, I'm not confused with the way a lot of the parties involved are talking about it. I guess I'm just confused at maybe the way it's all being received. So let's talk 49er quarterbacks for a second. I made the comment on our thread earlier today that the 49ers are, quote, pumping him up. And a couple,
like Hans and Franz.
Yeah, we are here to pump you up. All right, that was back in the days when people used paper. But anyway.
Never mind, Grandy.
Anyway. So Grandy and Lucas are both like, I don't think the 49ers are pumping him up. And I go, okay, maybe that's overstating it. But they're definitely, along with Trey, sounds like he feels in good spirits mentally, good spirits physically. Everyone's filming him and putting him on social media like, look at the mechanics. This is last year's mechanics. And this is this year's mechanics. And
Big
I'm like,
difference.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
I look at it and I'm like, oh, okay, like maybe a little bit.
You don't see football the way we
Maybe that's
see
not it.
football.
No, please describe the wide nine to me. I'm still trying to figure it out. But
I'll walk you through it. His delivery is much more concise. It's a
little
tighter.
compact, yes.
It used to be bring the arm back. It was a very long and slow delivery.
Right.
This baby's compact.
Okay.
Like a Honda Fit.
Coming out hot.
Yeah.
Great. That's awesome. I do think that when you have to deal with mechanics at number 3 in the draft, that's a problem. That's already a problem. Okay? You don't, like, do you draft projects? James Wiseman, Trey Lance, fine. Do you have to, like, teach them how to throw? That's troublesome, but that's not the whole story by any stretch. So everyone's saying the right things, and why wouldn't you? I don't think the 49ers are going to come out and be like, yeah, we're not thrilled with what we see from Trey Lance. What's interesting is you read an article in The Athletic, David Lombardi, and you said it sounds like Trey's going to have every opportunity to shine. And
you didn't like that.
Well, my immediate question is, what does that look like? What do you mean he's going to have every opportunity to shine?
Whether it's in OTAs or the preseason until Brock gets back, preseason games, preseason practices, they're going to give him a chance to run with the ones as much as they can to show him and show everyone that Trey Lance is not a bust. And when it comes to preseason games, if Brock Purdy is healthy, and I don't know if he will be for preseason game number 1, but let's say that he is, Trey Lance is going to get more snaps, more plays, more chances to throw in preseason to get him ready to help the Niners or maybe help another team.
Okay.
That's what I mean about he's going to be given every chance to shine. They want him to shine. They don't want him to be QB3 and be labeled a bust.
That's fine. I guess that's totally fine. I would never use the word shine if we're talking about practice and preseason games, I guess is my point. So here's what's interesting. I think there are two things that are really interesting here. Number one, every single thing the 49ers have done over the last 10 months suggests they're not high on Trey Lance. Forget their words, because those are words.
And you said 10 months?
Yeah.
Okay. So since
August or so. August, maybe a little bit into July. I forget the exact dates of when things started happening, but yeah, call it 10.
So then giving him the starting job is not, you don't think that was a sign of like, hey, you're the guy?
I don't think that they really felt in that moment like they had another choice. I do remember that before they even got to game 1 of that starting job, they brought this guy back called Jimmy Garoppolo. I do remember that. So start that day, okay? You hedge by keeping Jimmy Garoppolo. Then you get to the end of a season, injury riddled on many, many different fronts, from Trey to Jimmy to Brock. They all end up hurt, okay? The most serious of which belongs to Brock. And in the waning moments of said injury, you start feeding behind the scenes to reporters, Brock's our guy. Brock's our guy going forward. Based on 8 games, and yes, they won them all. Okay? But Brock's our guy. We've now decided this. Then, in the offseason, you signed Sam Darnold, who is a high-level backup at minimum, a big name, and also someone who is a former high draft capital guy. All of the behavior suggests you're not high on Trey Lance. But here's the flip side of it, the second part that I find interesting. Would the 49ers actually, because this could be unprecedented, would you actually have the number 3 pick in the draft never, ever, ever even get a shot? Has anyone who's ever been picked that high played 4 games and then, poof, that's it? Move on. Someone else beat you out, and we're never even going to take another look. And that's what's so fascinating, because to me, they end up in the same spot. Your behavior is suggesting that you're not high on Trey Lance, and your behavior is unprecedented in what you're doing, essentially, to not look at Trey Lance as the potential starter. Like, what has to be going on in the back of your mind after these 8 games to be so firm? They gave Brock Purdy the job while his arm was not even attached to the rest of his body, and said, yeah, next year, that's our guy, knowing that everything, all the resources had been put into Trey Lance. So when we listen to OTAs and Trey with the mechanics and he's healthy and we're still really high on him and stuff, I don't know. Your behavior doesn't match your words.
Well, your behavior matches your track record, which is we need more than one quarterback. And that's just a fact of what Kyle Shanahan has gone through since he's been the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. His first year, they had 3 quarterbacks start. The next year was 3. 2019, they had just the one, Jimmy Garoppolo. And then it was 3, 2, and 3. So the track record, whether it's because of bad quarterbacks, injuries, or both, you need, if you're Kyle Shanahan, you feel like you need more than one. You might need more than 2. And if you need 3, well, now you have 3. And in fact, you actually have 4. Last year, you needed 4, and you actually needed 5 because you got to number 4, and number 4 got hurt, and you were screwed. So I think that is a part of the calculus. The other piece of it is, of course, they're giving Brock Purdy the job. Brock Purdy has never lost. The only game he lost was a game where his arm got ripped out of the socket, his elbow broke, and that goes down as a loss, even though he didn't really lose that game. So how could you go any other direction than Brock Purdy? And Brock Purdy's going to be healthy. It's not like Brock Purdy tore his Achilles, and it's a 12-month deal. He didn't have a Kyler Murray injury where Kyler Murray tore his ACL and he's out until maybe October, so you actually need somebody else. And the other piece of it is they have not given up on Trey Lance just yet. Trey Lance has been hurt. Trey Lance had the finger injury, which changed his mechanics, and then he had the broken ankle, which changed his ability to run. For the first time in his career, he's now healthy. So you get an actual chance to see what Trey Lance can be as a healthy QB. And if he's not any good, which I kind of believe that the Niners think that he's probably not the quarterback that they thought he was, which is why they brought in Sam Darnold. But if Trey Lance is actually pretty good, if Trey Lance can be a guy and you have Sam Darnold as a 3, well, you love your QB room then.
Well, we're sponsored by CalHope.org. I wonder what that phrase means. The 49ers have not given up on Trey Lance. You sure?
Positive.
Really? Because I think that a number 3 overall pick in the draft who has 3 first-round draft picks of capital attached to him, if you're not going to start him, you gave up on him.
Oh, they started him last year. Did they not?
But they're not starting him this year.
Because the guy who came in was undefeated. How could you start him this year?
You could certainly say that this is a competition,
But it's not a competition.
You're right.
Buck Purdy was undefeated.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not saying that I would do it any differently. I'm reading what the 49ers are doing differently.
Yeah.
I don't think that they're high on Trey Lance. I think their decision has been made. I think that they're going through all of the motions that they are forced to go through right now. But there is nothing that I've seen in their behavior in 10 months that suggests that they think that Trey Lance can be the starting quarterback for this football team.
Well, we'll see where he lands on the depth chart come August.
But you talk about how many quarterbacks they may need in the year.
Yeah.
Well, but that's emergency break glass. That's not we want him to play. If we need him to, then cool.
Oh, and they will.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Odds are. We'll get into that part of it.
So where would all of you be at on this if Trey Lance never gets another start in a 49er uniform? We get into that. 888-957-9570. That's Willard and Dibs.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we back. You back. Glad you're with us. YouTube, Twitch, Comcast Business Text Line, and 888-957-9570. Always streaming live on YouTube, by the way. YouTube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live. If anyone swears, you get to hear it. Now, we've been asked by the boss. This is a recent new directive here at 95.7 The Game. Less drinking, less swearing.
Man,
that's
I'm out.
Listen,
I am so out.
Yeah, so that's why Steiny's been hiding all of his beer.
Oh, I'm so out.
He gets under the table during certain segments, and that's what he's doing down there. And then all the potty mouth stuff. They were just trying to clean it up, for the kids.
Sure.
So
it's all about the kids.
Yeah. So anyway, but you can still like and subscribe for all the 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. And again, when we slip, you get to hear it, and so that's tons of fun for the whole family. We'll go to the phones in a second, but we thought maybe you'd want to hear from Trey. A couple of interesting things that he said yesterday. Trey Lance, for those of you just joining us, he is one of the quarterbacks on the San Francisco 49ers. But was asked, what about coming into this season with Brock Purdy as the presumptive QB1?
That's the same thing I told you guys last year at the end of the year. My opportunity is just to come in and compete, and that's all I wanted. So for me, I don't want to take anything away from Brock, and no one should be able to take anything away from Brock. He did what he did last year, and he deserves all the credit in the world for it. Like I said, for me, I just wanted an opportunity to compete.
I'll say this about Trey. I mean, and I haven't even been down to meet the guy. He hasn't played enough, but he seems like his head could not be screwed on straighter. He knows what to say. It seems genuine. I don't know if it is, but it seems he certainly doesn't seem upset by anything that's taken place.
No, nor should he, really.
Well,
I mean, he's frustrated by the fact that his first 2 years were beset by injury.
Yes.
And his finger injury, his middle finger on his throwing hand affected the way he could throw the ball, which affected his mechanics. And everybody wants to rip a guy for not having mechanics come out of college, but they changed because of his finger, and now he's getting back to the mechanics he used to have, and then he had the broken ankle, which affected the majority of his second year, and now he's fully healthy, and now he's excited to be able to compete, but he knows what we all know. Brock Purdy came in and balled out. The offense went up by 10 points a game, and that team did not lose. So for Trey Lance to stand there and be like, oh, I should be starting. I was drafted number 3. I was picked higher than him. I'm better than him. That would be foolhardy.
Of course it would. Of course it would. However, I think it's impossible as a human being when you're told, not just you're told, when you're the number 3 overall pick. Kyle Shanahan going into last year referred to this as Trey's team. It's your team. And then you got 5 quarters, and now it's not your team anymore.
Right.
What human being would not feel like something unfair had just taken place? He understands that Brock Purdy played well. This is adult sports. Everyone's making a lot of money, so that's the way it goes. Is it a classic Wally Pipp moment? Sure, but there's no way to remove that this is a raw deal. It's a raw deal for Trey Lance. So far, this has been a raw deal.
It's a football deal is what it is. And you're Trey Lance, and you realize your situation, it could be worse in terms of where you are, and you still have time on your contract, and this is the big year. So at the end of this year, the team has to decide whether or not they want to pick up his 5th-year option or not. And right now, it doesn't look like that they would want to pick up his 5th-year option because Trey Lance is a backup. Maybe he is QB3. But you know the guy you're backing up is not one of the true elite quarterbacks in this league. He's not a made man, to use Guru's lexicon. And I made a list, Mark, of the guys who are on that list. Quarterbacks who, if you're the backup behind these quarterbacks, you're not getting the job unless they get hurt.
Are these part of your notes that you now? What's on this piece of paper that you have?
I got notes, Mark.
What's on there?
I got notes.
I want to hear it.
I put every starting quarterback into 3 categories.
Okay.
There's the secure, which means you could stink for a long time and you're not going to lose your job, and that would be maybe even 8 games or more. If you had a bad year, you're probably still the guy.
Okay.
Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, you know all the names. Mahomes, even Russell Wilson. I got Trevor Lawrence. I got Herbert, Aaron Rodgers. Stafford, as long as he stays upright, Kirk Cousins, and Jalen Hurts. Those 11 I put on the list of untouchable. Now,
I might challenge Kirk, but the rest of
Kirk.
your list is fine.
And you could even debate Russell based on Denver's tenuous situation.
Well, that's because he's already had a bad year. Like, you're right in that if you have a bad year, you keep the job. That's what just happened.
Right.
I don't know if you can have 2 bad years, but yes, I accept everything you just.
The guys who are on the edge, no matter what happens, are C.J. Stroud, the rookie, Anthony Richardson, McCorkle Jones. He's on the edge. Kenny Pickett. The Tannehill-Levis tandem, we don't even know who's going to emerge from that one. Ritter in Atlanta, Bryce Young, the rookie, the Trask-Mayfield combo, and the Washington mess of Sam Howell and Jacoby Brissett. All of those quarterbacks, they are interchangeable, and they can come out week to week.
By the way, was Deshaun Watson on the first list?
No, I have Deshaun Watson on my 50-50 list.
Oh.
Yes.
That's interesting.
Well, and to me, he was so bad last year. I mean, he wasn't good. He wasn't so bad.
But he got less than half of a year.
Correct.
Yeah.
But he did not.
With that contract, I'd say Deshaun goes into this year no different than Russell Wilson went into last year.
Okay.
Which is that, you're the guy, and if you're awful, you're probably still the guy again next year, but we'll try to figure out some sort of a plan B on the fly.
And I'm totally open to that.
Yeah.
I put him on my 50-50 list because I thought that he really underperformed last year, and he's on a new team, and we don't yet know what their emotional buy-in is. But the third list is guys where I think if you have 3 or 4 bad games, you could find yourself in a real tough spot. And I had Deshaun on that list. Jimmy Garoppolo is on that list.
Okay.
Tua, I put on that list because, with the injuries and the ineffectiveness, Kyler Murray, we don't know if he's healthy. Justin Fields, God, he was great at the end of the year, but he was god-awful before that. Jordan Love, Dak Prescott, Derek Carr, Danny Dimes, Geno Smith, Jared Goff in Detroit, and Brock Purdy. So if I'm Trey Lance and I look at the 32 quarterback situations, I don't see Brock Purdy as a guy who's going to get. He's not getting 6 games of bad play. If the Niners start out 0-3 and Brock Purdy is really like, wow, I could see why you were the last player taken in the draft.
Right.
You're going to hear footsteps.
Yeah, well, it's funny. I agree with your Brock take. I think you have some guys on that list who are probably more secure than you're giving them credit for.
I'll allow for that.
I mean, nobody,
like Dak is a guy who
Dak is a guy. Jared Goff, name who's even backing him up.
It's Hooker.
What's that?
Hooker.
Really?
Hook.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, Sudfeld was there for a while last year, wasn't he?
And Detroit has, I think, now they have actual expectations.
Yeah.
But, Jared Goff is probably more secure than some of these guys.
Even Tua. I don't think that the Dolphins would move off him. I know there were all those rumors about Brady and this, that, and the other, but we've moved on. I think Tua's the guy there. But I'll accept.
And Daniel Jones got paid, but the Giants are in a situation where they're going to want to win here sooner than later. So
I'll accept your premise on Brock based on a number of different factors, health being obviously one of them.
The key.
But we got to go through the camp and see what they see from Trey, see what they see from Sam, what they might be feeling in that moment, what they see from Brock. It's only been 8 games. So could there be regression? Absolutely. I just look at this and I go, I've yet to see the light, which is, I'm not looking for me to see it. I'm looking for the 49ers to see it. Where is the one bit of evidence that suggests the 49ers are excited about Trey Lance? I'm still waiting. Give me the one act, an actual act. Don't tell me. Show me one act that suggests we really still think Trey Lance can be a great player.
Well, still, I think is debatable, but they did start him last year.
Yep.
And, you went through camp and you brought back Jimmy Garoppolo out of convenience. I don't think you brought back Jimmy thinking, all right, Jimmy, you're going to be our starter in week 3. We'll never know because Trey Lance got hurt and Jimmy had to start. But you brought back Jimmy as an insurance policy, not knowing that Brock Purdy would be Big Sock Brock and he would turn out to be the guy. So I think you brought back Jimmy for obvious reasons. And Brock Purdy outplayed Sudsy. So there was your QB3, and then Jimmy was QB2. So the fact that they started Trey Lance last year gives me at least some sign that they saw something in him.
Dave in Pleasanton, and then we got some more comments from Trey talking about offseason trade rumors. We'll give those to you in just a sec. But Dave in Pleasanton, you're on with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Dave, what are you doing?
What's up, fellas? I just got home, but I thought I'd wait to chime in because this is one of my favorite subjects leading into the new season. So first off, I want to mention, before people think I'm a Brock Purdy hater, I love what he did last season. As soon as he made that double fake, I can't even think of it right now, but he did something that we haven't seen a Niner quarterback do in 20 years, probably. The pump fake, the double pump fake. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, I remember the play you're talking about. Yeah, in Seattle, right?
Yep. Once I saw that, I knew he was the real deal. But this team is going to do the whole team a disservice if they keep making decisions on quarterbacks after such a short sample size, especially with Trey. Trey, we've seen he has the it factor. He works harder than any other quarterback we've had in years. He shows that left and right, logs in the hours on the iPad. Every offseason, he's working with the quarterback coach. This season, he's already showed his throwing motion has changed. He's locking his feet in the ground. He's doing the work. To give up on him this quick, not for Brock, but basically you're saying we're going to give up on Trey for Sam Darnold. We have two young quarterbacks on two good deals. They need to stick around, and we need to see what we have in both quarterbacks. That's the bottom line. I'm sick of the Niners not knowing what we're going to do at quarterback, and we're in a good position with two solid guys, one with great potential. One has already proved he can compete at this level.
So, Dave, a couple questions. I got a couple questions for you. First of all, Trey has shown he has the it factor. He has?
Yeah, you see, first off, in the meetings.
Are you in the meetings, Dave? Do you go to 49er meetings?
He's in the meetings.
No, hold on.
Are you in the room? Is this Dave Sudfeld?
The interviews he does.
Okay.
And then also, if you saw what he did on the Pat McAfee show at the end of last season, there was nothing but swag coming out of Trey. He's a confident young kid. Everybody likes him. And when he's off script, that it factor is there. I have stats to back that up.
Well, we don't have enough stats on anything because he's played 4 games. Like, Dave, here's what I would say. You're getting wooed by the media. And what I mean by that is not the media, us. You're getting wooed by everything you just said is everything he's done in front of a microphone. The Pat McAfee show? The podium? You want him to get
the meetings.
You want him to get the job because of the podium? You're right. He's got swag. He's got confidence. He seems like a great guy. But that doesn't carry the freight. That doesn't carry the freight. And then the other comment you made about him, and Dave, thank you so much. Like the other comment Dave made was that Trey works harder than anyone we've seen in this position in about 10 years.
Hypotheticals.
Is that true?
Well, it's hypothetical.
Is he working harder than Brock Purdy? I don't see. Do you see anything in Brock that suggests he's not a hard worker? I've watched
None
Brock.
of us know how hard any of these guys work.
Well, I think that the 49ers, if there's something they've done a good job with in terms of bringing in QBs, they've found people who have the right attitude. Even Jimmy, other than not returning a text, he had a good attitude, did he not? He got taken through a hell of a journey, and he always had the right attitude. Brock Purdy has become Purdy has become a viable NFL starter out of the Mr. Irrelevant role. You don't think that took hard work? So it's great that Trey has a good attitude and works hard. I mean, literally, if this was a blind date, you'd be saying all the things that nobody wants to hear going into a blind date. Oh, you're going to love this kid. He's got swag. He's got a good attitude. He's the nicest guy in the room. He works really hard.
He's got a great personality.
We've listed every characteristic except for he's good at quarterback. He can go win football games.
Well, we haven't seen that.
Right.
And the 49ers may have seen enough to where they know that he's not the guy, or they may still not know, or they may think that he can be the guy, but Brock Purdy, darn it, has earned the job, and how can you take the job away from a guy who comes in and goes undefeated? He wins 5 regular season games. He goes on to win a couple of playoff games and then has his elbow ripped apart. How do you take that guy out when he has not really gone out and lost? But I think that if he does struggle, then you're going to see it's either going to be Sam, and if it's Sam Darnold, who is listed as QB2 at a camp and not Trey Lance, then you know exactly how they feel about Trey Lance.
Well, and that's a rough spot. Now, maybe Sam comes in and he suddenly is all the things that Sam could be because he's surrounded by Kyle and Christian McCaffrey. Maybe. But imagine that for a second, because wouldn't that feel like we all just got taken on a 3-year ride and it's back to ground zero? You're starting all over again. It means Trey Lance was a bust, Brock Purdy's not what you thought he was, and now you got the Jets scraps as your starting quarterback, and you're right back in we're really not sure if we even have a quarterback. It's wonderful to have 3 quarterbacks. You might have none.
Right.
Right.
And that's the old adage.
If that were, again, I'm not saying right now.
Well, if Brock's ineffective and then you go to Sam because Trey's not the sauce, then you're in a spot like you're describing where you're in a world of hurt. Because I think if you look at Brock and Trey Lance, you're not going to give both of them a contract extension, right? In terms of the next contract. We always talk about second contracts in sports. You're not going to give Brock Purdy and Trey Lance second contracts. So right now, it looks like Brock Purdy would be the leader in the clubhouse to get that second contract. He's under contract for, I think, 3 more years because he was drafted in the 7th round. So after 2 more years, you would have to give him that ink. And Trey Lance is in the same boat where Trey Lance, you have 1 more year to decide on his 5th-year option. Mm-hmm. So if Trey Lance, let's just say hypothetically, Brock Purdy plays and he doesn't play well, Trey Lance comes in and Trey is starting to show you signs like, okay, Trey, this is why we traded up to get you. Well, then you pick up Trey's 5th-year option and you come back next year and you have a competition.
I'm laughing because as you brought that up, I of course pulled up Brock Purdy's contract.
Poor guy.
Which we've done before, but it's never not going to make you laugh. It's never, ever not going to make you laugh. Brock Purdy this year, because let's flip the script. What if Brock is the sauce? What if he is everything he looked like last year? Do you realize what the 49ers have? They have
a bargain, Mark.
They have a quarterback this year for $870,000.
He makes that much?
Yeah. And then it balloons next year.
Oh, yeah. To $17 million?
To $985,000. And then in 2025, none of us even know if we'll be alive by then.
Man, that hurts.
$1.1 million. They will pay.
Is that the final year of his deal?
That's the final year of his deal.
So he'll never get to that deal. He'll never get to that deal. They'll sign him they'll rip that up and sign him to an extension before that. But
maybe.
Or they'll at least sign him to.
You would think.
They're going to give him money before that. That's interesting, though.
What the 49ers are giving back would be baked into that next deal. Like it would lower the overall value if the 49ers say, we'll rip up the 1.1 and do something else. That gets baked into that deal for sure.
Yes.
But yeah, you're probably right. Like you can't, Brock Purdy right now, if he is 8-0 Brock, he's going to play the next 3 years for less than $3 million.
Right. Well, it's really it's the next 2 for sure.
Yeah.
And then, if he comes out this year and plays like he did last year, let's say they go 12-5 and he wins 2 playoff games and he loses in the conference championship game, he stays healthy and he throws for 4,200 yards and he looks like he did last year, he's getting an extension. And Trey Lance won't be here. They will not exercise his 5th-year option and they'll find some other way to deal with the backup quarterback spot.
Here's something we've done to Jordan Poole in the last couple of weeks, and it is what I was talking about when we had the discussion about whether or not Jordan Poole should speak publicly, and so many people were like, no, he shouldn't speak publicly, and I'm like, yeah, I get it. He probably shouldn't speak publicly, but here's the unfortunate truth is that when you don't say anything publicly, we will just go ahead and fill in the gaps for you. So many of us have decided that, for instance, Poole doesn't even want to be here. Monty Poole said, I don't even know if he wants to be here, which is what we say about people who are subject of trade rumors. So what about Trey Lance? Does he even want to be here? Number 3 overall pick in the draft and can't get a starting slot. So he was asked about offseason trade rumors. And had he ever considered not wanting to be here?
No, not at all. I knew where I wanted to be. Even going back, like I said last year, I just want an opportunity to compete. For me, I love it here. I love the coaching staff. I love working with Greasy and Clay and now Clint as well. Love the quarterback room. Love the guys in the locker room. No doubt for me, this is absolutely where I want to be.
You take that at face value?
I do.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I think I do too.
And I do think that he has gotten a new lease on life in terms of he's healthy, and he was referencing a couple of the Kubiak kids. Clint and I believe Casey, both on Clay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Both on the coaching staff from the Kubiak, literally the Kubiak coaching tree. They are Kubiak's sons. And so he's learning. And Brian Greasy, who is the offensive coordinator de facto. And so he feels revitalized, and he's got work in the offseason with Patrick Mahomes of all people. Can you imagine that, being in his spot and being able to work with Mahomes on footwork and mechanics, and his confidence has got to be through the roof. He's working with a sports psychologist, so he comes into this year ready to compete. Now, if you get to week 4 and he doesn't play, week 9 he still isn't playing, week 13 he's not playing, maybe the dauber's down a little bit, but all he can do is control what he can control.
That's true, and I love the phraseology, and he's not wrong, and neither are you. I'm here to compete. I guess my question is, compete for what?
The quarterback job.
Is he?
Well, the follow-up would have been which one? Which quarterback job?
2? 3?
Not 5?
5?
Not 6?
What's he competing for?
He's competing for the starting job.
I think a lot of people, when they think that you're going to come in to compete, that means we're coming in to compete to win week 1. We're going to compete against the Seahawks.
Right.
We're going to compete against the Cardinals.
Well, he can't do that in May. Right now, he's competing against Sam and Brock to be QB1.
But is he?
Absolutely. In his mind, he certainly is.
Again, is he competing for QB1, or is he competing for being ready should QB1 open up? Because right now it's not open.
Well, actually, right now it is open.
But off-season QB1 is open.
Correct.
Not regular season QB1, and I think that's the one everyone wants.
Correct, but we don't know if regular season QB1 will be open or not. We assume that Brock will be ready.
Sounds like
But right now in May, if you are Trey Lance, all you can do is compete for the QB job right now. That's all you can do.
We are presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. 1 hour from now, Chris Rose will jump in on this program. You said that one of the Kubiaks is Clay? Oh, we got to talk about Clay, but not Clay Kubiak. We got to get back to what is the most under-discussed part of Steve Kerr's entire exit interview. How did this slip through the cracks? It won't. Coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Big bones, big dinosaur bones, preserved from 100 million years ago.
Expect big things.
SkyRizzy.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY to learn more.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Consider the sauces. Always consider the sauces. So, in other words, if Guru gets loose in a passionate way, we're like, yeah, it's Guru.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
oh. Shasky gets loose in a passionate way. Well, yeah. Joe Shasky.
I want to go back to the playoffs.
I want to go back to the playoffs.
But
Wasn't bad. Sounded better when I heard him do it. I give myself a solid 3. Maybe it's a 4.
I want to go back to the playoffs.
Yeah. I thought it was good coming out.
you do great impressions of weird stuff. Do you know
Completely.
that? Like your best impressions are of the most intricate things.
Well,
Yeah.
I have an ear.
Kawhi's laugh. It's really good. It's really it's
I can't sing, but I can do a certain level of mockery.
Oh gosh. Your impressions of the other hosts, program directors from 18 years ago, stuff like that.
Hey, even the former assistant PD. I'm now VP. You better watch yourself. That's Danny Fry.
Yeah, you're right.
Look, knock it off.
But
Talk about the Warriors. You win.
Speaking of the Warriors,
Thank you.
let's talk about the Warriors. Then let's win.
Win was the big Clay.
This was.
Stop interrupting him.
This was a moment for me at the Warriors Summit the other day. Because I don't know. Now, people may not know. You don't know John Dickinson.
Oh, I do.
Right? I know you do.
Yeah.
It's not like JD's any stranger to our airwaves. But, and JD, he doesn't lack for opinion or whatever, being forthright. But the emotion, like the just, let it out. Spit it out all over the place. We don't see that every day. Warriors Summit. The topic goes to Klay Thompson. Look what ends up happening with our own John Dickinson.
Klay Thompson has to get a grip. Thank you. This offseason. And Klay Thompson has to understand that for the time being, he's no longer a max player. Now, he can prove himself to be a max player by coming out next year and being an all-star and being efficient and putting in the work in the offseason. The thing that, and this was I think he exemplified one of the Warriors' biggest problems this season, which was the inability to acknowledge the fact that you weren't quite good enough. You weren't quite as good as you used to be. And rather than being stubborn about it, change your game a little bit. Take better shots. Understand on nights where you are a little bit cold that you got to keep the ball moving and get it back, and just quit being so freaking stubborn. That, to me, was the biggest problem Klay Thompson had this season. He has to get a grip on that and not let the bad games kill you. His bad games absolutely killed you. We can talk about great month. We can talk about 40% from 3 and 300 makes. Like, we can get into all of that, and there's some good things in there, but his bad games basically were automatic losses because they were so bad they completely wrecked the game. You got to limit the bad games.
Okay, so there was some passion that continued to come out with regard to Klay Thompson. Klay's got to get a grip. All right. Klay is such, as even Guru would say, we keep talking today about made men. You know, Brandon Crawford, Klay Thompson. How do you handle all that? Klay's got to get a grip is an interesting thought because I started thinking about, and wait till you hear what Steve Kerr said, that we called the most under-discussed portion of the entire exit interview process. We'll play that for you in just a second. Your call's welcome on this at 888-957-9570. You listen to JD, and I start to think about, man, I don't know if this hit me exactly this way during the season, but as I'm starting to piece everything together, it's starting to become a lot more clear what JD's talking about, which is that Klay Thompson, when he goes 3 for 19 against the Lakers, when he keeps shooting, even when the shot's not falling, it's not just that. It's not just the stats. It's not just his jumper. It's the way he handled last offseason. It's the way that every time the shot is off, his first thought is, this team needs me to go find it. I have to find my shot. Rather than ever going, tonight's not my night. Let's bake this thing in a different way. And then what really got me this year, and I don't know if I knew exactly why until now, but I mentioned this at the summit also. From the moment he did it, I kept not feeling right whenever he kept flashing 4 fingers. 4 rings.
Right.
We got 4 rings. The reason I didn't like it is because every time he did it, the Warriors were getting blasted by 25 points.
Yeah.
So Clay's reaction to things going poorly, my shot's not falling, we're losing by 30, is to what? Live in the past.
Lean on the past, exactly. Lean on the championships.
That is not the place where you want to go.
No.
I don't, and I mean this no matter who you are or what you do. Do not lean on the past. Do not live in the past. There's nothing for you there. Sure, history is great, and yes, a resume and all of that, but there's a reason we call it the past. It's past.
It's already happened, yeah. And no one will ever look at Klay Thompson's career and look at anything other than the greatness of 4 championships and the 37-point quarter and the Claymaker game and all the rest of it. Klay Thompson has things already on his resume that are untouchable and they are incontrovertible. But what are we doing now between here and the end of Klay's career? Is there more that you can still do? JD made an interesting point in that rant, and I'm glad you played it because we were doing the summit at Buon Vino, and I didn't have a chance to really listen to every word of it. I knew that he was running hot, and I was looking at JD 3 seats away going, my God, JD, you're the MVP of this whole dang thing because he was hot.
Well, you got one in right off the top. You gave him a thanks. You did. Did you hear it?
No, let's hear it.
Yeah, can I play a little bit of it? We got it.
Please.
Yeah, here we go. Okay.
Klay Thompson has to get a grip. Thank you. This offseason.
That's Joe Shasky.
It is?
Thank you.
It is?
That is Shasky. Thanks.
Okay, there's your thanks.
Yeah, play it again.
Okay, well.
Play it just the first few
Thompson
seconds.
has to get a grip. Thank you. This offseason.
Shasky.
And Klay Thompson has to understand.
Man. You sure?
Pretty sure.
Okay.
Pretty sure.
Can
I
you
would have hit him with
identify
a
yourself?
Thanks.
Can confirm that it is Joe Shasky. Watch it on YouTube. You can see it.
Thank you, Grandy. To
Apparently
JD's
Shasky
point,
does a good Dan Dibley impersonation.
JD is right. Klay Thompson this year had 26 games in which he shot less than 40% from the floor. The Warriors were 9-17 in those games. Now, that's not to put all of the losses on Klay Thompson, but JD made a great point in that rant. When Klay had a bad game, the Warriors lose that basketball game. And in fact, his 8 poorest shooting games this year from the floor, they only won 1 of those. The other 7 were losses. 1 of 8, 2 of 9, 3 of 13, a couple of them, a pair of 4 of 17s, a 5 of 21, and a 5 of 17. When Klay was bad, he usually didn't shy away from continuing to shoot. And when he continued to shoot when he was missing, that led to losses.
So
points to JD.
Here is the most under-discussed portion of the entire
You teased it. It's time you deliver.
Interview process, right? Steve Kerr. Take a listen to this because if Kerr is to take any criticism over the last couple of weeks, it's what? Stuck with the big 3 too much. He believes in the big 3 too much. He didn't play the young guys. Big 3, big 3, big 3. Well, he did have one criticism of the big 3, and it's right here.
With 2 major injuries behind him, this is a time where he's got to be more prepared than ever for the first day of training camp. Not only physically, handling the injuries and the strength and conditioning part of everything, but also understanding that as you get older, you've got to get better in areas you can improve upon. You can't rely on the same things you could rely on at 28 or 27. So there are areas where he can get better, and he's going to focus on those things this summer and come in and have a great year next year.
I think it's so fascinating. I mean, everything about that suggests that the Warriors had a sit down with Klay, and we've heard some things.
Right.
I'll tell you, we've heard some things. It's been a little bit under the radar, but there have been some who've put out there that at times, even in the middle of the playoffs, the Warriors locker room sat Klay down and was like, man, you if you're going to be missing all your shots, you can't keep taking all the shots. Can't do that. And even if you are missing, you can take shots when they're open, but you can't be taking these not open shots, right? No heat checks when you're not on fire. Stop heat checking when there's no heat. Listen to what he said there. Klay is going to have to get better at some other things. You can't keep expecting that you do the same things that you did when you were 28. What is Steve Kerr saying? You're living in the past.
Right. He's also saying come in to camp next year in shape, because he didn't come in shape. And if you look at his splits, and I'm looking at it right now, through the end of November, he shot 40% from the floor, and he averaged 17 points a game. He was a volume shooter. He was not an accurate shooter, and he relied on the three too much. What I hear Steve Kerr say is, Klay, you're at a point now where you got to find different ways to be resourceful on the offensive end. And I remember Klay being more of a post-up player. Obviously, he's not a big man, and he can't post up all the time, but when you get a smaller guard on you, you can post up, you can get to the mid-range game, you can get to the foul line. These are things that I thought he got away from this year. He settled too often for what you're talking about, the heat check three.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app. Everything is there, whether you want to listen to the show as it's happening or after the fact and all the interviews, everything. Subscribe on the free Odyssey app and Twitch and YouTube. Thank you for being here. Comcast Business Text Line, and we're always taking your calls at 888-957-9570. This is something that maybe is a hybrid of what everyone's talking about. Like I heard Bonte talking about this the other day, and I do think after the Warriors Summit, this is where some of us need to sit. We're going to take a big, deep breath and realize that there are 1,000 different opinions right now on the Warriors, and there's no proof that any one of them are right. Just for the sake of conversation and ideas, I put out on Twitter that trade idea with the Warriors and the Boston Celtics. And if you didn't hear that over the last handful of days, the idea was Poole, Kuminga, and Wiggins in exchange for Jaylen Brown and Malcolm Brogdon. That is for the discussion purposes. Do you want to do something? Do you want to swing big? Do the Celtics want to get off of Jaylen Brown? Where those contracts sit in a way makes sense for the two teams. I also understand the emotion of it. I know Warrior fans don't want to get rid of Andrew Wiggins, and I know that Jaylen Brown's about to be due for a supermax. That tweet has gotten almost, and I have to check it, it might be over 1 million impressions, and I have been, you would not believe the unmentionable things that have been said to me solely because that trade idea is out there. So I understand all of the emotion and the different opinions that are out there. Here's one on which I think we all can agree. If the big three are back, it has to have a renewed feel. So you don't necessarily need to make big changes, but those you don't change need to change. And I think that's what Steve Kerr's talking about. Run it back can mean two different things. It can mean the similar roster, or it can mean you're banging your head against the wall. If Klay Thompson shows up next year and shows anybody four fingers in the middle of being down by 24 points in the third quarter, I swear I think I'm turning the TV off. I have no interest in seeing that anymore. That is not relevant for today. That is the past. It's not where you want to live.
Right.
Steph, Klay, and Dre will always have a past. The question
and
right
they will
now,
always have 4 rings.
Right, and the question now is if they have a current and if they have a future.
And can they get number 5? And that's where it is a little frustrating. And, the trash talk comes in. And if you feel like the only thing you have to fire back with is 4 rings, that's like the old, if you're getting into a verbal sparring with a buddy in grammar school or whatever, and you go to your mama material. It's like, really? We're going to my mom. So my mom wears combat boots. Yeah, she's a military veteran, okay? Score one for you there.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what that felt like when we had to get to
Not what you told me last night.
Exactly.
Right.
Your mama undercooks her meatloaf or whatever, whatever the comeback was. And believe me, I was at the forefront of all that stuff.
Undercooked meatloaf is gross. But
I would always go low.
Soft.
You go high, and I'm going to go so low. So low. Your boy, cheap shot artist. My mouth was my only weapon, totally. But I'm kind of with you when it comes to that. Like 4 rings. Okay, fine. But now we're going to be in another year, and this past year, you didn't get past the conference semifinals, so let's turn the page and see if we can get ring number 5. But I'm more interested in Klay changing in other more meaningful ways, not his demeanor or his behavior, although JD made a good point, too, about Klay's anger kind of killing the vibe of the season, because Klay did have, and maybe part of it was that 4 rings retort, but he played with a certain amount of anger and a chip on his shoulder all year.
He did. You can feel that in people, and I get it. It's people who have been through some things. I mentioned this, the lovely Christy and I were talking about this. I mentioned to you a week ago that we went and saw Joe Coy down in San Jose. And one of my reactions to the show, I don't know if all of you are familiar. Some of you are familiar with Joe Coy's comedy, some not. But I walked out of the show and I went, and I've watched all of his Netflix specials. And by the way, he's got a couple more coming, apparently, he announced at that show. But I'm a big fan of his. But one of the things I said is, like, boy, he does his whole show in a mic drop sort of a way. Like, Joe is filling out an arena. He is selling out the SAP Center. Yet, he's one of these people that's always trying to prove something. He has been diminished and dismissed in his life. And in fact, he even talks about it. Netflix said no a bunch of times. So he went and recorded it himself. And then Netflix saw it, and then they bought it. So now he's a rich man, and that's great, but he's still ticked at Netflix for the way they treated him the first time, institutional racism being a big part of it.
Yeah.
And so I get it. I fully get it, and I support it. Joe deserves to say whatever he wants to say because he won. But he does his whole performance is in this like, yeah. It's like, take that.
Yeah.
That's my comedy. And I crushed it. And look at this arena. Bang. I'm going to sign all your autographs and I'm out flying to the next city. And it feels like Klay is in that space a little bit too. And again, so there's nothing wrong with it because I dig it with Joe, but I don't know. It feels like there's a shelf life to that. It's the anger that you're talking about.
Right.
And actually, I believe, was it Judy and Moraga who finished the Warriors Summit with tears in her eyes, one of the most amazing moments I've seen in the history of radio.
Pretty cool, yeah.
And she was one of a few people who that day said, what's lost with the Warriors is their joy.
Yeah.
And that is what we should be talking about right now, more so than Draymond and he's mad and trade Jordan. Kuminga needs minutes. And Klay's over there declining all of the opinions we have. The Warriors were always about joy. And they lost it this year. And you got to go find a way to get that back. If you do that, I don't care that much who's on your roster.
Well, it's hard to do.
Start there, and then we'll go from there.
Because the joy is fleeting, because it hasn't always been there. And you can think about the second year of Kevin Durant, and he even said, I thought we were doing joy. And he was kind of derisively making fun of the ethos of the team because there was no joy in Mudville because Draymond and KD were at odds. So the joy hasn't always been there. And you're always going to be on that razor's edge of having joy or no joy when you've got Draymond Green on your team, because Draymond he does play with joy, but in his own way. And if you do something wrong, the joy is gone in that moment. He will bark at you. He will correct you. If you're the head coach, the GM, heck, even maybe the owner, I haven't seen it to that level, but Draymond Green is going to check you if you do something wrong. And if you have Jordan Poole on the team, I don't know if you can have that same level of joy after Draymond Green punched him in the face in training camp and received no punishment.
Wow.
So can there be joy with those two people in the room going into another season?
That's a really interesting question.
I have the answer.
Do you?
The answer is no.
Yeah. That's an interesting question because I would actually, I wonder if Jordan Poole has ever been that kind of a player. Jordan Poole goes from the G League, works his butt off, becomes a big-time player, gets the bag, money time. And where does that come from? You hit a 3 in Denver, money time! That's anger. That's a mic drop. That's a release. I want to make sure I'm clear. I have no issue with this. It's how a lot of us live our lives. I've done this for many years and have been told by people close to me, okay, you don't need to prove anyone wrong anymore. You're here, right? How many sports radio hosts do we have Monday through Friday in the Bay Area? It's not a lot, right? And so, like, I'm never not thankful. I'm never, ever, ever not thankful. But also, for some of us, it's hard to rid yourself. I know you're one of these people, too.
Oh, how dare you.
It's hard to rid yourself of trying to prove someone wrong. Whoever that detractor, that voice was in your life.
It's Mark Grandy. He's right behind me.
I hate Mark Grandy.
I thought the buzzer would have worked there, too. But
Thanks.
Exactly. Fat red pumpkin. See? He's coming for me, Mark.
Yeah.
That's why I'm on edge.
You got to prove him wrong.
Always.
You got to prove him wrong.
I'd prove him right more often than not.
That's why those cheeks are so red.
Totally.
Yeah.
But you're right, and we all...
It's hard to get out of that.
In an ego business, and, our job is less about wins and losses as Clay and Draymond and them, but our job does have that win-loss element to it with ratings and revenue and whatever job loss and job gain and whatnot. But if you're in that arena, that high-profile arena where your standings are publicized each and every day, your averages, your shooting percentage, everything you do is statified, reported on, tweeted, and scrutinized, it's hard to not have that level of, but I've won 4.
Sure.
That edginess
I get
to
it.
Yeah.
I get it. And by the way, I also wonder if we're over here in fantasy land and it's actually not true. In other words, let me throw this at you. Steph and Clay look like they've always played with joy, but have they? They call themselves the Petty Kings just last year.
Right.
They show up with receipts. They're ripping Jaren Jackson Jr. in post-party celebration championship mode. Steph Curry's lighting the beam when the whole thing is over. Let's not kid ourselves and act like they're just these kind little flowers that show up to them. Oh, gosh, we got 3s, and they go in.
Oh, the shimmy shake and all the rest of it.
Aisha's at home, and there's beautiful little kids, and we're on IG, and then we cook and have dinner and go to bed. These dudes are crazy competitors. They're nuts. It's like you just said. How's this team playing? Oh, they've got this reputation. They play with joy. Draymond Green's on the team. He looked like he played with joy?
Exactly.
That man's whole life is an angry streak, and there's nothing wrong with it. I get it. So maybe it's also, have we fallen prey to Steph and Clay's way? They're very different. They grew up around the game. Their dads were big-time NBA players. Clay's this dude who loves the ocean. He's floating around out there. I'm on a boat. And Steph, the smiling assassin, the baby face, all of that. I don't know that they haven't always played with a mic drop.
They have, but there's a certain amount of joy that you get from watching them play. And, this year, whether it was Jordan Poole or Jonathan Kuminga or James Wiseman who couldn't crack the rotation, it didn't feel like this group was cohesive. Whether or not it's joy, pettiness, edginess, whatever, they didn't have that same, we're pulling on the same rope ethos that they normally have.
So we've to a certain degree, drawn a little bit of a comparison today between Klay Thompson and Brandon Crawford. And what's the right way to start to move away a little bit from an organizational favorite? You can weigh in on that. We've been getting to a lot of the Trey Lance stuff. Brock Purdy, 888-957-9570. We'll continue to do that. We move toward Chris Rose, who's coming up in just about a half hour. And if you weren't with us off the top, when we got to the comparison to Brandon Crawford and Klay Thompson, we'll explain a little bit further coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will.
Go to the contest page at 957thegame.com to enter for a chance at a pair of tickets to either show.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'd like to ask for vibes right now.
Good or bad? I got both. You know me, Mark.
I want good.
All right. I'll see what I can do.
I'd like to ask for some good vibes.
All right.
Something's happening in 12 minutes that has never happened before in the history of my family's lives.
Okay.
And you had a hand in it.
That's a lot of pressure. Should I say you're welcome or I'm sorry?
I think you're welcome. I think, but ask me again in about 42 minutes.
Okay.
When I hope.
Totally. That works.
Grandy, forever, you can trip me up with that one. I don't know why that one hits me the way that it does. Thanks.
I almost died in that interview.
It was close. It was close. So in now 11 minutes, my oldest son, Abe, will have his first ever job interview.
Okay. Abe.
So I talk about this on the air because, I'm pretty sure as he drove over there, he had not listened into Willard and Dibs.
Okay.
And B, he better already be there because I told him he better be there at 4:15 for his 4:30 job interview. So last night I did something that I've never done, which is sit down and help one of your children write a resume.
Okay. All right.
It was the most hysterical experience of my life. The reason you're involved in this is as he put down his relevant job experience, what do you think one of the top things on the board was?
Working with Dibber Claws.
That's right. Being a CYO scoreboard game operator.
And a good one at that.
And so, you know how resumes work where you just like make something sound. I mean, like by the time we were done with this resume, you'd think he was running the league. But he was operating the scoreboards. And no, I'm kidding. We didn't embellish anything. But it was on there, and so I thought of you and thankful for you for giving him that opportunity.
Yep.
Because when you put together a resume for a 16-year-old, what the hell do they say?
Right.
Like, I go to school most days.
Took out the garbage once. You know?
There was this one time where Dad asked me to do the dishes, and I did it.
Yeah, that goes on there.
That happens every now and again. And so he's on his way. And I'm hoping before the end of the show, I get hey, Dad, I got the gig.
Good.
And so, so thank you to you.
Yeah, of course.
This kid, he's filling out his work permit, and I go, you got to write down your social security number. And he goes, what's that?
Wait, what? He has one, though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Boy, that's a great question.
No, it's...
I'm like, he goes, no, I know what one is. Yeah, I got no idea where do I find that? And I'm like, isn't it adorable?
Yeah.
Remember when you're just like, I don't even know. He goes, how do you know yours? I go, well, I've written it down a time or two. And it's just crazy that I've memorized it by now.
Yeah, by now.
He's like, I don't even know where to find that. I go, well, there's this card. He goes, well, where's that? I'm like, I have it.
Right.
Let me go get it out because I haven't memorized yours either.
Pretty much.
So anyway, that's where we're at.
Okay.
And
fingers crossed. Good vibes are out.
Good vibes. Good vibes. Do it for the joy.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's getting the gig, I would imagine.
You think?
Yeah. And you can always in the future put me down as a reference in case they need to call, and I'll vouch for the young man. He's responsible.
Yep.
He did what was asked of him. He took my occasional firm rebuke in the best possible way. Start the clock!
Yeah. Clock!
Dude.
Clock!
Because the one thing I cannot tolerate is when the clock is not running.
Right, I know.
That means I'm working for free. And he and I had this conversation once, and he's like, you're a little weird, Uncle Dibs, but, I get it. Start the clock.
I will also say this. The day didn't start great for him. As you well know, this kid, I went on some errands. I took my younger son to do some stuff this morning. Daughter's off to school. He was the last one to leave. And so he's headed for the restroom to brush teeth and go to school. As I leave, I run errands, do stuff with I come back 2 hours later, his car's still in the driveway. I run into the house, go, this He fell back asleep. I'm going to wring his neck. I get inside the house, and immediately all I hear from the bathroom is, Dad? Dad, is that you? He went in, closed the door, and the doorknob fell off.
Locked.
Spent almost 2 hours in the bathroom, having no idea, no phone, no way to get out.
Oh, man.
So I'm like, I'm really hoping the day ends better than it started for this
That's
kid.
a rough start.
Holy smokes.
I have been locked in a bathroom in similar fashion where the door handle just doesn't work. And, I mean, what do you do? If no one's around to let you out, maybe you can't jump out the window, and you're basically stuck there. Lucky for him you came back, because that's a long day.
Oh, dude, if I had headed for the city, he'd still be in there.
Exactly.
He'd still be in there.
10 hours in the bathroom
He goes,
with no phone.
He goes, I thought about jumping out the window in the second story.
Yeah, not good.
That's not something you want to hear. So anyway, thank you, everybody. Vibes.
Yep.
Vibes. Vibe check. Let's roll. Speaking of checking things, check Twitter. How about this? Does this do anything for you? Not a Woj bomb, but a Woj firecracker, I guess. Los Angeles Clippers GM Michael Winger has agreed to become the president of Monumental Basketball, which delivers him full leadership of the Washington Wizards. Winger will also oversee the WNBA Mystics and the G League Go-Go, which sounds like a really fun club. I'd like to do some dancing there. I know you asked yesterday if I was a dancer.
Yeah.
I'll go to the G League Go-Go. But Michael Winger leaves the Clippers for the Wizards. Go ahead and cue all of the Bob Myers rumors in 3, 2, and go.
Yeah, I'm not doing that because I don't think that Bob is going to get a job elsewhere. I think that Bob has made his decision. We don't know his decision. Hopefully we'll find out in the near future what Bob has decided to do. But if I was to rank the 3 Bob outcomes, Bob stays, Bob goes elsewhere, Bob decides to be a dad and is out of the association, I would say Bob is a dad and out of the association is 1, Bob stays is 2, and Bob goes elsewhere is a very, very distant 3rd.
I'll take it a step further. One option is Bob stays. Another option is Bob spends time with his family over the next year. And there are no other options, period.
Well, then you threw out the Clipper thing for Schmitz and giggles.
Well, no. First of all, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We'll take as many Casey Schmidt puns
Grandy's
as possible.
on to me. Grandy's not even flinching anymore. I tried to get him, and Mark Grandy's our technical director.
People know who Grandy
He's on the
is.
dump button. New audience all the time.
Yeah.
Look. Every 15 minutes, win the big day.
6 p.m. Here comes Grandy. Grandy, do you got 6 p.m. today? Are you doing that?
Yeah,
right?
no doubt.
Every day now, right? With the Warriors season over? Okay. 6 p.m. Here
I thought maybe Schmitz and giggles might get him. Shout out Casey Schmidt. Didn't even flinch.
No, one thing I've noticed about Grandy is, boy, he's just like me with you. He is great with a fake laugh. He even had his shoulders bouncing on that one, as if he was like some old 300-pound 65-year-old.
The beauty of not being able to see those two, or I don't even really pay attention to you. I know when I'm funny. Schmitz and giggles was great. Okay, I do need validation, Mark. You're right.
Well, and you know what that is.
I got 2 months of validation sensation. But you mentioned the Clippers gig then.
No, because I know how social media works.
Yeah.
I live in 2023 and I know what people are going to do. Oh, there's a job opening in Los Angeles. Bob Myers. No, and again, I don't know what Bob's going to do. I'll say this. I think we're going to have some clarity on that. My guess would be that we've got clarity on this by this time next week.
Next Wednesday.
That'd be by this time next week. I think we're going to know some new things about Bob.
I think you're right.
That'd be my guess. But I am very firmly in the camp that Bob either stays with the Warriors or does the family man thing for at least a year. I really think that's it. Maybe
agreed.
And does that spill into some part-time TV stuff or something later? Maybe, but nothing that's going to call for an intense schedule. If he wants
a schedule,
right? If he wants an intense schedule, the Golden State Warriors are on the phone.
Yeah,
and he'll do it right here.
And if you want no schedule, well, I'm sorry, that's not an option as a father of 3. If you want a schedule that revolves around 3 young daughters and a domicile, then you got it, Bob, because that's waiting for you. But I agree with you in terms of him going elsewhere. I would say it's probably 70% he leaves the Warriors, 30% he stays, 0% he takes a job elsewhere.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%.
You think it's 70-30? Would you? Because you were more 50-50 guy.
I really, really do not have a read on which way this one is going. There's I'll give you the two things to me that matter, and one of them, each of them points in the opposite direction.
Right.
Here's what really, really speaks to me. This guy, as we know, source reporting, this guy, as we know, has the most lucrative general manager offer in the NBA on the table from the Golden State Warriors. It's sitting there, and he hadn't taken it yet.
And that would be on the order of at least $13 million per year, based on what the top GM is making.
So that suggests, well, he's leaving. All right, here's the flip side.
He hates money.
The Warriors got to the end of the year and publicly, organizationally, backed the big three, and Steph Curry played really well. That suggests to me that Bob would have a really, really hard time walking away. And I don't know which of those two facts to follow. And so that's why I sit in a very 50-50 camp. I know what Shams wrote. I know what people are saying. I know that every day that goes by, it makes people feel like Bob's going to go. But this is one of those rare circumstances where I feel like Bob genuinely needed time away to sit, reflect, talk to the family. Maybe you don't know how you feel until you are about to step away, kind of a situation. And so I take this rare, but I take it at face value. I take all of this at its word.
Yeah.
And I don't know which way he's going to go.
And he's been so transparent that when he says you don't make a decision until you have to make a decision, I take that at face value. I take Bob at his word. And that to me means, look, you don't have to do anything for a while. The NBA draft is the next up order of business, right? And that comes up in 4 weeks. I believe it's 4 weeks from tomorrow, the NBA draft, and the Warriors are picking 19th. So between now and when the Warriors are on the clock, I don't know exactly how much there is to do in terms of day-to-day, I'm the GM operations. Now, you want to have clarity going into the draft and going into the pre-draft season if you're going to make a trade, and I do think that they will make a trade. And if I'm Bob Myers, if I'm in that seat as GM, and I know that our cap situation is not good, and we don't want to necessarily take on more money, I wouldn't want to use anybody to take anybody in the 19th pick of the NBA draft. Yeah. I would be looking to move that pick as a part of a bigger deal,
maybe
to bring in some veterans who can help me next year, because we as an organization, we don't tend to play young players very often.
Yeah, it does feel like a potentially complicated offseason. It's one of, I got a few reasons, but one of the reasons I think that we're going to know by this time next week with regard to Bob is that the Warriors, and I'm sure behind the scenes they've got clarity. I would be very surprised if right now today the Warriors don't know if Bob is staying or going. I think Bob knows. I think the Warriors probably know at least which way this is headed, most likely, because there isn't time right now. You can't be caught flat-footed. Can you imagine? It's like you just said. The draft is coming up in a few weeks. The Jordan Poole situation is sitting there. The Warriors got knocked out in the second round. Any deals with this team are very, very, kind of complicated, high leverage, big money stuff. Draymond, opt in, opt out. July's coming fast. It's almost June. Whoever is at the forefront of whatever's going to happen next better already be at work. You better already be at work. So if it's Bob, then Bob get to work. And if it's not Bob, then Mike or Kirk or whoever this is going to be, it needs to already be at work.
I would imagine they are at work.
Yeah.
And you mentioned it, and I think you said it very astutely, because the tough decisions that you have to make, they go further up than just Bob. They go up to Joe Lacob. If it is, hey, we want to trade Jordan Poole, or hey, we want to sign Draymond to an extension, or hey, we want to give Clay 2 more years, those are all things that ownership must sign off on because you're in this luxury tax situation. Hey, we want to trade the 19th pick, which is their only pick in the upcoming NBA draft. Whatever it is that you want to do as an organization, it is a collective decision. It goes higher up than Bob Myers. It all has luxury tax ramifications. And so if it's not going to be Bob, and they know that already, and I believe that they do know if Bob is staying or if Bob's going. I don't think that they're waiting for a decision. I would guess that conversation's already been had in terms of Bob's decision. I could be wrong, but it's just my guess. But you need to navigate the future sooner rather than later.
No doubt. All right, 888-957-9570, the number. Our buddy Chris Rose joins us in about 15 minutes. Take a listen to this from NBC Sports Bay Area in today's Giants game.
On the ground, and Crawford missed it. Well, what is going on? That's two. We've been singing the praises of the Giants defense in this hot streak. And look, I mean, it happens. No team plays perfect just game after game. It's hard to play great defense day after day, but Stefani may be feeling a little picked on. That one on the ground to Wisely, and it goes right through his legs. 4-1. That's the first one of anything like that we've seen from Wisely. Runner breaking the throw, comes to second. Wisely cuts it off and then throws wide to home. And they steal a run. It's 5-1. Sable made the throw. Castro broke for home, and Wisely, he did what you're supposed to do. You come get the throw.
Now, obviously, that is the familiar voice of Dave Fleming on NBC Sports Bay Area during a redonkulous mess of an inning that felt very reminiscent of last year.
Only 3 errors. What's wrong with that?
Well, here, you want to laugh again? So Flem was on the morning roast today before the game, and listen to this.
Guys like David and Davis and Wade could get better. And Lamont in particular, JD, we talked a lot about him. We haven't talked as much about Lamont. Like his defense over at first base, right now the Giants are second in the big leagues in defensive runs saved from the right side of the infield. So second and first together, there's only one team that's done it better, according to that metric at least, than the Giants. And when you got a staff that is throwing a bunch of ground balls like the Giants are, it's huge. It makes a massive difference. The play Brett Wisely made the other day, not last night, but the night before, at second, we haven't seen a Giants second baseman, I don't think, in a long time make a play like that. He made it look easy. Joey Gallo had a hit, period, and he took it away. There's more athleticism out there on the field. They're working hard individually to get better. Tyro has gotten a lot better. The outfield defense has gotten better. Now, is it elite yet? It's probably not elite, but Haniger and Conforto are big upgrades, and Yaz has done a fine job when he's been healthy out there in center field.
Giants defense been amazing this year.
Yeah.
And then they go out and uncork their worst performance of the year, and at the center of it was Brandon Crawford, and he's also hitting $170. And Casey Schmidt is up, and he's caught the attention of the entire fan base. And Tyro has been their most consistent player all year, and if he hasn't been, then J.D. Davis is. And that is your infield. Where does Brandon Crawford fit into it is the question. Now, I think there's a role, both on the field and off. I think from everything I'm hearing, he is doing everything you'd want a veteran to do as far as taking Casey Schmidt under his wing. And as a Giants fan, that is a very, very comfortable thing to hear. So that's wonderful. I'm certainly not suggesting that Crawford get benched for the rest of the year. I'm not suggesting that he get cut or any of that stuff. But I do believe we have reached a time where a transition is underway. And the idea of Brandon Crawford even being penciled in as an everyday player, I think those days are over.
Well, they're over for just about everybody on this team, and that's the nature of what Gabe Kapler does with the lineup. Now, Brandon Crawford had been one of those guys above that platoon fray. He was a guy, righty, lefty, doesn't matter. You're my shortstop. You're going to play 140 of the 162, and that's just it. We're going to pen you in at shortstop. But you're right now, Mark, in terms of even penciling him in, because you've got Wisely and you've got Estrada and you've got Casey Schmidt, as you mentioned, J.D. Davis, Wilmer Flores can play third. You've got pieces that you can move around. Schmidt can play short. Tyro can play short, not as good as Brandon Crawford, but you can go to a righty-heavy order and have Schmidt in there and Wilmer, and you can have Tyro in there. You can have him DH. You can have J.D. Davis. There's a lot of right-handed bats, and you can get away with it now defensively because Casey Schmidt can play some shortstop.
Well, I'm always interested by this because there are multiple philosophies that have even been used at the organizational level. Take Bill Walsh. He's the example we always use whenever it comes to a major player and how to move on from that player. There's emotion involved. There is a connection with the fan base. It's funny to me when we sit in here and go, Draymond would never come off the bench. And that's ridiculous that you suggest that Klay Thompson come off the bench. And Brandon Crawford is a made guy, and there's no way that you can tell him in the final year of his career that he's not going to play every day. And Bill Walsh is over here going, yo, I kicked Joe Montana in the butt. So
he had Steve Young.
Yeah, but you kicked Joe Montana in the butt by even acquiring Steve Young.
Right.
Even bringing him in was offensive to Joe, to the point where Joe, how old is Joe Montana? How old is he right now?
63.
He's still pissed. He's still ticked. All you got to do is listen to him. He's still
66. Wow.
He is still mad about it. He is a 66-year-old man, and he's still bitter about the whole thing. So I get it. These are very, very difficult to navigate when you have these feelings. I think both need to be taken into account whenever possible. When I say both, what's been achieved and who someone is, their standing within the organization in the city, yes, you take that into account. But the second you feel like you are jeopardizing winning or you are stunting the growth of someone behind, now you've gone too far in the other direction.
Right.
And that's why I see a hybrid role for Brandon Crawford the rest of the way. And Klay Thompson becomes someone next year who may go into the exact same role should he also show a steep decline and there's someone behind him who can do better. Like I think you got to find a way to keep one foot in each bucket.
Yes, and the main bucket you're trying to fill right now is the winning bucket. And if you look at Casey Schmidt and you say, well, he's better than Brandon Crawford is right now in all phases of the game, because Brandon Crawford has always been such an elite defensive shortstop. You could tolerate the times when he doesn't hit. Well, right now, his defense is not what it used to be. He's having the second worst defensive season of his career, according to the metrics that Dave was referencing, and he's hitting $172. So now you look at it and you say, well, you're not the defensive player you were, and you can't hit a lick. Meanwhile, the guy behind you, who can play third, he can play second. We can get him in the lineup. It's not an issue. But the kid's hitting over 350. He's one of our best bats in the lineup right now. So you get to that spot and you realize, well, you may have to go. Everybody wants to talk about Wally Pipp. And, he gets Wally Pipped, and they get Wally Pipped. Wally Pipp got Wally Pipped by Lou Gehrig because Wally Pipp fell in hard times. 1924, it was June 2nd. He had a headache. Gehrig comes in and replaces him, and that's it for Wally Pipp. He gets 14 more at-bats as a Yankee, and then we're on to Cincinnati. He was a Red the next year. Well, going into that, he was 14 for 83 going into getting Wally Pipp. So he fell on bad times, which is where Brandon Crawford is right now.
We're done with that in sports, right? Remember that sentence? You can't lose your job to injury. We're done with that now, right?
Well, you can't. Ask Trey Lance.
Ask Tom Brady. Ask Drew Bledsoe.
Yeah.
Like, yes, you
can.
Ask
Alex Smith.
Yeah.
I mean, ask anybody, especially in football. Actually, you do lose your job a lot of times because of injury.
Ask anybody or ask Chris Rose?
I'd like to ask Chris Rose.
All right, then let's do that next. Whether it's the Trey Lance situation, Brandon Crawford, or beyond, one of our absolute favorites, John Boy Media, Chris Rose, one of the top podcasters out there, NFL, MLB, whatever it is. He's fantastic, a calming voice on all, and we'll jump into all of this with him. Coming up next, we're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. This is Willard and Dibs. All right, and this is also Willard for Evolve Training Center, the absolute premier training center in the Bay. If you're looking to learn some new skills, but I keep highlighting this part, be a part of a community. They do such a great job with this over there, my friends John and Jane. Evolve Training Center, premier training center, classes ranging from boxing, jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, and conditioning. And I know what you're thinking right away is, oh, I'm going to go there and get in shape. Well, yeah, you are. But I mean your mind as well as your body, because you will be a part of something bigger. All levels, all ages are welcome. So if you're just getting started on this, that's the place for you. If you're already an expert, yep, that's the place for you. They believe in bringing in the family, bring the community together as one. If you're interested in training like a pro without the blows, here's where you got to go, evolvetrainingcenter.com. To try your complimentary 2-week trial, that is evolvetrainingcenter.com. They cannot wait to see you soon.
Circle K fueled.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I've been waiting for a Tina rejoin, to be honest with you.
Yeah, rest in peace. 83.
Tina Turner. Unbelievable. I had no idea that she was 83. That made me feel old.
Hurts a little bit, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
It does, but not as much as Tina's passing. Rest in peace to the great Tina Turner, Willard, and Dibs. So glad, so thankful that you are with us. And you know what makes us always feel better, no matter what time of day or what day it is talking to one of our favorites, and that is none other than Chris Rose, John Boy Media, NFL Network, the Chris Rose Rotation Podcast. All over the place is Chris, and right here and right now, here he is with us. Hi, Chris. How you doing?
Guys, what's up?
A lot. You know what we're playing with today? What's the right way? What is the respectful way to move on from a favorite? I'm sure you're well aware of the way that Casey Schmidt has landed here in San Francisco. Meanwhile, Brandon Crawford at age 36 is hitting $170, and so the transition is underway. This is a familiar story in sports, but what's the right way to do something like that if you are the organization?
Well, you have a grown-up conversation with him. I mean, isn't that what you do? If that's indeed what you want to, if that's the direction you want to go, and you feel like this team has a chance to contend for a wild card, which they might, then you owe it to the organization. You owe it to the fan base. And Brandon Crawford's done a lot of great things there. He's won a couple of rings. He's provided a lot of excitement. And the Giants have paid him handsomely. One thing that kind of got the Giants into a little bit of the mini slide that they've been in the last few years, as far as, I mean, I'm taking the 107-win season a little bit out of the equation, because that, I really felt like that was the year that, like, everything came together. But for the most part, over the last, 5-ish years, they haven't truly been a great contender, except for the one great season, right? I think we could all agree on that?
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So part of the reason they got to that spot was they were doing something that they do probably as well as anybody, thanking the guys who got them there, whether that means with contract extensions or not saying, hey, it's time to move on. And that's a dangerous way to live. I mean, this is a tough business. But at the end of the day, is this team going to be better with Casey Schmidt there or with Brandon Crawford there?
I think the answer is Casey Schmidt, Chris, and that's, I think, the reality that the Giants are now facing. And you think about a youth movement. Is it as important for the Giants to bring up some young players to show the fans, hey, we're turning the page? Is it that important as it relates to winning, or is it more important to play the young players?
More important to figure out who the heck can help you win games, period. I don't care whether you're 36 or 23. Whoever gives you the best shot at winning now and next year and the year after that. I mean, the nice thing is that baseball is guaranteed money, right? This is Brandon Crawford. It's like when we say goodbye to you on the game show. This is yours to keep, no matter what decision you make. He doesn't have to give anything back right now. So now the problem comes if he's like, no, screw that. I can still play. I'm still an everyday shortstop, which who knows? Maybe he's feeling that way. Maybe it's important for him to just be a part of this organization and say, hey, I understand. Like, I'm not getting it done right now. And I see what this kid can be. And I want to say thank you to you guys and what the Giants have done for me, and hopefully what I've done for you by saying, yes, this is the way to go. Not everybody can do that. I'm not saying that he does. And I'm not necessarily saying it's a mistake if he doesn't do that. You know, he's been a great player for a long time because he has been a certain way. And so it's difficult, but it starts with a big person conversation that unfortunately some people don't like to have.
Chris Rose with us on Willard and Dibs. And Chris, I think, you mentioned the obvious that in sports, right, you go with the people who get you the most wins. I've said that one of the reasons, even though the Giants fans aren't expecting a World Series this year, one of the reasons, there are many, but one of them, why it's so urgent that the Giants put together something that looks like a good plan this year is because of the Ohtani sweepstakes and their clear plan to try to be a part of that. You're around the game. It got quiet, and I get why. It's May. Where do you think this is going? What are you hearing about the entire Ohtani situation?
I mean, it has been quiet, and this is just a guess. But I think that part of the reason that this is going to be tough for a team like San Francisco is their inability to get Aaron Judge out there, to get or to pass on Carlos Correa because of the ankle stuff. And I understand all of that. Like, it's not the Giants' fault that Aaron Judge went back to New York. That's not what I'm saying. And I understand the Giants passing on Correa because of the ankle. Okay, I get all of that. That's a long commitment for somebody if you don't feel like 5 years from now it's going to be perfect. But Shohei Ohtani's next contract, he's obviously going to want a figure that starts with a 5, I would think. And then the other part of the equation is he's going to want an organization that has a lot of stability and that likely has another star. That's my guess. And as good as San Francisco's been, who's that other star right now?
Yeah, no, there isn't one. There isn't one.
And it's actually been the one thing that they haven't been able to do. Now, some people say, well, listen, they've made offers to guys and they just haven't taken it. And I get all that. All right. Well, at some point, though, if Shohei Ohtani wants to play at an organization with another star, and I don't know that for a fact, I just have a feeling that's the way it's going to go, then it might not be the right place for him.
And if it's not, can the Giants continue to do the Farhan thing, backfill the roster with, dumpster diving and thrift store finds, and can they attract enough middling stars to be competitive in a division with the Dodgers and Padres?
It's a real challenge, right? I mean, the Dodgers, I know people aren't going to like to hear me say this, and I'm not a Dodger fan. I just live in Los Angeles. They're the perfect organization, right? From the standpoint of they develop talent, they keep their talent, and when they don't keep their talent, they'll go get people, for the most part, that can help them fill the gaps. I know in consecutive years they've let Corey Seager and Trey Turner go. That's a lot, and not a lot of organizations can handle that. But the way that they develop guys, it's really been interesting, right? How they've been able to get all this done. And the Padres are just spending goo gobs of money, and on the other hand, that hasn't worked out great yet this year. So it's a real challenge. I feel for Giants fans a little bit. I really do, because it's a great place to go see a game. It's one of my favorites. And when they were rocking and rolling and I was covering those World Series in 10, 12, and 14, it was a blast. And they did a great job of drafting and developing and then filling in the gaps as well, even without finding a superstar that they would sign to a free agent deal. There weren't a lot of those guys, right? They would, if I remember correctly, they traded for Hunter Pence in 12. They brought in Jake Peavy kind of more on the back end of it than anything else. Tim Hudson, right? Some guys who had a lot of success, but they weren't the A-listers at that time, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a challenge.
No question.
Challenge. I mean, Mitch Haniger's hitting 200 or whatever. That ain't fun when that's your dude and that's what he's hitting for you.
Yeah. No, that's been a slow start there for sure. Chris Rose is with us on Willard and Dibs. The other thing we've been talking a lot about today, and will be for the next few months, the uniqueness of the 49ers quarterback situation. Chris, we were trying to think of this. In your mind, has there ever been a comp in any way, shape, or form of a player drafted top 5 overall and potentially, essentially, never even got a shot to show what he can do.
It's bizarre. It really is bizarre because particularly in today's world, right, we're so quick to rush guys in there whether they're ready or not. I mean, Aaron Rodgers sat for 3 years before they finally got rid of Brett Favre. Phillip Rivers sat for 2 years before they moved on from Drew Brees. So those are 2 examples of, first-round picks that had to really sit and bide their time. And here we are. I mean, I don't know what Trey Lance is. Somebody said, how good do you think Trey Lance? Nobody knows. The guy hasn't taken consistent snaps in 4 years. So who the heck knows what he is? Like, are the Niners really running a risk if they end up dealing him somewhere? And people will say, wow, how could you trade a top 3 pick? Well, I mean, do you feel comfortable turning the team over to him? There's no way you would. Not one person who watched Brock Purdy play last year are you going to be like, oh, yeah, definitely Trey Lance is the dude you go in with if everything is equal. There's not one, and that's amazing. So there is no example. There's no blueprint for this. I think it's just flat-out bizarre. And to me, the most incredible part of this is the fact that the Niners are this great after having lost 3 first-round picks and getting nothing out of the player at this point.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Rarely is there a Super Bowl favorite, and they are one of them, and we don't even know who their quarterback is.
It's unreal.
Yeah, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app.
Chris, how do you read the Sam Darnold edition then? Is it, Trey, you're not even good enough to be QB2, or is it QB insurance for a team having just come off losing 4 quarterbacks in the previous year?
Yeah, man, listen, I understand the excitement about Sam Darnold, right? And everybody's saying, oh, he looks great. And I've watched Sam Darnold play a considerable amount of football since he got into the NFL. And very little of it wows me. Now, he's joining far and away the best coaching staff that he's been a part of. Far and away. So maybe that ends up working out and getting something done here for him. I'm hopeful of it for his sake because he seems like a really good kid that maybe he just needs another change of scenery. But, I think we just need to slow down a little bit on the Sam Darnold train. A little bit.
Too late. I already got my Sam Darnold jersey.
Okay. Well, that's good. Listen, he might end up being it. And as much as I love the NFL and cover it, shorts and shoulder pads, or not even shoulder pads. It's not, it's a little different. It's a little different than what we see in September.
Yeah.
So you're going to see 32 mini camps, and everybody's going to be like, oh my God, does this guy look great? Boy, does he look unbelievable. I hope so. It's May.
Oh,
feeling great right now.
Yeah.
And nobody's going full speed.
Happens every year.
He looks great.
Yeah. Have you ever had a fantasy team that didn't have some player on it that somebody told you looked amazing in camp and then couldn't even get on the field?
He is in fantastic shape. He looks so ready.
Exactly.
I got the Niners at 17-0 this year, Chris. I don't know about you.
Hey, listen. I'll take 16-1 as long as that one loss is to Cleveland. I really enjoy watching the Niners. When I'm not watching, I watch obviously every game because I love it, and it's also my job on Sunday. But I really like watching the way the Niners play football. I just think they're just animals. They are animals, and I really like to see them. It sucked last year when Purdy got hurt. I wish you guys had a camera in the room where we watched the game, to get the shows ready for NFL Network. We were all like, oh, this sucks, because we were all so excited for that game.
Yep.
Niners on the road in Philly. We're like, God, this is going to be a great one. He freaking gets hurt, and we're like, oh, this is horrible. I'm not trying to make you feel worse.
No, yeah.
You did, and thank you.
I'm glad there wasn't a camera where I was watching because it wasn't pretty, Chris.
Yeah.
It was not pretty, but I got another one on Lance. I wonder how you would handicap this. We were just playing with this. Handicap these three possibilities for Trey Lance's near-term career. Trey Lance becomes the 49ers starter. Trey Lance becomes someone else's starter. Trey Lance never becomes a starter.
I do think he'll get a shot somewhere. I mean, so you got to think about like what sort of teams would want him right now. I think Tennessee's I think they feel like Will Levis is going to probably get the first crack at that job once Tannehill's done, right? I am really curious to see if a place like Atlanta, if they're trying to convince themselves that Desmond Ritter's the guy, or if they're like, man, we're kind of building up the team around it, and then we'll drop the quarterback in, and maybe we can find one on the cheap a little bit like Trey Lance. I do think he's going to get a chance to show something, and I hope so, because like I feel for this kid. I really do. Like, it sucks what he has gone through. And that's just the nature of the game, man. How many bad quarterbacks have we as just football fans sat through, like in week 12 or 13? Like, there's guys, teams get bit by the injury bug. You guys have lived through it. Somehow Shanahan and that staff have coached guys up enough to make it really interesting in San Francisco. But there's some teams that at week 12 or 13 have 3 wins at that point, and they're playing guys that you're like, this guy's still in the league.
Right.
Like, Trey Lance is going to get some sort of shot.
There were nearly 70 starting quarterbacks last year across all 32 teams. So to your point, there was guys like, I didn't even know that was a person. But does it hurt Trey Lance's stock if he ends up being QB3 because Kyle Shanahan is seen as such a QB whisperer?
I think that's fair. If he doesn't beat out Sam Darnold for that 2 spot, I think that could be a little damning. I really do. Because the organization, unless they just want Purdy to feel as comfortable as possible, I suppose that's a possibility. I don't know. God, I don't even want to think about that for him.
Yeah,
I know.
I really don't.
We can't help but think about it.
For him, he seems like a decent kid. Everybody who's talked to him has said good things. It's not like he has sat there and bitched and moaned about the situation for the most part. Even my dog's pissed off about you bringing up Trey Lance.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yep.
So that's that.
Yeah, no,
tough, Chris.
It's an underdog story now. There it is. The number 3 pick in the draft
That's a 3.
Has become that. Okay, Chris, go feed the dog. And
no. It's wait.
No.
If you were calling me 3 hours and 23 minutes from now, it's chow time.
Oh, chow time is not
8:30.
until 3 hours and 23 minutes.
That's 8:30, Mark.
8:30. That's chow time.
Yeah, we do a small feeding in the morning.
What was your dog French or something? What's this, a late night dinner? What the hell is this?
Yeah, she eats dessert first.
Okay.
Yeah, no. We do a small feeding in the morning. We'll give her a little snack when we eat at dinner time. Small snack. She weighs 17 pounds.
Oh, you get one of those
a little
dogs.
bit at night.
Yeah.
To hold her over, and she seems to be doing pretty well.
All right,
Sydney?
Yeah.
Sydney.
No, yeah. Sydney sounded like a very healthy bark. It did. It did.
Yeah.
Non-intrusive.
And now she's ticked up. If she had heard this part of the conversation, she'd be like, yeah, Dad, why the hell don't you feed me at 5:08?
She's like, I didn't even know that. I didn't know that was a possibility.
Exactly.
Chris, thanks, man. We always love it.
You got it, guys. You take care. We'll catch up at some point.
We definitely will.
Thanks, Chris.
We definitely there. There it goes. Chris Rose, NFL Network, John Boy Media, Chris Rose Rotation Podcast. I got to figure out how to have my dog just have that small snack at dinner and leave us the hell alone. Man, she sits there at dinner. She won't be overly aggressive, but she's one of these people, like people who don't understand personal space and they get too close to your face.
So you guys are having dinner, and I assume it's you and the 3 kids. You do a family dinner, I hope.
We try. We try whenever possible.
And it gets tougher
People
now with
have
teenagers.
practice and
Absolutely,
they're
I
going
get
places
that.
and all
when
that.
you can, you do a family dinner.
Absolutely.
You and the 3 kids, and where is Penny? Is Penny under the table, or is Penny posted up next to one of the kids?
Posted up. And I mean,
that's unacceptable.
Up. I mean, right there.
You're talking about like Akeem in the early 90s.
Oh, man. Like Penny.
Get me the rock.
That's right.
I'm going to dream shake all over you.
Yep.
I don't.
Yep. Yeah, I know.
Now, could you put Penny outside?
We don't really have a safe outside that she can't.
She would be up and over and gone.
She'd be gone.
Can you put Penny in a room? Or would there be barking?
There'd be scratching and crying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Penny would like to. Penny's social.
That's the toughest part, and I've never owned a dog, and I never will own a dog. It's just not my jam, so to speak. But that's the one thing where I find myself getting into a judgmental mode where people who will feed their dog from the dinner table.
Oh, no, I won't do that. The kids love to do that, of course. I tell them at a minimum, you want to give Penny something or you're done with your food,
sure.
Go put it in Penny's bowl.
Allowable.
Do
Absolutely.
not hand it to Penny at the table and train her that's how she can get treats.
That's always a tough one for me, and I try not to judge because I've never had a dog and I don't know what it's like. I always wonder about that.
I love it when people say, "Oh, I'm not judgmental." Yeah, we all are.
No, I'm very judgmental.
So, come on.
But I try not. In one of my favorite verses from the Bible that's not actually from the Bible: "Judge not, lest ye be judged." I think it's from the Bible, but I looked it up. It's actually not from the Bible.
Say that again. Were there words in there?
Judge not,
lest
ye be judged. Ye. Don Ye. Jimmy G's agent, Don Ye. Don't judge people unless you want to be judged, is what it means.
Come all ye faithful.
Thank you. Ye as an organization. Thank you.
I wrote down thank you. I wrote as Chris Rose was talking, and he said, "What are the teams? What are the situations that? Let's say Brock Purdy's healthy and awesome, and he plays 17 games.
Yeah, I got a list right here.
Right, I wrote down the teams that in the next couple of years could end up being like, we'll take Trey Lance, we'll give that a shot. What about Washington?
For sure.
What about Minnesota when the Cousins thing is all wrapped up there?
I don't know about that because the Cousins thing, he's been pretty successful.
Successful at what?
Winning games? Throwing touchdowns?
Winning regular season games that aren't at night?
Okay.
You know what I mean?
But if you want to look at like situations where they might want another quarterback, I would not mention Kirk Cousins second on that list.
Yeah, I think
that's unfair.
You got no. No, this is not. This is in order.
I'm not judging you for your erroneous Cousins take.
This is in order of how they just appeared in my brain. Like, he's not an unrestricted. Let's see, he's not an unrestricted. He's an unrestricted free agent in 2024 after this year.
Right. So if you're Minnesota, and if he plays the way he has throughout his career, they're re-signing Kirk Cousins.
That's a homecoming for Trey Lance, too.
Ish.
What if Jordan Loves...
North Dakota is not Minnesota.
Damn close. North Dakota thinks it is.
He grew up in Minnesota, too.
Yeah, he grew up there, and I've told you that North Dakota State, that Bison Radio, they love to call me and get the Trey Lance update. They think Minnesota, that's their team.
Well, it has to be.
That's their team.
Where else are they going to go?
They would love for him to be on the Vikings. They're not happy, by the way. I know there's only 12 people out there, but they're very unhappy that Trey Lance is not getting a shot.
Okay.
Anyway, what if Jordan Love is no good?
That's a fair one.
Okay. What if the Jimmy Garoppolo experiment in Las Vegas is short-lived?
That's a possibility, although they've got a guy there already in Jared Stidham, who they would think is better than Trey Lance.
I don't know about that, but hard to get there because these two teams wouldn't trade with one another. But what about the Rams? The Stafford thing is
possible.
Is seems numbered. What about? I don't think Pittsburgh is solidified. I mean, they like
Kenny Pickett,
but like that may not develop. That may not develop. And then I give you two teams that have big name quarterbacks. And what if either it doesn't go well, or what if these guys, especially one of them, decide within the next year or two to retire? How about the Broncos and the Jets?
Yeah, the Jets. You're looking at 2 years at the most for Aaron Rodgers and Robert Saleh. knows Trey Lance intimately from their time together. Yep. So that might be a spot, although they already have a unproven rookie in waiting in Zach Wilson.
Oh, so I think he has been proven.
Right. He's been proven probably better than Trey Lance so far.
Yeah.
Also worse than Trey Lance.
Proven in the negative is what I mean. Proven that he's not the guy.
Right.
Locker room problem, has not shown the talent on the field. I think, someone said that all 5 of the quarterbacks from that draft are still totally up in the air.
Trevor Lawrence?
And I was like, no.
Right.
3 of the 5 were still in a spot of like, geez, I wonder how this is going to go. It's Lance, it's Justin Fields, and it's McCorkle. There's been some good. Mac made the playoffs. Justin runs like,
his last month was amazing.
Lamar Jackson with muscles. Unbelievable, right? And doesn't have any weapons. I think there are questions about Lance, Fields, and Mac that still need to be answered. But 2 of them have answered the questions. One of them to the positive and one of them to the negative.
I would say that we know Justin Fields. I think that we know exactly who Justin Fields is.
I want to see him with a receiving core. They had nothing last year.
True.
And they got DJ Moore now. And I wonder because Fields can move and play, but their defense was terrible and his throwing stats were still just kind of like,
Right.
Right? I think there's more completing of the picture that needs to happen.
Yeah, I suppose so, but I look at the way Justin Fields has played, and I think that this is the player you're going to get. I don't think that Justin Fields is ever going to be a win-from-the-pocket quarterback, and I think that's who you have to be to win games in the NFL. You have to be able to win from the pocket, and maybe it's because Chicago's offensive line is so bad that he's never in the pocket,
right.
Or maybe it's because he's such a difference maker outside that he goes outside too often, but I see him lapsing into bad habits and not being the quarterback that he was drafted to be.
Well, and he's going to get a new coaching staff, and I could see that blossoming still beyond what it is. Mac Jones, I'm not optimistic, but that was always feeling like it had a little bit of a cap on it, but it's not terrible. Trevor Lawrence, to me, has already shown he's the dude. He's going to be the dude in Jacksonville for a while, and Zach Wilson has shown that he's not.
Yeah, right? I think that's fair.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about the 5 right now.
And the teams you mentioned, I think, are all viable in terms of, the next spot for Trey Lance. But
I can't believe we're having this conversation. It's so dismissive, right? But I get it.
It is. Well, and I mentioned this earlier in the show. You look at Brock Purdy. You laid out his contract details. Brock Purdy has 3 more years in his deal, which really means 2 more years in his deal. After 2 years, you're going to extend Brock Purdy or you're not. Trey Lance has 2 more years in his deal, 3 if you pick up his 5th-year option, which means at the end of this year, you make a decision on Trey Lance. The 49ers will not, and you can put this in the cap, as we like to say, the time capsule. They will not give long-term extensions to Brock Purdy and Trey Lance. You don't do that in the NFL. You don't give 2 quarterbacks long-term deals. So in a year, you're going to have to decide about Trey Lance. And maybe they already have. And maybe if Trey Lance can flash at any point, maybe you find a way to trade Trey Lance this year if you like Brock Purdy and he's healthy.
I don't think this is likely, but I don't think it's out of the question. There are so many scenarios about these 3 QBs, what they do, how they look, and if they stay healthy or if they get healthy. There's so many questions. But I see a path or a few paths where the 49ers trade him in August. That's possible.
For sure.
It's possible. Rather than introduce him as QB3.
Right.
Absolutely. Like if Purdy gets back and they're like, okay, we're good to roll, Brock Purdy, and they think Sam is outplaying Trey, I mean, man, shop till you drop. You got it, right? Don't you? You got to do it then.
Or even if it's close, I think you would rather keep Sam because he's on a 1-year deal. So if Sam and Trey are close in terms of who actually is better, and if you're not sold on Trey as a long-term answer, I'm with you, Mark. You want to trade him and get something for him. And I despise people who call into sports talk shows and say, you can't trade this guy or don't talk about trading him or trading them. That's what we do, Mark.
Wait, you despise them?
Well, I don't hate the people, but I hate the take.
Filmo Mike is on with Willard and Debs.
What?
Hey, Filmo, what you doing?
Oh, man. I'm listening to this incredible song by San Quinn and Andre Nicotina. Y'all sometimes play it coming back called AO for, I'm not going to say that word. I don't know if it's.
Hold up.
Appreciate it.
Filmo, wait. You're on hold with our show, but you're listening to something else? Is that what you just told me?
Captain Multitask.
Yes, sir. So I'm listening to the music in my house through my Bluetooth speaker on my other phone, waiting to get on.
Uh-huh. Okay. All right. So sorry we didn't hold your attention.
Anyway. No, it's great. Chris Rose, I love Chris Rose because he gives it a little banter. And Chris Rose and Dibley and y'all perfect because y'all can hit off of each other. Hella sick. It's this great radio. But I just want to say, I just want to see a quarterback competition. What happened to competing? What happened to let's see who the best? Let's not make a guess on what you think. Let's see what's going to happen. So Brock Purdy hurt. If he's the starter that they say he's going to be the starter of, he's a starter. Okay, let's see Trey Lance and Sam Darnold battle it out. Like, what's the problem with competing?
No, I think they are. Don't you? I think that's what I think that's what's about to happen.
But the problem is sometimes they say, or not everybody, but sometimes they say, well, what if they've already made up they mind on Trey Lance? And it's like, how can you really make up your mind on Trey Lance? Like, literally.
You know what's funny?
4 games? 6 games?
Right, but Filmo, here's what I think is cooking here. Like, I don't know how all of us could have made up our minds on Trey Lance because we've watched 4 games. I would say if you're the 49ers, how can you not have an opinion about Trey Lance? They're with him every day. They practice with him. They're dealing with mechanical issues instead of what they want, which is growing a young quarterback into who they hoped would be a star. So I'm not saying they give up on him. Sure, they have not seen him a lot with the lights on. But you know how it goes. I mean, my point is from 10 months ago till now, every act the 49ers have performed suggests that they're not sold on him.
So, look, my point is this. We're talking about practice. Allen Iverson. Shout out to Guru.
Not a game.
I hear you.
Not a game.
I hear you.
Not the game that I love, that I'd die for.
But what does a coach think about that, Filmo? Like, what else is, you know what I mean? What else why would they bring Jimmy Garoppolo back? They didn't like what they saw in practice.
Hey, he's back to Andre Nicotina.
Right,
Thank you, Phil. I appreciate it.
Had to call on his other
phone.
Playing a little Tina Turner.
Double call waiting there. Andre Nicotina. He's playing some of that Bay Area rap.
Kevin Gates, I got 2 phones.
Yeah, exactly. Because I got 2 phones. One for Willard and Dibs.
How many phones till you don't trust the person anymore?
More than 2.
Okay, yeah.
2 is
2.5. It's 2.5.
Really? I got 1.5.
Yeah, well, the reason 2.5, like 2 is okay because some people are like, this is the work phone.
Yeah.
And then I got the phone. If you have 2 phones and work didn't get you either of them, now we're getting a little hot.
A little dubious.
A little hot.
In 2000, I actually had my first cell phone and actually had a second cell phone.
Why?
Because I had a job working for Varsity Online, a high school sports website, cutting edge back then. So I had a work phone. I actually had 2 phones.
They got you the phone?
Yes.
Okay, then that's fine.
Work phone.
That's totally enough.
Didn't use my work phone only for work, though. Had some non-work related action on the non-work phone.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah.
It happens.
1.5 phones.
Yeah. But
dubious.
If you had went and got a third one in that case.
That's excessive.
I would not have trusted you.
No doubt.
Yeah.
But Phil Mo with the 2 phones.
Anyway.
And, well, I think what he said about practice is right, but I also lean in your direction to where Kyle Shanahan is an offensive genius. We love to call him that. We know this. Kyle Shanahan has been around the NFL a long time, and he knows more about offense than every single one of us combined. And if he is watching Trey Lance day in and day out, and he sees him in practice, sees him in the meeting rooms, sees his mechanics, sees his footwork, sees everything about Trey Lance, he probably has a more informed decision than we do. So if we get to August and that first depth chart comes out, the actual depth chart, not the one that we all make up or the one that's put out by the public relations department, if he is QB3, then that's all we need to know about how they feel about Trey Lance.
I'd give you $100 if that happens.
If he's QB3?
Yeah. In a published early August depth chart, I'd give you $100 if the 49ers do that.
I'll take your 100.
They're not doing that.
I agree with you, but I'll take your 100.
The worst case
We didn't
scenario,
make a bet. You're just giving me 100 if that happens.
Yeah, no bet. Like, that's how, it's kind of like the Mac Jones thing when he was about, right, when everyone thought the 49ers were going to draft him. And I said, if they draft Mac Jones number 3 overall, I'll walk to his first start.
Right.
In Santa Clara. I wasn't getting anything back if they, like, yes, that's how confident I am. Why would the 49ers do that? At worst case scenario, it says QB1 Brock Purdy, QBs 2 Sam Darnold and Trey Lance.
You can't do that.
Yes, you can. Teams do it all the time. They do it all the time.
And they put them both as QB2?
Absolutely. Why would you? Like, it's not like...
Well, the real test then will be in the opener, unless the owners, when they have their owners meeting, I think it's tomorrow, there is a proposal to add a 47th slot on game day for QB3 only.
You're allowed to activate 3. Teams
Nobody
just don't
does,
do it.
for the most part.
But you
Occasionally
can.
you do. I know.
Yeah.
I know you can.
Yeah.
But the 49ers won't unless there's that extra roster spot. So if that doesn't get voted into existence, then we'll know on the opener who QB2 is, because QB3 will likely be inactive.
You heard Chris Rose's reaction when we even just brought this up. And I wonder if everybody sort of, you know what I mean? Like, if we've really wrapped our heads around how unique this situation is. We bring it up, and he's just like, it's crazy, isn't it? It's just, it's crazy. Has everybody sort of like taken a moment to understand how unprecedented this whole situation is from a few different angles? As Grandy pointed out earlier today, a number 3 overall pick who may never get a shot, a Super Bowl favorite who cannot fully effectively sit here on May, 25? What do we got, 25? 24. Cannot on May 24th confidently tell you who their quarterback is. Yet the world thinks they're a Super Bowl favorite.
Right.
Stuff like this does not exist. It doesn't exist. So the 49ers, are going to be very, very methodical, I think. They're going to be very careful in what they put out to the public and what they do. But, yeah, there are also ramifications. It could be a ramification sensation.
Yeah, it's a buck.
Ramifications for what they do. You stick Trey Lance in a QB3 role. Do you lose him? Does his trade value tank? Then what? Right? Is Brock healthy? That's the other thing. I mean, they may well, beginning of August, maybe they don't even say Brock Purdy is QB1 yet. They may say Purdy, Darnold, and Lance.
You're all QB1.
Slash. I don't know. They might.
Yeah.
They might. They kind of have to.
Depending on the health of Brock Purdy, although they've already said that if Brock is healthy, that he's QB1. So the only reason why you wouldn't come out and say that he is QB1 would be if, in fact, he is still hurt. And if that's the case, then, whoa, it becomes very interesting. And if, let's say, Brock Purdy isn't ready for week 1 due to some setback, or if he's hampered at all, if you go with Sam Darnold as the starter in week 1, that tells you all you need to know about Trey Lance.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think you can tell by listening to the 49ers this week, they feel in the backs of their minds that Brock Purdy will start week 1. You can't say it out loud. You can't plan on it yet. It's too early in the process. But all of the indications have been good. Didn't Kyle say, like yesterday or the day before, Brock's about to start throwing here in a week or 2? He's about to start throwing.
It's about time.
In May.
That's what, the timeline was. 3 months, you start throwing, and then 6 months, you can play football.
Yeah. When was the surgery, though? Remember, that got delayed.
Yeah.
So it was definitely, it was into March. So March, April, May, April, May, June. I mean, it's on the early side of that process, and that's good. That's good. That says all systems are go right now.
Yeah, I got it here as basically March 10th.
March 10th. Okay.
Yes. So
and June 10th is
3 months,
2.5. Right. That's
right.
still 2.5 weeks away. I think he's going to start throwing before that even.
Yeah, that would be, and again, we deal more in weeks than months because not every month is created equally, but it's basically a 3 month would put it right in that June 10th area. And then 6 months would be September 10th, which is, I believe the opener is on September 11th, right around there, and that weekend.
Yeah,
so
somewhere in there.
Man, if he can't play in the preseason very much, or if at all, I wonder how that affects their ability to make him QB1.
Rob in San Francisco wants to weigh in on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Rob, what are you doing?
Yeah, look, hey, thanks, guys, for taking the call. Look, I've got a 2-word explanation for why you have to keep Trey.
Why?
His name is Colton McKivitz. Okay? I mean, you let Brock get hurt again, and you've got nothing. You've got Darnold, and then Darnold gets crushed. We've done that last year. You got to keep the guy and then try and get something for him next year if you shine.
Well, okay, couple things on this. First of all, why would you say Colton McKivitz and act like he's the right? Like Brock Purdy's going to get sacked. They're all going to get sacked. Colton McKivitz could be a star or anywhere in between. Like, I don't know. Like, let's say McGlinchey was still there. McGlinchey was there last year, and Purdy got hurt. So I don't think that lack of faith in the offensive line necessarily has anything to do with this. And then the second part is, look, I know the history, and we all talk about it, and sure, the 49ers have to be ready for it. But that doesn't mean Trey Lance. You didn't draft Trey Lance to be some sort of down the road insurance. And by the way, who says that's even a good thing?
Well, you didn't draft Brock Purdy to be your starter either.
No, but
you drafted him to be a body.
Okay, let me say this a different way. Oh my gosh, we have to keep Trey Lance because Purdy might get hurt. Who says Trey Lance is any good? Why is that like, oh my gosh, we have to keep him? There's no proof that he's any good. I don't know that I wouldn't rather have Nate Sudfeld. I have no idea. So injury is always going to be a part of the picture no matter who's on your roster. The Niners will have access to 3 or 4 QBs. I have no idea if Trey Lance is going to be one of them. And I do think every 49er fan has PTSD. That's what I think.
You should have PTSD.
That's fine.
Because 6 of the 7 years that you've had Kyle Shanahan there, you've had quarterback rotation, whether it's because they're not very good or they get hurt, or they're not very good and they get hurt, or they get hurt because they're not very good. Whatever the reason is, you've had multiple quarterbacks in 6 of 7 years. So to Rob's point, it's not about Colton McKivitz for me. It's about insurance. And if you don't think that Trey Lance is good enough to be QB2 as your Brock Purdy insurance, then you should look to trade him because Sam Darnold can be your insurance. Now, hopefully Brock Purdy can start 17 games. That's what Kyle Shanahan wants. That's what would be best for this team if you think he's your best quarterback. But if he gets hurt and you have to go to Sam Darnold, if Sam Darnold gets hurt and you lose both of them, now you're in a tough spot if you don't have a third quarterback.
I until we get to August or even September, we won't know the answer to this. But there's a twofold question that I can't get out of my head. Why'd they sign Sam? And why'd Sam say yes?
I think Sam said yes because he wanted a Mitchell Trubisky type landing spot where you could go, learn a system, show that you're a serviceable QB, and play for a guy who is very good at coaching up quarterbacks. There's nothing, if Sam Darnold doesn't play at all this year, no snaps in the regular season, his stock is higher than it was before he got here.
Maybe, but I don't understand early in free agency why Sam Darnold, if he truly believed that Purdy and Lance were both high-level guys and the 49ers were really excited about both of them, why would he sign here? Why would he go to a place where he's like, yeah, I got to work my way through 2 guys in order to get on the field?
Because I'm sure they'd let him know that neither guy is that firmly entrenched. The QB1 is maybe looking at Tommy John. When he signed, he hadn't undergone surgery yet, I believe.
Yeah, but I mean, they again, behind the scenes, people always know
so
more
6
than
months.
we do.
So you go in and you know that QB1 is out for 6 months, which puts you into August or September. We don't know. And QB2 is a guy who everybody can see is not good enough to have been the number 3 overall pick.
Right, but a guy who a lot of resources have been put into getting him on the team. So usually people like that get every chance before someone moves on from him. And if we go back to that time with Brock Purdy and played the odds game, all kinds of things could happen, sure. The number one choice on the odds board is that Brock Purdy is going to be ready to go by week 1. I believe.
Yeah, it's more. It was more likely that he'd be ready, but
yes. So if I'm Darnold,
but it wasn't a slam dunk that he'd be ready.
Again, look at all those teams we just wrote. If I'm Sam Darnold, I want Washington.
Oh God.
Well, don't you want the gig
next year? If I'm Sam Darnold and I've been through what I've been through, I was with the Jets, 3 head coaches. We stunk. I got hit around. I saw ghosts. Carolina, I was a part of the Matt Rule disaster, and I never got my footing there. I had coaching changes there. Give me a year of stability. Let me go to the best offensive mind in football. Let me go to a system where I can learn and maybe I can play, make some money. I think he's making, $2 million with a chance to make 4 or 5 with incentives. It's not a huge deal, but after a year, there's going to be QB openings, Mark. And if you're Sam Darnold, you're still a young player. What's Sam, 25 years old only?
Yeah, Sam is, let's see, the contract with the 49ers. Yeah, the base is 1.9, signing bonus 1.5. Yeah.
You can get up to, I think, 4 with play incentives.
Get up to 4.5.
And if you're Sam Darnold, you look at Trubisky, who was able to kind of rehab his career. Sam Darnold spends a year here, and even if he doesn't play, I think he emerges as a better QB prospect than when he comes in.
Eric in San Francisco next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Eric, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. I wanted to weigh in. I've been in and out of my car and I wanted to talk to you guys about the whole Trey Lance. And I think the biggest situation is actually Kyle Shanahan. And what I mean by that is he's like, how many picks has he blown because he falls in love with the guy and then falls out of love with the guy? I mean, we've taken how many running backs in the 3rd round that he's cut? And, why trade 3 first-round picks for a quarterback that played 1 year at a Division I AA school if you think you have a Super Bowl roster? I mean, why not go with someone like Justin Fields, who played in played in the national title game and had 2 years worth of starting experience at Ohio State? So I don't really think the issue so much is Trey Lance good or not. I mean, I don't understand how you can justify giving the number 3 pick no shot ever. But why would you take an inexperienced quarterback? It's kind of like drafting James Wiseman into a championship
Well,
team.
I mean, I can only answer by what their mindset was at the time, which is that's who they thought was going to be better. And by the way, you're mistaken if you think that that's been proven incorrect. Justin Fields has proven nothing in terms of being a Super Bowl viable quarterback in the National Football League. I'll say this. I don't know if Fields is going to be better, and I understand what he looks like. I do get a little, just a mini trigger when we do the go with the guy who's played in the big games. Okay? I used to work at USC. Their quarterbacks, give it to me. Thank you. Their quarterbacks.
Oh, they stink.
Lucas, look at me. Look me in the face. The quarterbacks go to the NFL and they stink every time.
I've been waiting for someone to bring this up to me.
Carson Palmer, okay.
Yeah.
Kinda okay.
Okay, so
right? But
yeah.
but like I worked around these guys, Matt Leinart, John David Booty. They played in every big game.
Todd Marinovich.
Rodney Pete.
Right, and that's going way back. But I mean, these
you
guys.
weren't even born, Lucas.
Orange Bowl, Sugar Bowl, Big Bowl, Notre Dame, UCLA, and they stink.
Can I push back on this narrative?
Go for it.
Name one college who had more than 2 good quarterbacks in the pros.
None. But it's not I use USC as an example. We could do it with Ohio State also.
Right.
Right? Because here comes
really all the big programs.
Oh, go to Justin Fields and right. Okay. How'd Terrell Pryor do? Like, being in a big school means bubkiss. Bubkiss. North Dakota State has put 3 consecutive QBs in the league.
Wyoming.
Thank you. Patrick Mahomes. What was the bowl game that he played in? Right? I don't care if they play. Oh, they played in the big games. Played in the Big Ten. Who cares? There's absolutely no thread there in my mind. None.
No, the thread is, are you any good? That's really what it comes down to. And you can get away in college with a lot of things with your athleticism that you can't get away with in the National Football League. And that's where the Justin Fields question for me comes in. Can he adapt and use his athleticism to be an effective quarterback? Clemson, by the way, is an answer of a university that's had multiple quarterbacks with Trevor Lawrence and Deshaun Watson.
Sure.
So, I mean, Lucas.
I don't know how excited everybody is about Deshaun Watson.
What Cal's done is as good as anybody.
Yeah. I mean, that too.
Marine Catholic, stand up.
Good point. Jared Goff and Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Who'd you take right now? Rodgers and Goff or Watson and Lawrence?
Watson and Lawrence.
Okay. I mean, Rodgers is the only one that's like actually really, really like firmly achieved something in the league.
If you would draft just from those 4 now, you would take Trevor Lawrence 1. I'm not a huge Aaron Rodgers fan.
He's won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, that was 2008?
And Goff went to one.
True.
I mean, calhope.org. More of your phone calls next. It's Willard and Dibs.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope.
Grandy. And I should have known that Grandy was going to go and save the best for last. Rest in peace, the great Tina Turner, 83 years old.
Yeah, just, man, incredible. I got goosebumps right now. This is reminding me of my childhood. And, Tina Turner was obviously huge before I was a kid, but this is the era. And Guru earlier today singing Private Dancer almost had me in tears.
I think it's possible, based on what we've uncovered over the last few weeks, that Guru is sorry, I had to let the hook roll there.
Thank you.
By the way, the answer's everything.
You got to hit the post.
He hit the post! Guru might be on the wrong FM station. When that guy sings, people melt. I don't know if you saw this or you feel this. When he started rocking Phil Collins a few weeks ago, the world changed here at 95.7 The Game. That's what I saw.
Steiny even sang.
Steiny was singing. People were losing their minds. Then the Warriors went out and put up about 68 points.
Jeez. We were asked to not sing anymore, you and I.
That was the end of that.
Pretty much. It was awkward.
888-957-9570. How about Jose in Oakland? Hey, Jose, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. With regards to what Dave said about Kyle Shanahan being really, really good at coaching quarterbacks, I think you're right. We know you're right. I think the biggest problem that Kyle has is his things at developing quarterbacks. He has a good history of it. When Jimmy G came in, he showed one thing, and he regressed under Kyle Shanahan. We had that guy Bethard from Wyoming. If I'm not mistaken, he never developed into anything.
C.J. Beathard.
Trey Lance, the same deal. And with Purdy, he just got lucky. Because I don't even think he knew what he had with Purdy.
Okay, Jose, let me challenge you for a second, because that's right there. You might have a point. I'm not going to say you don't. But here's one thing. If I were Kyle, or if I were Kyle's mom
and stuff,
hold on a second. You're going to hold against me that C.J. Beathard didn't develop when he wasn't that big of a prospect to begin with. But when I do develop a prospect, you're going to tell me I got lucky. Is that how we're doing this?
No, listen, Bethard, didn't he take him in the third round?
Yeah,
it's a pretty high draft.
Not for a quarterback. It's not
for him.
Not for a quarterback. It's not. It's not, Jose. A third-round quarterback is not. That's different. Quarterback's different. If you're a big-time prospect, you're within the top 40 picks.
Yeah, but my point is, having Trey Lance over here, he's never going to develop under Kyle. Okay, that's my point.
Okay,
might as well just trade him and give him a chance to develop somewhere else. He kind of whiffed on that one. Like I said, the guy might be. He seems to me like Trey does have some talent, but Kyle has been unable to unlock that talent.
I don't know if we know that, Jose. The best thing we can say, Jose, is that you might be right.
We don't know yet, and this is the way I look at it, Mark. And I look at it similar to what you were saying, because you can't blame him for Beathard and Nick Mullins, by the way, who was undrafted.
Yeah, undrafted,
and then not give him credit for Brock Purdy. The way I look at these development questions is, does the player that you didn't develop, does he go somewhere else and thrive? And I look at James Wiseman, and I know it's a cross-pollination sensation right now as I bring the NBA into this conversation. If James Wiseman goes on to be 20-10 in a winning environment and a dominant player for years to come and an all-star, yes, the Warriors gave up on him too soon, and they failed to develop him. I look at the quarterbacks that the Niners have taken. Jeff Driscoll, he has not gone on to be a starter elsewhere. Nick Mullins, undrafted, but started here. C.J. Beathard has not gone on.
Take it easy.
I might have mispronounced it.
Show's almost over.
I had to get one in there.
All right.
Okay. None of these quarterbacks have gone on to be dominant elsewhere. Jimmy Garoppolo.
Have to stick it in there.
Thank you. I had to fit one in there. Jimmy Garoppolo was a backup, came here and developed into a something. And I wonder about Trey Lance. If Trey Lance gets traded, to me, it's the same bar as these other guys. If he goes on to develop elsewhere, then you can look at Kyle Shanahan.
Absolutely. And if he doesn't develop here or anywhere else, you can absolutely say, yo, what the hell was that with that pick?
Bad pick.
Like what? Yes, that's all fair. I would love to see. I'm very interested to see what Jimmy Garoppolo looks like on a different team this year. So I'm not going to say that anybody's wrong on this development question. Jimmy regressed, many will say. C.J. Beathard, okay.
Is that how you pronounce it?
That's what I'm going to go with.
Okay.
Trey Lance, it's either poor development or a bad pick, or he's still going to become a star.
Or both.
Right?
Bad pick, poor development, we don't know.
But Purdy has been fantastic. Here's the other thing. If you're going to say he's poor at developing quarterbacks, the only thing I can come back with, and this is fact, because you can go look at the numbers all day long, just about every quarterback who's worked with Kyle has been better when he's working with Kyle than he has with anyone else. That's a fact, Jack. So you can come down the development road, but I'm going to give you Matt Ryan. And I'm going to give you, this was
Don't give me
quick.
Kirk Cousins.
No, but
because he's been better at Minnesota.
Well, but that was that was a tiny little Washington sample. RG3, that was quick.
He was a young player, too.
But even Beathard and Mullins, people go, he didn't develop them. Like, to your point, what have they been without Kyle?
Exactly.
They've been a mess, like unplayable. And I don't know that they were terribly playable here, but there's a lot.
It was a desperation situation.
There's a lot of data that will suggest to you. And again, this is one thing I think is funny, because here come Homer and all. It's funny to me when you look at what fans think of Kyle Shanahan and then look at what the NFL thinks of Kyle Shanahan.
Right.
And a lot of fans are like, we're right.
And that's why Sam Darnold came here, in my opinion,
right,
for what you're saying. Sam Darnold wasn't going anywhere and starting right away, so he looked at all the situations and thought, that guy.
It's fair. You might be right. My only response to that is, gosh, it just feels like there's a lot of weeds to work your way through if the 49ers actually like Trey.
Potentially,
Yeah.
but I think about Trubisky because he went to Buffalo and he held Josh Allen's clipboard for a year, and he got a deal with Pittsburgh for $14 million. So he went from the golden boy, number 2 pick in Chicago, stunk, went to Buffalo, held the clipboard or the smart pad or whatever they hold now, and then got a big contract in Pittsburgh. So if you're Sam Darnold, I think you look at that blueprint and say, maybe I got to go there and help Brock Purdy out and babysit Trey Lance, and I can then go on and get a bigger contract elsewhere.
I mean, you're right. And maybe, look, I'm not in the NFL, so maybe you're all right. Maybe everybody in the NFL doesn't know what they're doing. But in the NFL, they all think Kyle is a damn offensive star. That's what they all think.
Right?
All of them.
Well, think about what he did, and to your point about you have no quarterback yet you're one of the Super Bowl favorites. It's because of the great offense around him, and it's because of that beautiful, gorgeous, 2-sided laminated play sheet. Oh, all those letters and numbers and
it's good hat wearer. He's a good hat wearer, too.
Oh,
You know me. I love somebody who can wear a hat.
Yeah, no hat today.
No hat
Bit
today.
of an upset.
Well, it was, I had my final over at Academy of Art.
Gotcha.
Stacy, we got a meeting.
Good point.
Trying to show respect. I don't do it often.
Man, showed up 15 minutes late. That's not much respect.
Don't be disrespectful.
Thought I snuck in. Thanks for outing me. Stacy, if you're listening, I was doing my best.
What a teammate I am.
Wow, that was a good way to
I
finish
had to
off.
shoot my shot.
It's all you got.
Thank you.
Do you want to do this again tomorrow?
Oh, boy.
Think about it. Yeah. Get back to me. Oh, Grandy's
It's Willard and Grandy.
Yeah, you paused.
With a dash of Lucas.
One of your famous pauses actually went awry there. All right, so what's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It's the best of the game. That buzzer sounder, Mark Grandy, with a full hour of 95.7 The Game's best content from the day. That is coming up next. For that guy, Dibs. For Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Growing a business brings pressure. Staying compliant and retaining top talent in challenging times. You feel stretched thin. Fortunately, there's Insperity. They put over 35 years of HR service and technology to work, offering my employees competitive benefit options while lightening my HR load. Engaged people empowered to be their best means overcoming obstacles. With Insperity, nothing seems impossible. Insperity, HR that makes a difference.
U.S. Bank is ranked #1 in customer satisfaction with retail banking in California. And since California is home to most award shows, we've prepared a thank you speech for such an occasion.
To the people of California, we've been proud to help you plan, budget, and save smarter in a way that works for you. Our tools and friendly advisors would have no place to really shine if it weren't for you, and we can't thank you